So this is the so-called Mahamayuri, the Great Bright Peacock King. Number 1 beneath the saints. In the end, he still became someone's mount, without even a shred of freedom. How tragic, how lamentable. Kong Xuan stood in the side hall of an ancient temple, gazing at the colorfully faded and somewhat dilapidated peacock statue before him, and could not help but shake his head and sigh. He had just had a terrible argument with his family about marriage pressures. Frustrated and moody, he had come out to clear his head, never expecting that in this 1,000-year-old temple he would encounter a statue of Kong Xuan, one of the characters from Investiture of the Gods whose fate had always unsettled him most. The statue depicted a figure with a peacock's head and a human body bearing solemn and dignified Buddha-like majesty, yet radiating an ineffable defiance. The Buddhist radiance encircling the statue in Kong Xuan's eyes resembled more an invisible shackle. The elderly monk nearby, upon hearing this, pressed his palms together and spoke gently. Benefactor, this is the Buddha Mother Mamayuri Bodhisattva. She once swallowed the Buddha himself, possesses boundless Dharma power, and later took refuge in our Buddha. This, too, is the perfection of merit and virtue. Amitba, perfection of merit. Kong Xuan scoffed. Perhaps due to his foul mood, his words carried a sharp edge. Master, being forced to be a mount also counts as perfection of merit. Such perfection is better left unwanted. If he truly retained any awareness, he'd probably rather have his soul scattered in the investiture war than bear this humiliating so-called glory. The elderly monk's expression shifted slightly. He chanted a Buddhist name, Amitba. Benefactor, to speak recklessly of the Buddhas may invite the sin of disrespect. Kong Xuan curled his lip and said no more. Family assets, girlfriend, parents, nagging. A pile of worries crammed into his mind. He waved at the statue and turned to leave. Perhaps it was fate's cruel joke, perhaps the air currents stirred by his waving hand, or perhaps the statue had simply been long neglected and unstable. A bone-chilling creak echoed behind him. Kong Xuan instinctively turned his head, his pupils contracting sharply. The peacock statue, taller than a person, was falling straight toward him. It was far too fast for him to dodge. Shit! Bang! The heavy stone statue struck his head dead on. The instant the searing pain arrived, he felt warm liquid trickling down from his brow. It was blood. His crimson life force quickly stained the statue's cold body, especially the forehead of the peacock's head. In his daze, he seemed to see a flash of extremely faint 5-colored radiance in the stone peacock's eyes. Ugh! His consciousness rapidly blurred. The screams and exclamations of surrounding tourists seemed to pass through a thick wall of water, becoming distant and unreal. Am I dead? Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. Girlfriend. Oh, seems like we broke up last month. Well, that's a relief, otherwise my inheritance and girlfriend would both belong to someone else. Damn, facing death, and I'm still thinking about this. These were Kong Xuan's final thoughts, filled with absurd regret and bizarre consolation. The next moment, boundless darkness devoured him. Time unknown, perhaps an instant, perhaps an eternity of primordial chaos. An extremely peculiar sensation enveloped Kong Xuan. He felt himself wrapped in warm, viscous fluid, very safe, very comfortable, yet simultaneously bound by an extreme constraint. He tried to move his hands and feet, but could not sense them at all. Who am I? Where am I? A flood of chaotic memories came crashing into the depths of his consciousness like a bursting dam. One was a 26-year-old youth named Kong Xuan, born on the blue star raised under the red flag, who went through school and worked step by step, worried about marriage and buying a house, and had just died in a bizarre accident. The other was an ancient, inherited memory originating from the warm environment around him, heaven and earth, the primordial chaos, the leader of all birds, the emperor of the feathered clan. Son of the Yuan Feng, nurtured by the essence of the 5 elements, the world's first peacock, Kong Xuan. 2 sets of memories, 2 personalities, frantically intertwining, colliding, merging. The intense pain nearly tore this newborn consciousness apart. I am Kong Xuan. No. I am Kong Xuan. Phoenix Prince. Kong Xuan. Amid the chaos he saw, the brutal Dragon Han calamity, the 3 clans of Dragon Phoenix, and Qilin fighting for supremacy, devastating the primordial world. He saw the Yuan Feng gravely wounded, weeping blood at the undying volcano, birthing 2 colossal eggs from the chi of the 5 elements. He saw one egg transforming into the rock Great Peng, while the other quietly absorbed the 5 elements spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nurturing a supreme, primordial divine being. Countless images, sounds, and insights assailed him. Finally, the pain receded like the tide. Consciousness gradually clarified. Kong Xuan, or rather the brand new Kong Xuan, was dumbfounded. He tried hard to look down to see himself, but could see nothing. He tried to extend his body, but could only feel a resilient shell. An absurd yet undeniably real thought surfaced. I've become an egg. A Kong Xuan egg. After the enormous shock came an even greater blankness and helplessness. What about Mom and Dad? Even though we fought, they only have one son, me. How will my bros gaming squad cope without their ace ADC? And that brand new Chrysanthemum brand phone I just bought on installment. What a loss. The primordial world is awesome, immortals everywhere, immortality is tempting. But starting as an egg, how do I play this? Not even a beginner's gift pack. Especially when recalling from the merged memories how his tragic future involved being utterly helpless against Zhunti's 7 treasures wonderful tree, forcibly converted to the Western sect, made into a mount, and grandly titled Buddha Mother. An absolute humiliation. The ultimate social death. Just imagining it, Kong Xuan inside the egg, let's just call him that for now, felt a phantom ache. Though he currently had no actual eggs to ache. No, absolutely not. A fierce determination welled up. Since I've become Kong Xuan, I absolutely cannot walk that old path again. Zhunti. Western sect. Investiture tribulation. Just wait for me. I will reverse heaven and earth, defeat Zhunti, and prove the Dao of primordial chaos. Great ambitions were had, but the reality was, he was still just an egg. An egg that couldn't even take human form. Kong Xuan egg form fell into deep contemplation. First I need to survive. Then I need to get stronger as soon as possible. According to the memories, the Dragon Han calamity had just ended not long ago. The aftermath of the immortal demon war still lingered, and the outside was very dangerous. Fortunately, the protective formation Mother Yuan Feng left behind was still quite effective. The top priority is to completely merge my memories and true spirit and gain the recognition of the primordial Heavenly Dao. Otherwise, I'll always be an unregistered resident, and trouble will come sooner or later. With this thought, he gathered all the distractions of his modern mind and devoted himself wholeheartedly to immersing in the vast inherited memories of the Phoenix Prince. Within the eggshell, 5-colored misty chi circulated slowly, as if nurturing a world-shaking miracle. Inside the eggshell, the space was chaotic yet warm. Streams of 5-colored flowing light drifted like soft brooks, slowly nourishing the newly born true spirit. At this moment, he grew more firmly convinced of this name and identity, casting aside the last trace of hesitation and untimely sarcasm that belonged to Kong Xuan. The pressing matter was to resolve the identity issue. He could sense that between his own true spirit and this innate peacock body there remained an extremely fine barrier. Was this possession or fusion? If it could not be made whole, future cultivation would surely breed inner demons, and during heavenly tribulation, he would be the first to bear its brunt. He carefully browsed through the vast inheritance memories. As a son of the primordial phoenix, and one of the foremost innate sacred beings of the great wilderness, his inheritance memories encompassed everything, from observations of the world and identification of spirit treasures to the mysteries of formations and methods of cultivation. At the core of it all was the supreme cultivation method, the Phoenix Dance primordial art. This was created by the primordial phoenix herself, condensing the fate of all avian kind and merging her comprehension of the great Dao. It could not be obtained by anyone outside the core bloodline of the Phoenix clan and was profoundly arcane. When the cultivation method circulated, it could temper the innate 5-element body, condense a unified primordial chi, and possessed boundless might. So that's how it is. I was not possessing this body. Kong Xuan's soul and the unawakened true spirit of Kong Xuan, due to that Buddha statue anomaly and the contract of shared names, have thoroughly fused within the 5-element origin. They are no longer separate. I am Kong Xuan, and I am also Kong Xuan. The true spirit is singular, only I possess an additional set of memories and cognition from the future. In other words, he was Kong Xuan, a Kong Xuan who knew parts of the future and whose thought patterns were somewhat different. Since this was so, there was no need for further hesitation. Above the great Dao, Kong Xuan issued a soundless declaration, with his true spirit solemn and reverent. Today I inherit the grace of the primordial phoenix, continue the origin of the 5 elements, am born here and shall grow here. My name is Kong Xuan. From this day forth I am Kong Xuan, and Kong Xuan is me. May the great Dao bear witness. As the declaration rang out, he completely opened his mind, actively guiding the vast inheritance memories to undergo the deepest level of fusion with his own true spirit. No longer passive reception, but active absorption, comprehension, and internalization. The scriptures of the Phoenix Dance primordial art surged like a golden waterfall, scouring his true spirit. Every sentence contained the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Initial insights regarding the laws of the 5-element seeds of various divine Phoenix clan secret arts, also merged in one after another. Boom. In the darkness, a soft yet profound sound seemed to ring out from the depths of the soul. The faint membrane of separation between himself and the great wilderness world instantly vanished. An indescribably intimate, unified feeling welled up in his heart. The surrounding innate 5-element spiritual energy, which had previously merely felt warm, now became incomparably clear and active. It rushed eagerly into the eggshell to nourish his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, though not yet formed, and his limbs and bones still in egg fluid state. Success. He had obtained complete acknowledgement from the great wilderness world with no further obstructions whatsoever. From this day forth, he was the true blue heir of the Phoenix clan, the Phoenix Prince Kong Xuan. Even if Dao ancestor Honghuang personally divined him, he would not detect any anomaly in his origins, only deeming him one of the variables of the Heavenly Dao. The true spirit was complete, the mind was clear. Kong Xuan's heart was greatly settled, and he began to carefully study his current circumstances and his future path. According to memory, my younger brother Depeng and I were moved here by Mother Primordial Phoenix with her last bit of magical power before her nirvana, and she laid down a powerful protective formation. This formation drew upon the underground spirit veins and concealed heavenly secrets, providing sufficient safety. His divine sense extended slightly outward, and he could perceive the blurred scene outside the formation. Desolate and ancient, permeated with the bleak killing intent she left after the great calamity, while within the formation's spiritual energy was abundant, and the atmosphere serene and peaceful. Safe it may be, but I cannot remain a shrinking turtle forever. Oh, a shrinking peacock egg. Kong Xuan gave a self-deprecating smile. I must quickly increase my strength. His gaze consciousness turned toward another colossal egg beside him. That egg was slightly smaller than his, surrounded by faint wisps of yin and yang qi, its aura active, but its true spirit seemingly still slumbering. So this is my cheap little brother, the golden-winged Great Peng Rock, huh? TCH, what an unlucky kid too. Later he was taken by the Buddha to be an uncle. Kong Xuan muttered to himself, and a strange sense of responsibility welled up in his heart. Rest assured, with your big brother here this life, I guarantee I won't let you suffer any more losses. But for now his brother couldn't be relied upon, so he had to rely on himself. Cultivate. Begin with the Phoenix Dance primordial art. He settled his mind, and following the essentials of the method began to guide the surrounding innate five-element spiritual energy. The moment the cultivation method began to circulate, it immediately displayed its extraordinary nature. The five-colored mist within the eggshell seemed to have found its core, rapidly forming a miniature vortex. Gold, azure, green, blue, red, and yellow lights flowed in endless rotation, corresponding to the five viscera tempering essence and qi. His true spirit was growing visibly more resilient, and the life essence within the eggshell continued to expand. The foundations of an innate sacred being combined with the efficiency of a top-tier cultivation method. Terrifying indeed. He did not know how long he had cultivated. Perhaps a year, perhaps a century. The great wilderness does not count years. Kong Xuan sensed that the intensity of his true spirit had reached a critical threshold sufficient to support more complex operations. The time has come. He condensed the power of his true spirit, and toward that wind-thunder colossal egg emitted a clear fluctuation of divine sense. This was not sound, but the purest exchange of consciousness, like a whisper from the depths of bloodlines. Brother, nurture yourself in peace. All of the outside world is on me. Upon receiving the divine sense, the wind-thunder colossal egg seemed to quiver slightly. The surrounding wind and thunder qi became gentler, as if in response to that message. Kong Xuan's heart was put at ease. After completing all this, he once again devoted himself entirely to cultivation. The essence of the Phoenix Dance primordial art flowed through his mind, and his absorption speed of the five-element spiritual energy grew ever faster. Upon the eggshell, mysterious runes faintly emerged. They were the visible manifestation of the rules of the Great Dao. His path had officially begun. End of chapter. Time passed imperceptibly in cultivation. Within the eggshell, Kong Xuan was wholly immersed in the mysteries of the Phoenix Dance primordial chaos art. The advantages of his innate five-elements body were brought into full play. Vast amounts of spiritual energy were absorbed and refined, transformed into incomparably pure five-elements dharma power, and sedimented within his not yet manifested shell, laying an exceedingly solid foundation. His true spirit grew ever stronger, and the range his divine sense could perceive gradually expanded. Although he still could not break through the great formation his mother had laid down, he had already understood everything inside it with absolute clarity. However, as his cultivation grew deeper, the memories belonging to the mortal Kong Xuan did not fade. Instead, they fused even more tightly with the inherited memories of the peacock Kong Xuan, and often surfaced to remind him of the predetermined suffocating fate that awaited him. That day, as he was contemplating the wonder of the mutual generation and restraint among the five elements, a fragment of memory concerning the investiture war suddenly surfaced with incomparable clarity. The five-colored divine light could sweep away anything in its path, defeating the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect under Jiang Ziya's command, and leaving them utterly helpless, while the great army of the Western Zhou could not advance a single step. In the end, Saint Zhunti of the Western sect appeared and recited Agatha, the treasure-hued blue lotus moves with a single finger. From this, know that the five dharmas all become emptiness. Peacock, you have an affinity with our Western sect. The seven-treasure wonderful tree shone with 10,000 rays of multicolored light, suppressing the five-colored divine light. Kong Xuan revealed his true form and was forcibly subdued by Saint Zhunti, who rode off on his back. In the Western paradise of ultimate bliss, although he was made the peacock great bright king bodhisattva, he was actually a mount and guardian deprived of freedom and forced to live under others. Later during the journey to the West, he was even honored as the Buddha mother, and the generational hierarchy became a complete mess. In the eggshell, the five elements spiritual energy churned violently, revealing the turmoil in its master's heart. A surge of arrogance and fury from the depths of his bloodline burst forth. Kong Xuan was the true-born son of Yuanfeng the primordial phoenix, an innate divine being of noble origin and heaven-reaching dharma power, all but invincible below the sages. How could he have ended up like this? To become another's mount, and to be crowned with all sorts of hypocritical titles. A humiliation of the highest order. This feeling of disgrace was more than 10,000 times stronger than when the mortal Kong Xuan had lamented in the temple. Because now this was his own imminent fate. Zhunti, Jain, Western sect. A fine affinity with our Western sect indeed. Kong Xuan's divine thought was icy cold, carrying a dark, killing intent. What a shameless scheme of delivering all those with affinity. He knew that behind all of this lay the mighty current of the Heavenly Dao and the machinations of the sages. The investiture tribulation was essentially an internal struggle among the three sects of the Mystic Gate under the Dao ancestor Honghuang, the Rin, Jie, and Chan sects, and in the process served to fill the vacant divine positions of the Heavenly Court, while the Western sect took advantage to expand eastward and rise to prominence throughout the world. And Kong Xuan was merely the most tragic sacrifice in this grand chess game. The Jie sect. Kong Xuan murmured, and his memories of the middle stage of the investiture war also became clear. Lord Tongtian taught without discrimination, seizing a thread of life for all living beings. He had countless followers and was deeply loyal, but in the end, the 10,000 immortals who had once come to his court were reduced to the broken 10,000 immortals formation. His disciples and followers either ascended to the investiture list and served the heavenly court, or were ferried away by the Western sect. Even Lord Tongtian himself was taken away by the Dao ancestor and placed under confinement. Tragic, tragic, tragic. Even if following the original path, I possess quasi-sage cultivation from an early age, and my 5 elements divine light sweeps all creation away, I will still never escape the sage's machinations in the end. Without sagehood, one is ultimately an ant. Kong Xuan now understood the meaning of those words with profound clarity. The might of a sage was like a heavenly moat, it could never be resisted by a quasi-sage. Unless he reached the same level. A thought of unprecedented, unshakable resolve madly grew within his true spirit, and finally transformed into an all-penetrating obsession. I must prove the Dao and attain Honghuang. Honghuang Daoyuo golden immortal, standing on equal footing with the heavenly Dao sages, imperishable, through 10,000 kalpas, free and unfettered. Only so could he truly control his own destiny, reverse that accursed investiture ending, and press that wretch Zhunti face into the ground and grind him into the dirt, letting him savor the taste of being swept to smithereens. Sweep Zhunti to smithereens. Kong Xuan savored the phrase, finding it both apt and thrilling. This will be this crown prince's small near-term goal. His ambition established, his Dao heart shone clear. In an instant he felt as if his true spirit had been washed, becoming even purer, and his resonance with the 5 elements laws of heaven and earth suddenly became several times sharper. Setting an unshakable goal is itself a form of cultivation. The goal was grand, but the road had to be walked step by step. First, the Dragonhan tribulation has only recently ended. Even the Dao ancestor Honghuang probably had not yet become a sage. At present, this is the most chaotic period in the primeval world, and also the one with the greatest opportunities. I have ample time to grow and make my moves. Second, my advantages are first, a top-tier origin and natural talent as an innate divine being. Second, the complete core inheritance of the Phoenix clan, the Phoenix dance primordial chaos art. Third, and most important of all, foresight. He knew where the opportunities were and where the danger grounds lay, knew the direction of the great currents of the future, knew whom to befriend, whom to be wary of, and even whom to stamp out in advance. For example, the 5 elements ancestor. Kong Xuan recalled a piece of information from his inherited memories. The 5 elements ancestor was born from the remnant soul of a chaos demon god, fusing with the primordial 5 elements chi, and had fallen during the Dao demon struggle, suspected to have been killed by the demon ancestor Luoho, or by Honghuang. His place of fall very likely preserved precious legacies concerning the laws of the 5 elements, perhaps even spiritual treasures. This is the foundation of my great Dao, oh, I must search for it. Kong Xuan made up his mind. The 5 elements laws were the fundamental path by which he would prove the Dao and attain Honghuang. And spiritual treasures. In the primeval world, powerful spiritual treasures are of paramount importance. Laozi had the Taiji diagram, Yuanshi had the Panga banner, Tongtian had the 4 immortal slaying swords, and Zhunti and Jain had the divine pestle of empowerment, the blue lotus jewel spirit banner, and the 7 treasure wonderful tree. If I do not possess comparable treasures, I am bound to suffer losses in the future. In his memory, several supreme spiritual treasures that resonated perfectly with him surfaced: the Northern Mystic Origin water-controlling banner, one of the primordial 5 directional banners, which seemed to be in the Blood Sea, the Honghuang heaven-measuring ruler which predated the Dao ancestors' bestowal of treasure's offensive power, second only to the Panga banner bearing immeasurable merit, and the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the 12-petaled world-purifying white lotus. Famous alongside the world-destroying black lotus and the merit golden lotus, but its whereabouts unknown. He had to find a way to obtain all of these, but the prerequisite for everything is to transform into form and gain enough strength to step out into the world. Kong Xuan suppressed his somewhat agitated excitement. At the current stage, the key is to cultivate quietly and break through to the Tai golden immortal realm. He turned his perception inward once more, sensing the surging 5 elements Dharma power within his body. According to the Phoenix Dance primordial chaos art and my own understanding, the Tai golden immortal realm requires condensing the 5 chi in the chest and returning them to the origin, merging them into one. But I am born with the origin of the 5 elements. For me, this realm has virtually no bottleneck. The key lies in accumulation and in an initial comprehension of the laws. Then in the next stage, I will press forward in one breath. First, push the 5 elements Dharma power to perfection at the Tai realm and gain an initial understanding of the 5 great Dao laws. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, laying the strongest possible foundation for future condensation of the Daoyuo Dao fruit and complete mastery of the 5 elements laws. With his Dao heart fixed, Kong Xuan no longer had any stray thoughts and activated his art with full force. The eggshell turned into a giant 5-colored cocoon of light, madly devouring the primordial spiritual energy within the formation, his aura climbing higher and higher. The glory of the Phoenix clan's crown prince was quietly taking shape. The gears to reverse destiny had begun to turn slowly. Time slipped away. The primordial continent slowly recovered from the wounds of the Dragon Han tribulation, yet faint traces of murderous aura and tribulation turbidity still lingered in the air, recounting the ferocity of that catastrophic war. The protective formation where Kong Xuan resided was like a tranquil harbor amid a raging ocean, shielding all dangers beyond its bounds. Within the formation's spiritual energy was so dense it nearly took physical form, flowing continuously into that colossal 5-colored silken cocoon. On that day, the light cocoon's radiance reached its zenith, the 5 colors of brilliance cycling endlessly, emitting an aura of perfect Taoist resonance. A faint Dao resonation emanated from within the cocoon. Instantly, the vast surges of magical power receded like a tide, sinking inward. The cocoon's hues deepened with ageless antiquity. Inside the shell, Kong Xuan's true spirit radiated with brilliant luminescence. Early stage of Tai golden immortal. As natural as water finding its course with not a single obstacle. His innate divine lineage coupled with the supreme cultivation method, an unwavering Dao heart, forged through foresight, made his breakthrough inevitable. At last it is done. Kong Xuan carefully sensed the transformation within himself. His magical power had surged more than tenfold, refined to a greater purity, imbued with the characteristics of the innate 5 elements. Dynamic and immensely powerful. Though his 5 zong and 6 fu organs had not yet fully formed, an intangible manifestation of the 5 chi converging to the origin was already apparent, corresponding to the 5 elements with profound mystery. His divine sense had also grown considerably stronger. He attempted to extend it outward, barely managing to pierce through a minute fissure in the protective formation, and perceived a glimpse of the world beyond. Desolate, ancient, boundless. These were the most immediate impressions. Across the earth, ravines crisscrossed in every direction, some clearly bearing the scars of terrifying divine abilities. Even now, faint energy fluctuations still emanated from them, sending shivers through his spirit. In the distance, mountains had collapsed and rivers had ceased their flow, painting a scene of utter desolation. Occasionally, fragments of shattered scales and torn feathers could be spotted scattered about, their dim luster whispering tales of their former owner's extraordinary nature. The Dragon Han tribulation was truly terrifying, Kong Xuan thought with a chill. This 3-race struggle had nearly shattered the primordial continent itself, accumulating immeasurable karma, and no wonder the heavenly way had forsaken them, casting the 3 clans into oblivion. At the same time, he sensed faint presences moving in the distance, most of them exercising extreme caution and concealing themselves. Those were the survivors of the calamity, their cultivation bases generally weak, cautiously exploring and seeking resources. Among them were some with fierce and vicious auras, clearly not of good character. The aftermath of the immortal demon war has not yet fully subsided. Though Luoho has been defeated, his demonic forces and certain cultivators who practice demon arts continue to flee and hide, causing chaos wherever they go. The outside world was indeed fraught with dangers. Kong Xuan withdrew his divine sense, feeling even more acutely how precious the protective formation left behind by the primordial phoenix truly was. At present, I am merely at the early stage of Tai golden immortal. Relying on my innate divine lineage and the 5 elements divine light, I might possibly challenge ordinary Daoyuo immortals and demons across rank boundaries. However, if I were to encounter peak Daoyuo golden immortals, or even quasi-sage elders who survive the Dragonhan tribulation, or find myself surrounded, then I would be in grave danger. Power. I still need greater strength. The next step was comprehending the Dao laws. A Tai Golden Immortal must initially grasp the laws of heaven and earth before condensing the Dao fruit and ascending to Daoyuo. And my great Dao lies within the 5 elements. He sank back into cultivation once more, but this time it was no longer mere accumulation of magical power. Instead, he completely immersed his mind and spirit in comprehending the 5 elemental spiritual energy surrounding him. The piercing sharpness of metal, the vitality of wood, the water, the fury of fire, the heaviness of earth. The profound mysteries of these 5 great Dao laws flowed slowly around his true spirit, like 5 brilliant galaxies. The innate advantage of being drawn to the 5 elements' origin revealed itself fully. What required others endless difficulty to catch even a glimpse of the law's profundity was as clear as patterns on his palm to him. His consciousness drifted through the ocean of laws, absorbing and comprehending with ravenous hunger. In a trance, he seemed to behold an endless expanse of chaos where earth, water, fire, and wind raged uncontrollably. Then chaos was divided, yin and yang differentiated, the clear and turbid separated, and the chi of the 5 elements stabilized, forming the most fundamental and stable framework of the primordial continent. All living beings inherently contain the principles of the 5 elements. The 5 elements engender one another in endless cycles, yielding boundless creation. The 5 elements overcome one another. When things reach extremes, they reverse, destroying all dharmas. So that is how it is. The 5 elements are not isolated, but rather an entirety, the foundation constituting heaven and earth, the law governing all movement. Kong Xuan seemed to have realized something profound. He attempted to stir a wisp of law power. Within the eggshell space, a nearly invisible thread of white gold chi emerged, radiating an indestructible sharpness. This was the initial manifestation of the metal law. Immediately afterward, a thread of verdant chi brimming with vitality was born, the wood law. Then blue, crimson, and yellow streams of chi appeared in succession, representing water, fire, and earth respectively. 5 thin streams of law chi, like agile swimming fish, revolved around his true spirit. Initially, each acted independently, even subtly rejecting one another. Yet under Kong Xuan's powerful true spirit control and profound comprehension of the 5 elements' generative and restrictive cycles, they gradually formed a small but stable loop. Metal generates water, water generates wood, wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal. The generative cycle of the 5 elements begins. Though this was merely the most rudimentary condensation, far from truly commanding the laws to wield against adversaries, this was undoubtedly a crucial step. It marked his first solid stride upon the path of the great Dao. Wondrous. Incomparably wondrous. Kong Xuan was overjoyed. The sensation of personally wielding the rules of heaven and earth was far more intoxicating than mere growth in magical power. He was confident that at this pace, comprehending all 5 great Dao laws, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, to the perfect realm of Tai Golden Immortal would not take long. Once my 5 elements laws reach preliminary perfection, I will attempt to break through to the perfect realm of Tai Golden Immortal. At that time, Kong Xuan's gaze turned sharp. It will be time for transformation. Since the heavenly way is incomplete, and there is no transformation thunder tribulation, yet undergoing transformation now is the safest and most reliable approach, allowing him to retain his complete innate origins without leaving any hidden dangers. He glanced at his younger brother Dapeng beside him, who was still quietly gestating and absorbing the chi of fire spirit. Brother, remain at peace in your gestation. Your elder brother will venture out first to scout the path ahead and carve out a vast domain for you, sparing you from later acting impulsively to create karma and getting subdued by others, bringing shame to our Phoenix clan. With a hint of playful teasing, Kong Xuan sank back into profound Dao comprehension. 5-colored radiance flickered rhythmically upon the eggshell, resonating harmoniously with the 5 elements' laws of heaven and earth. His comprehension of the 5 elements' great Dao was advancing at incredible speed. The metal law, his understanding deepened. The wood law, abundant with vitality. Beyond the formation, the primordial continent remained rife with concealed killing intent, where the weak were devoured by the strong. But within the formation, the future entity who would roam the primordial continent and overwhelm sages was silently amassing power that would shake the world. Within the mountains, time lost its measure, and with the colds, the years were forgotten. For Kong Xuan, immersed in the comprehension of Taoist laws, time itself had lost all significance. His entire consciousness was absorbed into the vast, limitless great Dao of the 5 elements, gaining fresh insights and revelations with every passing moment. Upon the eggshell, the 5 elements' Dao markings grew increasingly intricate and profound. They were no longer mere flowing radiance, but began intertwining and evolving, gradually resolving into the ghostly outline of a primordial 5 elements Dao diagram, comprehensive and boundless. On that day, as his comprehension of the five elements' laws surged into an entirely new stratum, an unprecedented anomaly struck with sudden ferocity. A resonant hum filled the air. Within the eggshell, the five elements' essence quaked violently. Those five thin currents representing his initial grasp of the laws expanded instantaneously, transforming from gossamer traces into five brilliant condensed streams of light, each vivid and unmistakable. Golden light shone resplendent, verdant energy pulsed with vitality, blue radiance sank into profundity, crimson clouds burned with fierce intensity, and yellow aura rested with immovable heaviness. Unbidden by Kong Xuan's will, the five luminous currents traced esoteric paths, their velocity intensifying until they coalesced above his true soul into a miniature vortex of five hues radiating an awe-inspiring pressure. At the vortex's core, an ultimate brilliance gestated. Enlightenment struck Kong Xuan. He understood instantly. The five-colored divine light, the supreme power forged from the five elements' primordial essence, was at last stirring into existence. His heart surged with exhilaration as he anchored his true spirit and observed the formation of his innate supernatural power. This ability, born of his very nature, would become the cornerstone of his survival and dominion across the primordial world. The vortex devoured oceans of five elements, chi, and comprehension of the laws. The central point of light grew ever brighter, gradually crystallizing into form. Five translucent feather-like structures materialized in white, verdant, black, crimson, and yellow. With their slightest tremor, they agitated the surrounding elemental energy, as though capable of sweeping away all creation and stabilizing the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Though merely embryonic and ethereal, they already emanated a supreme Dao resonance, inclusive of all things capable of penetrating any defense. Magnificent, magnificent, magnificent. Kong Xuan breathed, his voice trembling with threefold admiration. While distant from the legendary perfection where nothing beneath the saints could withstand its sweep, the foundation was firmly established, and the divine seed had taken root. Through continuous refinement with five elements' laws and origin, its power would expand without limit as his cultivation deepened. Vaguely he sensed that when the five-colored divine light reached its consummation, it transcended any simple function of gathering treasures. Within it lay the profound mystery of five elements' generation and dissolution, enough to unfold spatial realms and potentially nurture entire worlds. Its potential was limitless. Kong Xuan smiled with pride. Truly worthy of this crown prince's innate supernatural power. The nascent formation of the five-colored divine light instantly elevated his understanding and control of the five elements' laws by a considerable degree. The comprehension of all five laws surged forward, hurtling toward completion at the Tai Golden Immortal level. His cultivation rose accordingly, advancing steadily toward the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Everything progressed remarkably smoothly. Yet as he readied himself to press deeper into his cultivation, a deeply concealed message fragment buried within the origins of his bloodline stirred to life, as if roused by the five-colored divine light's emergence, and surfaced unexpectedly. Though fractured and incomplete, the message bore the unmistakable mark and spiritual residue of the primordial phoenix. My child, if you have awakened this record, you must have begun to master the five elements, and the divine light stirs within you. My heart finds solace. The Phoenix clan's karma weighs heavily, its fall irreversible. I enter nirvana upon the lifeless fire mountain, where either a thread of hope survives, or eternal silence claims me. Your journey forward must be walked alone. I entrust to you and Punger a modest inheritance concealed in the southern reaches at the mountain's core within its nest. The five elements' divine light or phoenix blood may unlock it, perhaps offering you aid. The primordial world harbors dangers. Guard yourselves. I implore this warning. And with that the transmission ceased. Kong Xuan's true spirit remained still for a long moment before a cascade of tangled emotions overwhelmed him: gratitude for the primordial phoenix's sacrifice, sorrow for his clan's tragic destiny, and a profound sense of obligation pressing upon his shoulders. Mother, he whispered softly. Even in death the primordial phoenix had schemed for her offspring. This inheritance probably represented her final gift. The lifeless fire mountain in the southern reaches. That was where the primordial phoenix underwent nirvana, and once the ancestral homeland of the Phoenix clan. Now it stood as a convergence point for karmic retribution and malevolent energy, a realm of terrible peril. At his present cultivation level, venturing into the lifeless fire mountain meant walking straight to his death. Reaching the core was beyond his capability, and seizing any treasures was simply impossible. This legacy must wait, Kong Xuan reflected. Only when I achieve the perfection of Tai Golden Immortal, or even the Daluo realm, will I have the standing to pursue it. His composure returned swiftly. The priority remains the same: power. He committed the secret of the lifeless fire mountain legacy to memory, establishing it as a vital goal for the future. Simultaneously, a realization took root, that perhaps he owed something to the Phoenix clan itself. This was no unfounded dream of resurrecting the Phoenix clan's former glory and dominating the primordial world. Rather, it was about safeguarding what remained of their essence, preventing their bloodline from vanishing entirely or being reduced to nothing more than beasts of burden and resources for others to exploit. And my younger brother. Kong Xuan's gaze fell upon the magnificent Peng egg. I wonder whether his inherited memories hold any echoes of this. Once more he extended a wisp of his divine sense toward the magnificent Peng egg infused with faint impressions of the southern lands, the lifeless fire mountain, and his mother's final blessing, hoping to establish communication. The magnificent Peng egg's response was markedly stronger this time. The wind and thunder symbols etched into its shell blazed with sudden luminescence, emitting a faint vibration, while a wave of emotion surged back. Acute longing mixed with urgency and a palpable sense of dependence. Evidently, he had also registered that call emanating from their bloodline's core. His nascent true spirit, still gestating within the shell, could sense it, yet lacked the means to convey it. Very well, I understand, Kong Xuan soothed. You have your share of that inheritance as well. Have confidence. When my strength is sufficient, I shall retrieve it for us both. Until then, remain where you are and concentrate on absorbing the spiritual energy. Your timely emergence is what truly matters. The magnificent Peng egg's tumultuous energy stabilized upon sensing his response. The wind-thunder luminescence dimmed, and it returned to its silent absorption of spiritual energy, its gestation seemingly accelerated by a fraction. With his brother's affairs settled, Kong Xuan turned his focus back inward. The five elements' laws have found their proper rhythm, and the embryonic five-colored divine light has manifested. Now I must proceed methodically, advance all five laws toward Tai perfection. Once my spiritual energy reaches adequate levels, I can begin preparing for my transformation. He outlined his course of action. The various Phoenix clan abilities recorded in the Phoenix Dance Primal Unity scripture, techniques like the Southern Radiance Fiery Fire Art and the Nine Heavens Astral Wind Escape, can now begin their initial cultivation. Combat prowess and evasion arts are equally essential, neither may be neglected. Thus Kong Xuan's cultivation routine grew increasingly intensive. His primary focus remained the Phoenix Dance Primal Unity scripture, building spiritual energy and forging his five elements physique. He devoted himself to comprehending the five great Tao laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while nurturing the nascent five-colored divine light. In moments between sessions, he practiced protective evasion techniques, such as the Southern Radiance Fiery Fire Art. Days dissolved into his restless cultivation. His presence intensified with each passing day. His grasp of the Tao deepened progressively, and his various divine abilities began finding their proper foundations. The five-colored Tao pattern upon the eggshell became increasingly vivid and profound. The progression of his power brought both fulfillment and intoxication. Kong Xuan could clearly sense that the summit of Tai golden immortal perfection was drawing ever closer. The moment of his physical manifestation and emergence into the world to soar across the primordial expanse was upon the horizon. 10,000 years for the primordial world counted in epochs was but a fleeting instant. Within the protective grand formation, the spiritual energy remained abundant, yet compared to 10 millennia ago, it had noticeably thinned. Evidently, the bottomless consumption of Kong Xuan and Peng two fathomless sinks had imposed a tremendous drain upon the spiritual ley lines. At that moment, the colossal five-colored silkworm cocoon had retracted its radiance to the utmost degree, as though all its divine splendor had been condensed inward. Its shell resembled exquisite carved jade in five hues, warm, supple, and imperishable, while intricate natural Tao patterns on its surface delineated the profound truths of the five elements: cyclical creation and dissolution. Beside the luminescent cocoon, the massive yin-yang egg's aura had also grown considerably stronger. The shell bore interwoven runes of yin and yang, faintly coalescing into the phantom silhouette of a golden-winged great Peng with outspread wings, exuding an awe-inspiring and formidable presence. Evidently, over these 10,000 years, Peng's gains had been no less substantial. Though he had not yet taken human form, his foundation had become exceedingly solid. Suddenly, the five-colored light cocoon trembled faintly. A breath of flawless, perfect completeness, undaunted and unified, surged outward, instantly enveloping the entire formation array. In the next instant, vast surges of magical power stirred like a slumbering dragon awakening. Though Kong Xuan strove to restrain them, the pressure inadvertently unleashed far surpassed that of ordinary Tai golden immortals approaching a critical threshold. Tai golden immortal perfection. After 10,000 years of arduous cultivation, relying on his innate foundation's supreme techniques and the unwavering Tao heart bestowed by his foreknowledge, Kong Xuan had finally pushed his accumulated power to the absolute limit of the Tai realm. Within his chest, the five energies surged in mighty torrents, converging into oneness in ceaseless cycles, flawless in every aspect. Almost simultaneously, five dazzling pillars of law erupted from the shell: white gold, verdant wood, black water, crimson fire, yellow earth, These 5 pillars corresponded respectively to the 5 elements, not mere manifestations of power, but embodiments of profoundly condensed arcane laws. They intertwined and coiled in the void, mutually generating and overcoming each other, giving rise to boundless marvels. Sometimes gold birthing water, sometimes fire quenching metal, sometimes vegetation flourishing wildly, sometimes the earth sinking into stillness. This signified that Kong Xuan's comprehension of the 5 great laws, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, had collectively reached the perfect zenith attainable by a Tai golden immortal. The path ahead was now open, only the right moment remained before he could condense the great Luo Dao fruit and truly command the 5 elements. Boom! The 5 pillars of law suddenly merged into one, a hazy chaos-colored column encompassing all hues, which flickered once before sinking into the shell and vanishing entirely. All anomalous phenomena subsided. The shell reclaimed its ancient, unadorned warmth, its aura growing unremarkable once more, returning to simplicity and truth. Within the shell, Kong Xuan's true spirit blazed like a great sun, while 5 dense currents of law circled him like devoted guardians. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth cycling eternally, forming a self-contained whole. Above the embryonic form of the 5-colored divine light grew more distinct 5 ethereal feathers, swaying gently, emitting an unsettling resonance. 10,000 years of arduous effort have finally reached perfection. Kong Xuan felt his heart swelling with joy and confidence as the surging power within him coursed through his veins. Compared to when he first entered the Tai realm 10 millennia ago, he had grown by more than 100-fold. He possessed absolute conviction that should he encounter any Tai golden immortal level beings, or even weaker Duo immortal demons, those sensed by his divine sense 10,000 years prior, he would triumph over them through his perfected 5 elements and nascent 5-colored divine light, capable of crushing them entirely. The time has come to assume mortal form. The thought arose with natural ease. His state was now perfect, and since the Heavenly Dao had not yet fully gestated, transforming without tribulation was precisely the optimal moment. He cast his divine sense once more toward his younger brother Depong. Brother, I am about to take mortal form. You still require time. Once I transform, I shall first return you to our Phoenix clan's ancestral lands for refuge, then venture forth to explore and seek treasures. The Depong egg seemed to comprehend, trembling gently, as it conveyed a ripple of encouragement and anticipation before sinking back into silence to continue its gestation. Its foundation paled in comparison to Kong Xuan's, its origins somewhat inferior. Reaching the threshold of transformation demanded far longer accumulation. No longer hesitating, Kong Xuan began adjusting his state, preparing for the transformation. The Feng Wuhan Yuan Ju contained its own secret methods for assuming mortal form, a technique guiding one's primal origin to sculpt the most perfect Dao body, one ideally suited to the great Dao itself. For an innate divine being, transformation was no difficulty at all. It flowed naturally like water finding its course. He stilled his mind and spirit, channeling his vast magical power, and perfected 5-element laws to strike against the primordial shell that had nurtured him. The shell served as both sanctuary and cage. Only by shattering it could he truly enter the primordial world and spread his wings to soar. Break! Kong Xuan murmured silently in his heart. Monumental power pressed gently, yet resolutely against the interior of the shell. Crackle! A crisp, earth-shattering sound rang exceptionally clear within the silent formation array. A slender fissure appeared on the 5-colored jade shell. Then came a second, a third. Countless cracks surged outward, instantly spiderwebbing across the entire surface. Brilliant 5-colored divine light burst uncontrollably from the fractures, bathing the entire formation array in incomparable splendor. Boom! The shell shattered completely. Not with explosive force, but unfolding uniformly outward like a lotus in bloom, revealing the sight at its core. Endless 5-colored divine light surged skyward, saturating all directions, while vast primordial 5-element chi swept outward, even resonating through the entire protective formation. As the radiance gradually faded, a figure emerged from within. He was a young man with hair as black as ink, cascading, naturally skin luminous as jade, and features of peerless beauty. Noble pride adorned his brows and eyes, yet his countenance remained deep and tranquil, free of any hostility. His figure stood tall and straight, shrouded in swirling Dao resonance as the 5 elements gathered autonomously to form a seemingly humble, yet profoundly mysterious 5-colored Dao robe that draped over him. He slowly opened his eyes. Within them, the 5 elements seemed to cycle, visions of worlds emerging and perishing, flashing briefly before settling into 2 depths of profound black, sharp enough to pierce through the human heart. He gazed down at his long, powerful hands, curling them into fists to feel the terrifying power within this perfect Dao body. Enough to overturn seas and rivers. From that moment onward, one fewer primordial peacock egg existed in heaven and earth, but one more Tai golden immortal named Kong Xuan, extraordinary in origin, complete in Dao cultivation, had been born. A confident, proud curve touched his lips. Primordial world, I Kong Xuan have arrived. His voice rang clear, carrying a trace of barely perceptible excitement echoing through this space that had remained silent for countless ages. A new chapter began here. Having taken form and emerged, Kong Xuan stood within the great array, carefully savoring this newly born, yet profoundly familiar Dao body. Every inch of skin, every strand of hair bore surging quintessence of the five elements and the consummate Dharma power of Tai, existing in perfect affinity with the five elements' laws of heaven and earth, as if a mere wave of a hand could invoke the power of those laws. This sensation was far clearer and stronger than when he had been sealed within the eggshell. Finally, I've got hands. This was the first thought of Kong Xuan, or rather the residual consciousness of Kong Xuan, laced with a touch of inexplicable emotion and an urge to complain. He flexed his fingers and formed several complex hand seals, finding the sensation utterly novel and fluid. After a brief moment of adaptation, he resolved to first familiarize himself with the power gained from his transformation and with the divine arts he had cultivated over countless years. No matter how robust the theory, it must ultimately be tested by practice. First was his innate supreme divine art, the five-colored divine light. His mind stirred slightly. Shua. In the void behind him, five hazy phantoms flashed and vanished. White, azure, black, crimson, and yellow, like five illusory worlds that gently swayed, emanating a soul-quaking power of devouring and suppression. Though still far from the later era realm, where nothing escaped the sweep of its light, its essence was already supreme, and its power no mean feat. Kong Xuan cast his gaze over the shattered eggshells. These eggshells contained the innate primordial source chi from before his birth, excellent material for artifact refining, nigh indestructible. The crimson divine light behind him swept out gently. Whoosh. A larger shell fragment was instantly shrouded in crimson light and vanished. Kong Xuan could sense that the fragment had been drawn into the fire element space, corresponding to the five-colored divine light, where it was firmly suppressed and unable to move. Withdraw. With a single thought, the crimson light flashed, and the shell fragment reappeared in its original place untouched. Truly marvelous. Kong Xuan nodded with satisfaction. At present, he could only take in unowned things or beings whose cultivation was far below his, and the suppressive space was not yet stable. Still, the prototype had taken shape, and the future held great promise. Once my cultivation rises and my laws deepen, the might of this divine art shall shake the primordial world. Having tested the five-colored divine light, he began practicing other divine arts. First, the art of escape. The Nine Heavens Gang wind escape, recorded in the Phoenix Dance Chaos art, was an ultimate flying technique. Cultivated to its peak, it could spread its wings over 90,000 li, rivaling the extreme speed of the golden-winged great roc. His form flickered slightly, and he transformed into a nearly invisible rainbow-hued stream of light, racing through the grand array, with shocking speed, leaving trails of afterimages in his wake. The space within the formation was limited, preventing him from unleashing his full potential, but looking at one spot through a tube gave a glimpse of the whole. What speed! With this escape art, even if I encounter a powerful foe and cannot when fleeing, should not be an issue. Kong Xuan now had confidence in his ability to survive. Next, he pressed his fingers together like a sword, channeling his Dharma power along a specific circuit and condensing it at his fingertips. Nanming Lihua manifest. Puff. A wisp of immaculate white flame in the form of a vermilion bird danced out from his fingertips, radiating terrifying heat, yet carrying a sacred aura that could incinerate all filth and purify all creation. Nanming Lihua, the supreme divine fire bequeathed to the Phoenix clan, was utterly strong and resolute, banishing evil and demons with boundless might. Kong Xuan could feel that if this wisp of flame were unleashed, it would burn mountains and boil seas, severely wounding or even slaughtering a Tai golden immortal of the same rank. Carefully, he brought the flame near a stubborn boulder on the ground. In total silence, the hard stone instantly vaporized, not even a wisp of smoke rising, as if it had never existed at all. Impressive. Kong Xuan clicked his tongue inwardly and hastily dispersed the flame. This divine art was immensely powerful, yet its consumption was equally weighty. Afterwards, he tried several lesser divine arts derived from the five elements, such as Gungjin's sword Qiamu, wood restoration, Xian water barrier, and Wutu earth shield. All operated with perfect ease and exhibited considerable power. After a full round of practice, Kong Xuan gained a clear understanding of his own strength. My Dharma power was robust, comparable to an ordinary early-stage Deluo. My law comprehension could be considered the extreme limit within the Tai realm. In divine arts, the five-colored divine light holds limitless potential. Nanming Lihua is sharp for offense. The Nine Heavens Gang wind escape is first-rate for survival. All in all, my actual combat strength should be enough to crush the vast majority of Tai golden immortals and even allow me to contend for a while with a weaker early-stage Deluo golden immortal. Even if I cannot when escaping, should be no problem. With this strength, though not yet top tier in the present primordial world, He now had the initial ability to protect himself enough to step out of the guardian formation that had sheltered him for countless years. This strength, though still not at the peak in the present primordial world, already afforded him a rudimentary ability to protect himself sufficient for him to walk out of the great guardian array that had shielded him for eons. He walked to the egg of his younger brother Dapeng. The yin-yang runes on the eggshell flickered vividly in response to his aura. Younger brother, I must go out to seek opportunities, strengthen my power, and plan for the future. The spiritual qi here has been largely consumed, so it is not suitable to remain longer. I intend to first send you to the outer area of the southern undying volcano to settle there. That place was once the ancestral home of the Phoenix clan. Though it holds karmic malice and baleful energy for you, it may be more favorable for absorbing the qi of Earth's fire and hastening your gestation. Once my strength suffices, I will bring you into the core region to seek the legacy left by our mother. Dapeng's egg transmitted emotions of understanding and support devoid of fear. As an innate spirit creature, it had its own sense for danger and knew that its elder brother meant well for it. Kong Xuan nodded, stretched out his hand, and carefully gathered up the enormous yin-yang egg. The shell felt cool and tepid to the touch, containing surging vitality within. He cast a shrinking and storage spell, temporarily placing the giant egg into the space of his sleeve. A small pocket dimension temporarily opened with his Dharma power. When all was done, he took a final look at this birthplace where he had lived for who knows how many myriad years. The formation remained firm, but its spiritual qi had thinned, losing its original marvel. Time to go. He took a deep breath, hesitated no more, and strode toward the edge of the great formation. According to his inherited memories, he formed several profound hand seals and melded them into the formation's light curtain. The protective light curtain, previously formless, intangible, and immensely solid, rippled like water, and a passage just wide enough for one person slowly appeared. Instantly, an ancient aura, far wilder, hotter, and tinged with faint blood scent and baleful qi than what was inside the formation, surged toward him from the outside. The true aura of the primordial world. Kong Xuan's spirit roused, his eyes sharpening with anticipation. He adjusted the 5-colored Dao robe on his body, then took a single step forward. Behind him, the formation's light curtain slowly closed once more, concealing the land of his birth. And he officially stepped into the vast, perilous, yet opportunity-filled primordial world. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, and the air was far more pungent than within the formation, full of chaotic spiritual qi and energy. Gazing into the distance, crimson earth stretched for hundreds of millions of li mountain ranges, undulated ancient trees pierced the sky, a scene of primordial wildness. Kong Xuan stood atop a peak, black hair and Dao robe stirring in the wind, looking out over this vast, boundless world. A new journey has officially begun. Stepping out of the guardian formation and truly standing within the primordial wilderness, Kong Xuan felt something far deeper and more astounding than when he had probed with his divine sense. The sky stretched so vast and high that it struck awe into the heart, as if countless invisible eyes were watching the earth. The earth lay so thick and boundless that it seemed to bear both the wounds and the rebirth left by the great Culpa calamity, exuding an ancient and desolate atmosphere. The spiritual energy in the air, though rich overall, was exceptionally turbulent, mixed with earthly, baleful qi, murky qi, and even lingering tribulation qi, far from the pure and gentle essence inside the formation. For ordinary creatures cultivating here, a great deal of effort was required to purify the spiritual energy before it could be used, or they would easily fall into demonic madness. So this is the primordial wilderness after the Dragonhan cataclysm. Indeed, very primitive, very dangerous. Kong Xuan drew a deep breath. The Phoenix Dance primordial chaos art within him began to revolve on its own, swiftly refining and purifying the disordered spiritual energy he had inhaled, transforming it into the purest 5 elements mana. His formidable divine sense spread outward like quicksilver, pouring over the earth, cautiously probing the surroundings. 10,000 li, 100,000 li, a million li. Wherever it reached, the scene remained much the same. Shattered mountains and rivers, dried riverbeds, colossal bones half buried in the ground, and fragments of broken armor scattered everywhere, occasionally gleaming with spiritual light, all signs that their owners had once been extraordinary. In many places, ripples of Dao laws left from collisions of terrifying divine powers lingered for years, without fading, forming perilous forbidden zones. Living beings were far fewer than expected, and most lay dormant in caves beneath the earth, or in lairs protected by concealment formations. Their auras varied greatly in strength. The weak verged on true immortal or celestial immortal cultivation, while the strong included beings at the Tai golden immortal level. In 1 or 2 places, the auras were so obscure and profound that even Kong Xuan's divine sense pricked with pain, and he dared not probe too deeply, suspecting that ancient monsters of the Daluo golden immortal realm were cultivating there in seclusion. The waters of the primordial wilderness are truly unfathomable. Even after the Dragonhan cataclysm has slaughtered most of the top powers, those who remained should not be underestimated. Kong Xuan set aside the trace of arrogance that had arisen after his transformation and immense increase in power, becoming even more vigilant. The most pressing matter is to settle my younger brother first. He identified the direction based on his inherited memories and the vague information left by Yuan Feng, turning his gaze toward the general location of the undying volcano in the south. That place lay at the southern end of heaven and earth, an unknown distance of countless billions upon billions of li away, so remote it defied imagination. Even with his 9 heavens astral wind escape, he would likely need a very long time to reach it. Moreover, along the way he would have to cross countless dangerous mountains and malevolent rivers, and encounter countless ferocious beasts and mighty experts. Traveling so far with my younger brother is too dangerous. Better to find a relatively safe place nearby, one containing a windfire spirit vein, and settle him there for now. Once my cultivation is higher, or once I obtain a better mount or storage treasure, it will not be too late to bring him to the undying volcano. With his mind set, Kong Xuan began to move. He did not hasten to fly, but instead chose to skim low over the ground, accustoming himself to the primordial wilderness, while carefully scanning the land below with his divine sense. He was searching for a suitable place to settle his brother, and also seeing whether he could pick up some junk. The Dragonhan cataclysm had swept across the entire primordial wilderness, and untold numbers of mighty beings had fallen. Their personal treasures and fragments of materials were scattered in every direction. Although most of the good things had surely been plundered by survivors long ago, there were bound to be a few overlooked pieces. If he was lucky enough to find a fragment of an innate spiritual treasure or something similar, it would still be a tremendous gain. He flew for several days, crossing countless wild plains and mountain ridges. During that time, he sensed several places with fluctuations of spiritual objects. But when he approached, most turned out to be acquired spiritual materials or immortal herbs of mediocre grade, of little use to him. He did not stop fearing unnecessary trouble. He also gave a wide berth to several layers with fierce, powerful auras, as well as regions clearly guarded by formations. The first law of survival in the primordial wilderness, caution, is what lets one capture the 1,000-year cicada. On this day, he flew into a peculiar mountain range. The entire range was crimson red, as if dyed in fresh blood or burned by raging fire for 10 million years. Not a single blade of grass grew on its slopes, yet it radiated a faint aura where scorching heat and piercing sharpness coexisted. This place, the metal fire aura, is unusually active, and there seems to be a strange resonance. Kong Xuan halted, his brows slightly knit. The 5 elements mana within him, especially the laws of fire and metal, seemed to resonate faintly with this place. There is something odd here. With his guard raised, he descended and carefully inspected the area. His divine sense swept across it, detecting no powerful life aura, only some weak monsters and insects that depended on earthly fire and metal chi to survive. Yet the strange resonance became clearer and clearer. Following it, he came to an unremarkable valley deep in the mountains. At the bottom of the valley, half hidden beneath fallen rocks, was a deep and secluded cave. The strange fluctuation was coming from its depths. Kong Xuan waved his sleeve, and a gentle stream of mana swept the rubble away from the entrance. Whoosh! A scorching gust of air mixed with pure metal iron chi rushed toward his face. He stepped into the cave. It twisted downward, and the deeper he went, the denser the metal fire chi became, until even a faint reddish gold mist began to form. After about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the space suddenly opened into a huge underground cavern. In the center of the cavern was a small pool of magma bubbling and gurgling. And right in the middle of the magma pool stood a protruding black rock upon which grew a bizarre plant. The plant was about 3 feet tall, carved entirely from red jade, but its leaves resembled countless tiny golden swords clustering around 3 fruits at its crown. Each fruit was the size of a pigeon egg, fiery red like flames, yet shimmering with metallic luster. The fruit's surface bore naturally formed mysterious patterns and gave off an enticing fragrance and overwhelming waves of energy. Is this a metal fire spirit fruit? A flash of delighted surprise crossed Kong Xuan's eyes. According to his inherited memories, this was a superior grade acquired spiritual root born from innate metal fire chi. Its fruit contained the pure origins of metal and fire, greatly beneficial to beings who cultivated the corresponding Dao laws. It was a considerable harvest, but the strange resonance did not come entirely from this spiritual fruit. His gaze moved past it to the base of the black rock deep within the magma pool. Behind him, the embryonic form of the 5-colored divine light flickered faintly, sending a clearer jolt through his senses. There's something else down there. Kong Xuan's heart stirred, and he reached out to grasp the air, first plucking the 3 metal fire spirit fruits and carefully putting them into his sleeve. Then, circulating his mana to protect his body, he pressed his palm toward the magma pool. A torrent of mana poured forth, and the bubbling pool split apart, revealing what lay at the bottom. The bed of the pool was not entirely hot rock. In the center, a patch of it was faintly radiating a strange multicolored light. Kong Xuan focused his gaze and saw 5 spirit pearls the size of pigeon eggs colored white, azure, black, crimson, and yellow. They lay at the bottom according to the 5 elements orientations, forming a miniature formation that absorbed the power of earthly fire while slowly releasing 5 elements quintessence to nourish the metal fire spirit fruit tree above. Every one of these 5 pearls emitted the unique Dao resonance and fluctuations of an innate spiritual treasure. Although their auras seemed somewhat damaged, no longer at their peak, the innate origin she born with them could not be false. Innate spiritual treasure, and of the 5 elements a tribute no less. Kong Xuan's heartbeat suddenly raced. He had never imagined that on his first expedition after emerging into the world, he would find an innate spiritual treasure that seemed to align perfectly with him. Judging by their form and attributes, they strongly resembled the legendary innate 5 elements spirit pearls. Although his memory suggested that the innate 5 elements spirit pearls were scattered across the primordial wilderness and had never been gathered together, and that each one individually should be a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the 5 before him had connected auras and formed a formation, as if they were a set. Still, each pearl's grade seemed slightly lower than the legendary top grade, yet combined as 5 their value absolutely surpassed an ordinary top grade innate spiritual treasure. A great opportunity. A brilliant light burst from Kong Xuan's eyes. Truly, when one had foreknowledge, supreme origins, and luck, encountering treasure the moment one left home was only standard. He forced down his excitement and observed carefully. After confirming that there were no forbidden traps around and no one guarding them, he cautiously extended his mana, turning it into a 5-colored giant hand that reached for the 5 pearls. Just as his mana was about to touch the pearls, the 5 pearls hummed at once and burst with dazzling light. A powerful 5 elements force surged up of its own accord, resisting external seizure. Ownerless things, and you still dare to resist. I'll take you. Kong Xuan was not alarmed, but delighted. This proved the spiritual treasures were extremely spirited. Behind him, the image of the 5-colored divine light took shape once more. Though still embryonic, its supreme aura born from the very source of innate 5 elements instantly suppressed the pearl's resistance. The 5-colored hand suddenly clenched firmly, catching the 5 struggling pearls and pulling them out of the magma pool. Once in his hand, the pearls were as warm and smooth as jade, yet as heavy as mountains. A boundless surge of innate 5 elements quintessence washed over him, making every pore of his body open wide in incomparable ease. Fine treasures. Fine treasures. Kong Xuan could hardly bear to put them down. He could sense that as long as he initially refined this set of pearls, both his cultivation speed and the power of his 5-colored divine light would soar. However, at the instant he collected the pearls, boom, the entire underground cavern shook violently, as if some switch had been triggered. With the 5 elements spirit pearls no longer suppressing it, the small magma pool instantly went berserk, and the power of earthly fire surged upward madly. At the same time, dense ancient runes appeared all over the cavern walls, radiating a monstrous aura of destruction. Not good. Taking the treasure has triggered the guardian restrictions left here. Kong Xuan's expression changed. This place was indeed not so simple. Without hesitation, his body turned into a streak of 5-colored light and shot toward the cave entrance at the fastest speed he could muster. Behind him came a towering flood of earthly fire and countless golden arrows of baleful chi streaking through the air. The first crisis in the primordial wilderness had arrived, sudden and overwhelming. The underground cavern trembled violently as countless ancient forbidden runes blazed to life, summoning the earth fire baleful aura into a surging torrent that intertwined with a barrage of golden arrows, all converging upon Kong Xuan from every direction as if determined to annihilate him utterly. Facing imminent peril, Kong Xuan remained unshaken. A mere unclaimed prohibition dares to try and detain me. Behind him, the phantom image of his 5-colored divine light abruptly swelled. Though still in nascent form, it radiated the supreme aura of primordial 5 elements origin, sweeping fiercely toward the onrushing earth fire torrent. Sizzle. Like boiling water poured onto snow, the earth fire torrent that could melt metal and dissolve stone was forcibly cleaved apart into a channel by the 5-colored divine light. The 5 elements counteracted one another. Water conquers fire. And though this was not pure water element light, it was no difficult feat to temporarily part the flames using the art of reversed 5 elements. Simultaneously, he did not halt his movement, manifesting the 9 heavens astral wind escape to its utmost as he transformed into a twisting, shifting rainbow streak weaving through the dense golden baleful arrows. Those he could not dodge he shattered with a punch wreathed in southern brightly fire. Rumbling booms rang out without end, and the entire cavern began to collapse on a massive scale, boulders raining down like a storm. Kong Xuan moved with astonishing speed, and in a few flickering flashes he had already rushed back through the winding passage, leaving behind the completely collapsed and destroyed underground space. Boom. The instant he burst out of the cave, a deep muffled roar resounded through the entire canyon. The earth caved in dust, and smoke billowed skyward, completely burying the cavern beneath. Kong Xuan stood in midair, gazing down at the ruins below, a faint sigh of relief escaping his heart. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly. The prohibition was ancient, its power barely 1/10 of its original might, or else this would have been truly troublesome. He opened his palm, revealing 5 spirit pearls resting quietly in his hand, radiating a warm luster and vast primordial 5 elements essence that intoxicated the soul. As expected of a primordial spiritual treasure, even damaged, it possesses such miraculous qualities. Kong Xuan grew more enamored the longer he looked. This set of spirit pearls was a perfect match for him. I must find a safe place to refine them as soon as possible. It will surely greatly enhance my power. Suppressing the urge to refine them immediately, he swept his divine sense carefully through the surroundings. Confirming that the commotion had not attracted any formidable beings, he transformed into a streak of light and sped away from the Crimson Mountain range. After flying for several days, Kong Xuan descended upon a remote, desolate mountain. He casually carved out a simple cave dwelling and set up several concealment and protective formations. Inside the cave, he first took out his younger brother Dapeng's egg and secured it in place, feeling the steady aura within the egg before finally relaxing. Then he sat cross-legged, adjusted his condition, and restored his magical power and soul to their peak state. Let us begin. He fixed a burning gaze upon the 5 spirit pearls floating before him. Following the method for consecrating a spiritual treasure, he spat out a wisp of his innate vital essence, fused it with his divine sense, and slowly enveloped the crimson fire spirit pearl at the center. The consecration process proceeded smoothly at first. His 5 elements mana was of the same origin as the fire spirit pearl. The pearl trembled slightly, then accepted his mana, and the first innate prohibition was soon refined. Then came the second, the third. As the refinement went deeper, Kong Xuan's connection with the fire spirit pearl grew ever closer, allowing him to clearly sense the vast fire element origin within the pearl and its profound innate Dao patterns. Yet just as he was about to complete the preliminary refinement, as his divine sense delved deep into the pearl's core, a sudden anomaly erupted. Buzz! The fire spirit pearl burst forth with an unprecedented blazing radiance. The other 4 spirit pearls also hummed in unison, and the 5 elements' powers connected of their own accord, forming a perfect cycle. A strand of ancient time-worn consciousness, rife with extreme unwillingness and venomous resentment, exploded violently from the deepest nexus of the 5 pearls, surging along Kong Xuan's divine sense, like a venomous serpent ruthlessly plunging into his sea of consciousness. Heaven has not abandoned me. Heaven has not abandoned me. A perfect 5 elements physique. A primordial peacock. Fate has decreed you shall be the vessel of this old ancestor's rebirth. A mad and ferocious will detonated within Kong Xuan's sea of consciousness, coalescing into a blurry, distorted face, formed from 5 elements essence, exuding a terrifying pressure, far surpassing that of a grand unity golden immortal lunging straight at Kong Xuan's true spirit. Soul seizure. Hidden within these primordial 5 elements spirit pearls was actually a remnant wisp of the 5 elements old ancestor's primordial spirit. Taken completely by surprise, Kong Xuan felt as if his head were about to explode, his entire sea of consciousness seeming to be thrown into a furnace. Though the opponent's primordial spirit power was shattered and incomplete, its essence was extremely lofty, far surpassing his current grand unity perfected immortal realm, bearing the power of fundamental laws as it frantically eroded and assimilated his true spirit. 5 elements old ancestor. So you weren't completely dead after all. Kong Xuan exclaimed, both shocked and enraged, understanding everything in an instant. This old fiend's remnant spirit had been hidden within the core of the spirit pearls, surviving on the 5 elements essence of the pearls, waiting all along for a perfect vessel that resonated with the 5 elements. A body like his. Little peacock, surrender your body obediently. Becoming the foundation of this old ancestor's rebirth is your glory. The 5 elements old ancestor's remnant will cackled wildly, its assault growing ever more ferocious. His comprehension of the 5 elements laws vastly surpassed Kong Xuan's. His remnant spirit transformed into countless 5 elements runes, relentlessly battering and dismantling the defenses of Kong Xuan's true spirit. Within Kong Xuan's sea of consciousness, a perilous battle for survival had erupted, a soul-seizing war of life and death. His true spirit was like a small boat in a violent storm, teetering on the brink of collapse. The 5 elements old ancestor's comprehension of laws was overwhelmingly powerful, a realm bordering on the threshold of chaos origin. Even with only a remnant, it was still terrifyingly formidable. Glory. Screw your glory. Kong Xuan roared, the tenacity of a modern soul and the pride of the Phoenix clan's crown prince erupting simultaneously. You want to seize my body? I just fear that this old ghost's teeth aren't sharp enough. You might shatter the last remnants of this soul. He madly circulated the Phoenix dance chaos art, holding fast his true spirit. Behind him, the nascent five-colored divine light manifested within his sea of consciousness, frantically sweeping toward the five elements' old ancestors' remnant, while in an attempt to scatter those five elements' runes. At the same time, he marshaled every ounce of his own comprehension of the five elements' laws, clashing with the enemy in the most perilous collision of law-level power. This was an ultimate contest of will, foundation, and understanding of the great Tao. The five elements' old ancestor held the advantage in realm and wizened experience. Kong Xuan, however, triumphed in the completeness of his true spirit, his formidable foundation, his possession of the primordial five elements' origin, and a Tao heart of unwavering conviction born from the future beyond all imagination. Your five elements comprehension. It's so peculiar. It seems closer to the very essence of the Tao. The five elements' old ancestors' remnant will let out a startled doubt, for some of Kong Xuan's five elements application concepts were drawn from the crystallized wisdom of countless future generations. Though shallow, they were ingeniously cunning, making them difficult to adapt to at once. Old ghost, your era is over. Rest in peace. Seizing the instant of the enemy's bafflement, Kong Xuan's true spirit radiance surged wildly as he madly swept with the five-colored divine light. Meanwhile, southern brightly fire blazed within his sea of consciousness, scorching the remnant primordial spirit. No, impossible. This old ancestor schemed for eons. The five elements' old ancestor let out an unwilling roar. His remnant was ultimately a rootless weed. His strength was being consumed at a breakneck pace, while Kong Xuan's true spirit grew ever more valiant in battle. As one side waned and the other waxed, the scales of victory began to tip. Your law comprehension and your origin, they all belong to me now. This will perfectly make up for the deficiency of essence caused by taking form too early. Kong Xuan, with murderous intent radiating, launched the final counteroffensive. Junior, how dare you? The five elements' old ancestors' shrill howls gradually faded, ultimately drowned and refined completely by the dazzling five-colored divine light and the endless southern brightly fire. After who knows how long, calm was finally restored within the sea of consciousness. Kong Xuan's true spirit appeared somewhat weary, yet it had become even more condensed and radiant. An extremely pure stream of five elements origin, containing fragments of the mysteries of chaos origin, along with a vast quantity of broken memory fragments, slowly merged into his true spirit and physical body. The crisis was resolved, a complete and overwhelming victory. Inside the cave-dwelling, Kong Xuan slowly opened his eyes. Five-colored brilliance swirled within his pupils, as if countless runes of the great Tao were continuously being born and extinguished. His aura, compared to before, had become deeper and more seamless, unified as one. He exhaled a long breath, still feeling lingering fear, yet in the next moment, he was overcome by immense joy. Close call. Had that old ghost not been merely a remnant obsession, and had he not underestimated me, and had my five-colored divine light and Nanming fire not happened to counter him, I might truly have fallen for his scheme. Kong Xuan recalled the danger he had just escaped, and cold sweat oozed from his back. Beneath the saints, all living beings are ants, and these ancient supreme beings, even just a wisp of remnant soul, were terrifying to the extreme. However, risk and reward go hand in hand. This time I struck it rich. He carefully examined the changes within himself. First, there was that portion of the five elements ancestors' origin power. This was not ordinary Dharma power, but the most essential five elements Tao origin of a great being who had once neared the Honghuang realm. Although only a shred remained, it was incomparably pure and vast. At this moment, this origin power was slowly merging into his 4 limbs, 100 bones, 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and deep within his true spirit. An indescribable sense of enrichment and perfection welled up from within. The slight deficiency in his original foundation caused by his premature transformation was now fully repaired by this origin power of the same lineage but higher level, and even surpassed it in every way. His innate 5 elements body had become even more perfect and flawless. His foundation was compacted to a terrifying degree, and his potential skyrocketed. Previously, he had felt that the perfection of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm was the ultimate limit, but now he could faintly sense an even higher boundary. It seemed that as long as he was willing, he could attempt at any moment to condense the Deluo Dao fruit and charge into the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. But he forcibly suppressed this urge. The stronger the foundation, the greater his future achievements would be. He was unwilling to break through in haste. Next, there were the enormous fragments of memory. Although they were fragmented and incomplete, with many key parts missing, they were still an incomparably precious fortune. These memory fragments contained the 5 elements ancestors' comprehensions and insights into the great Tao of 5 elements over countless kalpas. Their depth and breadth far exceeded Kong Xuan's current realm. Many of the 5 elements' transformations and the subtle wonders of intergeneration and restraint that he had pondered over without success now suddenly became clear. His comprehension of the five elements' laws was soaring at an explosive rocket-like speed, advancing toward the Deluo realm and even higher levels. Even more importantly, these memory fragments unveiled an ancient secret. The immortal killing sword formation. Only 4 saints can break it. Luo Ho, utterly ruthless. Honghuang, that old man. Creation jade disc. So it was him after all. Yangmei, spatial divine ability, slipped away. Qianquan, yin and yang. Fellow Taoist. Such unwillingness. Disjointed images and thoughts flashed past in the West. Mount Sumeru was shrouded in soaring, baleful chi, for killing swords hung high in the 4 directions, annihilating everything. Demon ancestor Luo Ho laughed maniacally. Taoist Hongjuan hovered with fragments of the creation jade disc above his head, holding the Panga banner in his hand. The immortal Yangmei's figure was blurred and space warped around him. Ancestor Qianquan and ancestor Yinyang fell one after another. The 5 elements ancestor used every treasure he had, but was ultimately heavily wounded by the immortal killing sword chi. Only his remnant soul managed to flee by relying on his natal spirit bead, and at last hid underground beneath that red mountain range, eking out a wretched existence. So, the truth of the Dao demon conflict was actually this. Demon ancestor Luo Ho, the immortal killing sword formation. Ancestor Hongjuan, the immortal Yangmei ancestor Qianquan, ancestor Yinyang. Kong Xuan's heart and spirit were shaken. This period of history had only obscure records, even in inherited memories. Today, he was finally able to see a shred of it. Ancestor Hongjuan really did become the ultimate winner. If so, he might not have attained sainthood yet. Or is he in a critical period of merging with the Dao? Kong Xuan's thoughts whirled. This was an extremely crucial piece of timeline information for him. Having digested these gains, Kong Xuan once again turned his gaze to the innate 5 elements spirit beads before him. Through the refining of the 5 elements ancestor's remnant soul, just now his connection with this set of spirit treasures had inexplicably deepened, as if the last layer of estrangement had been removed. He tried to refine them again, and this time it was unobstructed. His divine sense pierced deep into the spirit beads where the 36 innate prohibitions, each bead, were like layers upon layers of magnificent doors containing infinite mysteries of the 5 elements. Because of the damage, these prohibitions were somewhat dim, but their structure remained complete without any flaw. Kong Xuan immersed himself in them, refining and comprehending with rapturous abandon. Time flew by again. When he had preliminarily refined the core prohibitions of the 5 spirit beads and could command them as easily as moving his arms and fingers, he also came to understand all the information about this set of spirit treasures. Just as he had guessed, they were supreme-grade innate spirit treasures, the innate 5 elements spirit beads. They contained 48 innate prohibitions, counting the 5 beads as one. In their prime, they could form the 5 elements great formation enough to trap and slay the Luo golden immortals, and even able to contend with quasi-saints. Unfortunately, the spirit beads were damaged, and their power had drastically decreased. The Great Formation now could probably only barely trap a Luo at the early stage. They would need a long period of nurturing by 5 elements essence to recover. But even so, it was an enormous help to Kong Xuan. With this treasure in hand, his combat strength would make a qualitative leap. With this treasure in hand, even if I run into a more powerful Luo golden immortal, I still have the strength to fight. Kong Xuan's confidence surged greatly. He opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within his body and the profound insights into the laws, and a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Origin made whole laws advanced spirit treasure in hand. It's time to set out again. He dissolved the prohibitions of the cave dwelling and put away the rock egg once more. This cultivation session had consumed no less than 100 years, yet his strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. He transformed into a beam of escaping light and shot into the sky, heading for the Busi volcano in the south. This time his speed was even faster and his aura was steadier and more vast. Along the way, if he occasionally encountered some blindly impudent fierce beasts or demonic cultivators, he did not even need to use his spirit treasure. One sweep of the 5-colored divine light behind him or a single burst of Naming fire would easily dispose of them. Amid the cruel vastness of the primeval world, Kong Xuan, now revealing his sharp edge, began his journey in a dominant and forceful posture. He was drawing closer and closer to the ancestral homeland of the Phoenix clan. Kong Xuan journeyed southward at lightning speed, crossing mountains and fording seas. As he pressed deeper into the primordial continent, the scenery slowly began to transform. The scars left by the Longhan cataclysm still lingered, yet they had faded considerably. New signs of life were beginning to emerge upon the earth. Powerful primordial beings carved out cave dwellings and laid claim to sacred mountains and blessed lands. Strange races and tribes multiplied across the earth. Some still drank blood and ate raw flesh, while others had already given birth to the first seeds of civilization. One day, as he passed over a vast plain, he suddenly heard a tremendous clamor and shouting from below. He lowered his flying light, concealed his aura, and looked down. On the plain, 2 small forces were locked in fierce battle. One side was made up of beings with human bodies and serpent tails or human faces and beastly frames commanding water, fire, wind, and rain. Their demonic aura towered skyward, and they fought under strict discipline beneath the banner of the Yao. The other side comprised towering giants of immense stature, their blood energy vast and overwhelming. Relying on raw physical power alone, they could shake mountains, and killing intent saturated the air around them. Their wild, ferocious style of combat matched the name. They roared the Wu and the Yao. Kong Xuan's gaze sharpened. He halted in midair to observe. The battle was brutal beyond measure. Light from magical arts clashed against gales of blood energy, and with every exchange living beings fell. The earth was torn open, and rivers were boiled dry. It seems the Wu and the Yao have already emerged into the world and begun their struggle, Kong Xuan realized. After the Honghuang cataclysm, the Heavenly Dao's favor had shifted, and the Wu and Yao races rose to meet the new age. Their conflict would run through the next great tribulation. The strongest cultivators on the field were no more than a few Yao gods and great Wu warriors at the Tai Golden Immortal level, locked in a fierce deadlock. Kong Xuan did not intervene, he simply watched. He had no particular fondness for the Wu or the Yao, and no deep hatred either. The Wu-Yao cataclysm was likewise a scheme of the Heavenly Dao. In the end, both races would wound each other fatally and step off the stage of history. His goal was transcendence, not involvement in such conflicts. Still, the Wu's surging blood energy and manner of combat stirred a faint idea in his mind. It is said the Wu do not cultivate the primordial spirit, they only temper the mortal body and worship Father Pangu. They rule the earth and have gathered countless treasures of heaven and earth. Could they even possess remnants left from the opening of heaven? Kong Xuan thought of an important treasure. He planned to obtain the primordial chaos heaven measuring ruler. It was a supreme acquired treasure of merit unmatched in offensive power and carrying immeasurable virtue. Legend said that like the exquisite Honghuang pagoda of heaven and earth, it had been formed from the merit of the opening of heaven. Since the Wu ruled the earth, they might hold some clues. Once my younger brother is settled, perhaps I can explore the Wu territory and attempt to trade. Kong Xuan filed this thought away. The battle below was nearing its end. Both sides had suffered terrible casualties and retreated separately, leaving only devastation in their wake. Kong Xuan shook his head and did not linger, continuing on his way. The farther south he went, the more active and dense the fire's spiritual energy in the air became, and the temperature steadily climbed. The earth began to take on a deep red hue, and volcanoes grew more frequent. He knew he was not far now from the undying volcano region in the south. At the same time, he faintly sensed several powerful presences beginning to appear within this region. There were great beasts wreathed in living flames, strange birds roosting in volcanic craters, and even remnant descendants of the phoenix race, withered in aura, yet still fearsome. Most of these beings had carved out territories of their own and fought endlessly over the land's dwindling spiritual resources. Kong Xuan suppressed his aura and carefully avoided the ones that were clearly not to be provoked. He was not afraid, but he had no desire to stir up trouble. One day, as he passed a massive active volcano, he suddenly heard violent sounds of combat and an enraged phoenix cry from within the mountain. The cry was raw and desperate, filled with fury and despair. Kong Xuan's mind stirred, a faint resonance quivered in his phoenix bloodline. He drew near silently. Beside the crater, 3 hideous giant beasts covered in black scales, each crowned with a single horn, were besieging a flaming divine bird with gorgeous wings. Yet the bird bore many wounds, and its aura was feeble. The divine bird bore unmistakable features of the phoenix race, but its bloodline seemed impure, and its cultivation was roughly at the mid-Tai Golden Immortal stage. Ha ha ha, you a mere mongrel blood descendant dare to occupy this fire eye. Hand over the Earth Heart Fire Lotus, and I might spare your life, said the leading beast in a human voice, attacking ruthlessly. The phoenix descendant let out mournful cries, one after another, clearly on the verge of collapse. Kong Xuan frowned slightly. His feelings toward the phoenix race were complicated, but seeing one of its descendants so cruelly bullied stirred the pride of his blood and filled him with displeasure. Scram. He did not reveal himself. He only stood far off, facing the 3 great beasts, and a crimson divine light flashed behind him. Swoosh. The 3 giant beasts felt an irresistible, enormous force bearing down on them. In an instant, the weapons in their hands and the scale armor on their bodies were ripped away and swept off by the red glow. A terrifying intent of the Nanming Lihua fire descended, making their souls tremble. Not good. It's an expert. Flee. The 3 great beasts were scared out of their wits. No longer caring about the Earth Heart Fire Lotus, they turned tail in utter panic and fled, vanishing beyond the horizon in an instant. The wounded phoenix descendant froze, gazing around in shock. Kong Xuan did not appear. He merely sent a divine thought, take care of yourself. As if understanding, the phoenix descendant uttered a grateful clear cry toward the void, then struggled back into the volcanic crater. Kong Xuan turned and left, sighing inwardly. The Phoenix race, once the overlords of the world, had fallen to the point where even their mongrel blood descendants were bullied so savagely. Karmic entanglements and declining fortune were plain to see. This only hardened Kong Xuan's determination to raise his power as swiftly as possible and overturn his fate. He flew on for another 10 years or more. The scene ahead became increasingly astonishing. The earth had turned completely into scorched crimson soil. The air was thick with the reek of sulfur and fire's spiritual energy. Volcanoes rose from the land like giant torches spewing smoke and lava. The sky was dyed dark red. And at the line where heaven and earth met at the very edge of sight stood an unimaginably majestic silhouette. It was an endless sea of volcanoes with a central peak that towered from earth to heaven as though propping up the southern sky. Its body was crimson, radiating heat and pressure beyond imagination. Even from such a distance, one could feel its heart-stopping might. Countless thick columns of fire shot up from that land, connecting heaven and earth. Their karma and baleful aura had almost solidified into substance, while still holding the most primal power of the fire element. Kong Xuan halted his flying light and gazed at that region. The resonance deep within his bloodline surged with incomparable intensity. It was the nirvana site of Honghuang, the ancestral home of the Phoenix race, a convergence of karmic sin, the core of the southern, undying volcano. At last he had arrived. Gazing toward the core region of the immortal volcano, the vast oppressive might and pillars of karmic fire rising to the heavens made even Kong Xuan's heart race with trepidation. It was one of the most infamous death zones of the primeval wilderness. Even ordinary golden immortals of the Grand Unity would not dare to venture deep within for fear of being tainted by the karmic fire, igniting their own tribulation flames, or even being reduced to ashes by the terrifying venomous flames at the earth's core. It was here that Mother underwent her nirvana. I wonder what has become of this place now. A torrent of complex emotions surged within Kong Xuan. He could sense a faint yet eternal life force flowing deep within the core, perhaps the remnant of Yuan Feng's nirvana, but it was accompanied by overwhelming karmic fire. At his current level of cultivation, charging recklessly into the core would be nothing short of suicide. Nor was that his objective. According to the fragments of information left by Yuan Feng, the hidden legacy lay in the border zone of the core region, a relatively secluded spot. In addition to settle his younger brother Daping, he needed to find a place rich in fire spirit energy, yet not so deep that it would trigger karmic backlash. Kong Xuan unfurled his divine sense and carefully scanned the outer regions of the immortal volcano. This region was equally vast, dotted with countless volcanoes, both great and small. The environment was harsh, yet many powerful fire-dwelling beings thrived here. They contended fiercely with one another, fighting for territory and resources. Kong Xuan concealed his form, avoided unnecessary conflicts, and carefully attuned himself to the bloodline guidance and terrain markers left by Yuan Feng. After months of searching, he finally located his target within a relatively remote chain of colossal volcanic mountains. It was an unremarkable subsidiary volcano, yet its terrain was strikingly steep and craggy. Within its belly was a hollow space that formed a vast natural cavern. Deep within the cavern, there was an exceptionally high-grade spirit well of earthly fire ceaselessly surging with pure fire spirit energy, yet constrained by a natural array formed by the mountain itself, so that very little leaked outward. What was even more important, Kong Xuan sensed the faint traces of an array left by Yuan Feng. Though warped and damaged by the passage of time, its foundations remained. This is the place. Joy surged in Kong Xuan's heart. With abundant spiritual energy, relative seclusion, and the protection of a remnant array, this was an ideal spot to settle his younger brother. He descended into the cavern within the mountain. The temperature inside was extreme. The stone walls had been scorched crystalline and jade-like, while a pool of magma in the center bubbled, ensuring the pure fire spirit energy nearly condensed into liquid form. With a sweep of his sleeve, Kong Xuan carefully repaired and reinforced the damaged array. Using his own 5 elements magic power as the foundation and integrating his understanding of formations, drawn partly from inherited knowledge and partly from the memories of the 5 elements ancestor, he reforged a more powerful concealment and defense array. The moment the array took shape, all aura within the cavern became completely introverted. From the outside, it now looked like nothing more than an ordinary barren mountain. Only then did he take out the Daping egg and carefully place it beside the magma pool where the spiritual energy of fire was most concentrated. The moment the egg appeared, it began to vibrate violently. The yin-yang runes on its shell flickered wildly, radiating an overwhelming sense of joy and longing. The very atmosphere of the immortal volcano region felt to it like returning to the womb, infinitely familiar and dear. Little brother, this is the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan, brimming with fire spirit energy. It will help you absorb that energy and accelerate your gestation. Cultivate well here. Your elder brother has laid out a great array, so you will be perfectly safe. Kong Xuan communicated through his divine will. The Daping egg transmitted a thought of understanding and gratitude, then eagerly began absorbing the dense fire spirit energy around it. The light on its shell grew visibly brighter by the moment. Having settled, his younger brother Kong Xuan let out a relieved breath. With one worry cast off, he could now venture forth to seek his fortunes with greater peace of mind. Yet he did not leave immediately. Instead, he decided to remain here, using the environment of the immortal volcano to further consolidate his cultivation and attempt an initial refinement of the primordial 5 elements spirit pearls. He carved out a separate meditation chamber within the cavern. Seated cross-legged, he summoned the 5 spirit pearls before him, each radiating a 5-colored light. Here the energy of the fire element was overwhelmingly dominant, suppressing the other elemental energies. But for Kong Xuan, who possessed the 5 element spirit pearls, this was an opportunity to use the fire spirit pearl as the primary guide, balancing all 5 elements and achieving even greater efficiency. He once again immersed himself in the refining process. As he delved deeper into the pearl's prohibitions, his understanding of the 5 elements' great Dao grew ever more profound. Unconsciously, the Dao rhyme of the 5 elements spontaneously manifested around him, producing a strange resonance with the boundless, majestic fire element laws of the entire immortal volcano region. In a trance, his divine sense seemed to merge with the earth itself, extending along the veins of terrestrial fire toward the core of the immortal volcano. He saw the scorching, surging magma at the planet's heart, the terrifying flames dyed dark red by karmic fire, and the suffocating, limitless ocean of karmic flames at the core. And deep within that ocean of karmic fire, a colossal, incomplete phantom of a phoenix, sealed by countless chains of order, seemed to sink and float, emanating a faint yet eternal vitality. That was the place where Yuan Feng was undergoing nirvana. Just as his divine sense drew slightly near the edge of that karmic fire ocean, sizzle, a wisp of faint dark red karmic flame, as if attracted by his divine sense, traveled along that spiritual connection, crossed space itself, and suddenly descended into his meditation chamber, lunging straight for his innate spirit. Not good. Kong Xuan's face changed dramatically, and he instantly severed that strand of divine sense. But the karmic fire had already touched him. This flame of karma was no ordinary fire. It did not burn the flesh, but specialized in incinerating karmic entanglement and the innate spirit itself. Although Kong Xuan bore no great karmic burden, the karmic fire of the Phoenix clan had not been directly inherited by him. As a living being, he still had subtle karma and causal entanglements clinging to him. In an instant, his innate spirit felt as though it had been cast into purgatory. Countless illusions arose, his faint karmic threads ignited, and unimaginable agony racked his very being. Damn it! Veins bulged on Kong Xuan's forehead as he poured all his power into the Phoenix Dance primordial art and the 5-color divine light, desperately trying to extinguish the wisp of karmic fire. But karmic fire was extremely stubborn, feeding on causality itself, making it nearly impossible to quench. Just as he was at a loss, the primordial 5 elements spirit pearls within his body suddenly began to revolve on their own. 5-colored radiance swirled, forming a miniature cycle of the 5 elements. In particular, the fire spirit pearl locked onto the wisp of karmic fire and produced a peculiar suction force. Sizzle! The wisp of karmic fire was slowly drawn into the fire spirit pearl. Within the pearl, the primal fire origin and the karmic fire ground against each other, producing faint crackling sounds. The power of the karmic fire was gradually transformed and absorbed. Instead of causing harm, it made the light of the fire spirit pearl even more condensed, as if the speed of its restoration had accelerated by a notch. Kong Xuan was stunned, then ecstatic. The primordial 5 elements spirit pearls can actually absorb karmic fire and temper themselves. Carefully controlling the spirit pearls, he found that the wisp of karmic fire was indeed swiftly and thoroughly absorbed. Not only harmless, but a tonic for the pearl. As for his innate spirit, though the ordeal had been agonizing, it seemed to have been refined and tempered, as well, becoming purer and more crystalline, with greatly enhanced resistance to illusions and inner demons. Misfortune hides fortune within, fortune hides misfortune within. Kong Xuan laughed heartily. Though dangerous, this accident had revealed a shortcut to rapidly repairing the 5 element spirit pearls and also tempered his innate spirit. Of course, he would never again be reckless enough to probe the karmic fire sea at the core with his divine sense. That was mere suicide. But with this discovery, perhaps in the future, he could find a safe way to draw and trace amounts of karmic fire to accelerate the nurturing of the spirit pearls. After all this turmoil, Kong Xuan had thoroughly stabilized his cultivation base. He stepped out of the meditation chamber and glanced at the Dapeng egg, which was still absorbing spiritual energy, its aura steady and powerful. It is time to head out, find the legacy left by Mother, and pursue other opportunities. With a single step, he left the temporary cave dwelling, his figure vanishing into the Crimson Mountains. The true trial of the primeval wilderness had only just begun. Ahead lay both fortune and unknown challenges. Having settled his younger brother Dapeng, Kong Xuan did not rush into the core region of the Busi volcano. The legacy left by Yuan Feng was certainly important, but going in with insufficient strength would be no different from seeking death. What mattered most now was to gain a firm foothold in this former land of the Phoenix clan, familiarize himself with the environment, and temper his divine abilities through real combat, laying a solid foundation for his future journey across the primordial wilderness. The outer reaches of the Busi volcano were vast and boundless. Though heavy with karmic sin and harsh, they nonetheless teemed with countless powerful living beings, especially fire-type and avian demons. They struggled to survive here, contending for the limited spiritual lands and resources. The law of the weak devouring the strong was nowhere more vividly displayed. Kong Xuan suppressed most of his aura, keeping his cultivation at an ordinary Tai golden immortal level, and began weaving deliberately through the volcanoes. Soon he met his first challenge. A flock of crimson flame vultures dwelling in the volcanic lava discovered him. These vultures were enormous, with razor-sharp beaks and talons, their bodies wreathed in venomous fire, and their natures cruel and savage. The Vulture King leading them had even reached the mid-stage Tai golden immortal level. They took Kong Xuan for prey that had invaded their territory, and shrieked as they dove in for the kill, sending sheets of venomous fire sweeping toward him. Noisy. Kong Xuan frowned slightly, and a crimson divine light behind him gave a faint brush. Whoosh. The dozen or so crimson flame vultures in the lead suddenly felt their bodies grow light. The innate poison fire they were famous for instantly slipped out of their control and vanished without a trace. Even the hardest feathers on their bodies were stripped away along with it. Bereft of fire and a portion of their feathers, the vultures were thrown into panic, and their formation collapsed. Kong Xuan could not be bothered to look at them again. His figure turned into a streak of light, and swept directly past the Vulture King. With a light flick of his fingertip, Nanming Lihua flashed out, a thread of pure white fire. Before the Vulture King, a mid-stage Tai golden immortal, could even let out a scream, he was instantly purified into nothingness by the supremely strong, undiluted yang fire of Nanming Lihua. Not even ashes remained. The surviving vultures were frightened out of their wits and scattered in all directions with shrill cries. Kong Xuan reviewed the exchange. The five-colored divine light is remarkably effective against this kind of rabble. Nanming Lihua is an outright crushing force against fire-type demons. The consumption is negligible. Having won his first battle, he continued forward. Over the next few decades, Kong Xuan fought dozens of battles, large and small. There was a two-headed fire python dwelling in a sulfurous poison marsh. The venomous mist it spat could corrode immortal bodies and primordial spirits. Kong Xuan parted the poison mist with the water-phase divine light, and cut the python into several pieces with Gengjin's sword Qi. There was a strange beast claiming to be a descendant of the earth fire Qilin, thick-skinned and enormously strong, able to command earth fire and lava. Kong Xuan easily blocked its attacks with the Wutu Earth Divine Shield, then shattered its skull with a single fist condensed from the power of the five elements. There were also flocks of fire crow spirits skilled in coordinated formation combat. Their feathers flew like arrows and torrents of fire rained down. Yet Kong Xuan moved through them easily with the nine heavens astral wind escape, sweeping the five-colored divine light again and again, stripping away the innate fire feathers from most of the crows, and the formation collapsed on its own. Kong Xuan did not simply kill. Toward creatures that were merely wary and defensive, did not provoke him, and carried no deep karmic sin, he usually just released his aura and frightened them away. Only toward those fierce beings that attacked him unprovoked, bore heavy karmic sin, and clearly cultivated by devouring other living beings, did he act with ruthless efficiency, killing them outright and looting their lairs. In this way he obtained quite a few fine fire-type spiritual materials and acquired spiritual treasures. Through battle after battle, his command of his divine abilities and magical arts grew increasingly refined. The myriad wonders of the five-colored divine light, sweeping away treasures, dispelling spells, and temporary suppression. The precise control of Nanming Lihua, the uncanny agility of the nine heavens astral wind escape, and the coordination of various lesser five elements divine powers gradually fused into a seamless whole. His fighting style also began to take shape. He would typically seize the initiative with the five-colored divine light, disrupting or even stripping away the enemy's strongest means, then finish the fight with overwhelming thunderous force. Nanming Lihua, the five elements fist seal Gengjin's sword Qi, extremely fast and rarely prolonged. This fully embodied his proud, efficient nature and his pursuit of the one-strike kill. Yet as he continued to explore, Kong Xuan's heart gradually grew heavy. He encountered many avian demons, fire crows, crimson sparrows, poison vultures, flame eagles, and so on. Some even bore a faint trace of Phoenix clan blood, but he had yet to see a single true, pure-blooded direct descendant of the divine Phoenix. It was as if the former sovereigns of the feathered race had vanished utterly from this ancestral land. Could the karmic backlash of the Longhan cataclysm truly have been so fierce? Or did they sense an even greater danger and conceal themselves in advance? Standing atop a lofty mountain and gazing toward the core of the Busi volcano, Kong Xuan grew full of doubt. That day he arrived at a relatively tranquil region. Here the volcanoes seemed to have fallen silent, and unusually some heat-tolerant vermilion plants grew across the earth. Yet Kong Xuan's divine sense keenly detected that beneath the calm of this region lay an extremely obscure, yet powerful formation fluctuation. Following the source of the fluctuation, he advanced cautiously. At last, in the center of a basin surrounded by enormous ring mountains, he saw the ruins of a palace complex, broken and weather-worn, yet still radiating the splendor of its former glory. Above the tallest half-collapsed palace in the center of the ruins, a translucent light barrier covering the entire basin flickered faintly in and out of view, exuding a weak aura of the Phoenix clan and a powerful force of guardianship. The ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. Kong Xuan's spirits lifted, and he immediately moved forward. But when he tried to approach the light barrier, a gentle yet irresistible force pushed him back. Ripples spread across the light barrier, showing that it was still functioning. Kong Xuan attempted to commune with it using the pure Phoenix clan bloodline aura within him. The barrier trembled slightly as if responding, but still showed no sign of opening. He circled the barrier and examined it closely, discovering that although the guardian formation was damaged, its core remained intact, still tenaciously protecting the interior of the ancestral land. But from the outside there was nothing within but ruins, empty and eerily silent. No phoenixes, no vitality. Even the legendary parasol tree, the supreme innate spiritual root that symbolized the Phoenix clan's fortune, was nowhere to be seen. So, none of them remained. Kong Xuan let out a soft sigh. It seemed that after the Dragon Phoenix cataclysm, the surviving core members of the Phoenix clan had either fallen weighed down by karmic sin or had used the last of their power to hide away in some unknown secret realm, sealing even the ancestral land for the time being. Very well. The search for my kin must be set aside for now. I will resume it when my strength is sufficient or when fate allows. He faced the ancestral land and bowed solemnly, a gesture of remembrance and also of farewell. Having explored this far, the outer reaches of the Busi volcano held few secrets left for him. The tempering of battle had also been sufficient. It was time to leave this place and seek his own fortune in the boundless primordial world. Where should he go next? Kong Xuan's gaze turned northward, toward Buzhou Mountain, the center of the primordial world. Though he had decided to leave the Busi volcano, Kong Xuan did not set out immediately. The frequent battles of recent days had not wounded him, yet they had depleted his mana and spirit. Moreover, the many combat insights he had gained urgently needed to be digested and consolidated before they could be turned into tangible battle power. He returned to the cave dwelling where he had settled the rock. Seeing that his younger brother's breathing was steady and that he was absorbing fire spirit chi at an even faster pace, Kong Xuan felt at ease. He opened another chamber for himself nearby, laid down restrictive wards, and began a closed-door retreat to digest the gains of his journey. Inside the quiet chamber, Kong Xuan sat cross-legged with his eyes shut, while five-colored mist swirled around his body. Scenes of battle after battle flashed rapidly through his mind. The fluid ease with which the five-colored divine light swept away the crimson flame vulture's natal fire feathers. The exquisite control with which the water-phase divine light dissolved the twin-headed fire python's venomous mist. The piercing sharpness with which the gung metal sword chi shattered the earth fire chilan's defenses. The nimble grace with which the nine heavens astral wind escape evaded the fire crow formation. Every application of a divine ability, every subtle shift of law force was worthy of being savored again and again. Though the five-colored divine light is mighty, it is still primarily focused on sweeping. Its powers of suppression and refinement remain weak, and its covering range is limited. Against massed attacks or colossal targets, it proves somewhat insufficient. The Nanmingli fire is supremely firm and blazing with yang energy, a nemesis to evil and a destroyer of demons. Yet against foes who fear no flame or who command water attribute divine powers, its might will be diminished, and it must be paired with other means. The nine heavens astral wind escape is extremely fast, but it relies mostly on straight-line sprints. Its agility and short-range maneuvering still leaves room for improvement. The five elements law operates through mutual generation and conquest, yet my application of it remains at a superficial level. If I could infuse even a wisp of law force into an ordinary attack, its power would surge enormously. Regrettably, my current realm is insufficient to truly stir the power of the great Dao. I can only rely on my divine abilities, instinct, and the aura of my primal origin. He meticulously dissected the strengths and shortcomings of his own divine powers. Subsequently, he began making deliberate adjustments and deepening his cultivation. He was no longer content with merely using the five-colored divine light to sweep things away. Instead, he attempted to infuse a faint tremor of five elements reversal force into the moment of sweeping, so that anything drawn into the space within the divine light would be subjected to unremitting refining pressure. The effect was minuscule, but it was a correct direction. He practiced condensing the Nanmingli fire into needles, threads, and nets, improving the precision and versatility of his control while reducing unnecessary wastage. He no longer pursued absolute speed in his escape art alone. Instead, he began training in abrupt turns at maximum velocity, hovering still in midair and concealing himself by borrowing the features of the environment. At the same time, he continually savored the profound insights into the mutual generation and conquest of the five elements drawn from the fragmented memories of the five elements' ancestor. Though the overwhelming majority were beyond his direct comprehension and application, a few of the most foundational concepts made his command of his own five elements' power even more exquisite and effortless. Seclusion passed without a sense of time. When Kong Xuan opened his eyes once more, his aura had grown even more restrained, while the divine light in his gaze was all the more profound. Though his cultivation realm had not broken through, his practical combat ability had unquestionably climbed another step. His mastery over his own power had reached a new height. It is time to set out. He walked out of the quiet chamber and arrived before the rock egg. Little brother, your elder brother must journey far to seek an opportunity for breakthrough. Gestate well here. This great formation will suffice to protect you. When I return, I hope to see that you have already broken out of your shell. Kong Xuan conveyed the message through divine sense. The rock egg vibrated faintly, emitting an emotion of reluctance, but even more so of encouragement, with wind thunder aura swirling around it, as if saying, "Big brother, go forth without worry. I will catch up to you soon." Kong Xuan smiled faintly. After leaving behind several more layers of protective restrictions, he turned resolutely and departed the cave dwelling. Bursting out of the volcano's crater, he once again felt the parched heat and suffocating weight that belonged uniquely to the Busi volcano region. Kong Xuan selected a direction transformed into a nearly invisible five-colored streak of light and sped northward with the nine heavens' astral wind escape. His first destination was Buzhou Mountain. It was the spine of Pangu made manifest, the center of the primeval world within which dwelt boundless pressure and boundless fortune. Legend held that it was the place where spirit treasures were most abundant, mighty figures were most numerous, and dangers were most rampant. Whether one sought opportunities or wished to behold the powerhouses of the primeval world, Buzhou Mountain was the natural first choice. As he flew, the boundless, desolate grandeur of the primeval earth unfolded before him once more. Towering peaks, vast swamps, and mighty rivers flashed past beneath his feet. At one moment, he sensed formidable auras lying in wait. At another, he witnessed skirmishes between different races. Kong Xuan kept firmly to the principle of keeping a low profile, suppressing his aura as much as possible and steering clear of conspicuous conflicts and the sources of mighty energy. On this day, as he flew over a colossal marsh, a piercing shriek suddenly rose from below. A foul-reeking demonic wind carrying billows of dark green venom shot upward like a giant pillar and twisted straight toward him. An ambush. Kong Xuan's body folded through the air with uncanny grace, easily dodging the venomous pillar. His gaze turned icy as he looked down. There in the swamp, a monstrous creature of immense bulk, its entire body covered in suppurating pustules crowned with 9 ferocious serpent heads, was staring at him greedily with 18 eyes. Its aura had actually reached the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, and half a foot had already stepped into the threshold of the Deluo level. Deep karmic sin shrouded every inch of its body. It had plainly devoured countless living beings. A 9-headed fiend, or some descendant of a demon god. Kong Xuan snorted coldly. Creatures such as this lurking in foul places and striking from the shadows were precisely what he despised most. Seeing that its ambush had failed, the 9-headed serpent let out a simultaneous shriek from all 9 heads, spewing venomous water, venomous mist, and venomous fire of different colors that interwove into an enormous web of poison, blotting out heaven and earth as it sought to ensnare and kill Kong Xuan. A cheap trick. Behind Kong Xuan, the 5-colored divine light burst open. Though it was still a phantom projection, it was visibly far more solid than before. This time he did not sweep with a single color. Instead, he fanned the 5-colored divine light outward with tremendous force, like a peacock spreading its tail. Whoosh! Like a colossal broom, the 5-colored divine light swept ferociously across the sky, covering venomous web. A bizarre scene unfolded. The venomous onslaught, imbued with different lethal poison attributes, was forcibly decomposed and stripped apart by the surging 5 elements forced the instant it touched the divine light. Reduced to the most primal 5 elements, venom chi, then absorbed separately into the corresponding rays of the 5-colored divine light. More than half of the venomous web dispersed in that single moment. All 18 eyes of the 9-headed serpent flashed with simultaneous horror and disbelief. The natal divine ability it relied on for its fearsome reputation, broken so effortlessly. In the very instant of its stupefaction, Kong Xuan had already condensed a wisp of exquisitely refined, immaculately white, Nanmingli fire at his fingertip. Creature of filth, be purified. Whiz. The line of white fire flickered and vanished, piercing with deadly precision into the brow of the central head of the 9-headed serpent. Arg! A scream of unutterable agony tore across the swamp. The Nanmingli fire, supremely firm, blazing with pure yang, was the natural bane of such sinister and venomous demons. The flame spread across the monster's entire body in an instant. No matter how it thrashed and ride that could not extinguish them. Instead, the swamp itself caught fire and turned into an ocean of white flame. Within a few breaths, the nine-headed serpent at the peak of the Tai golden immortal realm had been burned into nothingness. Even its primordial spirit failed to escape. Kong Xuan raised his hand and beckoned. The five-colored divine light swept back several trophies of bead containing the pure power of aqueous venom and several enormous, exceedingly tough serpent scales. Better than nothing. The five elements divine light seems exceptionally effective against attacks of mixed attributes. Kong Xuan studied the returned divine light thoughtfully. To decompose five elements matter with five elements power. It seems I have touched upon the barest surface of law application. He felt that the road ahead had become clearer. He lingered no longer, transforming into a streak of light. He continued northward. Buzhou Mountain was drawing closer and closer. The closer Kong Xuan drew to the Buzhou Mountain region, the greater the pressure that bore down upon him. A sense of reverence welled up from the very depths of his soul. It was as if some infinitely vast and infinitely exalted being slumbered in the unseen currents of fate, its unconscious release of divine pressure enough to make all living things bow their heads. Upon the land, increasingly strange and wondrous sights began to appear. There were jade-pure mountain peaks, colossal boulders floating in midair, and spirit springs surging from the depths of the earth, exhaling a dense breath of primordial aura. The spiritual energy here was far more refined and violent than that of the Busi volcano region, steeped in an ancient Dao rhythm from the very parting of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, powerful creatures grew ever more numerous. From afar, Kong Xuan even saw a true golden dragon sweep across the sky, its scales and claws sharp to the eye, its majesty awe-striking. And its cultivation was unmistakably at the Daoyuo golden immortal level. He also saw tribes of the Wu clan built against the mountains, their blood chi surging skyward as they hunted mighty fierce beasts. He concealed his traces even more carefully, avoiding conflict with such existences. On that day, he finally reached the periphery of Buzhou Mountain. When he truly laid his eyes upon it, his entire being was shaken to the core. It was not a mountain. It was a colossal pillar supporting heaven and earth. The mass of the mountain was so vast that its end could not be seen, its girth beyond all boundaries. It pierced upward into the endless firmament, its summit invisible, with only clouds and mist coiling above its waist. The mountain's surface bore a mystical dark blue-black hue covered in ancient immense striations, as though transformed from the muscle fibers of the great god Pangu himself. Vast, weighty, desolate, majestic. Beside this backbone of heaven and earth, every word rang hollow. Simply standing at its foot, that overwhelming pressure was almost enough to make one stop breathing. Flight became extraordinarily difficult. Space itself seemed frozen. Each rise in elevation multiplied the pressure exponentially. An ordinary golden immortal would likely not even manage to leave the ground by 1,000 zhang. The great god Pangu. Even though his body has fallen, his will and pressure endure for eternity, protecting this heaven and earth. Kong Xuan's heart brimmed with reverence. This was reverence for the primordial opener. He landed on the ground and resolved to climb on foot. He did so both to honor the great god Pangu and to experience this pressure himself, to temper his Dao heart and his will. Setting foot upon the land of Buzhou Mountain, every step felt immensely oppressive. The pressure was all-pervasive, bearing down on his mortal frame, his Dharma power, even his true spirit, as if seeking to grind him to pieces. But Kong Xuan gritted his teeth and persisted. He cycled the phoenix dance, primordial chaos art, sending his five elements Dharma power accelerating through his body to push back against the pressure. Under this extreme pressure, his innate five elements body instead had its latent potential stimulated, slowly absorbing the mountain's pure innate spiritual chi and becoming ever more condensed and solid. He discovered that cultivating in such an environment yielded astonishingly good results. Though difficult, every step forward brought great benefits to his control of Dharma power, the tempering of his body, and the forging of his will. No wonder legends say many mighty figures like to establish their Dao retreats at Buzhou Mountain. This is indeed a blessed place for cultivation, Kong Xuan mused. Resisting the pressure, he climbed cautiously higher while his divine sense carefully probed his surroundings. Buzhou Mountain was far too vast. Countless grotto heavens, blessed lands, primordial formations, and legacies left by those before lay hidden upon it. And of course, endless dangers as well. After several days of climbing, he had risen a mere tens of thousands of zhang. Insignificant relative to Buzhou Mountain as a whole, and Kong Xuan was already beginning to feel the strain. The pressure here was enough to make even a late-stage Tai golden immortal cultivator barely able to move. He found a relatively gentle hollow and prepared to rest for a while. Just then his divine sense stirred slightly, detecting a faint spatial fluctuation and an anomaly in spiritual energy not far ahead and to the side. He suppressed his aura and moved closer with caution. Passing through a dense grove of ancient trees that emitted a gleaming treasure-like radiance, the sight before him made him pause. In front of an unremarkable cliff wall remained the wreckage of a concealment formation. The formation had clearly been violently broken not long ago. Traces of spell bombardment were still plain to see. And beneath the cliff was an opening just large enough for one person, within which a dim treasure light flickered and a faint refreshing fragrance drifted out. Has someone gotten ahead of me? Kong Xuan raised an eyebrow. Judging by the traces, the one who had broken the formation was not particularly skilled, rather crude even, so their cultivation was likely not high. After a moment's deliberation, he decided to go in and take a look. If the treasure was unowned, it would naturally go to the one fated to find it. If it had an owner, he would simply withdraw. He stepped into the entrance. The cave was narrow at first, then suddenly widened into a sizable natural stone chamber. Inside, the scene was rather chaotic. On one side was a white-robed female immortal with a panicked expression and blood at the corner of her mouth, her cultivation at the early Tai golden immortal stage. She held a gleaming azure sword before her in defense. On the stone platform behind her grew a lingji suffused with a violet glow. Plainly not an ordinary object, at least a high-grade acquired spiritual root. On the other side were 3 demonic cultivators reeking of sinister aura. Their leader, a demonic cultivator with a leopard's head and a human body, was at the mid-Tai golden immortal stage. The other 2 wolf demons were at the early stage. They were closing in around the white-robed female immortal from all sides, sneers on their faces. Foolish little female cultivator. Know your place and get lost now. This purple glow lingji is exactly what our king needs for his birthday celebration. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame us for being ruthless. We'll kill you and use your primordial spirit as lamp oil. The leopard-headed demonic cultivator threatened savagely. Though the white-robed female cultivator's face was full of fear, she gritted her teeth and held her ground. This item was discovered by me, and I guarded it to maturity. Not only would you take it by force, you destroyed my formation. You've crossed the line. You seek death. The leopard-headed demonic cultivator lost his patience. He flicked his wrist, and a pitch-black wolf-tooth mace smashed toward the female immortal amid a reeking wind. The 2 wolf demons also struck out together, their claws tearing toward the female immortal's vital points. She spread her sword light, transforming it into azure lotus blossoms that encircled her, but she was clearly no match for 3 demonic cultivators of the same rank. Her sword light faltered and danger loomed on every side. Kong Xuan's sudden intrusion startled both parties, and their movements involuntarily halted. Their gazes instantly converged upon him. Kong Xuan's aura was entirely restrained, and they could not discern his depth. Wariness flashed in the leopard-headed demonic cultivator's eyes as he demanded harshly, "Who are you?" Heavenly Mountain is handling matters here. Bystanders, get the hell out. He tried to frighten Kong Xuan off with the name. The white-robed female immortal, a sudden gleam of hope in her eyes, cried out urgently, "Fellow Taoists, save me. These demonic cultivators are robbing spiritual treasures and still intend murder." Kong Xuan's gaze swept over the purple glow lingji, then took in both parties. The 3 demonic cultivators were enshrouded in karmics and thick with baleful aura, clearly not virtuous beings. Around the female immortal, by contrast, lingered clear, pure energy. Her karmic burden was light. He had not wanted to meddle in others' business, but since he had encountered this, and they had spoken so insolently. Heavenly Mountain. Never heard of it. Kong Xuan said in a mild tone, his voice calm, yet carrying an authority that brooked no defiance. Now get out. The leopard-headed demonic cultivator was startled, then flew into a rage. How dare you? You dare to interfere in Heavenly Mountain's affairs. Altogether kill this meddling brat. The 3 demonic cultivators instantly shifted target and lunged at Kong Xuan. Demonic winds surged as claws and mace shadows enshrouded him. Kong Xuan could not be bothered to even use the 5-colored divine light. Behind him, the crimson divine light merely flickered once. Swoosh. The 3 demonic cultivators only felt their hands become light. The leopard-headed demon's wolf-tooth mace and the 2 wolf demons' claw treasures had slipped from their grips and vanished in an instant. What? Shocked and lost, the 3 demons had no idea what had happened. Kong Xuan touched 2 fingers together like a sword and waved casually. A supremely condensed gunmetal sword chi flashed by and was gone. Puff, puff, puff. 3 ferocious heads shot into the sky, their faces still frozen in disbelief and terror. The wounds were smooth as mirrors, and residual sword chi instantly shredded their primordial spirits. 3 Tai golden immortal demonic cultivators, dead in an instant. The white-robed female immortal watched, gaping, her pretty face flooded with shock. The formidable enemies she had fought so hard against barely able to hold her ground. This man had wiped them out with such casual ease. Kong Xuan raised a hand, and the 5-colored divine light swept back the leopard-headed demon's wolf-tooth mace. A fine high-grade acquired spiritual treasure, together with 3 storage pouches. He put them all away without even a glance. As for the 2 pairs of wolf claw blades, their materials were mediocre and beneath his notice. It was then that he finally turned his gaze to the purple glow lingji and the white-robed female, immortal, who was still trembling from shock. For a moment the stone chamber fell silent, leaving only the slightly rapid breathing of the white-clad female cultivator. She looked at the mysterious Taoist who had appeared so abruptly and cut down the three demons with thunderous ferocity, her heart brimming with awe and gratitude. His aura was unfathomably deep and his methods were beyond anything she had ever heard of. A single flash of five-colored light had been enough to directly take away the enemy's magic treasure. Truly an appalling feat. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. The female cultivator hastily sheathed her sword, bowed respectfully, and her voice still trembled. She took Kong Xuan to be a lofty senior master who roamed the mundane world for pleasure. Kong Xuan gave a faint nod, but his gaze settled on that Ganoderma glowing with purple light. The Ganoderma was about the size of a wash basin, translucent throughout like purple crystal, radiating dense vitality and an aura of primal origin. It had been nurtured for at least several 100,000 years, so its medicinal power was astonishing. For you, fortune or disaster is hard to foresee. Kong Xuan said calmly. To bear a treasure is to invite guilt. Without sufficient strength, possessing such a spirit plant is merely to seek calamity. Hearing this, the female cultivator's face flickered with inner struggle and reluctance. She had guarded this place for a very long time, and now, just as it was about to ripen, it was being seized. She gritted her teeth, seeming to make up her mind, and bowed again. This junior is Qingji, a cultivator from distant Qinglan Mountain. Thank you for rescuing me, Senior. Otherwise I would hardly have survived, let alone kept the spiritual treasure. Please accept this purple halo Ganoderma as a token of gratitude for your life-saving grace. With that, she proved herself clever, knowing this would gain her a favorable karmic bond, and thoroughly settle the matter of cause and effect. Kong Xuan glanced at her. This woman was indeed sensible and tactful. He deliberated briefly, and said, this item is of little use to me now. He stretched out his hand and pointed through the air. The purple halo Ganoderma trembled slightly and split apart from its most essential central part. About 1/3 of it flew toward Kong Xuan, while nearly 2/3 remained where they were. I'll keep this portion, and that is enough. Take the remainder yourself, and leave as soon as possible. If more people come from Heavenly Mountain, you will not be able to match them. Kong Xuan put away the small portion of Ganoderma. It was enough for future alchemy or trading for what he needed, and it would not leave the female cultivator empty-handed. Qingji was stunned, and then joy and gratitude appeared on her face. Thank you, Senior, for your generous gift. I am beyond grateful. She had not imagined that he would not only decline to take all of it, but would even leave her the greater part. She dared not be slow. She quickly produced a jade trowel and jade box, and carefully collected the remaining purple halo Ganoderma together with its roots and soil. Senior, I will take my leave now. If you ever have need of me in the future, you may come to Qinglan Mountain to find me. Qingji bowed once more, then swiftly left the cavern dwelling, turning into a cyan rainbow and fading into the distance. Kong Xuan swept his divine sense over the area and confirmed that nothing in the three demon cultivators' storage pouches was particularly noteworthy. Some spirit materials and pills were merely ordinary to him. He examined the wolf-tooth mace. The material was acceptable, but the refining technique was crude, so he casually tossed it into his storage space. Perhaps he could reforge it later or exchange it for something useful. He inspected the stone chamber briefly. Other than that Ganoderma, there was nothing special about it. It was obviously not the cave dwelling of some great power, but merely a natural cavern where a spirit plant had grown by chance. Leaving the stone chamber, Kong Xuan continued his ascent. The higher he climbed, the greater the oppressive pressure became, yet he encountered fewer and fewer cultivators. Every one of them, however, bore an extraordinary aura, at least the most outstanding Tai golden immortals. Occasionally he could even sense the divine sense of a Deluo golden immortal sweeping past. All of them maintained an unspoken agreement, each sought his own fortune without disturbing others. After another several months of climbing, Kong Xuan arrived at a huge platform. On one side of the platform was a steep cliff, on the other a bottomless precipice wreathed in clouds and mist. Several dozen cultivators had gathered on the platform, ranging from golden immortal to Tai golden immortal. None of them continued climbing, instead they crowded together as if waiting for something, whispering among themselves in an atmosphere both tense and expectant. Kong Xuan quietly moved closer, concealing his form and aura, and listened. Is the information reliable? Will the entrance to the secret realm really appear here? It should be. This news circulated from within the Wu clan. They say recent unusual changes have occurred in Mount Buzhou, and an ancient secret realm is about to appear. It is said to hold mysteries left behind by the great god Pangu. Left by Pangu. Hiss. If it's true, that is a tremendous opportunity. If you still need to live to seize an opportunity. Haven't you noticed those people over there? Someone gestured with his lips toward a corner of the platform. Kong Xuan followed the gesture and saw 5 or 6 towering men in the corner. Their frames were exceptionally large, their muscles were knotted, and their blood chi blazed as fiercely as a furnace. They wore only leather skirts, and their bodies were covered with mysterious totem markings, giving off a wild primeval aura. A wide area around them remained empty, as no other cultivator dared approach. The Wu clan. Kong Xuan's eyes sharpened. This was his first time seeing the Wu clan at such close range. These Wu giants possessed cultivation levels roughly equivalent to the middle or late stages of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, yet the pure and formidable power of their physical bodies was enough to stir a hint of unease in his heart. Truly, they lived up to their name. The Wu clan has come too. It seems the news is most likely true. It's just that this secret realm may not be so easy to enter. I heard that the realm has a natural restriction formed by Pangu's divine might. It greatly suppresses primordial spirit power, but conversely benefits those with mighty physical bodies. No wonder the Wu clan is interested. That's not all. They say the space at the entrance is extremely unstable and chaos currents leak out from it, a place of many dangers. Listening to their discussion, Kong Xuan felt his heart stir. A secret realm left by the great god Pangu, favorable to the physical body. This stirred his interest. His primal five elements body was powerful, but it was strongest in Dharma power, divine abilities, and affinity with the laws of heaven, not in pure physical might. If he could gain something from this secret realm, temper his body, and make up for that weakness, it would naturally be a good thing. Moreover, since the Wu clan was here, he might also take the chance to ask about the Honghuang measuring ruler. The Wu clan rules over the earth, and might know something about the legacy left from the opening of heaven. He decided to stay for the time being, and see what would happen. Just at that moment, those Wu clan giants seemed to receive some kind of message. The leader, a huge man with a lightning pattern on his forehead, suddenly raised his head toward the smooth mirror-like cliff face not far away, and boomed, "The time is nearly upon us. Prepare yourselves. The entrance is about to appear, and the spatial fluctuations will be extremely violent. Everyone be careful." Instantly, all the cultivators on the platform tensed up, summoning their magic treasures, and staring intently at the cliff. Kong Xuan also stared fixedly, remaining secretly vigilant. Sure enough, before long the smooth cliff began to twist slightly like a reflection in rippling water. An ancient vast fluctuation laced with faint strands of chaos aura emanated from deep within the cliff. The surrounding pressure of Pangu also seemed to grow more active and heavier. The distortion of the cliff reached its limit. At the center, a point of chaos-colored light suddenly flared, then began to rotate, slowly growing larger and larger until it gradually formed an extremely unstable chaos vortex barely wide enough for one person to pass through. A suction force surged out from within. "The entrance has opened. Charge!" Someone shouted, and immediately several impatient cultivators turned into streaks of light and rushed toward the chaos vortex. However, the first few cultivators who reached the vortex had only just touched the thin streams of leaking chaos current when their protective magic treasures instantly dimmed, wailed, and shattered. Both their bodies and their primordial spirits were ground into nothingness by the current. Hiss! The people behind were so frightened that they halted at once, their faces deathly pale. Ignorant fools. Do you think Pangu's secret realm is so easy to enter? The leading Wu clan giant sneered contemptuously, then said to his companions, "Follow me. Shield yourselves with blood chi and charge through." With that, his blood chi exploded outward, forming a dark crimson protective aura, and he dashed into the chaos vortex first. The other Wu clan members followed closely. The chaos current lashed against their blood chi barriers with a sizzling sound. Though the barriers were continuously consumed, they held firm. The Wu clan members vanished smoothly into the vortex. Seeing this, the other cultivators imitated them one after another, resorting to all kinds of methods. Some joined forces to arrange formations, and some summoned defensive spiritual treasures, desperately charging toward the entrance. A light flashed in Kong Xuan's eyes. Chaos current. I wonder if my five-colored divine light can sweep it open. He moved, turning into a five-colored streak of light. Though he started later, he arrived first. In an instant, he passed the crowd and shot straight toward the chaos vortex. At the moment before contact, the five-colored divine light behind him swept out fiercely. Kong Xuan's bold move instantly drew the attention of every cultivator on the platform. Who was that man? How dare he charge straight over? Is he looking for deaths? Even a postnatal spiritual treasure was shredded with ease by the chaotic airflow. What divine ability is that five-colored light behind him? Under the crowd's astonished and uncertain gaze, the phantom of the five-colored divine light behind Kong Xuan had already swept against the most violent strands of chaotic airflow spilling from the edge of the chaos vortex. Sizzle! A strange grating sound echoed out. The chaotic airflow, which could dissolve all things and assimilate everything, was forcibly held still for an instant by the surging five-element power the moment it touched the five-colored divine light. Though the five-colored divine light also trembled violently, flickering unsteadily as it bore enormous pressure, it had indeed taken effect. The chaotic airflow was briefly swept off course, revealing a tiny gap. Now, Kong Xuan pushed the Nine Heavens Gang wind escape to its limit, his form ghostlike as he shot through the fleeting gap and vanished, charging straight into the chaos vortex. The whole process happened in the space of a spark striking flint. By the time the crowd reacted, Kong Xuan's figure had already disappeared, and the chaotic airflow he had swept apart closed again, grinding several cultivators who tried to follow into ash. The platform fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned by the mysterious Taoist's methods. That five-colored light. Could it actually briefly hold back the chaotic airflow? What kind of divine ability is this? Never heard of it. Who exactly is this person? He seems to have attained the Tao as a bird clan, but when did the bird clan produce such a formidable figure? Kong Xuan had no idea that his unintentional deed had already caused a stir among the loose cultivators outside Buzhou Mountain, and the mysterious five-colored divine light began to quietly spread by word of mouth. At this moment he was experiencing a strange sensation of shifting through time and space. It felt as though he were passing through a viscous chaotic pressure-filled tunnel surrounded by howling chaotic airflow. Were it not for the five-colored divine light constantly guarding his body and sweeping away the converging currents, even his innate five-element physique would have felt tremendous strain. Finally light appeared ahead. A powerful repulsive force surged out and spat him from the tunnel. Stepping onto solid ground, Kong Xuan quickly steadied himself and warily surveyed his surroundings. He stood in a strange space. The sky was a dim gray without sun, moon, or stars. The earth was desolate and ancient, saturated with dense chaotic aura and a panga pressure far stronger than that of the outside world. The space here seemed extremely unstable. In the distance one could sometimes see earth, fire, wind, and water raging, forming perilous forbidden zones. The spiritual energy was also abnormally violent and hard to absorb directly. Such formidable pressure. Kong Xuan felt his mana circulation grow sluggish, and his primordial spirit's divine sense was suppressed to an extremely small range. His physical body, however, perceived things more clearly. The omnipresent pressure seemed to temper every inch of his flesh and bones like a giant hammer. Just as the outside rumors said, this place greatly suppresses the primordial spirit, yet has a wondrous effect on tempering the physical body. Kong Xuan nodded inwardly. He tried circulating the Phoenix Dance primordial chaos art, and found that although refining the chaotic spiritual energy here was difficult, once refined the mana gained was purer and carried a faint trace of chaos characteristics. No small benefit. He chose a direction and began to explore. With his divine sense suppressed, he could rely only on his eyesight and instincts. Before he had gone far, the sounds of fierce fighting and roaring came from ahead. Kong Xuan quietly approached and saw amid a stretch of rocky forest the several Wu clansmen who had entered earlier locked in a bitter battle. Their opponents were not cultivators, but more than a dozen bizarre creatures condensed from chaotic aura and residual baleful energy. These creatures had no fixed form, sometimes like giant beasts, sometimes like whirlwinds. Physical attacks had little effect, yet they could devour blood energy and mana, making them extremely troublesome. The Wu clansmen roared in fury, their blood energy blazing. Their fists and feet could split mountains and crack stones, scattering one chaos fiend spirit after another, but the fiends quickly recondensed, as if endless. Several Wu clansmen were already wounded, their blood energy greatly depleted. Troublesome things. The Wu leader with lightning-shaped markings on his forehead punched apart a fiend lunging at him, but a new one soon recondensed, and he roared in irritation. Kong Xuan observed for a while and realized these chaos fiend spirits were essentially chaotic energy bodies. Physical attacks were half as effective with twice the effort, while divine abilities containing order and purification power worked far better. Perhaps Southern Bright Lihua Fire will work. He revealed himself. The Wu clansmen immediately noticed him and grew wary. The leader barked, "Who goes there?" Kong Xuan did not answer. Facing a chaos fiend spirit pouncing at him, he flicked his fingertip. Swoosh! A wisp of pure white Southern Bright Lihua Fire shot out and instantly pierced into the fiend's body. Aolo! The fiend let out a piercing shriek, its body twisting violently, as if it had met its natural predator. White flames blazed up from within it, spreading rapidly. No matter how it thrashed, it could not extinguish them. In a few moments it was purified into nothingness, utterly annihilated, unable even to recondense. It works. Kong Xuan was inwardly delighted. The other chaos fiend spirits seemed to sense the threat of the Southern Bright Lihua Fire, hissing uneasily as their assault faltered. The Wu clansmen stared in shock. These monsters they had struggled so hard to destroy were burned to nothing by this man with a casual flick of flame. Kong Xuan repeated the technique, his fingertips flicking continuously. Streaks of Southern Bright Lihua Fire shot out with precision like death warrants from the Grim Reaper, swiftly snuffing out the chaos fiend spirits. In just a few moments the dozen or so troublesome chaos fiend spirits were completely cleared away. The field temporarily returned to calm. The Wu leader was dazed for a moment, then strode forward and clasped his fists in a hearty salute. "Many thanks for your aid, friend. I am Xing Min of the Hutu tribe. These cursed things were too troublesome. I nearly fell here. Friend, your flame is truly formidable." The other Wu clansmen also put away their hostility and looked at Kong Xuan with curiosity. The Wu race revered the strong, and Kong Xuan's display had won their respect. "A mere trifle," Kong Xuan replied lightly, though his heart stirred. Hutu tribe. Ho-Tu, one of the 12 ancestral Wus, was renowned. "Haha, for you it was a trifle, friend, but for us it was a huge help." Xing Min was straightforward by nature. You look unfamiliar, friend. Neither Wu nor demon race. May I ask your name? Which immortal mountain do you hail from? I am the Taoist Kong Xuan, a wandering cultivator passing through this place. Kong Xuan gave his name. So it's Taoist Kong Xuan. Xingmin had clearly never heard of him, but that did not dampen his enthusiasm. Are you also here for the Panga's secret realm? This place is fraught with danger. Those fiends just now are still among the ordinary ones. They say even more terrifying things lurk deeper. Why not travel together? We can look out for each other. Our Wu race knows this place better than outsiders. Kong Xuan had been wanting to gather information, so he agreed readily. That would be good. The group set out together. With the Wu clansmen guiding the way, they indeed avoided several perilous energy turbulence zones. Along the way, Kong Xuan asked, as if casually, Taoist Xingmin, I hear the Wu race governs the earth and collects the world's wonders. Have you ever heard of a treasure called the Primordial Cosmos Measuring Ruler? Primordial Cosmos Measuring Ruler. Xingmin scratched his head and looked at his companions, who also appeared baffled. Never heard of it. Xingmin shook his head. It sounds like something that measures heaven and earth. We will only believe in the power of Father Pangu. We don't pay much attention to such spiritual treasures. Perhaps the tribes of ancestral Wu Ho Tu or ancestral Wu Zhulong have records of it. They're the ones who love pondering such ancient things. Kong Xuan was somewhat disappointed, but he had expected it. If the Primordial Cosmos Measuring Ruler were so easy to inquire about, it would have appeared in the world long ago. But Xingmin suddenly recalled something and added, if you're seeking powerful treasures, Taoist, perhaps you should search deeper into the secret realm. Legend says this secret realm was formed from a part of great God Pangu's will. Who knows what good things might be hidden inside? There might even be a technique left by Pangu himself for tempering the physical body. A technique for Pangu to temper his physical body. Kong Xuan's heart stirred. This was an unexpected windfall. If he could truly obtain it, it would bring boundless benefits to his body forging. Just as his thoughts were racing, Xingmin, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. His expression grave, he pointed at a valley shrouded in gray mist ahead. Be careful. Ahead is the mist of spirit-losing valley. This mist can erode the primordial spirit, induce hallucinations, make one lose direction, and even drive one to kill one's own allies. Last time someone from our tribe entered, he never came out. Everyone looked over. The valley was thick with dense mist, its interior impossible to discern, and from within came faint, unsettling sobbing sounds. End of chapter. May spirit mist veil. Kong Xuan gazed at the valley shrouded in gray mist. As his divine sense crept closer, a faint sting and dizziness washed over him, as if countless fine needles were pricking his true spirit. He swiftly withdrew it. Just as Xingmin had said, this mist was highly corrosive to the primordial spirit. For cultivators who relied mainly on their primordial spirit, this place was undoubtedly a death ground. Even for the Wu tribes who did not cultivate the primordial spirit, this mist seemed capable of affecting blood qi and conjuring inner illusions. This accursed place. Going around it would take considerable effort, and other paths may not be any safer. Xingmin frowned, looking rather irritated. The Wu tribes were straightforward by nature and detested such treacherous terrain. Kong Xuan stared into the mist veil, five-colored light swirling faintly in his eyes. He attempted to analyze the mist from the perspective of the five elements laws, discovering that its essence was a chaotic, frigid energy interlaced with Panga's might and primordial chaos aura, indeed capable of disturbing the mind and spirit. Perhaps it's worth a try, Kong Xuan said. His five-colored divine light could cleanse chaotic airflow. Perhaps it would have some effect on this mist as well. Moreover, having just refined a portion of the five elements' patriarch's origin, his true spirit had been tempered by karmic fire, granting him stronger resistance against illusions. Does Brother Kong Xuan have a solution? Xingmin's eyes lit up. I cannot guarantee it, but I can give it a try. Kong Xuan stepped forward as the five-colored divine light manifested behind him once more, with a gentle sweep toward the dense gray fog ahead. Whoosh! Wherever the five-colored radiance passed, the dense gray mist parted like an invisible force, rolling away to both sides and revealing a passage roughly 10 zhang long, just wide enough for a few people to pass through. Within the passage, the mist became extremely thin. It worked. Yet the effect was even more pronounced than when cleansing chaotic airflow, because the mist's quality was inferior to primordial chaos, but its quantity was greater and it seeped through every opening. Excellent. Xingmin cheered. Brothers, stay close to Brother Kong Xuan and pass through quickly. Kong Xuan maintained his five-colored divine light, continuously sweeping aside the mist ahead to blaze a path. Xingmin and the other Wu tribesmen followed closely behind, their blood qi surging as they resisted the erosion of residual mist. The group advanced swiftly into the depths of the mist veil. The deeper they went, the denser and stickier the mist became, and the stronger its power to erode primordial spirits and provoke inner demons. Even with the five-colored divine light clearing the way, wisps of mist still seeped through. Kong Xuan felt his true spirit under constant assault, and all manner of illusions began to flicker before his eyes. At times he saw the sorrowful faces of his parents and girlfriend from the modern world calling for him to return. At times in the Fengshen ending he was escorted to the west by Zhunti, enduring humiliation, and yet at other times he witnessed the gruesome death of Yuan Feng during Nirvana, and his younger brother Dapeng being suppressed by Tathagata. The deepest cares, fears, and grievances within his heart were stirred, attempting to shake his Dao heart. Merely illusions. My Dao heart stands firm. How could a mere mist of phantoms shake me? Kong Xuan sneered, guarding his true spirit tightly as the five-colored divine light behind him blazed ever brighter, sweeping away even more mist. Whenever those illusions appeared, they were crushed by his unyielding will and his tempered, true spirit. He even deliberately drew a wisp of mist into his body, using it to hone his true spirit. Though painful, it left his true spirit even more crystalline and translucent. The Wu tribesmen beside him, however, were having a harder time. They did not cultivate their primordial spirits, relying mainly on their surging blood qi to endure. But the mist stirred their inner battle lust and bloodthirst, leaving them red-eyed and panting. They had to restrain themselves with great effort to avoid attacking their own companions. The lightning pattern on Xingmin's forehead glowed as he barely maintained his clarity, growling, "Steady all of you. Stay close to brother Kong Xuan." With Kong Xuan leading the way and stabilizing morale, the group pressed deeper, struggling, yet keeping formation. After who knows how long, the mist ahead suddenly began to thin. "The exit is near," Xingmin exclaimed joyfully. Their spirits lifted and they quickened their pace. At last the view opened up before them. They had successfully crossed the maze spirit mist veil. Looking back, the gray sea of mist loomed like a colossal lid over the valley behind them, formidable at a single glance. "Huh, we made it out at last. Many thanks to brother Kong Xuan." Xingmin laughed heartily and clapped Kong Xuan on the shoulder, which Kong Xuan subtly deflected with a deft motion. "If not for you, we might have had to take a detour, and perhaps even lost some people." The other Wu tribesmen also cast grateful glances his way. Kong Xuan nodded slightly, sensing that his true spirit had become even more condensed after the ordeal of the mist veil, and his divine sense had grown somewhat as well. He found the gains considerable. After a brief rest, the group continued onward. Along the way they encountered several more peculiar perils: bizarre moss that devoured spiritual power, an invisible wind that harmed the soul itself, and even a region where time flowed abnormally. With the Wu tribe's familiarity with the environment and Kong Xuan's myriad remarkable abilities working in tandem, the group passed through each danger without serious harm. During this time, they also discovered some rare body-tempering materials, such as stubborn iron tempered by Pangu's might for countless ages, and fossilized bones that had withstood earth, fire, wind, and water without perishing. Most were more useful to the Wu tribes, so Kong Xuan only took a few items that piqued his interest. He also asked Xingmin for more tales and legends about the ancestral Wus, the Great Earth, and Mount Buzhou, broadening his knowledge, yet still gained no useful information about the primordial heaven measuring ruler. One day a vast ruin appeared ahead. Crumbling walls stretched far into the distance, ancient and rough in style, clearly not formed naturally, but rather the remnants of some ancient being's dwelling. "This looks like some kind of relic." Xingmin surveyed it in puzzlement. "We've never heard of this place in the secret realm before." The group cautiously entered the ruins to explore. Most of the ruin was thoroughly damaged and held little value, but at its center they discovered a comparatively intact altar. The altar was built of black stone engraved with patterns so ancient they seemed even more primitive than the Wu tribe's totems, depicting what appeared to be the parting of heaven and earth and the genesis of the primordial wilds. At the center of the altar rested a broken dark red jade fragment emanating a faint yet unsettling pulse of power. "This is..." Xingmin felt the power within the fragment, and his expression turned solemn, even fervent. "Such pure, such ancient power. It seems it originates from Father God Pangu." Kong Xuan also gazed at it intently. The aura on the fragment was of the same origin as the Pangu might he had felt before, yet more restrained and profound. Just as one of the Wu tribesmen could not resist stepping forward to touch the fragment, rumble, the entire ruin suddenly shook violently. The patterns on the altar blazed to life. A furious formless will abruptly descended. "Desecrate. Sacred object. Die." Boom. An invisible shockwave erupted outward from the altar. "Watch out." Xingmin roared, his blood qi exploding forth as he shielded the front. Kong Xuan also instantly raised his five-colored divine light before him. Bang! A tremendous force struck. Xingmin spat blood and was sent flying backward, while the other Wu tribesmen were thrown about in disarray. Even Kong Xuan was shaken, his blood qi churning as he staggered back several steps, his five-colored divine light trembling violently. Such immense power, far beyond the Tai level. The fragment upon the altar blazed brilliantly as a colossal, incomplete giant phantom formed of light slowly materialized, radiating terrifying intimidation. "Guardian." Will. Kong Xuan suddenly understood. This was not a living being, but a guardian spirit formed from a trace of Pangu's lingering will attached to the fragment. It cannot be fought head-on. Run! He shouted, supporting Xing Min as he swept his five-colored divine light backward, momentarily hindering the giant phantom's pressure while activating the Nine Heavens Gale escape to retreat swiftly in the direction they came. The other Wu tribesmen scrambled to follow. The giant phantom did not pursue but merely stood guard over the altar, then slowly faded away. Only after fleeing a great distance did the group stop, their hearts still pounding. Damn! What was that thing? Terrifying, one of the Wu tribesmen said in lingering fear. It was Father God's guardian spirit. Xing Min wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze complicated. That fragment is clearly extraordinary, not something we should covet. After this ordeal they all felt the urge to leave. The secret realm was alluring, but far too dangerous. Xing Min said to Kong Xuan, "Brother Kong Xuan, we owe you greatly this time. The depths of this secret realm seem beyond our ability to explore. We plan to return to the tribe. What are your intentions, brother?" Kong Xuan gazed into the depths of the secret realm. There seemed to be even more secrets hidden there. Yet he knew his current strength was insufficient, that guardian spirit was far beyond what he could handle. Moreover, after this period of exploration and battle, he felt his Tai perfection had been honed to its utmost. His understanding of the five elements' laws had also accumulated to the limits. He only lacked a single opportunity to attempt condensing a major Luo Dao fruit and invoke the power of the great Dao. Staying longer in the secret realm held little meaning now. It was time to leave and seek the opportunity for a breakthrough. A new destination had already formed in his heart. "I too shall take my leave," Kong Xuan said to Xing Min. "This journey together has been most rewarding. Farewell." After bidding farewell to Xing Min and the other Wu tribesmen, Kong Xuan chose a direction and departed swiftly. As he emerged from the secret realm's entrance, the oppressive might of Mount Buzhou descended upon him once more. Kong Xuan did not tarry and went straight down the mountain. Leaving the Mount Buzhou region, he oriented himself, transformed into a streak of five-colored radiance, and shot eastward at tremendous speed. To the east lay the boundless four seas, the legendary Penglai Fangzhong, and Yingzhou Immortal Isles, and countless more opportunities waiting to be discovered. His journey across the primordial wilds had officially entered a new chapter. On the eastward road, Kong Xuan annihilated a nest of karma-laden lava fire scorpions with thunderbolt ruthlessness, creatures that lived by devouring the essence of subterranean fire. These scorpions were crimson all over, with armor-hard carapaces and venom-dipped tail barbs. They had entrenched themselves here for thousands of years, devouring countless living beings and fire spirits that strayed into their reach. Behind Kong Xuan, the five-colored divine light gave a single effortless sweep, and dozens of fire scorpions, along with the venomous flames they spat, were gathered away, refined into pure fire spirit chi, and absorbed. He sat cross-legged at the edge of a relatively stable volcanic crater, five-colored mists churning around him as he regulated his breath to recover his strength. Though disposing of these fire scorpions had cost him little, taking the chance to temper the fire spirit pearl and comprehend the vigorous fire laws of this place was itself a fine form of cultivation. Suddenly, an ineffable majestic pressure, like a shapeless yet overwhelming tide, poured down from beyond the ninth heaven and swept across the entire primordial world in an instant. Whether it was Buzhou Mountain scraping the clouds, or the bottomless eye of the North Sea, whether the clamorous races and tribes, or the silent secret realms and cave abodes, all living things from reclusive great powers to ants and blades of grass felt an urge rise from the depths of their souls to kneel and worship. In the vault of heaven, purple chi streamed in from the east across 100,000 li, rolling forward with boundless grandeur, flooding the cosmos and dyeing the entire sky a regal purple. Golden lotuses welled up from the void, taking root in nothingness and swaying with grace. Celestial flowers rained down, spreading a fragrance that pierced the heart. Faint phantoms of heavenly maidens scattering blossoms also emerged, sprinkling drizzles of light. Boundless Dao rhythm pressed down as though corporeal, as if the great Dao of heaven and earth had become clearer in that moment than ever before. This is the pressure of a sage. Kong Xuan's eyes snapped open, five-colored rays storming in his pupils. The phoenix dance of primordial chaos art within him spun at a speed never seen before, straining with all its might against the terrifying pressure that pressed down from the very plane of the Heavenly Dao. His spine remained arrow-straight. The pride of the Phoenix clan's crown prince would not allow him to bow his head easily. Yet that pressure was like the heavens collapsing, and every bone in his body creaked faintly under it. He lifted his eyes to the sky, his gaze seemingly piercing through layer upon layer of space to see beyond the 33 heavens a figure of unutterable majesty and aloofness, surrounded by the runes of 3,000 great Daos, slowly merging with the heavenly Dao of the primordial world and radiating an aura eternal, deathless, and supreme. Hongjuan has become a sage. Kong Xuan understood in his heart. A shock there was, but also a thread of certainty. After the Dragon Han tribulation, the heavenly Dao had evolved. At last a sage was to appear to hold the office of teaching and set heaven and earth in order. Immediately after, a still more astonishing sight appeared. Amid the cascading celestial flowers, the boundless dark golden chi of merit descended like the Milky Way from the ninth heaven, turning into a cataract of gold that drenched every corner of the primordial world. This was the Heavenly Dao's commendation to the first sage since the birth of the primordial world, and a blessing extended to all living creatures, celebrating that heaven and earth had at last obtained a true overseer of order. Where the golden merit rain fell on mountains, the peaks became more steadfast and numinous. Where it fell into rivers, the streams turned clearer and more teeming with life. Where it touched plants, trees, and spirits, it awakened intelligence and fostered cultivation. Where it entered the primordial spirits of creatures, it washed away the dust and illuminated the Tao heart. Naturally, the ground beneath Kong Xuan was also bathed in that unprecedented golden rain of merit. The utterly pure dark golden chi met no resistance, merging into his body and scouring his limbs and bones, his meridians and acupoints, his viscera and bowels, and even the deepest true spirit at his core. His Dharma power became more refined and pure, his flesh gleamed with jeweled radiance, and the subtle hidden wounds left by past cultivation and combat were all healed. His true spirit, as if washed anew, was translucent and exquisite. A golden opportunity, rare as 1,000 years. Inspiration struck Kong Xuan, and he immediately cast off all stray thoughts, activated the phoenix dance of primordial chaos art at full tilt, and guided the merit chi to merge with his own origin. He had long since stood at the perfected threshold of Tai golden immortal, lacking only a deeper comprehension of the laws to attempt the Daluo Dao fruit. Now stung by the sage's pressure, a smelting at the highest pressure, and nourished by the Heavenly Dao's merit, the finest of tonics, his perception of the most primordial 5 elements laws around him became several times sharper in an instant. It was as if the thin veil over his eyes had been torn away. Metal's sharpness was peerless, breaking all things. Wood's vitality was boundless, nourishing all beings. A water was at once supremely soft and supremely hard, changing without end. Fire was violent and destructive, yet could also gestate new life. Earth was weighty and sustaining, the root of all things. The trajectories and natures of the 5 great laws and the subtle links by which they engendered and overcame one another had never been so transparently clear, as if read in the palm of the hand. The surging 5 elements Dharma power within him, ordered by merit and stirred by the laws, no longer remained calm. It began spontaneously to converge toward his center, to compress and to sublime. The 5 chi in his chest, heart, fire, liver, wood, spleen, earth, lung, metal, kidney, water, seethed restlessly, resonating with each other and faintly showing signs of returning to the one and the origin. Above his crown the void quivered. 3 flower bud phantoms, ethereal yet steeped in pure 5 elements, Tao rhythms, slowly materialized and began greedily to inhale the measureless spiritual energy and the golden rain of merit. The 5 elements revolve, engendering and overcoming one another. This is the foundation of the great Tao. If not now, then when? Condense. Kong Xuan thundered in his heart, his will concentrated to the extreme, channeling the vast merit power and the suddenly deepened law comprehension into a mighty torrent that violently crashed against the dim iron-hard bottleneck, blocking his path to Daluo. Rumble. A sound like the opening of heaven and earth burst from the depths of his body. It was no actual noise, but the thunderous roar of Tao resonance. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels resounded in sympathy, all shining with light at once. The 5 chi in his chest broke free of all fetters, at last returned to their source and merged into one. A chaotic yet all-embracing primordial chi that, like a column of beacon smoke, shot straight up to his crown and poured into the 3 flower bud phantoms. Nourished by this origin chi, the flower buds instantly solidified by several degrees. Their petals became clearer, their Tao patterns more complex and arcane. Though they had not fully bloomed, half of the Daluo golden immortal threshold had already been shattered by his step. The road was now open. Oh, all that remained was the slow, patient labor of polishing, letting the Tao fruit ripen to utter perfection. Kong Xuan suppressed the urgent impulse to stir the spiritual energy, bloomed the 3 flowers completely, and seized Daluo at once. He knew that no matter how excellent the opportunity, the foundation was more important. A breakthrough borrowed from external forces might be swift, but it could leave flaws behind. He needed more time to settle and accumulate, allowing the newborn 3-flower Tao fruit to fuse seamlessly with himself and reach true, unblemished perfection. He gave himself entirely to absorbing the not yet scattered merit chi, steadying the nascent 3-flower buds, while with even deeper attention, he contemplated the now lucid 5 elements laws, branding this understanding indelibly into his Tao foundation. After a long while, the miracles above and below gradually subsided. The purple chi scattered, the golden lotuses concealed themselves, and the sage's pressure ebbed away like the tide withdrawing beyond the 33 heavens. The primordial world returned to normal, yet all living beings knew that the age had already changed. Kong Xuan rose to his full height. Feeling his Dharma power swollen by a grade and far more pure and profound, and his sovereign grasp of the five elements' laws responding like his own arm, a delighted smile stole across his face. By borrowing the sage's apotheosis and the Heavenly Dao's merit, I have saved myself tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation. The five elements' laws are initially comprehended, the three flower buds have appeared, and the Daoyuo foundation is complete. I need only await a fitting moment, and they will burst into bloom, attaining the free and carefree Daoyuo Dao fruit. His gaze burned as it swept across the boundless primordial wilderness, and pride and valor surged within him. Now that Hongjuan has attained sagehood, the next event will be the preaching at Zhixiao Palace, disseminating the great Dao. The supreme powers of the primordial world, the three pure ones Nuwa, Diju and Tai, and their ilk, will swarm there to listen. This is my chance. A scheme of looting amid the burning house, no of rising with the tide, took clear shape in his mind. Once the apex experts had departed, the primordial world would inevitably fall into a power vacuum. The golden age for a latecomer, like him, to ravage resources, hunt for opportunities, and without a sound amass a fortune beyond measure. Seizing the heaven-defying opportunity of Hongjuan's apotheosis and its vast sea of merit, Kong Xuan gained an initial comprehension of the true essence of the five elements law. He condensed the nascent form of the three flowers of Great Luo and took the crucial step toward the realm of Grand Luo, Golden Immortal. Yet he knew well that in the path of cultivation a solid foundation was paramount. Reckless haste was like building a tower upon sand destined to collapse in an instant. Suppressing the urgent impulse to summon heaven and earth's spiritual energy and fully achieve Great Luo, his figure flickered and transformed into a streak of five-colored light. He plunged deep into the ranges of the immortal fire volcano, seeking a hidden cavern where the earth fire's spiritual vein burned at its purest and most vigorous. With a wave of his hand, he laid down several layers of concealment and protective formations, sealing off the clamor of the outer world and all prying eyes. Within the cavern, waves of heat billowed, crimson essence of earth fire flowed like liquid, and the air was saturated with the purest fire spirit energy. Kong Xuan sat cross-legged at the very center of the spiritual aperture, his mind sinking into utter stillness. Casting aside all external distractions, he began his final seclusion sprint. In this cavern, time lost all measure, as if duration itself had dissolved. Kong Xuan immersed his entire consciousness in the profound comprehension and consolidation of the great Dao of five elements. Above his head, the three somewhat illusory buds of the five elements Dao flowers revolved slowly, like three miniature vortexes, voraciously devouring the cavern's pure earth fire essence and the boundless, surging magical power within his body. With every revolution, the buds grew increasingly substantial, their colors more resplendent, their Dao patterns clearer and more profound. He then released the innate five elements spirit pearls, suspending them in the five directions around him, corresponding to white, azure, black, vermilion, and yellow. The pearls radiated a soft yet primordial light, and ribbons of innate five-element origin energy streamed forth like silk threads, merging actively into Kong Xuan's body and aiding him in grasping at a deeper level the supreme mysteries of generation, destruction, cycling, and transformation of the five elements. Metal generates water, sharpness transforming into suppleness; water generates wood, nourishment awakening vitality; wood generates fire, accumulation igniting eruption; fire generates earth, burning reduced to bearing; earth generates metal, massiveness concealing mineral wealth. The mutual generation of the five elements cycling endlessly constitutes the mechanism of creation itself, ever flowing and without cease. At the same time, metal overcomes wood, the axe felling the forest; a wood overcomes earth, roots piercing rock; earth overcomes water, dikes stemming the flood; water overcomes fire, torrential rain quenching flame; fire overcomes metal, blazing heat smelting iron. The mutual conquest of the five elements, where extremes engender reversal, manifests the balance of the Heavenly Dao. Even within destruction lies the seed of renewal. Generation and conquest, like the twin faces of yin and yang, jointly form the cornerstone of all creation's operation, equilibrium, and evolution under heaven and earth. Kong Xuan's primordial spirit seemed to transform into five streams of radiance, each of a distinct hue, wandering freely through the oceans of the five laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, ravenously absorbing, comprehending, and fusing with every mystery they held. His mastery of the five elements' great Dao was advancing from knowing toward profound illumination. Outside, the primordial wilderness roiled with shifting currents. The first sermon at Purple Cloud Palace was about to begin, and the mighty beings of the age were preparing to journey beyond the heavens. The immortal court had just been established. The strife between Wu and Yao was only beginning to surface. Yet all such turmoil was shut out by the cavern's formations. Kong Xuan, undistracted, advanced solely along the path of the Dao. None could say how long had passed. Perhaps 100 years, perhaps nearly 1,000. Within the cavern, the magical power Kong Xuan had accumulated within his body had reached the absolute limit that the Tai realm could contain, like a vast ocean surging with towering waves. His comprehension of the five elements law had also gathered to the critical point. On this day, his heart attaining perfect clarity, he knew the moment had come. Five elements unite as one. The Dao fruit is formed by itself. If not broken now, then when? Reciting this silently, Kong Xuan guided the ocean like five elements magical power within him, together with his complete realization of the five elements law, transforming it into an irresistible torrent that launched a total assault upon the final and most formidable bottleneck. Rumble. This eruption was far more violent than the last. It originated not from within his body, but shook the very heaven and earth outside. The entire cavern shook violently as boundless earth-fire essence was madly drawn forth, even summoning the leyline power of the immortal fire volcano region itself. The three Dao flower buds above Kong Xuan's head suddenly burst forth, with dazzling five-colored divine radiance piercing through the cavern and shooting straight into the heavens. Each bud unfurled into 9 translucent petals densely inscribed with Dao patterns. The petals gleamed in varied colors, revealing the pure brilliance of white metal azure, wood black water, vermilion fire, and yellow earth. 3 flowers and 27 petals corresponding to heaven, earth, and man, secretly aligned with the number of the 9 palaces. This was undeniably the highest grade 9-pin Great Luo Dao fruit. The vast, perfect, and flawless aura of the Great Luo Dao fruit, centered on Kong Xuan, swept outward like a storm, breaking through the cavern's formations and causing spiritual energy within 10,000 li to converge madly, forming a colossal vortex of spiritual qi. Heavenly flowers rained down and golden springs gushed from the earth. Auspicious signs appeared once more, not equal to a sage's advent, yet still a spectacle of grandeur. Across the sky, a hazy expanse of 5-colored clouds unfurled. Within them, the phantom of a peacock cried long and spread its tail into a magnificent screen. Chains of the 5 elements law interwove and thundered, suffusing the heavens with Dao rhythm. At this moment, countless powerful beings across the myriad regions of the primordial wilderness were startled by this newly arisen Great Luo aura, extraordinary in its signs, and cast astonished gazes toward it. A 9-pin Great Luo Dao fruit. The primordial wilderness has gained another being of supreme origin. A phantom image. Could it be a remnant of the Phoenix clan? The Phoenix clan has long declined. How could it still produce such a figure? It seems the variables of heaven and earth have already been set in motion. This one's aura is refined, his 5 elements Dao rhythm complete, his foundations profound. His future is boundless. Many divine thoughts converged in the void, tinged with surprised curiosity and scrutiny, yet most soon lapsed back into silence. A grand Luo golden immortal, even one with a 9-pin Dao fruit, counted as a formidable expert in the current primordial wilderness. But with sages above and the Wu and Yao contending in the middle, he was not yet enough to alter the grand scheme of things immediately. At most, he was a new variable worth watching. Within the cavern, the celestial phenomena gradually subsided. Kong Xuan slowly opened his eyes, and within his pupils, it seemed 5 miniature worlds were being born and perishing in endless cycles. His whole being radiated a flawless, harmonious Dao rhythm, and his aura was more than 10-fold mightier than before. A feeling of transcendent freedom arose within him. Although heaven and earth are vast, nowhere is beyond my reach. Finally, Grand Luo Golden Immortal, and the supreme 9-pin Dao fruit at that. Sensing the boundless, perfectly controlled magical power within him and his far deeper dominion over the 5 elements law, his heart surged with heroic fervor. Unable to contain himself, he let out a long cry that shook the 4 wilds and roused the volcano to thunderous echoes. Now, with his supreme innate divine origins, his paramount 9-pin Great Luo Dao fruit, his innate great divine ability, the 5-colored divine light, and treasures, such as the innate 5-element spirit pearls, he could claim supremacy even among Grand Luo Golden Immortals. Should he face an early-stage quasi-sage, his profound mystical arts might still grant him a chance to fight. Kong Xuan nodded slightly, suppressing the excitement within him. His divine sense swept across the primordial wilderness, and he immediately perceived that certain void feeling in heaven and earth caused by the departure of the mightiest beings. Indeed, with Honghuang's sermon, all the great powers will journey beyond the heavens. If not now, then when? A clear thought crystallized in his mind. Seize this golden opportunity to roam the primordial wilderness, plunder resources, seek opportunities, and further elevate his strength. Otherwise, once those mighty beings returned, how could any of the good fortune still fall to him? Go! Without the slightest hesitation, he transformed into a brilliant 5-colored rainbow, shooting out of the cavern and heading straight for the resource-rich, opportunity-laden eastern lands of the primordial wilderness. A new journey had begun. After attaining the 9th grade Great Luo Dao fruit, Kong Xuan felt the world suddenly open before him. With a slight stir of his divine sense, he could cover mountains and rivers spanning 10,000 li, and all things under heaven grew ever clearer in his perception. He did not linger in this place for long, for it now lacked resources and was not a suitable dwelling. At present, the primordial wilderness was in a power vacuum, precisely the perfect time for a newly ascended great Luo like him to seek opportunities and accumulate foundations. He transformed into a formless, traceless, five-colored stream of light. Rather than dashing in a straight line, he followed a mysterious trajectory, sweeping low over mountains, rivers, forests, and marshes. His great Luo divine sense, like an ultrafine net, scanned the earth below with unprecedented precision and breadth. The subtle spiritual energy fluctuations undetectable during the Tai stage, the hidden traces of formations, and even the glimmer of mineral veins buried deep underground. All were now as clear as fireflies in the dark night. Along the way he did have gains. In a remote and secluded deep gorge he found several pieces of innate star iron. Though only lower-grade spirit materials, they contained the essence of stars, and were excellent materials for refining flying swords and formation flags. He casually collected them. In the depths of an abandoned ancient mine, he brushed away collapsed rock layers with his five-colored divine light and located a fine-quality gung metal jade marrow vein. He extracted most of its essence and core enough to refine several sharp metal-attributed treasures. Though these gains were not priceless treasures, they were better than nothing and enriched his collection. On this day, the vast and watery East Sea coast came into view. 10,000 hectares of azure waves, misty and boundless sea and sky merged in one color, refreshing the spirit. The East Sea's richness was renowned throughout the primordial wilderness. Legend had it that beyond the sea lay the three immortal isles, Penglai, Fengzhong, and Yingzhou, blessed cave heavens filled with countless treasures. Penglai Immortal Isle was also the seat of the Eastern Sovereign's celestial court. Kong Xuan activated his vision. Five-colored radiance swirled in his eyes like two divine lamps peering into the deep East Sea. With his formidable great Luo divine sense, he could see many scenes that ordinary immortals and gods could hardly perceive. Immortal isles of all sizes scattered like stars, most veiled by powerful natural formations, or forbidden seals left by predecessors, spiritual energy suffused into rosy clouds, and treasure light vaguely gleaming. Clearly none were ordinary places. Some spaces exhibited abnormal fluctuations, as if hidden secret realms existed. The East Sea hides treasures, but its reputation is indeed well-deserved. Taking this opportunity, I may find something, Kong Xuan praised, and with a flick of his body he had already swept across 10,000 li of sea surface, heading deep into the East Sea's heartland. He did not search blindly, but relied on the special resonance of his five elements, Dao heart, focusing on areas where water and wood spiritual energy gathered unusually and carried an innate Dao rhythm. Such places were the most likely to conceive great treasures or ancient grotto heavens. After months of searching, although he had found several good spirit isles and harvested some water-attributed spirit herbs and refining materials, he had not yet encountered a great fortune that could stir his heart. One day he flew above a patch of sea that looked completely ordinary. The water below was as azure as its surroundings, seabirds gathered, fish schools swam, and a serene air pervaded. Yet Kong Xuan's five elements Dao heart gave a slight throb, and an indescribable attraction rose from below. He stopped, hovered in midair, and his divine sense poured out, like mercury scanning meticulously. Soon he discovered the anomaly. The spatial structure here had an extremely subtle distortion. Had he not already gained a preliminary understanding of spatial power, it would have been impossible to detect. At the same time, the circulation of water spirit energy in the sea followed a profoundly mysterious pattern, not entirely natural, but more like a high-level guidance and concealment. A formation, and definitely not an ordinary concealment formation. It can distort space and blend perfectly into nature. A sharp light flashed in Kong Xuan's eyes. Instead of fear, he was thrilled. The more powerful and unfathomable the guardian, the more extraordinary what lay hidden within. Could it be? He attempted to cast a probing spirit incantation. The incantation vanished into the void ahead like a stone dropped into the sea, causing only a trace of spatial ripple before falling silent. What a brilliant innate grand formation. It has almost merged with the void, borrowing heaven and earth's power to form a self-contained cycle, flawless and natural. If not for my special five elements Dao heart and my initial understanding of spatial subtleties, I would never have noticed its existence. Kong Xuan's heart shook. After the surprise came an intense desire to challenge. He took a deep breath, and the five-colored divine light behind him appeared. Without holding back, he drove it at full power. The divine light blazed and swept viciously toward that anomalous space. Hum. A low hum echoed from the space, and an enormous misty chaotic light screen covered with countless innate runes was forced to emerge from the void. On the light screen, Dao rhythm was naturally complete, radiating an aura of extreme antiquity and vastness, as if it had existed since the very beginning of heaven and earth. Behind the light screen the scene was twisted and blurred, but the outlines of immortal mountains and pavilions were faintly visible along with phantom images of exotic flowers and rare herbs. An enchanting fragrance seeped out, one that could intoxicate the soul and seemed to cleanse the Tao foundation. Breathing it and caused one's cultivation to stir faintly. An immortal island. It might well be one of the 3 fabled immortal isles beyond the sea, and it seems even more miraculous than the legends. Kong Xuan's heart raced. If he could enter this island, the resources and inheritances within might drive any mighty being insane. Perhaps it even held an opportunity for enlightenment. He pushed the 5-colored divine light to its limit, sweeping it at the light screen continuously. Sizzling sounds rang without end. The 5-colored light acted like a giant brush. Every sweep made the light screen tremble violently, its runes flickering unsteadily, their flow sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Yet this formation was simply too profound and powerful. Not only did it contain numerous extremely profound transformations, it also incorporated peerless arts such as spatial folding and the conversion of emptiness and reality. Moreover, its energy source seemed to connect to the water veins of the entire East Sea and even deeper laws of heaven and earth, regenerating endlessly, cycling without cease. Kong Xuan felt like a man using a brush to scrub an ancient divine mountain condensed from laws. He could stir some dust on its surface, disrupting part of the runes, but he could not shake its fundamental structure. His great luodermic power was consumed at a terrifying rate. In just a few moments he felt his strength waning. Yet the light screen, though violently fluctuating, remained unyieldingly intact, and even under attack it automatically drew in even more majestic power from heaven and earth to reinforce its defenses. Damn it! This formation is at least a top-grade innate guardian grand array. Though my 5-colored divine light can restrain all 5 elements things in the world, this formation has transcended the scope of the 5 elements alone. The spatial arts it contains are far beyond what I can currently comprehend, and its energy level seems tied to the entire East Sea. With my current cultivation, I simply cannot break it. After trying for a long time with nearly half his dermic power consumed, Kong Xuan had no choice but to stop, his expression rather grim. To stand guard over a treasure mountain, yet be unable to enter. This helplessness made him feel stifled. It was like a person holding a master key, the 5-colored divine light, yet finding before him a super lock of extreme structural complexity that also required a specific password, spatial laws, and formation knowledge. It seems that having a divine power of infinite might is far from enough. In the primordial wilderness, formations, prohibitions, deductions, and even profound comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth are all indispensable Tao arts. I have relied too heavily on my innate divine abilities in the past, which is the inferior path. Only today do I realize that beyond the sky there is another sky. He had deeply recognized his shortcomings. If one did not understand formations or the wonders of space, then even with higher cultivation in the future, encountering such secret realms would still leave one sighing in dismay. He firmly remembered the coordinates of this place, and using his primordial 5 elements essence mixed with his divine sense, he set up an extremely concealed unique marker that only he could sense. When my formation cultivation advances, or when my comprehension of spatial laws deepens, or when my power is enough to forcibly shake this formation, I will definitely come here again. The treasures here are destined to be connected with me. Kong Xuan. He cast a deep look at the sea surface that was once again slowly fading back into the void and returning to calm, turning his unwillingness and longing into the driving force to move forward. He turned and vanished as a streak of light, continuing to search the vast East Sea for other possible opportunities. In his heart, however, he had already set that mysterious immortal island as one of the goals he must conquer in the future. After wandering and searching in the East Sea for several hundred more years, Kong Xuan had not again encountered an opportunity on the level of that mysterious immortal island, yet he still reaped modest gains. In a deep-sea trench, he discovered several stalks of multicolored coral aged 10,000 years, brimming with pure spiritual energy of water and wood. At a perilous site riddled with whirlpools, he relied on his formidable physique and divine abilities to obtain a massive slab of 10,000 years sunken silver matrix, an excellent material for refining a water attribute flying vessel or palace. To his current cultivation, such treasures were nothing extraordinary, but many a little makes a mickle. They could enrich his treasury or be used in future exchanges. One day, as he was riding the water escape art and gliding beneath 1,000 fathoms of sea, contemplating the suppleness and vastness of water, he suddenly sensed an immense and mighty fluctuation of magical power and a cacophony of clamoring noise coming from the distant sea surface, penetrating through layer upon layer of seawater to reach him faintly. Such a stir is no trivial matter. With a thought, Kong Xuan shot upward like a torpedo, broke through the sea surface, concealed himself among the clouds, and gazed downward. He saw ahead atop a colossal immortal island of breathtaking majesty, not the hidden one he had encountered before, thousands of auspicious glows and myriads of propitious vapors radiating brilliantly, dyeing half the sky in resplendent splendor. Around the immortal island, countless celestial cranes and spirit birds soared and wheeled about, emitting clear melodious cries. On the sea, rare beasts of every kind bobbed and frolicked. Innumerable streaks of light converged from all directions, landing on the island to reveal a motley host of cultivators, mostly at the heavenly immortal or true immortal level, with an occasional aura of Tai golden immortal flashing by. At the center of the island, a magnificent palace had been completed, its roof tiled with colored glaze and its steps hewn from white jade. Above the main gate hung a colossal plaque bearing two ancient Dao script characters brimming with Dao rhythm, Immortal Court. On the vast plaza before the palace, a Daoist clad in an imperial robe embroidered with 9 dragons, wearing a purple gold crown with a majestic countenance and pure yang aura coiling around him like a tangible substance, stood proudly atop a high platform, receiving congratulations from a dense throng of cultivators below. Kong Xuan remained hidden among the clouds, watching with cold, detached eyes while sweeping his divine sense carefully. He could tell that although the cultivators offering congratulations below were numerous, their cultivation levels were generally unremarkable and top-tier combat strength was scarce. Of the truly renowned figures of the primordial ancient world, those who had founded sects or attained patriarch status, not a single one had appeared. Clearly these were mostly rogue cultivators who had come after hearing the news, or cultivators from minor sects absorbed into the Immortal Court sphere. Dongwang Gong. The Immortal Court. So it has finally been established. It has indeed gathered quite a rabble. A hint of barely perceptible mockery curled at the corner of Kong Xuan's mouth. He understood well the essence of the primordial world might alone commanded respect. Relying on recruitment tactics might fool low-level cultivators, but it could never win the genuine submission of true experts. It is no more than a tower built on sand, splendid in appearance, but shallow in foundation. Without overwhelming power to suppress all opposition, this Immortal Court is but a castle in the air. Dongwang Gong, in his haste to establish authority, has perhaps acted unwisely. Kong Xuan did not hold a favorable view of Dongwang Gong's future. The waters of the primordial world ran deep and unfathomable. As if to confirm his thoughts, a sudden upheaval erupted. Boom. A terrifying aura, overbearing beyond compare, scorching hot, as if it could burn away the 8 wastes, swept down from the heavens above. That was the power of the sun star, the majesty of a sovereign. Immediately after, another terrifying, baleful aura, vast, ancient, and desolate, its vital essence surging to the heavens, shaking earth and sky, erupted violently from the direction of Buzhou Mountain, clashing across the void with the solar true fire aura without yielding the slightest ground. 2 mighty wills, as if made tangible, instantly enveloped the entire primordial world. All living beings trembled in fear. A majestic, grand voice carrying supreme authority resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The Heavenly Dao bears witness. Today Dijun and Tai Yi established the Yao Heavenly Court upon the 33 heavens, governing all stars, regulating yin and yang, and protecting the 10,000 Yao. The Yao Court is established, 10,000 Yao come to pay homage. Almost at the same moment, another fierce, sonorous roar brimming with power shook the primordial land. Father God Pangu above. We the Wu race were born from Father God's essence blood, inheriting his legacy and holding dominion over the earth. Now we establish the Wu race. In the primordial world, the Wu shall reign supreme. Those who do not revere the Wu are heretics. The Yao Heavenly Court. The Wu race. 2 supreme primordial titans almost simultaneously proclaimed their existence with the most imposing posture possible. Their momentum was so immense, their destiny so overwhelming, and their power so unfathomable that the newly established Immortal Court, which relied merely on prestige to gather followers, was in no way comparable. On the high platform, the smug satisfaction on Dongwang Gong's face instantly froze, turning rather ugly. The boisterous congratulatory scene below also came to a halt. Countless cultivators looked alarmed and uneasy, and whispers broke out from all sides. The celebratory atmosphere of the Immortal Court seemed to have been doused with a basin of ice water. Kong Xuan took in the entire scene, shook his head slightly, and understood in his heart. The great order of the primordial world is about to change. An age of great contention has arrived. The struggle between the Wu and the Yao will be the true protagonist of the future heaven and earth. This Immortal Court is no more than a signboard set up precariously in the cracks, destined to struggle for survival in the shadows of the 2 great powers, and may even become the first target to be destroyed. He no longer paid attention to that somewhat awkward and hasty celebration on Penglai, Immortal Island. Turning around, he transformed into a nearly invisible streak of light, and quietly departed the East Sea, heading toward the vast depths of the primordial continent, where opportunities and dangers coexisted. There in the vacuum, zones left by the interwoven forces of the Wu and Yao, and among the undiscovered ancient ruins might lie an even greater fortune belonging to him, Kong Xuan. Leaving the East Sea and stepping onto the primordial continent, Kong Xuan immediately sensed an atmosphere of murderous tension utterly unlike anything he had known before. In the sky no longer were there only birds and auspicious clouds, frequently visible were sinister demonic auras, and orderly ranks of demon patrols bearing the banner of the Heavenly Court, like hounds prowling their territory. They demarcated spheres of influence, absorbed scattered demon tribes, and often suppressed those who refused or resisted with thunderous measures. On the vast earth, the originally reclusive Wu tribes began to march out of their ancestral lands in great numbers. They did not cultivate the primordial spirit, nor did they ride light beams, relying solely on their incomparably formidable physical bodies and blood chi. They could run with lightning speed, hunting powerful beasts, and frequently engaging in fierce conflicts with the demon patrols that sought to extend their reach into the land. Kong Xuan concealed the vast majority of his aura, keeping his cultivation fluctuation at an unremarkable Tai golden immortal level, like an ordinary wandering cultivator traversing towering mountains, dense forests, and deep valleys. His divine sense was powerful, allowing him to detect powerful aura fluctuations or large-scale energy conflicts from dozens of li away, thus deftly avoiding unnecessary trouble. His goal was clear: to seek opportunities and elevate himself rather than become entangled in the surging power struggles. One day he arrived at a primeval mountain range named the Forest of Giant Trees. Here ancient trees towered to the heavens, their leaves blotting out the sun. The forest was steeped in dense wood element spiritual energy and a primal savage aura. Kong Xuan was about to pass through the forest when his divine sense caught over 100 li ahead violent blood chi fluctuations and the roar of demonic power colliding, mixed with shouts and screams. A battle between Wu and demons. Kong Xuan's mind stirred. Silently, he approached, concealing himself in the crown of an ancient tree 1,000 zhang tall, and looked down. In a clearing in the forest, a fierce battle raged. On one side were over a dozen Wu warriors, each towering over a zhang in height, muscles knotted like dragons, their skin etched with mysterious totems. Their blood chi surged like blazing furnaces. Their leader was a mighty man wielding a stone axe as large as a door panel, and his cultivation had actually reached the Tai golden immortal level. He was a great Wu. He bellowed in fury, each axe stroke tearing through the air with a sharp shriek, heavy and devastating. On the other side was a patrol of about 50 demons led by a demon god of the mid-Tai golden immortal stage. This demon god had a bird's head, a human body, wings on his back, and wielded a feather fan burning with green demonic fire. The demon soldiers under his command were also well equipped, forming a simple killing formation. Their demonic auras merged into a rolling black cloud from which they continuously shot poisoned arrows and wind blades or spat corrosive demonic fire. Hey, feathered beasts! This land is the hunting ground of our Gomong tribe, imbued with the will of the ancestral Wu. How dare you lackeys of the Heavenly Court tread here? Get out! The great Wu's voice boomed like a great bell, filled with contempt and fury toward the demons. He struck first his giant axe, cleaving down with the force to split mountains straight at the demon god. Arrogant Wu barbarian! The Heavenly Court governs all heavens, where in the primordial continent is forbidden to us. This land is rich with spiritual energy. It should be under demon jurisdiction. Kill them all. Spare no one. The bird-headed demon god shrieked furiously, fanning his demonic fire fan. Instantly a sky full of cawing fire crows flew out bearing filthy demonic flames and dove toward the Wu warriors. Boom. The giant axe and the flock of fire crows collided violently, unleashing a devastating shockwave. Ancient trees that would take several men to embrace were instantly blasted to powder, and a massive crater appeared on the ground. It was a clash between pure physical might and bizarre demonic arts. Vastly different styles, yet equally lethal. In an instant, both sides were locked in chaotic battle. The Wu warriors were physically formidable, possessing boundless strength and brutal close combat prowess. A single punch or kick could shatter a demon soldier's protective artifact. The demons, on the other hand, relied on formation and magic, harassing from a distance with deft coordination, using various curses and weakening arts to continually sap the Wu's combat strength. The battle was extraordinarily fierce and brutal. Within a short span, both sides suffered casualties. Wu warriors were battered and torn as some, scorched by demonic fire, let out muffled groans, yet their battle intent grew even wilder. Demon soldiers, on the other hand, were frequently caught at close range and smashed into pulp along with their armor, or had their primordial spirits shattered by the frantic blood chi. Kong Xuan watched calmly from above, like a detached observer analyzing the two races' combat methods and their respective strengths and weaknesses. As the rumors say, the Wu race does not cultivate the primordial spirit, but instead refines the physical body and bloodline. Their combat is direct, savage, and efficient. Malevolent chi invades the body, exerting an overwhelming pressure on those with weak minds. The demons, however, rely more on artifacts formations and all manner of bizarre spells. Their methods are numerous, and they excel at overcoming force with finesse, but their bodies are a glaring weakness. He noticed that the Great Wu, though valiant and heavy-handed, employed somewhat simplistic, straightforward moves that could easily be targeted. As for the demon god, his artifact was excellent, and his demonic fire vicious, but he was extremely wary of the Great Wu closing in, and so kept fighting a hit-and-run battle relying on speed and the cover of his demon soldiers. It seems that in this early stage of the Wu-demon conflict, the supreme powers on both sides, the ancestral Wus and the demon emperors, have not yet entered the fray directly. Until trump cards like the Heavenly Star Array and the Dutian Divine Evil Array are revealed, the battles at the grassroots level are mostly small-scale skirmishes and clashes between armies, testing the quality of warriors' low-level command and the consumption of resources. The demon god nimbly sidestepped another heavy slash from the Great Wu, then flicked his fan to drive back two closing Wu warriors with a blast of demonic fire. A smug smile curled at the corners of his mouth as if victory were already assured. A glint flashed in Kong Xuan's eyes, and he thought to himself, "This is the perfect chance to test my divine power and teach this noisy demon god a lesson." Behind him, the white divine light representing the metal element governing sharpness and breaking spells flickered faintly. Aiming at the direction of the demon god from several li away, he lightly brushed the air with it. Swish! The bird-headed demon god was about to unleash another demonic art when he felt a sudden lightness in his hand. The famous demonic fire feather fan connected to his heart and mind vanished into thin air without any warning. It did not even cause a ripple in space. What a... The smug expression on the demon god's face instantly froze, turning into extreme shock and bewilderment. Where was his artifact? His greatest reliance gone just like that. In that instant of his distraction, the Great Wu opposite him, though also startled, had combat instincts outstripping thought. How could he let such a golden opportunity slip by? With a thunderous roar, his blood chi exploded, and the stone axe transformed into a streak of black light, descending with earth-shattering speed and full force. No. The demon god barely had time to let out a terrified, despairing scream before the axe split him from head to foot into two halves. Blood and entrails flew everywhere, and just as his primordial spirit attempted to flee, a scorching blast of blood chi from the Great Wu struck it, immediately dissolving it. With their leader instantly slain, the demon patrol fell into utter disarray, their morale shattered. The surviving soldiers were frightened out of their wits. Abandoning all formation, they fled in all directions, screaming in terror. Rabble, gather the spoils and return to the tribe. The Great Wu put away his stone axe, looked around in confusion, and scratched his head. Clearly, he also did not understand how the enemy's artifact had suddenly vanished. But being rough and straightforward, he did not dwell on it, simply attributing it to the blessing of the Father God. He gruffly ordered his men to clean up the battlefield. From the tree crown, Kong Xuan allowed a faint smile to play on his lips, his deed done in obscurity. The fine-feathered fire fan of decent quality was already resting quietly in his five-colored divine light space. This incident gave him a more intuitive understanding of the grassroots combat strength of both the Wu and demon races, and once again proved the five-colored divine light's uncanny power in actual combat. Useful for sneak attacks and weakening opponents, it was practically invincible. In the following period, as Kong Xuan roamed, he overheard bits of news about the Immortal Court. Dong Wanggong was both recruiting and suppressing rogue cultivators, aggressively expanding his influence. Emissaries of the Immortal Court scurried about, not only recruiting scattered cultivators, but also extending their reach into already claimed mid and small-sized immortal mountains and blessed grottos. By lure or coercion, they demanded submission to the Immortal Court's rule, euphemistically calling it consolidating the power of the immortal path. Naturally, this behavior provoked strong discontent among the established powers. Friction with local demons, rogue cultivator grandmasters who loved nature and disliked restraint, and small Wu tribes in the borderlands increased daily. Conflicts broke out from time to time. The reputation of Dong Wanggong and his Immortal Court grew complicated among lower-level cultivators. Some held them in awe, some sought to attach themselves, but not a few harbored resentment and contempt. A path to self-destruction. Kong Xuan's evaluation remained just those 4 words. In his eyes, Dong Wanggong's move was nothing short of pulling chestnuts from the fire, recklessly testing between the two great powers of the Wu and demons, while lacking the absolute strength to match. Defeat was almost certainly inevitable. He no longer paid heed to these escalating disputes, focusing his attention entirely on his own treasure hunts and cultivation. Guided by fragments of memory and his own instincts, he headed toward places where ancient battlefields, legacies of great masters, or special 5 elements locales might exist. Traversing the war-torn, faction-ridden central wilderness of the ancient wasteland, Kong Xuan gradually approached the outskirts where Mount Buzhou's influence waned. Here the Wu tribes were noticeably more numerous, and their customs grew ever more rugged and untamed. One day he arrived at a range of crimson mountains. The air was thick with dense fire aura, the earth cracked and parched, and volcanic activity was frequent. Judging by the aura, this should be a branch settlement of the Zhurong tribe. Kong Xuan initially intended to go around it, but a sudden stir arose in his heart. He sensed deep within the mountain range an extraordinarily pure and violent origin power of fire spirit pulsing as if it were not naturally formed. Rather, it seemed to emanate from a powerful fire Wu cultivator training or demonstrating some divine ability. The Zhurong tribe venerates the ancestral Wu of fire, he mused. Their application of the laws of fire must hold unique insights. Curiosity stirred within him. Though I command the Southbright Lihua flame and comprehend the Tao of fire among the 5 elements, the Wu specialize in the physical body and a single law. Perhaps I may draw parallels and gain further enlightenment. He concealed his aura and silently made his way toward the source of the fluctuation. Crossing several charred black volcanoes, a vast basin appeared before him. At the center of the basin sat a towering Wu man 12 feet tall, with rippling muscles, a bare torso, and dark red skin. His eyes were shut as he meditated cross-legged. His blood essence roiled like a blazing furnace, drawing up the earth's fire aura and forming visible crimson currents that surged into his body. Before him a clump of fire condensed to its extreme limit. Almost pure white, flickered slowly, radiating terrifying heat that warped the surrounding space. The flame shifted unpredictably in form, now like a dragon, now like a vermilion bird brimming with violent destructive force. Yet it was forcibly restrained and tempered by the man's immense willpower and blood essence. Such refined Wu fire. To have distilled the earth's fire aura to this level, nearly reaching the primordial source. A flicker of surprise crossed Kong Xuan's eyes. The man's cultivation was around the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal, yet his mastery over fire, particularly in its violent destructive aspect, surpassed even many fire cultivators at the Delua level. Kong Xuan could tell that the man was attempting to further condense this Wu fire and fuse it into his own bloodline. But he seemed to have hit a bottleneck. The flame was restless and refused to be fully tamed. After observing for a while, Kong Xuan made up his mind. He revealed himself without concealing his aura. Who goes there? The man's eyes snapped open, flames seeming to burn within them as he stared warily at Kong Xuan. The white Wu fire instantly surged, forming a wall of flame before him. A passerby, Kong Xuan replied calmly. Seeing that you fellow Taoists are troubled by your cultivation, I have come to meet you. His tone was placid. The 5-colored Tao robe stirred slightly, and the aura of the Southbright Lihua flame was released for the barest moment before being withdrawn. The man sensed the flame aura on Kong Xuan, no less imposing than his own, yet purer and more elevated, as well as his unfathomable cultivation. His wariness eased, but he still said in a gruff voice, "We will cultivate through our own strength, asking no help from outside. I need no instruction from anyone." Kong Xuan smiled, slightly unbothered by the man's attitude, and said matter-of-factly, "Fire is wild and fierce, burning all things to nothing. Such is its nature. But what is rigid cannot endure, what is too ferocious is easily broken. You, friend, rely solely on force to suppress it and blood chi to bind it. For a time it may display great might, yet you lose the opportunity of its fluid transformations. How can that be the path to lasting achievement?" The man frowned deeply. "Humph. The power of fire is meant to be controlled by absolute force. Why should I seek fluid transformations?" "Not so," Kong Xuan said. Shaking his head, he let a wisp of pure white Southbright Lihua flame dance upon his fingertip. It was not as explosive or menacing as the other's Wu fire, but it was far more restrained, pure, and full of vitality. Fire can destroy, but it can also nurture. The Southbright Lihua flame is supremely strong and supremely young, yet it can burn away filth and give birth to new life. This is the life-giving aspect of fire. He paused, then continued. Even when it comes to destruction, a lone mindless force is not the only way. A single spark can set an entire plain ablaze. Fire borrows the wind to multiply its might. Fire feeds on wood to prolong its burn. These are the momentum of fire, the borrowing of fire, the continuation of fire. Your fire friend is strong, yet it is like duckweed without roots, knowing only how to burst forth, never how to circulate. It will hardly prove serviceable in the end. The words struck the man's heart like a morning bell or an evening drum. He had devoted himself solely to the fire of destruction, never considering that fire could possess so many transformations and principles. He gazed at the Southbright Lihua flame in Kong Xuan's hand, a flame so agile and seemingly alive, and then compared it with his own Wu fire, which was powerful, yet stagnant and restless. He sank into deep thought. Seeing this, Kong Xuan knew the man had taken his words to heart, so he said no more. Instead, he turned his gaze to the earth beneath his feet. This mountain range held an excess of fire aura, and the earth veins were restless and unstable, clearly the result of the Wu tribe drawing earthly fire here to cultivate over many years. If this continued, it would inevitably lead to massive volcanic eruptions. A thought stirred in him. Let me demonstrate what it means to comb the fire and balance all things. So saying, he flew into midair. Behind him, a crimson divine light spread out, not to sweep or capture, but like a giant peacock fan gently brushing across the mountain range below. A miraculous scene unfolded. The wild raging fire aura that had ceaselessly erupted from beneath the ground the moment it touched the five-colored divine light was pacified, as if by an invisible giant hand, becoming docile and gentle. Where the divine light passed, the restless earth veins gradually calmed. The violent fire spirit energy was guided into orderly circulation, even feeding back into the land and nurturing crimson, heat-resistant plants. By reversing the movement of the five elements with his five-colored divine light, using fire to generate earth, Kong Xuan skillfully regulated the earthly fire meridians, calming their turmoil and converting the surplus fire aura into nourishment for the land. At the same time, he continually absorbed the pure fire spirit energy, refining his own south-bright Lihua flame. The Wu warrior stared in utter amazement. Never had he imagined that power could be wielded in such a way. Not only did it resolve the hidden danger of the earth veins, it even nourished both the cultivator and the environment. After a moment, Kong Xuan ceased his technique. The mountain range below was still crimson, yet it had lost much of its violence, gaining instead a calm vitality. In response to Heaven's Dao, a wisp of extraordinarily pure merit aura, golden and profound, faint yet unmistakable, descended from the heavens and merged into Kong Xuan's body. To tame the earth veins and stabilize the primordial wilderness was to earn merit. Though the amount was small, it would accumulate over time. Moreover, such deeds accord with the workings of Heaven's Dao. Kong Xuan nodded in satisfaction. By now the big man had completely shed his former disdain. He rose, clasped his fist toward Kong Xuan, and spoke with noticeably more reverence. "Thank you for your guidance, fellow Taoist. Yanzhu of the Zhurong tribe has learned much." Kong Xuan nodded. It was a mere trifle. Heaven and earth are the very foundation of our existence. To maintain their stability is also our duty. With that, before the great Wu named Yanzhu could ask anything further, he transformed into a streak of five-colored light and vanished beyond the horizon. Yanzhu stood in place, pondering all he had seen and heard. He looked at the gentler earthly fire underfoot, then recalled his own Wu fire, and a light of contemplation and sudden understanding gleamed in his eyes. After leaving, Kong Xuan landed in a secluded valley. So taming the earth veins earns merit. Though the amount is small, over time it could become considerable. Moreover, it benefits my comprehension of the balance among the five elements and the profound virtue of the great earth. He resolved to perform such deeds often during his travels. Thus he would gain merit, refine his divine abilities, and stabilize the primordial wilderness. 3 benefits in 1. Leaving the territory of the Wu clan, Kong Xuan continued northward, intending to cross the Baijilu continent in search of innate water spiritual energy or cold attribute spiritual items to further perfect his mastery of the 5 elements. On this day he arrived at a desolate range of black stone mountains. The spiritual energy here was thin, suffused with malevolent aura. The mountain range's treacherous terrain resembled the skeletal remains of a colossal beast, standing in stark contrast to the lush, thriving landscapes found elsewhere in the primordial world. Kong Xuan had intended to hasten his passage, but as his divine sense swept across the area, he suddenly detected a faint spatial formation fluctuation deep within an extremely concealed mountain hollow. The fluctuation was so subtle that without his extraordinarily acute Deluo divine sense and his remarkable sensitivity to the flow of the 5 elements, he would almost certainly have overlooked it. Oh, such a remote location, yet there's a formation concealing it. A sense of caution arose in Kong Xuan's heart along with a flicker of curiosity. He descended quietly, concealing all traces of his presence, as if merging with the shadows, slowly approaching the mountain hollow. As he drew nearer, the spatial fluctuation became increasingly distinct. Deep within the hollow, what appeared to be an ordinary black stone cliff face was actually an exceptionally sophisticated combination of illusion array and spatial restriction. 5-colored light flickered within Kong Xuan's eyes as he carefully analyzed the formation structure. Not naturally formed, it was deliberately arranged by someone. The technique is bizarre, carrying an atmosphere of consumption and chilling darkness somewhat similar to that of Kunping from the North Sea. His brows furrowed slightly as he recalled that terrifying figure from the northern waters. Could this be one of Kunping's secret strongholds? This speculation made him even more cautious. Kunping was a being of immense power, unfathomable in strength, and known for holding every grudge, a foe not to be trifled with. Upon careful observation, he found that while the formation was sophisticated, it seemed beyond Kunping's direct hand, more likely the work of a demon god under his command. Due to the passage of time or the absence of its conductor, its power was nowhere near its former glory. A bold notion began to take root within him. Kunping's main lair lies in the northern darkness, so establishing a hidden stronghold here must mean something crucial is stored within. Now that all the powerful figures of the primordial world are planning to head to Zixiao Palace, the defenses here must be vacant. Fortune favors the bold. Kong Xuan made his decision instantly. He did not attempt to forcibly break the formation, for that would immediately alert any guardians or summon Kunpeng from afar. The five-colored divine light behind him rippled gently, particularly the black light representing water and the yellow light representing earth, weaving together as it swept toward the stone wall. The five-colored divine light could sweep away anything disturbing the five elements and dismantling all methods. Against an unmanned formation like this, it was precisely the right remedy. Where the divine light passed, the stone wall rippled like water. The illusion array was temporarily disrupted, and the spatial restriction developed a hairline crack, just wide enough for one person to slip through before it rapidly closed. Now, Kong Xuan transformed into a streak of light and darted inside. The view opened up before him. Beyond the stone wall lay a miniature celestial realm carved from the mountain itself. The space was modest, shrouded in cold gloom, with a ferocious palace at its center constructed from bones and black stone. Surrounding the palace were warehouse-like structures guarded by powerful restrictions. The realm's atmosphere was utterly still save for two golden immortal cultivators dozing listlessly outside the palace gates. The defenses are indeed sparse. Kong Xuan's heart steadied. Without hesitation, the five-colored divine light behind him erupted wildly, spreading like a peacock's tail, its brilliant radiance engulfing the entire miniature realm. Swish, swish, swish. Before the two guards could react, they and their weapons and armor were swept away in an instant. The restrictions on the palace gates and the protective barriers surrounding the warehouses melted away like ice under sunlight as the five-colored divine light swept through continuously. Kong Xuan darted forward like lightning, bursting into the largest warehouse. Immediately, dazzling treasure light blinded him. Piles of spiritual materials and minerals stacked like mountains filled the space. Most were high-grade refining materials native to the Baijilu continent. Nether cold iron 9, nether profound ice, and soulbale crystals, all possessing strong cold properties. Numerous sealed jade boxes lined the shelves, each containing spiritual herbs and immortal medicines that radiated chilling medicinal energy. In another corner, completed magical treasures were stacked. Swords, spears, and halberds of mid to high grade post-heaven quality, emanating fierce demonic aura, clearly standard equipment from the Demon Master Palace. Wealth beyond imagination. Even Kong Xuan, with his vast experience, felt his heart race at the sight. These resources could arm an entire small sect, and those cold spiritual materials would be invaluable to his cultivation of the water element divine light. Without hesitation, the five-colored divine light behind him swept frantically like a giant whale drawing in water. Heaps of spiritual materials, rows of magical treasures, and countless jade boxes were devoured into the five-colored divine light's spatial realm. The entire operation was lightning swift. In merely a few breaths, the massive warehouse was nearly emptied. Kong Xuan knew when to stop, well aware that this place could not be lingered in. As he prepared to turn and leave, his attention was suddenly drawn to an object enshrined on a solitary stone pedestal at the farthest corner of the warehouse. It was a black gourd, palm-sized, with a smooth surface, yet radiating astonishing devouring power and chilling aura, the grade reaching the pinnacle of post-heaven spirit treasures. What a precious treasure! Kong Xuan's eyes lit up, and the five-colored divine light swept toward it without hesitation. But just as the divine light was about to touch the black gourd, a hum resonated. The black gourd trembled violently, its opening auto-opening as an absolutely terrifying suction force suddenly exploded, seemingly competing with the five-colored divine light for everything around them. At the same time, a blurry, angry giant face phantom emerged on the gourd's surface, issuing a silent roar. Kunpeng's divine sense mark. Kong Xuan's expression shifted slightly. This gourd was actually one of Kunpeng's important magical treasures, guarded by its formidable divine sense. Though unmanned, this backlash force caused him to hesitate. Come here. Kong Xuan snorted coldly, fully activating the five-colored divine light, reversing the five elements to forcibly suppress that suction force. Swish. The struggle lasted only an instant before the five-colored divine light ultimately prevailed, forcibly sweeping away the black gourd. But the moment the divine sense mark was erased, a terrifying presence abruptly awoke deep within the demonic master palace of the northern darkness, countless thousand li away. Roar! Who dares to touch my treasures? A roar of ultimate fury echoed across endless space, sending a bone-chilling divine sense filled with killing intent sweeping over this place. Kong Xuan felt his primordial spirit shiver with cold, as if targeted by a venomous snake. Without hesitation, he surged out of the warehouse, the five-colored divine light fiercely sweeping the spatial rift at the heavenly domain entrance that was about to close, forcibly enlarging it before he darted out as a streak of light, fleeing madly into the distance without looking back. Almost simultaneously with his departure, a shadowy silhouette obscuring the heavens descended upon the black stone mountain hollow, letting out a earth-shattering roar. Yet where he had been only a warehouse stripped bare and a gradually collapsing heavenly domain entrance remained. Far away, Kong Xuan sensed the terrifying pressure and boundless rage rapidly approaching, his speed soaring to its utmost limit. Kunpeng. This grudge is now sealed. Yet a satisfied smile curved his lips. The gains had been far too enormous. End of chapter. After fleeing hundreds of millions of li in a single breath until he could no longer feel the terrifying pressure and locking intent radiating from Beiming, Kong Xuan finally slowed down and descended into the depths of a desolate primeval jungle. He swiftly carved out a temporary cave dwelling, wove layer upon layer of concealment restrictions, and only then let out a long sigh of relief. Facing the wrathful blow of a veteran powerhouse like Kunpeng, even if it was only a distant divine sense deterrent, still placed enormous pressure on him. Veteran powerhouses are indeed extraordinary. Kong Xuan sat down cross-legged, calming the slightly turbulent mana within his body. If Kunpeng's true body were not far away in Beiming, and if this were not the critical period when he could not easily leave before the Zhixiao Palace lecture, today's affair might not have ended so peacefully. Nevertheless, risk and reward existed side by side. His divine sense probed the divine light space, and as he gazed at the mountain of cold spirit materials and treasures piled up there along with the black gourd still trembling faintly, and trying to resist, delight surged through his heart. These resources are enough to elevate the power of my water-phase divine light to the next level, and even to try refining several exclusive 5 elements treasures. Kong Xuan's eyes burned brightly. Especially this heaven-swallowing gourd, a name I chose myself. Although it is a top-grade acquired treasure, the Tao of devouring and the Beiming cold, baleful energy contained within it are extraordinarily remarkable. With a good round of refinement, it will certainly become a lethal weapon. He circulated his mana, the 5-colored divine light swirling behind him, and focused entirely on refining away and erasing the divine sense imprint Kunpeng had left on the gourd. The process was not easy. The imprint was obstinate beyond compare, bearing the brand of Kunpeng's will. Kong Xuan had to use his Deluo immortal power together with the 5-colored divine light to grind it down bit by bit. After several days of effort, he finally refined the gourd completely and branded it with his own primordial spirit imprint. The gourd grew still, its pitch-black surface shining with a gentle luster now linked to his mind. At last that hidden trouble has been settled. Kong Xuan played with the shrunken heaven-swallowing gourd, quite satisfied. Yet beneath his joy another matter stabbed at his heart like a thorn, the hidden immortal island in the eastern sea. The profundity of that formation and the tightness of its defense were far beyond anything Kunpeng's temporary residence could match. He might possess mighty divine powers, but because his mastery of formations was insufficient, he could only stare at the island and sigh. That sense of powerlessness was deeply uncomfortable. Although the 5-colored divine light is powerful, it is not omnipotent. In the primordial world, formations, restrictions, deduction, alchemy, artifact, refinement, all such arts are imbued with the great Tao and are indispensable. In the past, I leaned too heavily on innate divine abilities and thus descended to the inferior path. Kong Xuan began to reflect. The Tao of formations was especially critical, whether exploring ancient ruins, guarding cave dwellings, or trapping and killing enemies in battle. It was immensely important. Had he not seen that in the days to come many of the primordial world's great tribulations would be inseparable from earth-shaking formations? The Immortal Slaying Sword formation, the 9 Bends Yellow River formation, the 10,000 Immortals formation. Which of them was not the key to deciding the course of battle? I must begin studying formations, Kong Xuan resolved. He immediately set to work, beginning by organizing his collection. Inside the divine light space, besides the gains from this trip, there were many jade slips, beast hides, bone books, and other items he had gathered during past travels. Quite a few of them contained scattered records of formation knowledge. Some were layout diagrams of remnant formations, and others were analyses of ruins. He took out everything related to formations and piled it in front of him like a small mountain. Then he immersed himself in them, devouring the knowledge with eager hunger. The process was far more difficult than he had imagined. The Tao of formations was vast and profound, encompassing yin and yang, the 5 elements, spatial transformations. Nothing was excluded, and most of what he had obtained was scattered fragments lacking any coherent system. With many foundational theories missing, the more profound formation diagrams looked like heavenly texts to him. Many formation-laying techniques and rune-carving methods eluded him because he lacked a master's tradition. It seems working behind closed doors will not do. I need either a systematic inheritance or exchanges with like-minded practitioners. Kong Xuan rubbed his brow, feeling a headache coming on. True formation masters in the primordial world could be counted on one hand. The most famous was none other than the future patriarch Tongtian, but where could one find him now? Dijun and Fushi of the demon race were also skilled at formations, but they were even more out of the question. Perhaps I should search some ancient ruins and see whether I can find a more complete formation inheritance. Or after the second lecture at Zhixiao Palace, perhaps I can grasp something from the teachings. He knew he could not rush this, it required careful planning. Yet the temptation of the immortal island was too great. He could not resist using his divine sense to trace the island's grand formation's operational trajectory and deduce a way to break it. In the course of his deduction, the changes were endless and space folded layer upon layer. Whenever he felt he had caught a thread, the next instant it dissolved into inexplicable chaos, and the backlash made even his primordial spirit prickle with pain. No, this formation is far beyond what my current cultivation realm can understand. Forcing the deduction would only bring harm, not benefit. Kong Xuan gave up resolutely. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He had suffered a minor injury. He swallowed a spirit medicine to heal his wounds, yet there was no sign of discouragement in his eyes. Instead, an even fiercer fighting spirit blazed within them. The harder it is, the more it proves how extraordinary its value is. The day my formation skills first bear fruit will be the day that Immortal Island reveals its true face. He buried his longing for the Immortal Island deep in his heart, and turned instead to systematically studying from the most basic evolution of the 5 elements, combining it with his profound understanding of the laws of the 5 elements to build his own system of formation knowledge step by step. Though progress was slow and the road ahead was long, Kong Xuan's Dao heart remained firm, and he could endure solitude. He knew this was an unavoidable step on the path to greater strength. Outside the cave dwelling, the sun and moon alternated. Inside, Kong Xuan's mind was wholly immersed in the ocean of formation Dao, deducing, calculating, simulating, forgetting the passage of time. The turmoil of the primordial world seemed to recede for the moment, leaving only the thirst for knowledge and the pursuit of the great Dao continuing quietly in the silence. In the seclusion of a temporary cave dwelling, Kong Xuan devoted himself to the study of formation arts for decades. Though he had yet to glimpse the gate of the great Dao, he had at last teased out the underlying structures of the basic 5 elements formations, no longer stumbling about in total darkness as before. Yet the more he learned, the more he felt how shallow his footing truly was. Many subtleties could only be grasped through practice and fate. The way of formations cannot be mastered in seclusion. One must observe the natural formations of heaven and earth, and parse the flow of qi in all living things. Kong Xuan stepped out of the cave, resolving to resume his travels, gathering resources while putting his learning to the test. He recalled that the far northern extremity of Beihai was the coldest point in the primordial wilderness. Ancient ice there had never melted for eons. Such an extreme environment might well nurture rare water-type treasures, and perhaps natural heaven-conceived extreme cold-killing formations worthy of study. His course fixed, Kong Xuan transformed into a 5-colored long rainbow and flew straight toward Beihai. The farther north he advanced, the more bitterly cold the climate became. The fierce astral wind was like a steel blade scraping bone, hard for even ordinary immortals and gods to endure. Snowflakes seeded with ice-baleful aura began to fall, and the earth grew step by step into a realm of immemorial glaciers. Kong Xuan drew upon his Dharma power. A 5-colored halo radiated around him, sealing the cold away with ease. The black divine light at his back, water element, was unusually animated, quivering slightly, as if profoundly intimate with this environment. The water spiritual energy here is unbelievably abundant, saturated with extreme cold, perfect for tempering my water element divine light. Kong Xuan was quietly delighted. He slackened his speed, carefully sensing the endless ice field below and the fathomless dark blue sea trenches. He flew for a long while, his divine sense combing over countless icebergs, ice caves, and sea ice. He found some cold-type spirit materials, 1,000-year ice crystals, mystic ice souls, and the like, yet nothing that stirred his heart. At last he arrived at the very depths of Beihai. This was a forbidden zone for life. Even the hardiest demon beasts of Beihai appeared, but rarely. Looking out, he saw only the eon-immutable glaciers of dark black, and beneath them the fathomless obsidian seawater that seemed to swallow every trace of light. Kong Xuan floated high above a colossal glacial canyon. From the canyon's depths the wind howled like screaming specters, a wailing shrill enough to freeze one's divine sense. Edge. A faint cry of surprise escaped him. At the very bottom of the canyon, an extremely recondite, yet incomparably pure source power of extreme cold was slowly seeping out. This power was no dead thing. It carried a faint pulse of life, like a heartbeat. There's a treasure. Kong Xuan's spirit leapt. Without the least hesitation, he dove into the glacial canyon. The deeper he burrowed, the more intense the cold, until it began to condense into invisible chains of ice-baleful law, straining to shackle his Dharma power and primordial spirit. Kong Xuan had no choice but to summon the Nanming Lihua flame to shield his body before he could keep descending. In the end, he halted at the bottom of the canyon before a 10,000 zhang ice wall that shone with a dim azure glow and was smooth as a polished mirror. That pure power of extreme cold origin was exactly what seeped from the depths of the ice wall. An innate mystic ice barrier. Quite a rarity. Kong Xuan recognized the wall for what it was: a fortification condensed from Beihai's extreme cold qi over countless eras, matchless in hardness and capable of shutting out even divine sense inspection. Had it not been for his special 5 elements Dao heart, he could never have detected the opportunity concealed inside. He hurled Dharma power against the wall, yet it did not stir a hair's breadth, the force rebounding slightly numbed his arm. Cutting with gunmetal sword chi left, but shallow scars instantly healed by the recondite cold. Ordinary methods will never crack it. Kong Xuan mused, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Then I'll use the water element divine light. Same origin, mutual resonance, finesse over brute force. The black divine light behind him suddenly surged, yet not with its usual domineering, all-sweeping might. Instead it turned immeasurably gentle and profound, like the boundless Beihai that holds all things in its bosom. The divine light lightly veiled the innate mystic ice wall. It did not try to shatter it, but through absolute mastery of the water element law it guided and resonated with that wisp of extreme cold origin within the wall. A low hum droned. The ice wall began to tremble, the azure light on its surface speeding in its revolutions. Kong Xuan closed his eyes and concentrated, pouring every particle of his mind into sensing and guiding that wisp of origin. This was a work of exquisite precision, a contest of insight into the water element law, not a brawl of brute strength. Time slipped past moment by moment. A fine sweat broke out on Kong Xuan's brow. His divine sense was drained at a terrifying rate. Yet his comprehension of water element law, especially the side of cold, soared steeply in the course of this ordeal. At last, crack. A single razor-thin crack. At the core of the ice wall, an ultimate azure light lit up. Then a lump of wondrous ice marrow about the size of a fist, crystal transparent, with something like a flowing river of liquid cold within it, precipitated out from the wall of its own volition, like a child gently pushed out by its mother, and floated lightly toward the black divine light in Kong Xuan's hand. In that moment of departure, the entire 10,000 zhang ice wall dimmed by 3/10, as though it had lost its soul's marrow. Beihai mystic ice marrow. Kong Xuan was overjoyed and seized it. The instant it entered his grasp, an extreme cold capable of freezing the soul to the bone erupted, but he was prepared. With 5 elements Dharma power enshrouding it, he effortlessly suppressed the marrow. This mystic ice marrow was a wondrous substance bred by the extreme cold origin of Beihai over countless ages. It contained the most fundamental, innate, cold, baleful force of the primordial world and possessed unparalleled efficacy for cultivating water element divine abilities and refining ice-type immortal tools. With this in my hands, the might of my water element divine light will expand greatly, perhaps even giving rise to a divine ability like absolute frost seal. Kong Xuan treasured it fondly, reluctant to set it down. He wasted no time finding a hidden ice cavern, laid down restriction spells, and began to refine the mystic ice marrow. The process was not easy. The extreme cold power contained in the marrow was ferocious beyond measure, requiring him to slowly guide, assimilate, and absorb it with his own water element law. The black divine light behind Kong Xuan enwrapped the mystic ice marrow like a cocoon of silk. Strand after strand, the most concentrated cold currents were drawn out and merged into the divine light. The color of the divine light grew deeper and more lusterless. The chill it released became still more terrifying until it began to corrupt the surrounding space, freezing out fine black ice crystals. Who knows how long had passed when abruptly Kong Xuan opened his eyes. The black divine light behind him soared up to the heavens, shifting into a phantom of an onyx ice river. In an instant it silently annihilated 100 zhang iceberg far ahead into the tiniest ice powder. The power was more than doubled from before, and moreover it possessed a horrible trait, annihilating frostbane. Excellent. Kong Xuan nodded in satisfaction, feeling the transcendence of his water element divine light. This trip was well worth it. He retired from his practice and rose. His gaze returned to the ice wall. Its core lost its numinous quality, much diminished. After a brief thought, he gave a flick of his sleeve, severing the whole wall and storing it away. Although it has lost its vitals, it remains excellent material for artifact forging and formation laying. It would be a shame to squander it. Only then did he depart from Beihai's extreme cold lands, his heart gratified, and continue on his wandering path through the primordial wilderness. Behind him only the mournful wind howled, telling how a rare fortune had been carried away from this place. Leaving the North Sea, Kong Xuan did not immediately go elsewhere, but turned westward. Though the mystic ice marrow of the North Sea was precious, its nature was fiercely cold and overbearing. It required a gentle, mellow spiritual object to harmonize it before it could be perfectly fused into his body without harming his Dao foundation. And when it came to gentle, mellow spiritual objects brimming with vitality, the finest in the primal wilderness were the Rin water peaches of West Kunlun. Moreover, the Queen Mother of the West was the foremost of all female immortals with profound cultivation. She was likely at the late stage, or even the consummate realm of the Deluo golden immortal level. To discuss the Dao with her would surely bring great rewards. Now that he was himself a Deluo golden immortal, he had the standing to discourse on the Dao as an equal. West Kunlun was a renowned immortal sanctuary of the primal wilderness, shrouded throughout the year in drifting clouds and mist with immortal aura swirling in abundance. The moment Kong Xuan drew near, spiritual energy came surging toward him, seeping into his heart and refreshing his spirit. a stark contrast to the bitter cold and deathly silence of the North Sea. He did not force his way in. Instead, he manifested his form outside the mountain gate, and said in a clear voice, Kong Xuan of the Phoenix clan passing by this precious mountain has come especially to visit Taoist Queen Mother of the West. Please announce my arrival. His voice was crisp and resonant, bearing the Dao resonance of the Luo realm piercing through the clouds and mist and reaching deep into the mountain. Before long the clouds parted, and a beautiful immortal maiden clad in a feather robe rode out upon a cloud. She bowed respectfully and said, "So it is Senior Kong Xuan who has come. Her Majesty already knows and has sent me to welcome you. Please follow me, Senior." Kong Xuan nodded and followed the fairy maiden into West Kunlun. Along the way, rare jade herbs and wondrous flowers never withered, green pines and emerald cypresses remained ever verdant. Immortal cranes danced through the sky and spirit deer bounded about, a tranquil scene of a celestial realm. Moreover, countless formations and prohibitions lay hidden throughout, extraordinarily profound and subtle. Kong Xuan, who had recently been painstakingly studying the way of formations, nodded inwardly and gained much insight. They arrived before a majestic yet elegant palace above which were written the two characters Xuanpu. The Queen Mother of the West was already waiting outside the hall in person. She was not dressed in formal splendor today, but wore only a plain graceful court robe. Even so, she remained dignified, noble, and extraordinarily imposing. Taoist Kong Xuan, you have traveled far and must be weary. Please come in. The Queen Mother spoke with a gentle smile and a warm tone. She had long sensed the vast ocean-like Luo aura radiating from Kong Xuan, and was secretly astonished at his astonishing progress, so she naturally treated him with even greater courtesy. I apologize for my presumptuous visit and for disturbing your quiet cultivation. Kong Xuan returned the greeting with cupped hands and followed her into the jade pool. Host and guest took their seats, and fairy maidens served fragrant tea and immortal fruits. The immortal fruits resembled peaches, yet were only the size of fists, pink and white intertwined, and radiating a striking aura of spiritual energy. They were precisely the Ren water peaches that ripened once every 3,000 years. Taoist, please taste this specialty of my West Kunlun. Though it is inferior to the 9,000-year variety with purple veins and a yellow core, it is still of some benefit for nourishing primordial qi and comprehending the way of life. The Queen Mother of the West smiled. Kong Xuan did not stand on ceremony. He took one and bit into it. The flesh was sweet and refreshingly crisp, and the juice transformed into pure, gentle primordial Ren water spiritual energy that instantly surged through his limbs and bones. It not only quickly soothed the cold backlash from refining the mystic ice marrow, but also deepened his understanding of the life-giving aspect of water, forming a subtle complement to the dead stillness and cold of the North Sea. Truly marvelous without end. Thank you for your hospitality, Taoist. Kong Xuan praised sincerely. After the exchange of pleasantries, the two naturally turned to discussing the Dao. Kong Xuan cultivated the 5 elements as his main path, excelling especially in water and fire. The Queen Mother of the West governed the essence of primordial Ren water and the energy of Taiyin with profound mastery over the laws of life, nourishment, and Taiyin. Kong Xuan expounded the wonders of generation and overcoming among the 5 elements, and illuminated the principle by which Nanming Lihua fire burned away filth and nurtured new life. The Queen Mother in turn shared the Dao of Ren water, nourishing all things, and Taiyin's tranquil profundity. Though their Daos were different, they also had points of resonance. As each corroborated the other's insights, both felt they had benefited immensely. Kong Xuan gained a deeper understanding of the water element's laws, especially its aspects of gentleness, life, and moistening. The Queen Mother likewise drew analogies from the cycling of the 5 elements, and arrived at new reflections on her own Dao. During a lull in their discussion, Kong Xuan seemed to casually mention what he had seen in the EC on a previous journey through the EC. I noticed that Taoist Dong Wengong's immortal court was quite lively, welcoming a broad host of immortals and building no small momentum. Hearing this, a barely perceptible aloofness flickered across the Queen Mother's elegant face. She took a light sip of the immortal tea and said, Dong Wengong cherishes the primal wilderness in his heart and wishes to regulate yin and yang. Naturally, he is busy. I by nature delight in quietude. I need only look after this small plot of mine in West Kunlun and preserve a pure place of cultivation for all female immortals. As for the disturbances of the outer world, I have no wish to become too entangled in them. Her tone was even, yet it clearly defined her distance from Dong Wengong, expressing a non-committal, even faintly detached, attitude toward the immortal court's expansionist policy. Kong Xuan understood and did not pursue the matter. Instead, he exchanged insights with the Queen Mother on alchemy and the cultivation of spiritual roots. The Queen Mother of the West governed the Jade Pool and was an expert in these arts. Kong Xuan too had the Phoenix clan's heritage and the knowledge gained from his travels. The two conversed with great delight. Finally, Kong Xuan brought out some 10,000-year mystic ice lotuses obtained from the North Sea, along with several exquisite acquired spiritual treasures from the treasury of the Demon Master's palace that he had no use for. I have disturbed you on this visit and have nothing worthy of respect to offer. These modest gifts are merely a token of my regard. I hope you will not refuse them." Seeing that the mystic ice lotus was rich in spiritual energy and was exactly the perfect item for harmonizing the water-fire spirit veins of the jade pool, and that the treasures were also exquisite and suitable for rewarding her disciples, the Queen Mother accepted them with a smile. "You are too kind, Taoist." As a gift in return, she ordered someone to bring several root branches from a 6,000-year peach tree. These peach tree branches, if you have the leisure, you may try to cultivate them. Though they cannot match the mother tree, they will still bear fruit. It should be an enjoyable pastime. Kong Xuan was overjoyed. Peach tree roots and branches were incomparably precious, and this return gift was truly generous. He received them solemnly. "Thank you for your bountiful gift, Taoist." The purpose of this journey had been more than fulfilled, and he had formed a favorable bond with the Queen Mother of the West. Fully satisfied, Kong Xuan lingered a few more days before rising to take his leave. The Queen Mother of the West personally escorted him to the mountain gate. "If you have leisure in the future, Taoist, do come often to West Kunlun." "I will." Kong Xuan bade farewell with cupped hands, then transformed into a 5-colored stream of light and departed. Looking back at West Kunlun, Kong Xuan was in excellent spirits. Dealing with an intelligent person saved both worry and effort. This trip had brought not only tangible benefits, but more importantly, he had established a good relationship with the future sovereign of female immortals, gaining a friend in the primal wilderness and losing a potential adversary. Next, I should go see the south. I have heard that the southern wilderness is home to many surviving descendants of ferocious beasts. Just the place to test my divine abilities and accumulate merit. Changing direction, Kong Xuan headed straight for the southern wilderness. After bidding farewell to Shi Wangmu, Kong Xuan journeyed south, crossing beyond the reach of Buzhou Mountain and entering the vast primeval southern wilderness. This land could not have been more different from the celestial grandeur of western Kunlun. Towering ancient trees scraped the sky, miasmic vapors hung in the air, and venomous insects and strange beasts roamed unchecked. Everywhere exuded an aura of wildness and peril. In many places, the baleful qi and spatial rifts left over from the Dragon Han primordial tribulation still lingered enough to deter even an ordinary Tai golden immortal from venturing deep. Kong Xuan, however, moved through them like a fish in water. Shielded by the 5 elements, impervious to all poisons, and endowed with a formidable divine sense, he could always detect deadly regions in advance and steer clear of them. Any reckless beast or venomous creature that crossed his path was casually destroyed by a streak of Nanming Lihua fire or a gunmetal sword qi, and he pocketed the materials. One day he pressed into a primeval forest so dense it blotted out the sky. The trees were unnaturally tall, their tangled branches and leaves nearly cutting off the light of heaven. A thick blanket of rotting leaves covered the ground, releasing wisps of marsh gas. An elusive, ferocious aura pervaded the woods, keeping ordinary creatures at a distance. Such dense, malevolent qi. It seems some ancient remnant of the primordial age has made its lair here. Emboldened by his own extraordinary skill, Kong Xuan did not retreat. Instead, he followed the aura to its source. The deeper he went, the more grotesque the forest became. Many trees had taken on an eerie ink-green color, and aerial roots laced with paralytic poison dangled from their branches. The ground began to be littered with enormous corroded bones. Suddenly, a sharp, mournful avian cry rang out ahead, accompanied by violent clashes of magical power and the thunderous snapping of trees. Kong Xuan's divine sense swept outward at once. In a clearing among the woods, an enormous, hideously terrifying beast was furiously attacking a magnificent divine bird with azure plumage. The beast resembled a colossal lizard, yet bore 9 savage heads, each different from the others. One belched toxic smoke, one spat acid, and another shot petrifying rays from its eyes. Its body was covered in viscous ink-green scales, and it radiated the ferocious aura of an early-stage Dayuo golden immortal. It was unmistakably a 9-headed poison nightmare, an impure-blooded primordial beast. As for the azure-plumed bird under attack, its form was graceful, its tail feathers long and radiant with divine light. It was actually a pure-blooded azure luan. Its cultivation was at the consummate peak of the Tai golden immortal realm, but it was clearly gravely wounded. Its left wing was twisted at an unnatural angle, many patches of feathers were scorched black and falling away, and its body was smeared with noxious slime. Its aura was feeble, and it could only rely on agile movement to parry narrowly, escaping peril at every turn. The pure immortal aura surrounding the azure luan clashed utterly with the foul, baleful qi of the 9-headed poison nightmare. Clearly the beast had taken it for an intruder or prey. A pure-blooded azure luan. That is quite rare. A flicker of surprise crossed Kong Xuan's eyes. The azure luan was a close kin of the phoenix, an auspicious creature famed for its breathtaking speed. Since the decline of the phoenix clan, it had seldom appeared in the world. As the nine-headed poison nightmare belched a great torrent of reeking ink-green venom that descended like a waterfall toward the azure lawn, another of its heads gathered gray light in its eyes, preparing to shoot a petrifying ray and cut off all escape. The azure lawn cried out in sorrow, despair filling its eyes. Kong Xuan did not hesitate. Wretched beast! How dare you! His cold shout exploded like a thunderclap. A crimson divine light suddenly swept out from behind him. Swoosh! The sky-covering torrent of ink-green venom, and the energy gathering in the eye of the head about to release its petrifying ray, was wiped clean away in an instant by the five-color divine light, as if it had never existed. All 9 heads of the nine-headed poison nightmare went blank, and its body froze. The azure lawn too stood rooted in place, stunned to have survived, and stared blankly toward the source of the voice. Kong Xuan's figure appeared. Without even glancing at the beast, he fixed his gaze on the azure lawn, and asked, "Are you willing to pledge yourself to me?" Sensing the pure and vast immortal aura radiating from Kong Xuan, far surpassing her own inherent to his 5 elements Dao body, and a faint yet noble pressure that stirred her bloodline, that of the primal phoenix, she knew she could not hesitate. He was clearly a being of boundless divine power, able to shatter the beast's killing stroke in a single instant. At once she bowed her head through the pain, and let out a clear pleading cry. "Qing Xuan is willing to follow you, senior. Please save me." "Good." Kong Xuan nodded and sent a stream of pure jiawood vitality into the azure lawn's body, stabilizing her wounds and suppressing the poison. This act utterly enraged the nine-headed poison nightmare. Roar! All 9 heads released a sky-shaking roar, and a reeking gale blasted forth. Abandoning the azure lawn, the beast hurled its colossal body at Kong Xuan with momentum that could grind mountains to dust. All 9 mouths gaped wide. Poison, fire, acid, wind, blades, sonic waves, petrifying rays, a sky-darkening barrage of innate divine powers came crashing down. "You do not know your limits." Kong Xuan's expression did not change. He could not even be bothered to use any other method. Once more the 5-color divine light unfolded behind him like the most magnificent screen in heaven and earth, then swept forward with a gentle flick. Swoosh! The wind ceased, the fire died, the sound vanished, the light scattered. Every divine art and glob of venom hurled at him. Even the viscous baleful armor clinging to the nine-headed poison nightmare was erased in an instant as if by an invisible hand. Nothing remained. In its place stood its bare, hideous body covered with revolting tumors. The beast froze, all 18 eyes filled with incredulous terror. Kong Xuan pressed 2 fingers together like a sword and pointed through the air at the largest central head at the beast's core. "Perish!" A thread of white fire condensed to the utmost extreme and imbued with the purifying essence of Nanming Lihua flashed across the void and sank precisely into the center of that main head's brow. Oh! The nine-headed poison nightmare let out a wretched, agonizing scream. Its colossal body convulsed violently as pure white flames burst forth from within. No matter how it rolled or struggled, the flames only blazed more fiercely. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to a pile of flying ash. Not even its primordial spirit could escape. Nanming Lihua, supremely firm and pure yang, overcomes evil and destroys demons. It was the perfect bane of such filthy beasts. Where the creature had stood, only a fist-sized iridescent core remained, pulsing with vast essence and lethal poison, the inner kernel of the nine-headed poison nightmare. Kong Xuan raised a hand and collected the core, then turned to look at the dumbfounded azure lawn. By then the azure lawn had transformed into a woman clothed in a robe of azure-green feathers. Though her face was pale, her extraordinary beauty could not be hidden. Suppressing her pain, she knelt prostrate before him. "Qing Xuan greets you, master." "Thank you, master, for saving my life." "Rise." Kong Xuan's tone was calm. He sent a wisp of 3 light divine water into her body to dissolve the stubborn, baleful poison, then asked, "Why were you here, and how did you encounter this beast?" Qing Xuan wept tears of gratitude, and answered hastily, "Reporting to you, Master Qing Xuan, is from the Azure Lawn clan of Qinghuan Valley at the edge of the southern wilderness. In recent years, the baleful aura here has grown ever thicker. This beast came out from the depths and attacked us without mercy, leaving our clan with heavy casualties. This time Qing Xuan went out seeking spirit medicines to heal our clansmen, but the beast caught sight of me and hunted me all the way here. If not for you, Master Qing Xuan would already have died in its jaws." At this heart-rending memory, tears spilled from Qing Xuan's beautiful eyes. Kong Xuan swept his divine sense deeper into the southern wilderness, and indeed sensed many powerful, chaotic, baleful auras beyond. It seemed the lingering, baleful chi of the Dragon Han tribulation, combined with the rise and conflicts of the sorcerer and demon races, had stirred many deeply buried primordial beast bloodlines to awaken and wreak havoc. "Where is your clan now?" "Ahead 30,000 li away in Qinghuan Valley. By now I fear." Qing Xuan's face was a mix of urgency and despair. "Lead the way," Kong Xuan said tersely. Qing Xuan was overjoyed. "Thank you, master." Shortly afterward, Kong Xuan stood in the air above Qinghuan Valley. The valley had been partially eroded by poisonous baleful energy. Many azure wands inside were dead or wounded, and the survivors, all bearing injuries, filled the air with mournful cries. The five-color divine light whirled repeatedly behind Kong Xuan, cleansing the valley of its baleful poison. Then mixing 3 light divine water with Jiaowood vitality, he sent down life-giving rain to heal the injured. The surviving azure wands were overwhelmed with gratitude and bowed prostrate one after another. Kong Xuan said to Xuan, "This valley is no longer a safe place. Would you be willing to move elsewhere?" After consulting the clan elders, Xuan pleaded, "We are willing to follow you with our entire clan. Please take us in." Kong Xuan pondered briefly. Thinking of the future revival of the Phoenix clan and the need for the feathered race's aid, he nodded. "Very well. I will first send you to a safe place to stay for a time." He waved his sleeve, gathering the survivors of all Qingwan Valley, roughly 100, into the space within the 5-color divine light to be settled. "For now you will serve as my mount. In the future a destiny of your own will come," Kong Xuan said to Xuan. "It is my utmost honor." Xuan transformed back into her true form. Though her left wing was still injured, she looked as majestic as ever. Kong Xuan mounted her. The azure Luan let out a long cry, spread her wings, and soared aloft, carrying him away from that pestilent land. This journey had yielded not only a divine flying mount, but also the allegiance of an entire azure Luan clan. Truly a bountiful harvest. Having settled the azure Luan clan, Kong Xuan did not immediately leave the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain. He sat cross-legged upon the azure Luan's back, gazing down at this primordial heartland, feeling the vast and overwhelming pressure of Pangu's might that pervaded every corner. Having reached the Deluo realm, especially after condensing the 9th rank Dao fruit, his perception of the pressure here grew far more profound. It was no mere physical force, but carried the supreme will, the laws of power and the mysteries of creation by which Pangu split heaven and earth and transformed his body into all things. In the past my cultivation was insufficient, and I felt only the crushing weight that made it hard to remain. Now looking anew, this place is truly a peerless ground for tempering the body and comprehending the ways of power and creation. With this enlightenment in his heart, Kong Xuan instructed Xuan to descend to a relatively safe area at the edge of Buzhou Mountain, letting her heal and cultivate on her own. He himself took a single step forward and began once more to ascend Buzhou Mountain. Compared to his climb during the Taiyi period, this ascent was far more composed. The boundless pressure still pressed upon his physical body, his mana, and his primordial spirit, yet it no longer made each step a trial. He could even spare attention to circulate the Phoenix Dance chaos art, actively guiding the pressure to temper himself. Under the grinding of the pressure, his 5 elements Dao body faintly emitted a precious radiance, growing more condensed and resilient. As mana circulated, it carried a hint of the heavy, vast implication of Pangu's heaven-splitting might. He did not deliberately chase speed. Step by step, with his feet firmly on the ground, he sensed with his whole heart the ancient Dao traces left upon the mountain, as well as the reverence rising from the depths of his bloodline toward the Father God's spine. The higher he climbed, the stronger the pressure became. Gradually, Kong Xuan began to feel the strain. Sweat beaded on his brow, his pace slowed. Yet his eyes only grew brighter. Under the pressure, his blood vitality surged like a great river, and his internal organs resonated in harmony. The body-refining art he had roughly created from his 5 elements Dao body operated on its own, frantically absorbing the surrounding primordial spiritual energy, and Pangu's while continuously perfecting and optimizing itself. The Dao of power is not brute force. It is lifting heavy weights with ease. It is the union of hardness and softness. It is one force overcoming 10,000 laws. And it is also the body merging with the Dao, bearing heaven and earth. Enlightenment after enlightenment surged into his heart. He observed the mountain's momentum, felt the supreme power that propped up heaven and earth, and fused that artistic conception into his own body-refining art. None knew how much time had passed before he climbed to an extremely lofty height, where the pressure was strong enough to immobilize most Deluo golden immortals. Thus he returned with Xuan to the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Arriving before a mist-shrouded region ahead, he dimly discerned the outline of an extremely ancient, majestic, great temple radiating a vast and desolate blood aura, standing on a broad platform halfway up the mountain. The Penga Hall, the holy land of the Wu tribe, the dwelling place of the 12 ancestral Wus. Kong Xuan halted, not approaching any closer. The surging blood essence, the sky-piercing baleful aura, and the terrifying will faintly emanating from it all made his heart tremble. He knew that going further would inevitably draw the attention of the ancestral Wus, and now was not yet the time to contact the upper echelons of the Wu tribe. He found a huge boulder here, and sat cross-legged upon it, facing the direction of the Pango Hall from afar. Though he could not observe it up close, merely sensing the purest aura of the laws of power and the origin of the turbid earth essence emanating from that temple brought him immense benefit. The Wu tribe did not cultivate the primordial spirit. they devoted themselves wholly to the physical body and bloodline laws, pushing that path to its very extreme. Especially Hutu, the ancestral Wu of Earth, whose virtue of bearing all things and mastery of the power of the earth caused Kong Xuan's comprehension of the law of earth to soar. He closed his eyes and turned his awareness inward, watching his 5 elements revolve within. The central earth chi of Wu, nourished by the aura of the Pango Hall, grew exceptionally thick and steady, in turn supporting and coordinating the other 4 elements, making the 5-element cycle even more stable and powerful. So that is it. Earth resides in the center not merely because of direction, but because of its nature of bearing all things with virtue. It can serve as the foundation of all beings, capable of carrying, transforming, and balancing the power of all elements. His body-refining art transformed accordingly, no longer limited to tempering sinews, bones, and skin, but beginning to emphasize the forging of internal organs and the balanced nourishment of the 5 elemental energies, pursuing a strength that was integrated, perfect, and whole from inside out. A thought stirred in Kong Xuan's mind. He attempted to draw in an extremely faint wisp of the turbid earth essence, excluding the baleful aspect, into his body. This power was incredibly heavy, thoroughly incompatible with the ethereal immortal chi. The moment it entered, it sought to sink down and assimilate everything. He immediately circulated his newly comprehended body-refining method, using the central earth chi as the core, guiding the 5-element cycle and slowly refining and absorbing that trace of turbid essence. The process was slow and agonizing, like bearing a mountain upon one's back. But with every trace he refined, he felt his body become that much more intimately connected to the earth beneath his feet, his physical strength rise slightly, and his understanding of power deepened by one more layer. This method works. Though I cannot, like the Wu tribe, refine my body purely with turbid and baleful chi, drawing out its true essence of heaviness and bearing, infusing it into my 5 elements, Dao body will carve a body-refining path uniquely my own. Joy filled his heart as he immersed himself in this slow yet solid progress. Occasionally he could sense several curious, scrutinizing, yet not malevolent gazes cast over from the direction of the Pango Hall, as if some were merely astonished that an outsider dared to comprehend the temple's aura from such close range. Kong Xuan remained calm and undisturbed, continuing as he had been. Time flowed by, and Kong Xuan became wholly absorbed in his cultivation. His physical strength advanced at a visible rate. A 5-colored precious radiance faintly glimmered beneath his skin, and the surging of his blood vitality seemed to carry the sound of wind and thunder. Every movement he made carried a power that was steady as a mountain, yet explosively fierce within. One day, suddenly stirred by intuition, he awakened from his deep cultivation. He felt his blood vitality surging to a critical threshold, and his accumulated comprehension of the laws of power and the heaviness of earth had reached sufficiency. He rose to his feet, and facing the void before him, gently threw a punch. No mana, no divine ability, only the pure force of the physical body. Boom. Where the fist passed, space let out an agonized hum, and a distinct ripple of air burst outward, sweeping across hundreds of miles and scattering the distant sea of clouds into nothingness. Excellent. Kong Xuan withdrew his fist and looked at it with satisfaction. The force of this single punch rivaled a full-powered strike from a late-stage Tai Golden Immortal who specialized in body refinement. This method shall be named the 5 Directions, 5 Elements Sacred Body Art. It is only in its first creation, with a long road still ahead, but its foundation has been laid. He knew that his insights had reached their limit, and lingering further would serve no purpose. He cupped his fist slightly toward the direction of the Pango Hall as a gesture of respect for Pangu and the holy land of the Wu tribe, then turned and began walking down the mountain step by step. His pace was steady, and every step left a faint imprint upon the rocks, bearing the circular meaning of the 5 elements before the mountain's pressure erased it. When he reunited with Qing Xuan, her injuries had already healed 7 or 8 parts under Kong Xuan's care. Seeing her master, she felt his aura had grown even more unfathomable, and a newfound reassuring heaviness of the earth now emanated from him. Master, where shall we go next? Kong Xuan gazed into the heavens, sensing the call from the unseen growing ever clearer. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, the astral gales howled, and Panga's oppressive might remained vast and boundless. Kong Xuan stood silently, feeling the desolate immensity and profound weight of this backbone of heaven and earth, the Dao in his heart sinking ever deeper. Suddenly a subtle perception stirred within him, and he looked up toward the limitless firmament. From some inscrutable depth of destiny, an indescribably vast Dao resonance, like a boulder hurled into a tranquil lake, rippled outward from the chaos beyond the 33 heavens, sweeping across the primordial wilderness. In the next instant, he sensed one peerlessly ferocious aura after another blaze to life, like stars abruptly igniting in the dark night. They shot up from every corner of the primordial wilderness, transformed into dazzling streams of light, split the sky, and surged without the slightest hesitation toward the chaos beyond the heavens. Some of these auras were serene and non-contending, some domineering and sharp, some merciful and peaceful, some ruthless and decisive. All belonged to the foremost supreme existences of the primordial era. The first sermon at Zhixiao Palace has begun. Kong Xuan withdrew his gaze, his expression calm as a still well. He had long since thought the matter through. For him, this sermon was not a necessity. The path of a Deluo golden immortal. He had already carved out a solid road through his innate 5 elements foundation, his 9th rank Dao fruit, and numerous opportunities. The great Dao, preached by Dao ancestor Honghuang, was certainly mysterious and profound, but it was aimed chiefly at the method of severing the 3 corpses to become a sage. It did not entirely align with his own way, proving the Dao through sheer force and attaining sainthood through the laws. Instead, this gap in which nearly all the pinnacle mighty figures of the primordial era had left their lairs was precisely the golden age for a latecomer like him to hunt for opportunities and accumulate hidden capital. He no longer hesitated. Summoning the azure wand, he vaulted onto its back and continued his wandering journey. This time, rather than deliberately avoiding bustling regions, he spread his divine sense like the finest spiderweb, meticulously scanning every mountain and river he passed, missing not a single unusual spiritual energy fluctuation or formation trace. That day he arrived in the Zhongzhou region, and a mountain range called Wangwu came into view. At a glance, the mountain was nothing special. It was neither as towering as Buzhou Mountain, nor as ethereally immortal as Kunlun Mountain, nor as blazing and violent as the Busi volcano. Instead, it seemed rather ordinary and restrained. Still, Kong Xuan's 5 elements Dao heart quivered faintly, and a peculiar resonance arose of its own accord. He perceived that the 5 elements' spiritual energy here appeared to flow naturally, yet secretly adhered to some arcane law. It was as if an invisible and mighty force were binding and combing it, ultimately drawing it inward to gather deep within the mountain, hidden from the outside world. This place is unusual. There must be a mystery within. Kong Xuan brought his cloud down and entered Wangwu Mountain on foot. Ancient trees were lushly green, springs rippled, and birds sang amid fragrant flowers, a scene of perfect peace. He did not hasten to display his divine powers. Instead, like an ordinary traveler, he measured the mountains with his steps and perceived the earth's veins with his mind. After several days of searching, he found a few spiritual apertures and gathered some ordinary spirit medicines, yet that core sense of wrongness remained elusive. Now present, now absent, drifting and intangible, impossible to trace to its true source. Then on a moonlit night when all things were silent, Kong Xuan sat quietly atop the main peak of Wangwu, casting aside stray thoughts to observe the stars and contemplate the mystical movement of their circuits. All at once a sharp light flashed through his eyes. Above the 5 primeval stars, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, linked in a rare alignment, spilling down clear, pure starlight. That starlight stirred a supremely subtle resonance with an unremarkable sheer cliff somewhere on Wangwu Mountain. The rough stone face of the cliff suddenly rippled like water, and a hazy 5-colored radiance slowly emerged. The radiance ceaselessly swirled and interwove, forming an incomparably complex, Dao-imbued phantom of an array gate. The gate flickered in and out of visibility, releasing an ancient and mighty aura of restriction. The primordial 5 elements chaos origin grand array. Brilliant light exploded from Kong Xuan's eyes, and shock surged in his heart. It can actually make the power of the 5 stars alignment, its key, combine it with the 5 elements of the earth's veins to form a self-contained circuit and hide itself within an ordinary mountain. The one who set this array has reached the consummate realm in formations, celestial phenomena, and the 5 elements. Were it not for encountering the rare alignment of the 5 stars and possessing a 5 elements Dao heart, even a sage would find it difficult to detect. A chance was right before his eyes. How could he let it pass? Without any hesitation, his figure flickered, and he was already before the haloed gate. Sensing it up close, he could better appreciate the array's arcane profundity. On the gate, the 5 elements' power was not static. It circulated endlessly like a living thing, generating and overcoming, in turn forming a perfect balance and radiating a powerful repulsive force, as if warning intruders to halt. Forcibly breaking the array will inevitably trigger its backlash, possibly destroy the treasures within, and even disturb any backhand left by its creator. Kong Xuan pondered for a moment, and revelation dawned. Since this is a primordial 5 elements array, let it be breached by the origin of the 5 elements. This is the upright and honorable method, and perhaps it will win the array's approval. With a thought, he offered up the primordial 5 elements spirit pearls obtained from the 5 elements patriarch. The 5 spirit pearls, corresponding to white, green, black, red, and yellow, spun and hovered before him in the order of 5 elements generation. Metal engenders water, water engenders wood, wood engenders fire, fire engenders earth, earth engenders metal, emitting incomparably pure primordial 5 elements origin chi. At once the array's halo began to swirl faster. With the 5 stars as the guide and the spirit pearls as the foundation, let the 5 elements break the barrier. Open. Kong Xuan formed a mysterious hand seal and poured all his power into the Phoenix Dance Chaos Origin art, guiding the aligned starlight falling from the 5 stars and mixing it with his surging 5 elements magic power. The energy transformed into 5 condensed pillars of light and poured into the primordial 5 elements spirit pearls. The spirit pearls blazed with dazzling light like 5 tiny suns, and then shot forth 5 even purer beams of origin-level light, striking with perfect precision into the core nodes of the array gate's 5-colored halo. Buzz! The entire cliff face shook violently. The gate's halo suddenly blazed brighter, its circulation speed multiplying several times over as it merged and resonated with the origin power of the 5 elements spirit pearls, emitting waves of celestial Dao tones. After a stalemate lasting about the time one incense stick burns, a faint cracking sound was heard, as if some shackle had been undone. At the center of the gate, a stable, rotating passage slowly opened, just wide enough for one person to pass. An incomparably pure 5 elements spiritual energy, several dozen times denser than the outside world, rushed forth like a bursting dam. It worked. Kong Xuan rejoiced inwardly, yet he did not forget to be cautious. He swiftly withdrew the 5 elements spirit pearls and sent his divine sense ahead into the passage. Only after confirming there was no immediate danger did his body transform into a beam of light and vanish into it. After he entered, the passage rapidly closed, and the 5-colored halo on the cliff gradually faded, returning to ordinary rock as though nothing had ever happened. Beyond the passage, the view suddenly opened into a vast grotto heaven carved within the mountain's belly. The ceiling was not stone but a hazy, starry sky illusion with luminous pearls set like stars shedding soft, pure light. The grotto heaven stretched nearly 100 li in every direction. Its 5 elements spiritual energy was so dense it had almost turned liquid, forming gurgling spirit springs and streams that gathered into a small lake. The air carried the faint fragrance of vegetation and the deep breath of the heavy earth. Yet what drew the eye most was the colossal tree at the center of the grotto, its crown reaching from earth to heaven. The trunk was so thick that dozens of people would be needed to encircle it. Its bark was ancient and sinewy like dragon scales, its crown spread like a great canopy, and its dense branches and leaves shaded nearly half the ceiling of the grotto. Even more miraculous, the great tree had 5 main branches, each a different color, radiating the lustrous hues of emerald green, blazing red, heavy ochre, metallic white, and profound black. Hanging among the branches and leaves were dozens of pine cones the size of an infant's head, their surfaces naturally inscribed with abstruse Dao patterns. They shimmered with flowing light and emitted a heart-shaking primordial 5 elements origin fluctuation. This is the supreme innate spiritual root, the 5-needle pine. Kong Xuan's breath caught abruptly, and tempestuous waves surged in his heart. This tree was born at the very beginning of heaven and earth, conceived from the convergence of the most primordial 5 elements qi. A single leaf or pine cone contained the ultimate mystery of the 5 elements. It was a peerless treasure for comprehending the 5 elements great Dao and tempering 5 elements divine powers. Its value surpassed even many innate spirit treasures. Kong Xuan suppressed the impulse to collect it immediately and swept his gaze around. On the eastern wall of the grotto, the rock was crimson and drops of magma-like fire spirit liquid fell to form a pool. On the western side lay 10,000-year-old profound ice crystallizing into translucent water spirit crystals. At the center, colorful earthen mounds rose and fell. The very ground where the 5-needle pine had taken root, bits of gunmetal or were embedded in the surrounding rock walls. And from every crevice grew emerald green wood spirit vines. The entire grotto was a miniature perfect 5 elements world, self-sustaining and ceaselessly cycling nature's creation at work. What an exquisite Qingshu grotto heaven. Uniquely favored by heaven, a convergence of creation's wonders. This place is destined to be my Dao sanctuary. A fierce possessiveness and sense of belonging rose from Kong Xuan's heart. His gaze was resolute, and his determination was unshakable. Suppressing the wild joy that nearly tore through his chest, Kong Xuan drew a deep breath of air thick with dense 5 elements essence, and forced himself to calm. With a supreme grade innate spiritual root before him and the nascent outline of his Dao field already taking shape, he knew he had to be even more cautious. He did not advance to claim it at once, but instead focused his sight and studied the 5-needle pine closely. The trunk stood gnarled and imposing like a dragon in repose, its bark veined with patterns resembling natural Dao runes concealing infinite mysteries. The 5 main branches were pure and radiant, each one manifesting the origin of one of the 5 elements. The eastern azure wood branch vibrant with life, its jade emerald leaves drawing the essence of wood to surge and ebb like the tide with every breath. The southern crimson fire branch scorching and oppressive, its leaves dancing with scarlet flames that exuded the aura of incinerating all things. The western white metal branch keen beyond compare, its leaf edges glinting with a cold, metallic light as if they could slice through space itself. the northern black water branch deep and tranquil dewdrops rolling across its leaves, as if bearing the source of all waters, and the central yellow earth branch massive and steadfast, its broad leaves emanating the primordial earth mother aura that nurtures all beings and carries the weight of the world. Among the branches, dozens of enormous pine cones held their treasure light close and resonated with natural Dao rhythm. Clearly not yet fully mature, they nonetheless emanated waves of five elements law that struck awe and dread into the heart. It truly deserves the name of a heaven-opening spiritual root, almost one with the Dao itself. Kong Xuan praised his heart, burning even fiercer with desire. He suppressed his entire aura, relying solely on the purest essence of his five elements Dao body, and slowly moved toward the pine, radiating goodwill and affinity. The closer he came, the stronger the resonance of a shared root origin grew. The innate five elements Qi within his body leapt with delight. His five viscera, each aligned with an element, emitted a faint light of their own, responding in subtle concert to the five-colored glow of the pine. It was like a wanderer coming home at last, or a single drop merging into the sea. Yet in that very moment, when he stepped within 100 zhang of the tree, a sudden mutation occurred. The five-needle pine seemed to sense the approach of an outsider. Even though his aura was of the same origin, its innate instinct of self-protection was roused. The great tree trembled slightly, not from fear, but like a slumbering giant shaken awake. The five main branches flared with dazzling brilliance, and countless needles quivered without any wind, ringing out with sharp clangs like a billion divine swords being drawn from their sheaths. The next instant, the hissing of tearing air filled the heavens without end. Countless needles broke free from the branches, converging into a five-colored flood that swept toward Kong Xuan, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. The azure needles transformed into peerlessly sharp E-wood divine needles, uniquely effective against protective immortal light, imbued with the significance of life, death, flourishing, and decay. The crimson needles became violent and scorchingly fire divine flames, blazing with incandescent fury, their heat so extreme they could melt metal and consume iron. The white needles formed unbreakable gung metal sword Qi, its keen edge piercing straight to the marrow, as if capable of severing all things. The black needles coalesced into heavy, frigid, profound ice pyramids, chill aura spreading in all directions, freezing even the soul. The yellow needles descended like Wu earth divine stones, as overwhelming as Mount Tai itself, bearing the crushing weight of 10,000 Jun as they ground everything beneath them. Each and every one of these attacks was composed purely of five elements law, power refined to the absolute extreme, with might equivalent to the full-strength strike of a Tai Golden Immortal. Now 10,000 attacks descended together, as if several hundred Tai Golden Immortals had attacked simultaneously. A frightful spectacle indeed, enough to throw even a typical De Luo Golden Immortal into disorder, or wound him and force him to retreat. What an innate spiritual root. Truly extraordinary. Instead of being alarmed, Kong Xuan was delighted, and a glint of admiration passed through his eyes. This only proved how full of spirit and power the five-needle pine truly was. He did not try to withstand the attack head-on, nor did he dodge. With a single thought, the five-colored divine light behind him abruptly unfurled. This time the five-colored divine light was not used as an attack. Instead, it became a soft yet incomparably tough curtain of radiance, like an enormous peacock tail screen protecting him from the oncoming assault. On the curtain of light, five colors swirled and revolved, generating endlessly, without cease, exuding a Dao resonance that embraced all beings and dissolved all arts. Crackle, crackle. The dense torrent of attacks slammed into the five-colored divine light. There was no world-shaking explosion. Instead, it sounded like rain pattering on banana leaves or 100 rivers emptying into the sea. Those pine needles, filled with the pure essence of five elements law, came into contact with a five-colored divine light of the same origin, but a higher order. In that instant, their violent energy was soothed, disassembled, and assimilated, and in the end, they transformed into the most refined five elements essence, absorbed completely by the divine light, without a single droplet wasted. The luster of the divine light in return became even more glossy and radiant by a degree. A spiritual root with sentience should understand where the mandate of heaven lies. I am born of the innate five elements body, arising from the same source as you. My coming here today is by the guidance of the Heavenly Dao and the workings of karmic fate. How could I ever harm you? The proper path is for us to seek the great Dao together. Kong Xuan declared in a clear voice, serene, yet carrying an undeniable resonance of the Dao. At the same time, he completely released the suppression he had placed on his innate five elements Dao body, letting forth that most pure and most original five elements Dao resonance without the slightest reservation. It spread toward the pine like quicksilver pouring across the ground. This Dao resonance was more ancient than the aura the five-needle pine itself had released, and far closer to the source of the five elements. It was as if a child had discovered its mother, or as if subjects had come before their king. Feeling this primordial aura from the same origin, yet infinitely more supreme. The trembling of the five-needle pine gradually stilled. Its fierce attack stopped abruptly, and the needles that had not yet been launched became gentle again, settling back, close against the branches. The giant pine gave off a spiritual fluctuation, filled with curiosity and intimacy, carrying even a hint of a child's yearning for its parent. Countless soft pine needles reached out gently, as if they possessed life of their own, like mischievous, yet shy children tentatively touching the hem of Kong Xuan's robe, the strands of his hair, and his arms. At the moment of contact, they sent forth thread after thread of pure, gentle five elements essence, along with a probing intention. Kong Xuan smiled slightly, knowing that he had won the initial acknowledgement of this innate spiritual root. He extended a finger and lightly tapped one of the azure wood needles that had reached out to him, transmitting a breath of vibrant jia with qi into it. The needle swayed with obvious delight, as if deeply savoring the sensation. At that, any hostility faded completely. Kong Xuan stepped forward unimpeded to the foot of the five-needle pine and sat cross-legged on the fertile mound, glowing with five-colored light. The moment he sat down, a new change arose, not an attack, but a gift. Five elements spiritual energy that was several times more vast and pure than before came pouring madly from every direction, as if it had at last discovered a vent. Above all, through the earthen mound beneath him, a dense and pure mass of innate Wu earth essence, along with primordial power, transmitted directly from the pine's root system, containing the complete and exquisite principle of mutual generation and mutual restraint among the five elements, surged into Kong Xuan's body like a river bursting through its dikes. Excellent. Kong Xuan dared not be careless. He immediately activated the Phoenix Dance Primordial Chaos art and his newly created five directions, five elements sacred body art at full power. With both arts spinning at their limit, his body seemed to turn into a bottomless pit, greedily devouring and refining that sea of five elements essence. His heart, aligned with fire, beat like a war drum and burst forth with Nanmingly fire to temper his bloodline. His liver, aligned with what shone with verdant brilliance, bursting with vitality, nourishing his physical frame. His kidneys, aligned with water, glowed with abyssal black light, as profound darkness qi swirled to strengthen his very origin. His lungs, aligned with metal, flashed with hard white light, as the lethal gung metal qi forged his sinews and bones. His spleen, aligned with earth, radiated heavy yellow light, as Wu earth qi bore down to consolidate his foundation. The five viscera, corresponding to the five elements, shone with resplendent light that echoed the five main branches above his head, creating a perfect circuit. The trace of cold left from refining the profound ice marrow and the slight obstruction caused by drawing earthly turbid qi to temper his body were swiftly washed away and dissolved into nothing under the nourishment and scour of this supremely pure five elements origin. His physical body grew stronger at an unprecedented pace. His bloodline became purer and nobler, and his mana became ever more condensed and refined, carrying with it the unique, perfectly harmonious flavor of the innate five elements. Even more importantly, standing in such a perfect five elements environment and perceiving the supreme Dao contained in the five-needle pine at close range, Kong Xuan's understanding of the mutual generation, mutual restraint, transformation, and equilibrium of the five elements shot upward like a rocket. Many barriers that had long evaded his most painful deliberation now opened up in an instant of clarity. The phantom images of the three flowers above his crown surfaced of their own accord, slowly revolving beneath the five-needle pine's canopy, as if under a royal baldachin. They absorbed the Dao rhythm naturally released by the pine cones, and grew increasingly condensed, and dazzling, the Dao patterns on their petals becoming several times more intricate than before. He was wholly immersed in the rapture of cultivation, body and Dao realm, all soaring at once. So lost in the experience that he forgot both the world and himself, unaware of the passage of time. No one knew how long had passed, perhaps several hundred years, perhaps several thousand. With a slight stir of thought, Kong Xuan took out the set of innate five-element spirit pearls which had been damaged during the great war between immortals and demons and had not yet fully recovered. The moment the pearls appeared, they produced a powerful resonance with the five-needle pine, humming and flashing with magnificent light. Without any urge from Kong Xuan, the five spirit pearls rose by themselves and flew respectively toward the branches of their corresponding colors. The white metal pearl flew to the western white metal branch, the azure wood pearl to the eastern azure wood branch, the black water pearl to the northern black water branch, the crimson fire pearl to the southern crimson fire branch, and the yellow earth pearl to the central yellow earth branch. Like weary birds returning to the woods, the pearls clung tightly to the branches, greedily absorbing the primordial five elements qi that the pine gave off, countless times purer than any outside, and the fine cracks on their surfaces began to mend at a visibly rapid rate, while their luster grew increasingly warm and subdued. Marvelous! Kong Xuan was happy to see it. With the five-needle pine's help restoring, the pearls would yield twice the result with half the effort. He continued to sink into cultivation. During this period, he also woke briefly from time to time and explored the entire Qingshu grotto heaven. Other than the five-needle pine, the greatest treasure he found in a corner of the grotto where spiritual energy flourished, a middle-grade, innate spiritual root, a seven-colored glow lingji wrapped in seven-colored mists. Elsewhere, he respectively discovered lower-grade, innate spiritual roots, a dragon blood Bodhi tree, whose Bodhi seeds could refine chi and blood and awaken insights into battle arts, and a phoenix mark vermilion fruit tree, whose vermilion fruits could increase one's dharma power and extend one's lifespan. Acquired spiritual roots and all kinds of spiritual medicines grew everywhere in abundance, as rampant as weeds. Top-grade spiritual material mines of all five elemental attributes, such as Gung metal essence, 10,000-year warm jade, and North Sea sunk iron, could be seen everywhere in the rock layers, their reserves astonishing. Such a paradise, such resources. Far beyond expectation. They are enough to support the 10,000-year consumption of a flourishing top-tier holy sect. Kong Xuan was exceedingly satisfied, and his Dao heart became ever more stable. Finally, at the very core of the grotto heaven, he found a grotto heaven heart engraved with countless innate Dao patterns completely fused in aura with the entire grotto. He used his own five elements essence blood mixed with his divine sense, and after a considerable effort refined it. At the instant the refinement was completed, every subtle detail of the entire Qingshu grotto heaven became fully clear in his mind. Every blade of grass, every tree, every stone, every strand of water, all of it could be controlled at will. He had truly become the master of this blessed grotto heaven. Through cultivation that followed its natural course, his realm quietly broke through to the mid-stage of Deluo Golden Immortal. His foundation was incomparably solid, and he was steadily advancing toward the late stage. Sensing that the extraordinary power of the five stars-aligned omen outside was about to dissipate completely, and that the grotto's entrance would seal shut once more, cutting it off from the world, Kong Xuan decided to stay here for the time being, to fully digest this staggering harvest, and only leave seclusion when his cultivation reached the expected level. Within the grotto, five-colored light lingered in a hazy veil, never dispersing, while the sound of the Dao drifted faintly, as if present and absent by turns. A profound transformation was quietly unfolding in the silence. Time quietly slipped away within the Qingshu heavenly domain. Perhaps decades, or even a century had passed in the outside world. Kong Xuan sat cross-legged beneath the five-pine pine, the five-colored mystical energy swirling around him, having grown so dense that it transformed into substantial spiritual liquid constantly seeping into his limbs and bones. With the blessing of the supreme innate spiritual root and the entire heavenly domain, his cultivation advanced rapidly, unstoppable like a swift torrent. He had already reached the peak of the Deluo Golden Immortal midstage, and the barrier to the late stage stood clearly visible, trembling and on the verge of collapse. One day Kong Xuan slowly emerged from his deep meditation, not because the bottleneck proved too difficult to break, but because he sensed his state had reached its zenith, his mind harmonious and unobstructed, the moment to assault the late stage fully ripe. He opened his eyes, divine light concealed within making them appear even more profound. Surveying the heavenly domain that was his, the spiritual energy of the five elements brimmed like water about to spill. Rare flowers and exotic grasses competed in growth, precious mineral deposits revealed hidden treasure. Light. Truly nothing was lacking. Yet this vast heavenly domain, aside from himself and the silent five-pine pine, harbored no other living activity, ultimately feeling somewhat desolate and forlorn. The Dao Sanctuary has just been established and requires living beings to tend it if it is to display vitality. Moreover, should I travel or enter seclusion in the future, someone must watch the gates and care for these spiritual roots. Kong Xuan's thoughts shifted slightly, his gaze settling on a middle-grade, innate spiritual root, the seven-colored lingji, shrouded in seven-hued rosy clouds in one corner of the heavenly domain. This lingji had cultivated for 1,000,000 years, drawing in the essence of the sun and moon, and absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavenly domain. Its spirituality was already complete, and faint outlines of faces could be seen on its leaves, needing only a single opportunity to take form. You have gestated to this day, your spirituality perfected, your foundations profound. Today I shall bestow upon you a creation guide, your transformation into physical form, so you may guard my cavern mansion, tend the spiritual gardens, and use this opportunity to embark upon the Dao path. Kong Xuan's voice was calm, yet carried an irresistible authority like the great Dao's celestial decree. Having spoken, he flicked his finger, and 2 drops of refined blood, deep crimson, yet shimmering with 5-colored radiance containing his Daoyuo origins and pure 5 elements Dao rhymes, shot from his fingertip like living things, precisely striking the 2 most spiritual lingji leaves beside the 7-colored lingji, where the rosy clouds shone brightest. At the same time, he chanted the mysterious true words of enlightenment and spirit opening. Each syllable stirred resonance within the innate spiritual energy of the heavenly domain, transforming into invisible runes that merged into those 2 lingji leaves. The seven-colored Lingji trembled violently, erupting in unprecedented resplendent rosy light that illuminated the entire corner like a dream. Those two Lingji leaves bearing Kong Xuan's refined blood and spirit-opening true words swelled, twisted, and changed form at a speed visible to the naked eye. The refined blood shaped their root bones and Tao foundations. The true words opened their spiritual wisdom lights, and immense quantities of heavenly domain's spiritual energy rushed in frantically as the energy source for their transformation. In no time, the dazzling seven-colored light gradually receded and contracted. Where the two Lingji leaves had been two finely carved, jade-like children of about 7 or 8 years old now stood. The boy had sword-like brows and starry eyes, his gaze lively and agile. The girl had apricot-shaped eyes and peach blossom cheeks, her expression gentle and refined. Both wore rosy garments naturally condensed from seven-hued clouds, extraordinary in their spiritual beauty, surrounded by clear chi, their cultivation having already reached the heavenly immortal stage. This was the advantage of an innate spiritual root receiving enlightenment from a great being. The starting point far surpassed that of ordinary creatures. The moment they took form, their spiritual wisdom awakened. With an innate closeness and reverence for the person before them, they immediately knelt gracefully, their voices clear and melodious. This humble child greets the Master. We thank the Master for the grace of enlightenment, granting us form and spirit. This kindness is like rebirth. Please grant us names, Master. Kong Xuan nodded slightly, quite satisfied with these two extraordinarily spiritual children, and said calmly, since you originate from this seven-colored Lingji, follow its nature. You naturally agile and quick-witted shall be called Kaiyun. You gentle and quiet in disposition shall be called Saixia. From now on, within this Qingshu heavenly domain, you two will be responsible for tending all the spiritual roots and immortal herbs, cleaning the courtyards and guarding the gates. You must not fail in these duties. I respectfully obey your lordship's decree. Kaiyun and Saixia shall spare no effort in protecting the heavenly domain. The two children bowed again, their faces beaming with barely contained joy. For them, encountering a wise master to grant enlightenment, shedding their oblivious plant bodies, and embarking upon the immortal path was already the greatest fortune. Having enlightened the children and settled the matter of heart, Kong Xuan felt his state of mind grow ever more complete and lucid, his connection to this Qingshu heavenly domain growing just that much tighter. He instructed Kaiyun and Saixia to become familiar with the heavenly domain's environment, while he once again closed his eyes and sat cross-legged beneath the five pine. This time, with no distractions, he guided the surging magical power he had long accumulated along with his deeper comprehension of the five elements' great Dao, launching a final assault upon the solid barrier of the late Daoyuo stage. Boom! Within the heavenly domain, the five elements' spiritual energy responded as though summoned by an emperor, transforming into 5 dragon-like streams of spiritual energy in different colors, roaring into Kong Xuan's body. The five pine rustled, pouring down even purer five elements' origin essence like sweet rain to nourish his Dao fruit. Above Kong Xuan's head, 3 substantial five elements, Dao flowers fully bloomed. The Dao patterns on their petals utterly clear, weaving together the complete, profound meaning of the five elements' laws, slowly rotating and stirring resonance throughout the heavenly domain's laws. When the time is right, success follows naturally, like a melon ripe and ready to fall. That barrier shattered at the sound. An aura far greater, vaster, and more profound than the mid-stage erupted from Kong Xuan's body. Though sealed within the heavenly domain, it still stirred the winds and clouds, making the spiritual springs surge with joy. The late stage of the Daoyuo Golden Immortal. He had achieved it. The aura gradually stabilized, firm as a mountain. Kong Xuan opened his eyes, sensing the surging power within him like an ocean, an abyss, his perception of the laws of heaven and earth growing clearer, a faint smile touching his lips. By now, among the Daoyuo realm, he counted as a top-tier existence, and with his many means at his disposal, his confidence had only grown. He calculated with his fingers. The passage of time in the outside world. The first preaching at Zhixiao Palace must have long concluded, and those great beings who had listened to the Dao surely had already returned to the primordial world, digesting their gains. It was time to venture out and see what changes had come to the primordial world after the Dao ancestors' preaching, and what progress those old friends had made. He summoned Kaiyun and Saixia before him, carefully instructing them on various matters concerning the management of the heavenly domain, particularly emphasizing strict gatekeeping. None were to open the formations without his return. The two children respectfully received his orders, their young faces full of earnestness. Only then did Kong Xuan feel at ease, his form flashing forward to exit the Qingshu heavenly domain and appear outside Wangwu Mountain. After orienting himself, he mounted his escape light and began wandering at will. Having reached the late stage of the Daoyuo, his divine sense range and perceptual sensitivity surged once more. Along the way, he could clearly sense that the spiritual energy between heaven and earth in the primordial world seemed more active, and the laws appeared marginally clearer than before. no doubt the benefit brought by Hongjuan's preaching and merging with the Heavenly Dao. At the same time, the traces of activity between the Wu and Yao clans grew more frequent, and the atmosphere of conflict became increasingly intense. This day, arriving at the Western Territories, he detected an extremely familiar, yet gentle and profound aura ahead, mixed with rich earth spirits and Yinmu vitality, marking the location of Wanshou Mountain's Zhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi's Dao Sanctuary. Since we passed by, we might as well pay a visit and gather some news. A thought-stirring Kong Xuan pressed down his escape light and alighted before the simple natural temple gate of Zhuang Temple. Just then the temple gate creaked open and two figures walked out side by side. The foremost wore flowing wide sleeves, his face ancient and weathered, his aura profound as the earth itself, none other than Zhen Yuanzi, ancestor of earth immortals. The other wore red robes, his face kind and usually smiling, yet now a veil of indescribable sorrow and obscurity rested between his brows, none other than Hongyun, old ancestor renowned throughout the primordial world as the kindly one. Kong Xuan, fellow Taoist. Zhen Yuanzi, spotting Kong Xuan, showed slight surprise before a genuine smile spread across his face as he hurried forward. I had not expected your visit. Please come in. I have long heard of your renown. Observing your aura of perfect vast harmony, I imagine your cultivation has advanced further. Most gratifying and auspicious. Come greet fellow Taoist Hongyun. Kong Xuan returned the greeting with both hands clasped, his gaze pausing briefly on Hongyun's face, keenly detecting the unease concealed beneath that forced smile. Though Hongyun's aura remained profound, clearly showing gains from listening to the Tao, his primordial spirit light appeared somewhat dimmed, faintly entangled with a cold and fierce karmic thread. Kong Xuan understood immediately. This must be the karmic consequence of yielding his seat to Zhunti in Zixiao Palace, which forced Kunping to yield his seat, as well birthing a mortal enmity. Kunping never forgave such slights, and this matter would prove irreconcilable. Congratulations to both fellow Taoists on returning from the Great Tao Lecture. I imagine your cultivation has advanced tremendously and your gains considerable. Kong Xuan said this courteously, carefully not exposing Hongyun's predicament. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi sighed softly, his smile tinged with helplessness as he glanced at Hongyun beside him. The Tao ancestor's preaching was profoundly mysterious and deep. One certainly benefited greatly. However, alas, the fates of all living beings are unpredictable, fortune and misfortune difficult to foresee. His unspoken words brimmed with worry for his old friend. Hongyun forced a reluctant smile and interjected, Brother Zhen Yuanzi need not worry about me. This poor Taoist's own fortune and affinity are shallow, such is my destiny. I can hardly blame others. Turning to Kong Xuan, a complexity flashing in his eyes. It is you, fellow Taoist Kong Xuan, who never visited Zixiao Palace, yet have reached this realm through your own cultivation. Truly you make this poor Taoist feel ashamed. Kong Xuan knew the knot in his heart ran deep and was not suited to pressing the matter further, so he smoothly shifted the subject and began discussing the Tao with both. Though he had not heard Hongjuan's great Tao, the five elements path he cultivated was unique in its own right, with particular profundity regarding the earth element's capacity to bear all things through virtue, and the wood element's generative creativity, offering insights distinct from yet mutually corroborating those of the earth immortal path and Wu Earth techniques. He exchanged with Zhen Yuanzi on the pulsations of the great earth and methods of nurturing spiritual roots, and with Hongyun discussed the transformations of cloud mist and the mindset of carefree detachment from the world. Each revelation sparkled in their eyes and proved enormously beneficial. Zhen Yuanzi repeatedly praised the profundity of Kong Xuan's Tao, while Hongyun, listening from the side, temporarily forgot his troubles and immersed himself in the exchange of great principles. The sorrow between his brows seemed to fade somewhat. After their discussion of the Tao concluded and dusk had fallen, Kong Xuan took his leave. Zhen Yuanzi personally escorted him beyond the temple gate, glanced about, and lowered his voice. Fellow Taoist Kong Xuan, though the primordial world appears peaceful, now turbulent undercurrents flow beneath the surface. Lord Donghuang relies upon his title, and the immortal court expands with urgency. The strife between Wu and Yao grows ever more intense, and there are also, alas, in short, fellow Taoist must remain vigilant in all things. Why self-preservation is paramount. Kong Xuan knew he referred to the storm that Hongyun's matter might provoke, in the shadow of the great Wu Yao, Warren nodding solemnly. Thank you for the reminder, brother Taoist. I understand the stakes and shall exercise proper judgment. He understood that Lord Donghuang's immortal court was merely the madness before a daylili's brief bloom, and Hongyun's tribulation was likely already fermenting, beyond his current power to alter. Most crucially, he must strengthen himself. Bidding farewell to Zhen Yuanzi, Kong Xuan transformed into a streak of flowing light and vanished at the horizon. Storm clouds gathered over the primordial world, and before this tempest broke, he needed power sufficient to establish himself, even to ride the waves. After bidding farewell to Zhen Yuanzi and Red Cloud outside Honghuang Monastery, Kong Xuan did not immediately journey far. Standing atop the clouds, he surveyed the vast earth below, pondering silently. The first sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace has concluded. Once those great powers return, the situation in the primordial wilderness is bound to shift. Dong Wangong has received the Dao ancestor's appointment, and the expansion of the immortal court has become evident. Though I do not fear him, I am unwilling to be drawn into conflict prematurely. My cultivation has reached the late Deluo stage, and now is the time to consolidate and refine what I have attained. The southern undying volcano is the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan, rich in fire attribute spiritual essence. It can aid me in tempering my Nanming Lihua fire and fire attribute divine light, and also allow me to quietly inspect the state of my clan's homeland. With this thought settled, auspicious clouds gathered beneath Kong Xuan's feet, transforming into a streak of five-colored radiance that flew straight southward. He did not rush at full speed. Instead, he flew while sweeping his divine sense across the mountains and rivers below, attuning himself to the rhythm of the primordial earth and solidifying his cultivation. One day he arrived at a region where red earth stretched for 1,000 li, scorched and barren. Volcanoes rose like colossal torches, belching thick smoke and magma. The air was thick with the acrid reek of sulfur and violent fire attribute spiritual essence. This place was called Blazing Flame Mountain, a notorious peerless land in the south. Kong Xuan descended from the clouds and landed on the ridge of a tall volcano, frowning slightly. The fire attribute spiritual essence here was abundant, yet abnormally restless, faintly tainted with a sinister and vicious aura, utterly incompatible with the pure sovereign yang of his Nanming Lihua fire. These fire meridians are anomalous, as if polluted by some evil entity. Kong Xuan unfurled his divine sense like a tide and carefully probed the area. Moments later, his gaze sharpened, locking onto the depths of the largest volcano. There a demonic aura at the early Deluo stage lurked, formless and intangible, yet radiating a soul-enticing, heart-ensnaring allure and a vicious fire pox that scorched the spirit. It was a rare king of fire spirits. This spirit was born over 10,000 years from the toxic fire of the earth's core, mingled with the resentful thoughts of countless living beings. It excelled at manipulating minds, triggering fire poison backlash in cultivators, and even enslaving fire-type spirits, an extremely troublesome foe. Clearly, the anomaly of Blazing Flame Mountain's fire veins was entirely due to this creature's mischief. A vile fiend squats upon a sacred land, polluting the fire veins and wreaking havoc across the region. It deserves nothing less than annihilation. A cold gleam flashed in Kong Xuan's eyes. He had been seeking fire attribute spiritual treasures for cultivation anyway. Exterminating this evil would rid the land of a plague, while allowing him to seize its origin and enhance his divine abilities. Just as he was about to make his move, the volcano's mouth churned with billowing smoke. A ghostly blue flame shot into the sky, twisting and contorting into the illusion of a woman, clad in sheer gauze, strikingly seductive, with a bewitching glint dancing in her eyes. This apparition radiated a heart-stopping wave of heat and allure. It was none other than the king of fire spirits in manifested form. A bewitching, soul-captivating laugh drifted over. The fire spirit stared intently at Kong Xuan, her voice syrupy and seductive to the bone. What a fine immortal lord with a Dao physique, your aura pure and majestic yang, truly making this humble one's heart itch. This place is unbearably hot. Why not follow me into my grotto, share supreme bliss, and comprehend the unparalleled mysteries of the Dao? As she spoke, an invisible, formless poison, one that assailed the primordial spirit, silently spread forth like countless tiny venomous insects, creeping toward Kong Xuan unnoticed. Had it been an ordinary Deluo golden immortal caught off guard, his mind would inevitably have fallen victim to her seduction, while the mana within him would have been stirred into turbulent chaos by the fire poison. Yet how firm was Kong Xuan's Dao heart! Moreover, he possessed the innate 5 elements, Dao body, impervious to all evil. Specters and phantoms, how dare you try to beguile me? His expression unchanged. Kong Xuan merely let out a cold snort like a thunderclap, exploding, instantly shattering the bewitching melody. Behind him, crimson divine light blazed to life like a vermilion bird spreading its wings and gently swept toward the void ahead. Whoosh! The encroaching, heart-corrupting fire poison, as if meeting its natural nemesis, melted like snow before the purest yang crimson divine light, swept clean in an instant, dissipating into wisps of green smoke. Where the divine light passed, even the restless fire fiend aura in the air was greatly pacified. The woman, transformed by the fire spirit, changed countenance dramatically, all her seductive charm vanishing as shock overtook her features. Her signature heart-corrupting fire poison had been dissipated so effortlessly by this opponent. When she beheld the swirling 5-colored radiance behind Kong Xuan, a name that had quietly circulated among the lower ranks of the primordial wilderness suddenly surged into her mind, and she shrieked in disbelief. 5-colored divine light. You are Kong Xuan. A man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Although Kong Xuan had never deliberately sought fame, his Deluo cultivation, his unique 5-colored divine light, and his previous clash with the Demon Clan Sky Patrol envoys had long spread among well-informed spirits and demons, marking him as one not to be trifled with. Paralyzed with fear, the fire spirit lost all will to fight. Her form flickered as she attempted to dive back into the depths of the volcano, relying on the terrain to flee. You know my name, and still you think you can leave? How could Kong Xuan allow her to escape? He pressed two fingers together like a sword, and at his fingertip a wisp of pure white flame coalesced. Immaculate, yet radiating the aura of consuming all things Nanming Lihua fire. Go! Whoosh! The Nanming Lihua fire turned into a slender white thread faster than lightning, striking with uncanny precision into the very core of the blue flame that sought to flee. A wretched piercing shriek tore through the heavens. Nanming Lihua fire was the ultimate embodiment of pure yang, the absolute nemesis of such mean and vicious fiends. The instant the flame touched her body, it spread without mercy. No matter how the fire spirit thrashed or struggled, burning her origin in a desperate bid to resist, it was all to no avail. The ghostly blue flame was engulfed by the pure white, sacred fire. In the blink of an eye, it was utterly reduced to nothingness, with one despairing shriek, leaving behind only a single pearl the size of a dragon's eye, deep-hued, containing the spirit's refined origin, and a tiny dancing wisp of blue flame, the core essence, suspended in midair. Kong Xuan raised his hand and collected the pearl and the flame seed. His divine sense swept through the volcano, once more confirming that the fire spirit had been completely annihilated. With the fiend's execution, the fire attribute's spiritual essence throughout the entire blazing flame mountain region seemed to have become purer and far more gentle. He stepped into the volcano's inner depths, and at the very heart where the fire spirit had once dwelt, discovered a naturally formed fire-eye spiritual aperture. At its center, instead of scorching magma, stood a small triangular flag thrust into a crimson crystal. The flag was made of neither silk nor hemp, an unknown material. Its surface was embroidered with profound Lihua runes, surrounded by shimmering twilight and 10,000 auspicious rays. It emanated the powerful aura of a primordial spiritual treasure, indeed a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Lihua flag. This flag could summon the essence of Lihua fire, protect its master, and vanquish evil. Wielded in battle, it could deploy the grand Lihua formation, its power extraordinary. It is destined to be mine. Joy spread across Kong Xuan's face. He had been lacking a suitable fire attribute spiritual treasure. Though the Lihua flag was merely low-grade innate, its elemental nature was perfectly compatible, ideal for unleashing fire-based divine arts or setting up protective formations. He immediately sat cross-legged, expelled a breath of his primordial essence, and began refining the Lihua flag. Because of their compatible natures, the refinement proceeded rather smoothly. Within a few days, he had initially refined the flag's restrictions and could preliminarily wield it. Just as the refinement was completed, the Heavenly Dao responded on a profound level. A wisp of pure, extremely refined merit, golden and mysterious, descended from the heavens and merged into Kong Xuan's body, slaying a fire spirit that had plagued the region and purifying the earthly fire veins naturally brought merit. As the merit entered his body, Kong Xuan felt his primordial spirit become clear and serene. His comprehension of the law of fire seemed to deepen by yet another measure. The Nanming Lihua fire within him also seemed nourished, becoming even more agile and pure. He slowly opened his eyes, a crimson gleam flashing briefly within them. Sensing the bond between himself and the Lihua flag, as well as the subtle growth of merit in his body, he nodded in satisfaction. This journey has not been in vain. Not only have I eliminated a scourge and obtained a spiritual treasure's origin, I have also been graced with merit. The journey south has begun well. He stored the Lihua flag within his body to warm and nurture it, then vanished from Blazing Flame Mountain in a flicker of light, continuing toward the undying volcano. Behind him, Blazing Flame Mountain remained scorching hot, yet it now carried far less sinister malice and far more pure righteous yang energy. Leaving the Blazing Flame Mountain behind, Kong Xuan continued his journey southward. The further south he traveled, the heavier the moisture in the air became, and the vegetation grew ever more lush and verdant, a stark contrast to the landscapes of the north and the central plains. One day, an endless stretch of marshland appeared before him. Poisonous miasma veiled the surroundings like gauze and mist, while the air was thick with the pungent odor of decaying leaves intermingled with strange toxic blossoms. Within the marsh, murky pools dotted the land in a scattered array. Bubbles rose from their dark surfaces, bursting to release wisps of colorful venomous smoke. Withered trees leaned at odd angles, tangled vines sprawled everywhere, and an air of eerie danger pervaded the scene. This place was called the Myriad Venom Marsh, a notoriously perilous, forbidden ground in the southern wilderness of the primeval world, one that even ordinary perfected golden immortals dared not venture into. Riding his azure lawn, Kong Xuan brought his cloud to a halt at the marsh's edge. With his keen divine sense, he immediately detected that beneath the marsh's deathly stillness lurked countless vicious auras, with several extraordinarily powerful demonic energies entrenched deep within. Among them, one aura was icy cold, savage, and steeped in an overwhelming, inescapable karmic sin. It had actually reached the mid-stage of the Deluo realm, shining as conspicuously as a lighthouse in the dark of night. The aura of an ancient demonic flood dragon. So a bloodline remnant still survives here, having cultivated to the mid-stage of the Deluo realm. A flicker of surprise crossed Kong Xuan's eyes. During the primordial dragon Han calamity, the dragon race had declined, and the demonic race had been nearly annihilated by the combined might of mighty figures such as Dao ancestor Honghuang and Yang Mei. He never expected that deep within this southern marsh a fish that slipped through the net still lurked. He could have simply taken a detour, but sensing the overwhelming karmic sin radiating from the flood dragon, it was clear the beast had devoured countless living beings. A truly great evil. Moreover, its nature was one of cold venomous water. If he could slay it and extract its origin, it might help bolster the power of his water-phase divine light. Shrouded in karmic sin, you deserve utter annihilation. Kong Xuan possessed an unwavering Dao heart and decisive ruthlessness in battle. Since he had encountered this fiend, there was no reason to let it live. He instructed the Azure Luan to wait at the periphery, then concealed his aura and stepped into the marsh. As his feet sank into the soft, muddy humus, poisonous insects, snakes, and ants stirred at the scent of a living being. Yet intimidated by the faint five-colored immortal light that naturally radiated from Kong Xuan, none dared approach. He appeared to stroll leisurely, but in truth every step secretly aligned with the five elements' positional patterns, allowing him to avoid the natural miasma traps. However, just as he had traveled about 100 li into the marsh, a sudden anomaly occurred. The calm black mire beneath his feet violently erupted. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a colossal creature burst forth from the water. Its body stretched over 1,000 zhang, covered in dark iron-like scales. It bore 3 ferocious heads. The central one resembled a dragon, yet not quite bristling with bone spikes. The left head resembled a serpent, its forked tongue of vivid crimson, and the right head resembled a crocodile, its jagged teeth gleaming menacingly. It was precisely that mid-stage Deluo, 3-headed venomous flood dragon. The beast had evidently long sensed Kong Xuan's intrusion into its territory and had been lying in ambush. Now it struck with sudden, heaven-shaking ferocity. Hiss, roar! What cultivator dares trespass into this king's forbidden land? You shall serve as this king's blood sacrifice. The central head spat out human speech, its voice hoarse and piercing, brimming with savagery. Before the words even faded, all 3 heads attacked simultaneously. The main head opened its massive maw and spewed forth a thick cloud of soul-corrupting venom mist. Wherever the mist passed, the very air sizzled and vegetation instantly withered into black water as it hurtled straight toward Kong Xuan's primordial spirit. The left serpent head spat out a stream of stinking, bone-dissolving venomous water, like a black waterfall imbued with terrifying corrosive power capable of polluting even spiritual energy. The right crocodilian head meanwhile stirred the marsh's thunder and unleashed dozens of ghostly blue spell-breaking venom thunders specifically designed to shatter protective immortal light. Insidiously deadly. The 3 attacks targeted the primordial spirit, the physical body, and magical power respectively, complementing one another and instantly sealing off all of Kong Xuan's avenues of retreat, showcasing the venomous dragon's vast combat experience. Yet facing this ferocious onslaught that would have sent even a fellow Deluo cultivator scrambling, Kong Xuan did not so much as furrow his brow. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, robes rustling in the violent gale of energy. His tone was calm, laced with faint disdain. A grain of rice dares to shine before the sun. The instant the 3 attacks were about to strike his body, the 5-colored divine light behind him burst forth in full display. It was no longer a single color, but all 5 colors: azure, yellow, crimson, black, and white, manifesting simultaneously. Like a peacock spreading its tail, or a resplendent heavenly canopy spanning the heavens and earth, it enveloped him in impenetrable protection. The formidable soul-corrupting venom mist, bone-dissolving venomous water, and spell-breaking venom thunders crashed against the swirling 5-colored light. Instead of erupting with earth-shattering thunder, they vanished like mud sinking into the sea or snowflakes cast into a furnace, swept away, decomposed, assimilated, and absorbed by the ever-flowing, all-encompassing power of the 5 elements. The venomous dragon's 3 infamous killing techniques dissipated in an instant as if they had never existed at all. Even the surrounding air and marsh water, polluted by the venomous gas, were purified by the 5-colored divine light, in passing becoming noticeably fresher. This is impossible. All 18 eyes of the 3-headed venomous flood dragon bulged wide, filled with incredulous terror. It had dominated the southern wilderness for 10,000 years, and even ordinary late-stage Deluo cultivators would not dare to withstand its opening triple strike. Yet today it had been brushed aside so effortlessly. When it recognized that dazzling five-colored radiance, a name that chilled its heart surfaced in its mind, and its voice twisted in fear. F5-colored divine light. You are that Kong Xuan. Terror instantly overwhelmed its savage nature. It knew it had struck a wall of iron. How could it dare to continue fighting? It twisted its colossal body, churning up a storm of mud, and attempted to flee deep into the marsh's innermost lair. Too late to leave now. Kong Xuan snorted coldly. How could he allow this karmically burdened demonic flood dragon to escape? With a thought, the heaven-swallowing gourd hanging at his waist flew up on its own. Its mouth aimed at the venomous dragon, and a terrifying, all-devouring suction force suddenly erupted. The venomous dragon felt its body tighten as if trapped in an invisible quagmire, its escape speed drastically reduced. It thrashed wildly, churning the marsh into chaos. At the same time, Kong Xuan pressed his fingers together like a sword and tapped repeatedly at the void. SSSSS. SSSSS. Countless streams of supremely condensed razor-sharp gung metal sword chi materialized from thin air, shooting down like a violent storm, striking precisely into the gaps between the dragon's scales and the weak points of its joints. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew everywhere. The dragon's formidable scales, under the irresistible edge of the gung metal sword chi, were hacked into flying fragments, exposing pink flesh beneath. The beast let out a series of miserable howls from the pain. The heaven-swallowing gourd's suction grew ever stronger, while the assault of the gung metal sword chi prevented the dragon from mustering its full resistance. With one side waning and the other waxing, the dragon's colossal frame was involuntarily dragged toward the gourd's mouth, shrinking smaller and smaller. No, this king has cultivated for 10,000 years. Spare me, Kong Xuan the immortal. The venomous dragon let out desperate pleas. Kong Xuan's expression remained icy, utterly unmoved. For a creature so steeped in karmic sin, only complete purification would suffice. In the end, amid a final unwilling roar, the three-headed venomous flood dragon was wholly sucked into the heaven-swallowing gourd. Kong Xuan cast a seal. The gourd's internal dimension activated its refining power, beginning to refine the demonic dragon. Within moments, the gourd gave a slight tremor and then fell still. Kong Xuan lifted the lid and poured out 2 items of fist-sized inner core, dark and lusterless in color, yet brimming with vast water, spiritual power, and toxic origin. The three-headed venomous dragon's demonic core, and a spine-like spike about 3 chi long, deep blue, throughout its tip, gleaming with sinister cold light. It was a low-grade, innate spirit treasure known as the profound venom spike, a life-bound artifact forged by the venomous dragon from its own venomous fangs combined with primordial evil essence. Kong Xuan first put away the profound venom spike. Although its nature was and venomous, its material was extraordinary. It could either be reforged in the future or used in trade. Then his gaze fell upon the dark inner core. This core condensed 10,000 years of the venomous dragon's cultivation. The pure water spiritual power within it was extremely substantial, but the venom and karmic resentment entangled in it were equally troublesome. A fine treasure, though its malice is too heavy. Kong Xuan pondered briefly. The black divine light water phase behind him slowly illuminated, enveloping the inner core. The divine light swirled like the most precise millstone, slowly beginning to strip away and purify the toxins and resentment within the core. This was a delicate task, requiring absolute dominion over water phase power to cast off the dross and retain the essence. Within the black divine light, wisps of dark green venomous chi and gray-black resentment were forcibly drawn out, annihilated, and dispersed under the light's power. The inner core's color gradually shifted from murky darkness to a deep azure, its size shrinking slightly, yet the water's spiritual aura it emanated grew even purer and more vast. After roughly the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Kong Xuan finished purifying the core completely. The core had now transformed into a pearl the size of a dragon's eye, its entire body azure like the deep sea, with what seemed like surging waves flowing within. All evil chi was gone, leaving only pure water origin. Perfect for enhancing my water phase divine light. Kong Xuan opened his mouth and drew in the azure pearl, swallowing it. The pearl entered his body and instantly turned into a cool, vast torrent, merging into his meridians and flowing ultimately into the black divine light, representing the water phase behind him. Boom. Nourished by such pure origin, the water phase divine light blazed with intensified radiance. Its color deepened into an even more profound darkness, as if it could draw a person's very gaze into its depths. The power of the divine light surged dramatically, and a new trait faintly emerged: the extreme cold corrosive force of the profound true water. Though not equal to true profound true water, it greatly enhanced the divine light's abilities to entrap and erode. Kong Xuan nodded with satisfaction, sensing the transformation of his water-phase divine light. This battle, though seemingly effortless, had actually employed multiple means: the 5-color divine light, the heaven-swallowing gourd, and the gung metal sword chi, to achieve a swift victory. It had also tested the proficiency of his divine ability combinations. The moment he finished refining the inner core, a stream of merit profound yellow chi descended from the heavens, once more even more pronounced than when he had slain the fire demon earlier, merging into his primordial spirit. Slaying a Deluo demonic flood dragon laden with such grave karmic sin and safeguarding the peace of the region naturally yielded greater merit. With merit entering his body, his primordial spirit felt a surge of clarity and ease. His cultivation foundation grew ever more stable, and his mastery of the late Deluo stage became more seamless and complete. He glanced around. With the venomous dragon slain, even the miasma pervading the myriad venom marsh seemed to have thinned, its violent aura diminished. He swept his divine sense through the marsh's depths and found nothing else worthy of attention, so he did not tarry. With a flicker of his form, he reappeared at the marsh's edge. Seeing her master return safely with an aura seemingly even stronger than before, the azure Luan let out a joyful clear cry. Kong Xuan mounted the Luan's back and patted its neck. "Come, let us continue south." The azure Luan spread its wings and soared high, carrying Kong Xuan away from this perilous ground. Behind him, the myriad venom marsh remained shrouded in mist, but its greatest scourge had been eliminated. In time, perhaps it would recover some of its vitality. After this battle, Kong Xuan had gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. Within the Deluo realm, there were few who could match him. Even some existences at the late Deluo, or even consummate Deluo stage, would find it hard to retaliate if their divine abilities and treasures were inferior to his. The five elements' divine light truly possesses boundless wonders. Still, I must cultivate diligently. If only I could complete the five elements and evolve them into chaos. His gaze fixed upon the southern horizon, his pursuit of power burning ever more resolute. The great tide of the primeval world was about to rise. Only absolute power could protect himself and his kind and overturn that predetermined fate. He composed his thoughts, and while journeying silently pondered the gains and losses of the recent battle and the new transformations of his water phase divine light. Unbeknownst to him, his cultivation had deepened by yet another measure. Leaving the Wandu marsh behind, Kong Xuan rode his azure Luan southward. The closer he drew to the undying volcano region, the more vibrant the fire's spiritual energy in the air became, and the sky itself was often tinged with a faint crimson glow. Yet unlike times past, this vast expanse of heaven and earth now carried alongside its inherent dangers and fortunes a chilling atmosphere, in which ruthlessness and rigid order intertwined. Ever since the Dao ancestor Honghuang first expounded the great Dao at Zhixiao Palace, appointed Dongwangdong as sovereign of the male immortals, and established the immortal court at Penglai, the balance of power in the primordial world had begun to shift quietly, but inexorably. Wielding the banner of the Dao ancestor, the immortal court welcomed wandering immortals with open arms, its power swelling at an alarming pace as its reach extended into every corner of the primordial world. Meanwhile, the demon race, who as the primordial world's most openly formidable force held dominion over the heavenly court, naturally refused to fall behind. To display their sovereign authority and overawe the four corners of the realm, the demon heavenly court dispatched sky patrols with ever-increasing frequency and on an ever grander scale, their routes now spanning nearly the entirety of the primordial world. On this particular day, Kong Xuan arrived at a relatively flat and open primordial plain. Though its spiritual veins were unremarkable, the land was rich in water and lush with grass, nourishing countless tribes of living beings. He was about to hasten across when he saw ahead on the horizon demonic clouds surging and baleful energy coalescing. A company of demon soldiers in gleaming armor and stern discipline escorted a magnificent war chariot drawn by 9 strange beasts, patrolling slowly in his direction. Seated atop the war chariot was a demon god clad in golden armor, a single horn growing from his head, his countenance steeped in arrogance. His aura marked him unmistakably at the initial Deluo stage. Behind him, banners snapped in the wind bearing the enormous character, Yao, and beneath them several hundred demon soldiers exuded demonic chi that soared to the heavens, arrayed in battle formation with formidable might. This was precisely a sky patrol unit of the demon heavenly court, and this unit had evidently taken note of Kong Xuan, a lone rider upon an azure Luan. Though Kong Xuan had concealed his aura, his extraordinary bearing and the obviously exceptional azure Luan beneath him made him as conspicuous as a firefly in the dead of night. The war chariot came to a halt. The horned demon god's gaze swept toward Kong Xuan like lightning, and his divine sense probed over without the least courtesy. He found Kong Xuan's cultivation murky and unfathomable, the latter deliberately concealing it. Yet his mount was an azure Luan of the Tai stage. He judged that this was no ordinary wandering cultivator, yet he could not recall such a figure among the supreme powerhouses of the primordial world, for Kong Xuan's name had not yet reached the upper echelons of the demon race. Thus schemes began to churn in his mind. Though the immortal court and the demon heavenly court had yet to clash openly, their covert rivalry had already grown intense. If he could invite a formidable expert of unknown origins to join the heavenly court, it would certainly count as a meritorious achievement. And even if the man refused probing his background and displaying the heavenly court's majesty would be gain enough. With this thought, the horned demon god urged his chariot forward, and keeping a measured distance called out in a loud voice, Taoist ahead their halt. The voice boomed with an unquestionable tone of command. Kong Xuan slightly furrowed his brow, reined in the azure wand, cast an indifferent glance forward, and remained silent. Seeing Kong Xuan stop, the demon god assumed he had been cowed by the heavenly court's might. Elated, his tone grew even more arrogant. I am the golden horned demon god of the heavenly court's Sky Patrol Bureau. By decree of the demon emperor, I patrol the primordial world to safeguard its borders and protect its people. Your bearing is no ordinary one, yet you journey alone through these wilds. Have you no allegiance? Why not return with me to the heavenly court, enroll your name in the immortal register, and serve his majesty the demon emperor? In time you may attain a true fruition and a golden body, surely that surpasses weary wandering across these desolate plains. His words were couched in righteousness, yet they bore an undercurrent of coercion. Had he been an ordinary wandering cultivator, receiving such an invitation from a demon god of the heavenly court would have sent his heart racing with terror, leaving him to either submit or desperately seek escape. But who was Kong Xuan? Crown Prince of the Phoenix clan, noble in origin, a late Deluo cultivator, one who had even dared to seize Kunpeng's own grand palace. How could he possibly take a mere patrolling demon god seriously? He could not even be bothered to lift an eyelid. A single ice-cold word fell from his lips. Scram. The voice was not loud, but it struck with the chill of ninefold celestial ice, freezing the arrogance on the golden horned demon god's face into rigidity. Why you? What did you say? The golden horned demon god could hardly believe his ears. A small nameless Taoist actually dared to tell him to scram. And in front of the heavenly court's entire patrol, no less. A blaze of fury at being so despised instantly swept away all his reason. He no longer considered what backing his opponent might possess. He felt only that his authority had been trampled, and he must crush this insolent wretch with overwhelming thunder-like force to make an example of him. How bold! You dare to defy the heavenly court. Soldiers, seize this madman. The golden horned demon god thundered, springing abruptly to his feet. A gleaming ornamental battle axe appeared in his hand, unmistakably a fine acquired grade top-tier spiritual treasure. At your command. The several hundred demons behind him answered in a thunderous chorus that shook the plains. These soldiers were highly disciplined. They instantly formed a crude strangulation battle formation, their demonic chi merging into a single mass that transformed into rolling black clouds, pressing upon Kong Xuan with sky-obscuring, earth-shrouding force. At the same time, every manner of demonic art, poisonous smoke-flying tridents, and whistling arrows shot toward Kong Xuan and the azure wand in a blinding storm-like torrent. The golden horned demon god himself joined the fray, offering up his axe. The blade grew with the wind into a colossal 100-zhang edge, cleaving down at Kong Xuan's head with the might to split mountains and shatter rock. The momentum was horrifying, an obvious attempt to slay with a single strike and reclaim his pride. Facing an onslaught that would have sent an ordinary initial Deluo cultivator reeling in panic, or even dying on the spot, Kong Xuan remained seated upon the azure lawn, his expression utterly undisturbed, as if what pressed toward him were not a lethal assault, but a gentle breeze. He did not even show the faintest intention of rising. At the very instant the attacks were about to land, the five-color divine light suddenly burst forth from the void behind him. This time it was not directed at any particular attribute. All five colors erupted together, cyan, yellow, red, black, and white, flowing and interweaving like a peacock spreading its tail, or like a gloriously resplendent, yet supremely majestic canopy, slowly unfolding behind him. The divine light did not dazzle the eye, yet it carried a Tao resonance that embraced all things while exalting itself above all things. Then the light swept gently toward the furious assault surging before it. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no thunderous clash of magical powers. What happened was truly bizarre. The sky-darkening black clouds of demonic chi were erased, as if by an invisible giant hand, dissipating in an instant to reveal a clear and radiant sky. The demonic arts, poisonous fumes, flying tridents, and arrows unleashed by the several hundred soldiers all dissolved the moment they touched the five-color divine light, melting away soundlessly like frost under the sun. They broke down into the most primordial particles of spiritual energy and were absorbed by the light. As for the immense axe cleaving down with such terrible force, it seemed to crash into an invisible wall. It halted abruptly mid-air, its brilliance dimmed, it let out a mournful cry, rapidly shrank, and then simply vanished into thin air, swept straight away by the five-color divine light. Nor was that the end of it. After brushing aside the attacks, the divine light's momentum did not diminish. Like quicksilver pouring across the ground, it swept over those several hundred demon soldiers. Shwum! A teeth-grating cacophony of metallic screeches and startled cries erupted. The armor on the soldiers and the weapons in their hands, regardless of rank or quality, all tore from their grips and were whisked away in a single roll of the five-color divine light. In a heartbeat, the several hundred demon soldiers were left utterly bare save for the thin garments covering their bodies. They stood rooted to the ground, faces full of bewilderment and terror. The scene was for a moment utterly comical. As for the golden horn demon god, the foremost target, though his garments were not swept away, for as a Deluo his protective immortal light still shielded him. With his life-bound treasure confiscated, he suffered the backlash of his soul bond to the weapon and was then slammed in the chest by the divine light's terrifying aftershock. He was as if struck by a mountain. A mouthful of golden demon blood sprayed violently from his lips, and his whole body flew backward from the war chariot like a kite, with its string severed, crashing hard upon the ground hundreds of zhang away. A pathetic sight, his golden armor dimmed, his aura instantly wilting by more than half. The entire plane fell into a deathly silence. The demon sky patrol that had been so ferocious only moments ago was now nothing more than a field of naked, shivering demon soldiers, and a single demon god collapsed on the ground, spitting blood, his face filled with utter horror. Golden Horn struggled to lift his head, gazing at that five-colored robed figure still seated serenely upon the lawn, as calm and detached as drifting clouds, a name that had recently been circulating quietly among the lower and middle ranks of the demon race, a name regarded as taboo, detonated in his mind like thunder. F5-colored divine light. You are Kong Xuan. His voice was quivering with terror, with not a shred of his former arrogance remaining. Kong Xuan cast a dull glance at him, a look like that given to an ant, utterly devoid of emotional fluctuation. Trespass into my domain again, and body and soul shall be extinguished together. His voice was as cold as an edict of the great Tao, reaching each demon's ears with perfect clarity and plunging them into an icy chasm. Having spoken, Kong Xuan paid the ragged demons no further heed. He gave the azure lawn a gentle nudge. The azure lawn let out a clear cry, spread its wings, and soared high, transforming into a streak of azure radiance that vanished at the edge of the sky in the span of a breath. Only after Kong Xuan's figure had completely disappeared did the demons on the plane collapse limply to the ground, their faces saturated with lingering terror. Leaning on his subordinates for support, the golden horn demon god struggled upright. Staring in the direction Kong Xuan had gone, his eyes betrayed a tangle of emotions, fear and venomous malice, but above all the relief of one who had narrowly escaped death. "Chew quick. We must go. This is no place to stay," he croaked, his order sparing no thought for the weapons and treasures that had been swept away. Leading a troop of stark naked demon soldiers, he fled in abject panic toward the heavenly court. After this incident, the name Kong Xuan of the five-color divine light was destined to spread with even greater speed throughout the demon race and the entire primordial world. His invincible, overbearing image was seared indelibly into the hearts of every living being who had witnessed this battle. After the battle on the plains, Kong Xuan knew well that his name and the terror of his five-colored divine light had gradually spread through the demon race and even reached the ears of certain primordial cultivators. Although he was not afraid, he was unwilling to become entangled in pointless conflicts. He therefore ordered Qingluan to veer deeper into the remote mountain ranges, seeking to avoid the increasingly frequent sky-cruising patrols and any who might come looking for him after hearing the news. One day they journeyed into the depths of a vast ancient mountain range. Peaks rose in layered splendor, and ancient trees towered to the heavens. Although the spiritual energy was not as abundant as at renowned mountains and sacred rivers, it carried a raw, primordial grandeur all its own. Kong Xuan cast his divine sense out like a net, meticulously sweeping the land below, and missing not the faintest trace of abnormal fluctuation. Suddenly his heart stirred subtly. At the entrance of a seemingly ordinary cloud-wreathed canyon, he detected an extremely obscure fluctuation from a spatial formation, one that had blended perfectly into the surrounding natural environment. Had he not already developed a keen sensitivity to the circulation of the five elements and spatial anomalies, and had he not recently immersed himself so deeply in formation Dao, he would hardly have noticed it. Oh, a place this secret is guarded by a formation. It seems man-made, and from an extremely ancient age. Curiosity stirred within Kong Xuan. He pressed down his cloud and landed before the canyon entrance. The canyon mouth was hidden behind dense vines and miasmic vapors. Even ordinary cultivators who passed by would take it for a dangerous place and simply go around. Five-colored radiance swirled in Kong Xuan's eyes as he carefully studied the formation's light barrier, which had almost merged with the rocks and vegetation. Upon the light barrier, ancient and arcane runes revolved in patterns secretly aligned with the principles of the four symbols and the stars, yet powered at the core by the five elements. The formation crafting technique was so exquisite that it far surpassed the common formations of the present age. This formation borrows from the contours of mountains and rivers, draws upon the power of the stars, and incorporates the transformations of the five elements. The one who laid it must have been a great formation master of antiquity. The more Kong Xuan looked, the more alarmed he became, and the stronger his curiosity and desire to explore grew. At present, he was painfully lacking in formation Dao knowledge. If he could obtain this inheritance, it would surely fill that deficiency. However, breaking this formation was no trivial task. The formation possessed no active attacking ability, but its defensive power was extremely formidable, and it was linked to the earth veins and the power of the stars. A single move would disturb the whole structure. If he tried to break it by force, he feared he would trigger a backlash and might even destroy everything sealed within. Kong Xuan did not act in haste. Instead, he spent 3 full days carefully surveying the outer perimeter of the canyon, deducing the formation's nodes and the laws by which it operated. He took out the jade slip of formation insights he had obtained from the cave dwelling of Honghuang Mountain, and combining it with his own comprehension of the 5 elements' laws began ceaseless calculations. The eastern azure dragon belongs to wood, the western white tiger to metal, the southern vermilion bird to fire, the northern black tortoise to water, and the central gauchian and tungsha to earth. The 4 symbols stand guard, the 5 elements revolve. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Kong Xuan frowned in deep thought one moment, then clapped his hands in admiration, the next wholly immersed in the mysterious world of formations. He realized that relying solely on his current cultivation and formation Dao, it would be extremely difficult to break this formation without damage. After pondering for a while, he called forth the innate 5 elements spirit pearls. These 5 pearls corresponded to the 5 elements, and were born from the very source of heaven and earth. Perhaps by relying on their kindred power, he could find a thread of opportunity within the formation's workings. Using his own magical power as a guide, Kong Xuan urged the 5 element spirit pearls forward, causing them to release pure innate 5-element chi as they slowly approached the formation's light barrier. At the same time, his divine sense remained intensely focused, capturing every subtle change on the light barrier caused by the stimulation of the 5-element chi. It was an extremely exhausting process, requiring precise control over the intensity of the 5-element chi, the transformation of its attributes, and the direction in which it was injected, without the slightest error. It was like using the finest key to open a lock of incomparably complex structure. Days passed one after another as the sun and moon wheeled outside the canyon, yet Kong Xuan remained oblivious, pouring his entire being into breaking the formation. When hungry, he took a pill. When thirsty, he drank a mouthful of mountain spring water. During that time, even foolish demon beasts drawn by the abnormal spiritual energy came near, but all were easily driven off or killed by the loyal Qinghuan. It consumed fully 49 years. Kong Xuan's eyes were shot through with blood, but his gaze only grew sharper. This is the moment. He let out a fierce low shout. The 5 elements spirit pearls blazed with magnificent light, and following a mysterious trajectory, simultaneously struck several crucial nodes of the light barrier. The entire canyon trembled faintly. The tough light barrier rippled like water and gave off a subtle humming sound. Immediately afterward, a swirling gate composed of the phantom images of the 4 symbols appeared on the barrier, just wide enough for one person to pass. Behind the gate, a tranquil hidden paradise was vaguely visible. Success. Kong Xuan exhaled a long breath, a relieved smile appearing on his face. Those 49 days of deduction and formation breaking had not only let him open the gate, but had also brought a qualitative leap to his formation Dao cultivation. Many things that had once been obscure and difficult instantly became clear through this practice. He put away the 5-element spirit pearls, steadied his aura, and stepped through the 4 symbols gate. After his figure disappeared, the gate slowly closed, and the light barrier restored itself as though nothing had ever happened. Beyond the gate, a different world unfolded. It was not the resplendent immortal palace he had imagined, but a clean, elegant, and tranquil cavern. The cavern was not large, yet it was dry and tidy. At its center stood a stone altar upon which sat a skeleton wrapped in a star-patterned Taoist robe. Its flesh had long vanished, leaving only jade-like bones that emanated a faint Dao resonance. Clearly, its owner had been an extraordinary mighty figure in life. Before the skeleton lay several age-darkened jade slips, and a round 3-legged cauldron of ancient design, cast from an unknown black metal, and engraved with the celestial stars and the images of the 4 divine beasts. The cavern walls were densely covered with formation diagrams and deduction formulas. All the insights left behind by this ancient cultivator. Kong Xuan solemnly bowed to the skeleton. I, Kong Xuan, have trespassed into your secluded retreat, senior. I beg your forgiveness for the disturbance. Your formation Dao is so profound that I am filled with admiration. If you do not disdain me, I am willing to inherit your legacy and carry the way of formations to greater glory. After finishing his bow, he stepped forward, picked up the jade slips, and extended his divine sense into them. In an instant, an immense ocean of formation knowledge surged into his mind. From the most fundamental rune analysis and energy guidance to advanced formation stacking, void array casting, and even how to harness the power of the stars, the force of the earth veins, and the might of the 4 symbols as one's own. It was all-encompassing, profound, and abstruse. It was far more systematic and far more complete than the scattered inheritances he had obtained at Honghuang Mountain. This ancient cultivator, who styled himself Zhengzhenzi, was a formation grandmaster who had attained the Dao even before the initial Dragon Han tribulation. Obsessed with formation studies his entire life, he had never been fond of battle or slaughter. He was especially skilled at drawing upon the star power of the heavens and the laws of the four symbols to set formations. Because he had acquired a wisp of karmic sin during that tribulation, he ultimately passed away here, leaving behind his inheritance for a fated heir. Kong Xuan absorbed the knowledge in the jade slips with insatiable hunger. Many problems that had perplexed him now crumbled with ease. His understanding of formations began to advance from knowing how to knowing why. Then his gaze fell upon the black round cauldron. Its body was unusually heavy and cold to the touch. When he probed it with his divine sense, he discovered that it was an acquired supreme treasure, the four symbols star cauldron. Not only could this cauldron be used to refine pills and magical treasures, it was also supremely effective in forging formation banners, formation plates, and other items related to stars, the four symbols, and space, for it contained the profound principles of those mysteries. Within the cauldron was a self-contained space that could assist in deducing formation changes and suppressing the formation's core. It was a rare and invaluable auxiliary supreme treasure. Senior Zhengzhenzi, you are truly a great teacher to me. Kong Xuan felt deep gratitude in his heart as he carefully put away the jade slips and the four-symbol star cauldron. He did not leave immediately. Instead, he sat cross-legged in that cavern and began to devise his own great 5 elements formation, combining his newfound inheritance with his own understanding. Using the 5 elements spirit pearls as the foundation, and with the Lihua banner, the dark venomous thorn, though its attribute did not match, it could serve as a reference, and even the newly acquired four-symbol star cauldron as auxiliary aids. Countless runes swirled through his mind. The generating and overcoming cycles of the 5 elements evolved without limit as he even began to incorporate a trace of the four symbols' directions and the principles of stellar motion. Within the cave there was no reckoning of time. The cold passed without one knowing the year. After who knew how long, Kong Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, formed hand seals, and used his magical power to trace patterns in the void. Instantly radiance in gold, azure, blue, crimson, and yellow burst forth, intertwining and coiling around one another. Faint phantom images of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise flickered in the 4 directions, guarding the central 5 elements and forming the prototype of a formation space, still somewhat ethereal, yet rigorous in structure and immense in aura. Within the formation, the power of the 5 elements circulated without rest, while the 4 symbols stabilized the space in their respective directions, bringing forth countless wonders, such as trapping enemies, defense, and refinement. Though it is only a prototype, having integrated the principles of the 4 symbols and the stars, its power has increased greatly. Trapping and killing an ordinary Tai golden immortal is now nothing more than a trivial matter. Kong Xuan dispersed his magical power, a satisfied expression appearing on his face. The harvest this time far exceeded his expectations. Not only had his formation Dao cultivation advanced greatly, he had also obtained an extremely useful supreme treasure and had initially created a formation that suited him perfectly and brimmed with limitless potential. He once again bowed solemnly to Zhengzhenzi's skeleton, then carefully made rubbings of the valuable formation diagrams carved upon the cavern walls. Only after all this was finished did he silently depart from that hidden valley. Emerging back into the outside world, the sunlight was dazzling. Kong Xuan took a deep breath of fresh air and felt that his Dao path had become far broader. True strength was not merely magical power and divine abilities. Knowledge, skill, and treasures were all part of one's strength. The road ahead is long and far. I shall search above and below. His gaze was resolute as he mounted Honghuang and continued his journey south. His figure vanished into the clouds while the secluded valley that held a crucial opportunity for him once again returned to the stillness of 10,000 ages. Leaving the secluded valley that held the legacy of formation Dao, Kong Xuan felt enlightened, but was in no hurry to continue his journey. Riding the azure lawn, he slowed his pace, traveling through seas of clouds and mountains of mist. He meditated on the newly acquired essence of formation arts while observing the terrain and landscapes to verify what he had learned. The azure lawn also benefited from the Dao rhythm flowing around Kong Xuan, becoming even more agile in flight, its cyan radiance shimmering. On this day they arrived at a desolate mountainous region. The valley below was lush and verdant, a place that should have been full of vitality, yet Kong Xuan keenly sensed a towering resentment, and the stench of blood mingled with wisps of extremely sinister and filthy demonic qi, filling one with disgust. Demonic traces here. Kong Xuan frowned. After the great war between Dao and Demon, the demon ancestor Lu had been defeated and slain, and the main demonic forces scattered, yet many remnants still lurked in the wilderness, biding their time to cause chaos. He held no fondness for the demon race. Such filthy beings were cancers of heaven and earth. He lowered his cloud, concealed his aura, and looked down into the valley. The valley was a complete mess. The hundreds of spirit feather sparrows that had once dwelled there lay dead or wounded everywhere, their feathers scorched black blood dyeing the stream red. The surviving few dozen spirit feather sparrows were driven into a corner of the valley, trembling and crying out in despair. The perpetrators were 3 cultivators clad in black robes wreathed in demonic chi. The leader was a gaunt old man with a sinister face at the late Tai golden immortal cultivation level. Holding a soul-summoning banner, he was continuously drawing faint living souls from the dead sparrows and casting them into the banner, whose black chi churned with ghostly wails. The other 2 demonic cultivators were at the Heavenly Immortal Realm, grinning savagely as they drove and slaughtered the remaining spirit sparrows with cruel methods. Senior brother, although these spirit sparrows have thin bloodlines, there are quite a few of them. The living souls we extract should be enough to increase the power of your 100 souls banner by another level. A heavenly, immortal demonic cultivator said ingratiatingly. The gaunt old man gave a sinister smile indeed. It's a pity this place is remote. It's hard to find more flesh and blood. Let's finish quickly. After extracting the living souls, refine the essence blood of these feathered beasts as well. Don't waste anything. Their conversation clearly reached Kong Xuan's ears. Kong Xuan was no saint. Since the decline of the Phoenix clan, he had mostly looked coldly upon the myriad creatures of the wilderness. Yet seeing fellow avian beings, spirit sparrows, carrying a faint trace of Phoenix bloodline, being so slaughtered and refined for their souls, an uncontrollable anger rose in his heart. Moreover, these demonic cultivators had karma soaring to the heavens, their deeds outrageous and intolerable to the Heavenly Dao. Bound by karmic sin, they deserved to be reduced to ashes. A cold glint flashed in Kong Xuan's eyes, and his killing intent was set. He did not reveal himself immediately, but quietly summoned the 4-symbol star cauldron, which had the power to suppress and isolate. He formed hand seals, and the small cauldron flew out with a spin, hovering above the valley. It emitted an invisible ripple that instantly sealed the space of the entire valley, preventing the demonic cultivators from escaping or, in desperation, destroying the living beings. Only then did he reveal himself, standing on the azure wand's back as he appeared above the valley, his cold gaze sweeping over the 3 demonic cultivators. Who goes there? The gaunt old man noticed him first, jerking his head up. Seeing Kong Xuan and the azure wand, and sensing the other's unfathomable aura, he was startled. But relying on their numbers and demonic arts, he shouted fiercely, "We serve the Black Fiend ancestor and are conducting business here. Get lost immediately, or don't blame me for refining you into my banner." Kong Xuan could not be bothered to exchange words with them. For such evil demons, only a thunderous strike could manifest the clarity of heaven's justice. The 5-colored divine light behind him unfolded abruptly, not at full power. He simply brushed it lightly downward. Shwa! There was no earth-shattering clamor, yet the effect was horrifying. The soul-summoning banner in the gaunt old man's hand, along with the demonic artifacts he had summoned for protection, the weapons and armor of the other 2 heavenly immortal demonic cultivators. All of it, the moment the 5-colored divine light swept past, disintegrated and dispersed like sandcastles meeting the tide, brushed clean away. The 3 demonic cultivators only felt their hands suddenly lighter as all their instruments of violence vanished, and they were scared out of their wits. My 100 souls banner. The artifacts. Our artifacts are gone. It's the 5-colored divine light. He is Kong Xuan. The gaunt old man finally recognized this iconic divine power. His face instantly turned pale as paper, losing every trace of ferocity, leaving only boundless terror. Spare us, Senior. We did not know your honored presence was here. Offending you is a crime worthy of death. We beg you to spare our insignificant lives. The gaunt old man fell to his knees with a thud, kowtowing frantically. The other 2 demonic cultivators, already terrified, knelt and begged for mercy. Kong Xuan's face was as cold as ancient ice. He knew well that demonic cultivators were cunning and utterly devoid of honor. Letting them go would be like releasing tigers back into the mountains. More creatures would surely suffer in the future. Demonic remnants poisoning living beings cannot be tolerated by heaven's justice. His cold words were like a final judgment. Kong Xuan pressed his fingers together like a sword, and on his fingertips danced the Nanming Lihua flame. Xiao, xiao, xiao. 3 pure white threads of flame shot out like lightning and precisely pierced the glabellas of the 3 demonic cultivators. The pleas for mercy abruptly ceased. The 3 demonic cultivators stiffened, the light in their eyes rapidly dimming. Then pure white flames erupted from within them, and in the blink of an eye, amid 3 brief screams, they were burned into 3 wisps of green smoke. Body and spirit utterly destroyed, not a single trace left behind. Nanming Lihua was pure and overwhelmingly yang, the perfect bane of such sinister demonic chi. With the demonic cultivators slain, the valley's evil aura was instantly swept clean. The masterless 100 souls banner let out a mournful cry, then fell to the ground as an ordinary object. The surviving few dozen spirit sparrows, having narrowly escaped death, stared in shock at the godlike figure in the air. An old spirit sparrow that seemed to be the leader struggled into the air, landed on a rock not far in front of Kong Xuan, and transformed into a haggard old man in feathered robes. Trembling, he knelt and said tearfully, This old one yumming on behalf of the remnants of my spirit sparrow clan kowtows in gratitude to the celestial immortal for saving our lives. If not for the celestial immortal's intervention, my clan would surely have been annihilated today. Behind him, the surviving spirit sparrows also cried out and bowed their heads, their gratitude evident beyond words. Kong Xuan raised his hand, and a gentle force helped the old man rise. He said indifferently, "It was a small deed to right a wrong. Take care of yourselves." He could see that these spirit sparrows had thin bloodlines and meager strength, struggling to survive in this chaotic primeval world. Just then, as if responding from the heavens, a thin wisp of extremely pure, merit-laden Honghuang chi pierced through the four-symbol star cauldron seal and quietly descended, merging into Kong Xuan's body, slaying demonic cultivators burdened with heavy karma and rescuing innocent living beings naturally produced merit. As the merit entered his body, though its amount was small, Kong Xuan's primordial spirit felt greatly refreshed, and his connection to heaven and earth seemed a bit clearer. He understood that this was the Heavenly Dao's commendation. Seeing this, the old man yumming felt even more awe and hurriedly said, "The celestial immortal's merit is immeasurable. My clan has no other way to repay you, so we offer this 7-aperture heart-clearing herb that our clan has guarded for generations. It is not a rare treasure, but it calms the mind, brightens the spirit, and wards off inner demons. A small token of our gratitude." With that, he reverently took out a small 7-leafed herb brimming with spiritual energy from his bosom. Kong Xuan intended to decline, but seeing the old man's sincerity and knowing that the herb, though of little use to him, would be good for lower-level cultivators or nurturing younger disciples, he nodded and accepted it. "Very well, I'll accept it. You must be more cautious in the future. Yes, we shall heed the celestial immortal's teachings." The old man yumming bowed again in gratitude. Without further words, Kong Xuan retrieved the 4-symbol star cauldron and signaled to the azure luan. The azure luan let out a clear cry, spread its wings, and soared away, carrying Kong Xuan until they vanished amidst the clouds. In the valley, the spirit sparrows that had survived the ordeal gazed in the direction Kong Xuan had gone, unwilling to disperse for a long time, branding the name Celestial Immortal Kong Xuan deep into their hearts. As for Kong Xuan, through this small episode, he had gained a trace of merit and forged a bond of kindness with a weak avian tribe. His Dao heart grew even more transparent, and amid his decisive slaughter there remained a hint of compassion for the weak. The path of the primeval wilderness was also a path of heart cultivation. Leaving behind the valley reeking of blood, Kong Xuan did not continue southward, but turned his course westward instead. This journey had yielded rich rewards. His proficiency in formation arts had advanced significantly, he had acquired a new supreme treasure, and through vanquishing demons and rescuing lives, he had earned merit that further honed his cultivation. He thought of the elegant and refined matriarch of the female immortals atop West Kunlun and felt inclined to visit again, to exchange insights from his journey, and to inquire about the current state of the Honghuang. The Qinghuan spread its wings and soared through the sea of clouds, reaching the territories of West Kunlun within days. The immortal mountain still shrouded itself in mist and spiritual energy, yet the guard at the entrance appeared more rigorous than before, with formations visibly operating at full capacity. Kong Xuan manifested his form beyond the mountain gate and announced his name. Soon the same maiden in feathered robes came to welcome him, though a trace of unspoken worry lingered between her brows. "Senior Kong Xuan, the lady has been waiting at Yaoqi. Please follow me." The maiden bowed respectfully and led him inside. Along the way, disciples of West Kunlun patrolled in both directions, polite, yet noticeably more vigilant. Kong Xuan understood immediately. The political landscape of Honghuang had indeed shifted. Upon reaching Yaoqi, Queen Mother of the West was already waiting at the hall's entrance to greet him. She wore a simple yet elegant court dress today, her beauty still unmatched, but her sharp eyes carried a gravity that surpassed their last meeting. "Senior brother Kong Xuan's cultivation has grown even more profound. Truly commendable," Queen Mother of the West said with a smile, welcoming him into the hall and seating him as an honored guest. Immortal attendants served fragrant tea and spiritual fruits, including the rare peaches that ripen only once every 6 millennia. "You are too kind," Kong Xuan replied, taking a sip of the immortal tea before asking directly. "I notice West Kunlun carries a more solemn atmosphere than usual." Queen Mother of the West sighed softly, her smile fading. "I will not hide it from you, senior brother. The Honghuang has grown quite turbulent these days. Since returning from the teachings at Zixiao Palace, Donghua Dijuan, bearing the dragon head, cane bestowed by the Dao ancestor, has established the immortal court at Penglai under the title of Supreme Lord of Male Immortals, gathering scattered immortals and growing in influence day by day." She paused, her tone tinged with helplessness and concern. "Expansion is natural enough, but Donghua Dijuan's methods seem somewhat hasty. Envoys of the immortal court have traveled far and wide, issuing invitations everywhere, claiming to unify the forces of the immortal path across Honghuang, to jointly resist the Wu and Yao and uphold the order of Heavenly Dao. Many scattered cultivators and minor sects pressured by circumstances or tempted by resources have pledged their allegiance. Kong Xuan listened quietly, offering no comment. Dong Wanggong's actions were precisely what he had anticipated. Queen Mother of the West continued, envoys from the Immortal Court have visited West Kunlun on several occasions. Their words are courteous, but their intent is clear. They hope I will, as the head of female immortals, join them in this great endeavor. They have even hinted that only through an alliance between our houses can the true orthodoxy of the immortal path be displayed. Our West Kunlun lineage has always valued tranquility and self-sufficiency, seeking only to preserve a pure refuge for all female immortals beneath the heavens. We have no desire to become entangled in struggles for power, so we have politely declined each request. However, the envoys who came most recently have adopted a tone less humble than before, their words carrying an implicit pressure. They argue that the Wu and Yao are too powerful to face alone, and that scattered forces cannot stand together. If the immortal path fails to unite, they fear being defeated one by one. From what I observe since receiving the Dao ancestors' enfeoffment, Donghua Dijuan's ambition has shifted markedly from before. Such urgent expansion may not be sustainable in the long run. It invites disaster. Kong Xuan set down his teacup, his gaze calm. A tree that stands tall among the forest will be battered by the winds. Though the Immortal Court appears formidable, its foundation remains unstable, resting entirely on the authority granted by the Dao ancestor. Dong Wanggong's impatience for success has already provoked widespread resentment, though he remains unaware. Would the celestial court of the demon race merely watch? And would those reclusive powerhouses willingly submit? Such actions are tantamount to pulling chestnuts from fire. Queen Mother of the West nodded in deep agreement. You speak most wisely, senior brother. I too feel deeply troubled, which is why I have ordered the mountain gates sealed and the formation strengthened. My disciples are forbidden to leave without authorization, lest they become entangled in these conflicts. It is only that. The tree desires stillness, yet the wind will not cease. I fear the Immortal Court will not so readily give up. You have done enough, senior sister, Kong Xuan affirmed. Sealing the gates and avoiding external affairs is a prudent course. With you presiding over West Kunlun, whose formations are profound and foundations firmly established, even the Immortal Court would dare not attack, as long as you do not voluntarily involve yourselves in conflict. Amidst the undercurrents stirring across Honghuang, focusing on cultivation and strengthening one's capabilities is the proper path. They discussed the current situation for a while longer, both agreeing that the aura of the great calamity was growing denser and preparations should begin early. Subsequently, the conversation naturally shifted toward the Dao. Having made significant advances in formation arts this journey, Kong Xuan shared some of his new insights regarding the integration of the 4 symbols and stars with the 5 elements, discussing them with Queen Mother of the West. Queen Mother of the West, who holds authority over the essence of Primordial Realm water and the laws of Taiyin, possesses profound mastery in nourishment, tranquility, and the application of Taiyin stellar power. Her teachings also benefited Kong Xuan greatly, particularly in deepening his understanding of the connection between the water element and Taiyin. During their discussion of the Dao, Kong Xuan also mentioned encountering remnants of the demon clan during his journey. Upon hearing this, Queen Mother of the West's expression darkened. The demon clan has appeared again. It seems the Honghuang truly is heading toward chaos. The merit you have earned by exterminating demons will benefit generations to come. Kong Xuan replied calmly, it was merely my duty. Seeing that Queen Mother of the West had grown more alert, he chose not to press the matter further. After lingering for several days, Kong Xuan saw that Queen Mother of the West had a clear understanding of the situation, so he rose to take his leave. Before departing, he once again urged her, the Honghuang is on the brink of turmoil. You must tightly guard West Kunlun and watch events unfold with patience. Should any emergencies arise, send word to seek me at Wangwu Mountain. Queen Mother of the West expressed her gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. Should you ever need assistance in the future, West Kunlun will not shirk its obligations. She ordered attendants to bring forth some newly brewed 100-flower immortal wine and condensed moonlight, due as gifts for Kong Xuan, both excellent for nourishing the primordial spirit and calming the mind. Kong Xuan thanked her, accepted the gifts, and transformed into a streak of 5-colored radiance as he departed. As he left West Kunlun behind, Kong Xuan looked back over his shoulder. The immortal mountain was shrouded in denser clouds and mist now, with the faint glow of formations visible, clearly in a state of full alert. In his heart, he mused, Dong Wanggong. I fear his glory shall be brief. If Queen Mother of the West can maintain strict vigilance over her domain, she may yet preserve West Kunlun through the storm that approaches. And I myself must strengthen my powers without delay. The time for Hongjuan's second preaching was drawing near, and he sensed dimly that this would mark another pivotal moment. No longer hesitating, Kong Xuan mounted the Qinghuan and accelerated toward the undying volcano in the south. After discussing the Dao with the Queen Mother of the West, Kong Xuan gained a deeper comprehension of the mysteries of the water element among the 5 elements. its utmost softness and utmost hardness, and yang born from the extreme of yin. He knew well that although his water element divine light had become far more powerful after refining the mystic ice marrow and the venomous flood dragon's inner core, gaining a cold, corrosive, annihilating nature, it was still too heavily weighted toward destruction and deathly stillness. For true perfection, it still lacked a trace of ultimate purity, as well as the chance for a life-giving transformation. It was said that near Goetiu at the deepest point of the North Sea there existed a myriad-year ice soul formed when heaven and earth first separated, the most primordial and pure essence of extreme cold. If one could find it, it might aid the water element divine light in achieving a balance of yin and yang and giving birth to the wonders of creation. With this in mind, Kong Xuan hesitated no longer. Taking leave of the Queen Mother of the West, he mounted the Azure Yuan and journeyed north once more straight toward the North Sea, the extreme frozen land of the primordial world. The farther north he went, the more brutal the cold became. The fierce astral wind scraped at his bones like a billion ice blades. An ordinary golden immortal would have struggled to endure even as long as a stick of incense burned. The endless ice fields stretched before him, and dark blue seawater flowed silently beneath the eternally frozen layers. The deathly silence carried a suffocating pressure that struck dread into the heart. Kong Xuan worked his mystic art, and a halo of five-colored light swirled around him, easily warding off the chill. But the black divine light behind him was unusually restless, strangely at home in this frozen world. He did not tarry at the outskirts. Following a vague spiritual pull, he flew straight toward the most mysterious and most perilous region of the North Sea, the edge of Goetiu. Goetiu, according to legend, is where the primordial waters of the wilderness converged and vanished. It is bottomless, devours all things, and even light cannot escape. The space around it is disordered, and its laws twisted so dangerous that even a Deluo golden immortal would not lightly venture inside. As he drew nearer, the cold had undergone a qualitative change. It was no longer mere low temperature, but a horrific intent that could freeze the soul and congeal the laws of heaven. Tiny black ice crystals began to appear in the void, manifestations of annihilating cold death chi that would wound at the barest touch. Kong Xuan had no choice but to drive his magical power to the limit to protect his body. His pace slowed, and his divine sense, as if mired in mud, had its range of perception drastically compressed. After months of grueling search, thanks to the special resonance between his five elements Dao heart and the ultimate water element substance, he finally sensed at the edge of a colossal glacial rift that looked like a wound in the world of fluctuation of supreme purity, an extreme cold primal source so concentrated it seemed capable of freezing time and space. The fluctuation came from deep within the rift near the terrifying entrance of Goetiu. Myriad-year ice soul. So it really is here. Delight rose in Kong Xuan's heart. He was about to slide cautiously into the rift to secure the treasure. Yet at that very instant, when his mind relaxed for a moment with all his attention fixed on the ice soul, a sudden change occurred. Buzz. Without the least warning, the space around Kong Xuan solidified. It was as if the flowing water had turned to ice of a myriad years, sealing him dead in place. A wave of extreme cold 1,000 times, 10,000 times, more terrifying than the North Sea's natural chill, surged unbidden from the void. It ignored his protective immortal light and struck directly at his physical body and primordial spirit. Not good. Kong Xuan's pupils constricted abruptly, alarm screaming in his heart. He instantly drove his magical power to the limit. The five-colored divine light behind him flared like a peacock's spread tail, shielding his body, while the leaf fire banner long nurtured within him materialized on its own. Its fabric whipped and fluttered as it summoned the essence of leaf fire to resist the killing frost. But it was too late. Or rather, the attacker's strength was far beyond anything he had anticipated. A gray, utterly inconspicuous beam of light, an annihilation ice soul ray heavy with the conception of absolute extinction and decay, seemed to have been lying in wait long before. In the very moment his space was sealed, it had already touched his back without a sound. Crack. PFF. The five-colored divine light convulsed violently, its brilliance dimming. The crimson flames emitted by the leaf fire banner died out in an instant like a candle flame meeting an icefall. Kong Xuan felt an indescribable cold pierce his entire body in an instant. It was not mere physical cold, but an absolute zero aimed straight at his life origin, at his primordial spirit and true soul. His organs seemed to flash freeze and turn brittle. The magical power surging through his meridians stopped abruptly like a river sealed beneath ice. Even his thoughts slowed, and the radiance of his primordial spirit visibly dimmed, as fragile as a candle flame in the wind. Ugh! With a muffled groan, what sprayed from Kong Xuan's mouth was no longer blood but ice shards mixed with fragments of his organs. He turned with difficulty and saw in the shadow of the glacial rift a colossal demonic figure slowly taking form. Coalesced from the purest, darkest cold ice, its silhouette indistinct. Its body was fluid, as if it lacked substance altogether. Only a pair of emotionless eyes like an ancient ice abyss stared toward him, with chilling indifference radiating the terrifying pressure of an early-stage quasi-sage. This was the primordial ice demon born from the lingering will of a chaos demon god fusing with the annihilating cold chi of Guishu in the North Sea. And how dare you covet the origin ice soul? Become the nourishment for this sovereign's revival. The ice demon's mental ripples like bone-gnawing wind stabbed straight into Kong Xuan's nearly frozen sea of consciousness. The shadow of death was clearer than ever before. Kong Xuan had never felt death so near. Even when he faced Kunping's distant divine will through the void, it had never been so tangible, so real. The power of a quasi-sage was truly this terrifying. Yet the Phoenix Clan Crown Prince's pride and his will to live would never let him sit and wait for death. You want to kill me? Not so easy. A ruthless spirit erupted from the bottom of his heart. He crazily burned his life essence blood, forcibly breaking open a thread of the frozen magical power and unleashed the nine heavens astral wind escape with everything he had. At the same time, the heaven-swallowing gourd at his waist rose into the air on its own. Its mouth opened wide, releasing a terrifying devouring power, not against the ice demon, but greedily swallowing the spatial energy and annihilating cold chi around him, trying to create chaos and delay the demon's next strike. Boom. The nine heavens astral wind escape erupted at its absolute limit. Combined with a faint understanding of the law of space, Kong Xuan's body became a distorted blur of light, brutally shattering part of the spatial seal, as if tearing through a frozen scroll, and fled desperately away from Guishu. His speed almost surpassed the limits of time and space. A dying struggle. The ice demon gave an icy scoff, seemingly in no hurry to chase. It merely pointed from afar. Another beam of annihilation ice soul light, more slender, yet even more condensed, crossed space in an instant and struck Kong Xuan's fleeing light again. PFF. Kong Xuan's body shook violently, and his escape light nearly scattered. His injuries worsened, but he gritted his teeth and with tenacious will somehow kept the escape art alive. In a blink he vanished at the far edge of the sky, leaving behind a trail of ice crystals and blood. The ice demon did not pursue. It only cast an indifferent glance toward the direction where Kong Xuan had vanished, then slowly sank back into the shadows of the glacial rift, as though it had never existed. To it, a gravely wounded Deluo golden immortal was nothing more than an ant, unworthy of its leaving the limits of Guishu for a personal hunt. He fled for who knew how many tens of thousands of miles until he could no longer sense the despairing quasi-sage pressure. Only then did Kong Xuan tumble from the escape light, exhausted, and crash heavily behind a barren iceberg. He was now in a wretched state. His face was ashen as gold paper, and a thick layer of white frost covered his body. His aura had withered to the extreme. The flame of his primordial spirit guttered and waned on the verge of going out. He was truly on death's doorstep. Quasi-sage. Ice demon. Kong Xuan's consciousness blurred. Only those two phrases echoed in his mind. This severe injury had taught him in full earnestness the horror of the gap between cultivation realms and the true taste of death. And yet on this razor's edge between life and death, his understanding of the Tao of life and death and of the mystery of Yang born from the extreme of Yin within the five elements became clearer than it had ever been. Extreme cold represents deathly stillness. But when anything reaches its extreme, it reverses. At the end of deathly stillness, was there not perhaps a thread of life hidden? Water can bear a boat, and it can also capsize it. The softest water condenses into the firmest ice. Is this transition from soft to hard, from motion to stillness, not itself a great Tao? Holding on to the last glimmer of lucidity, he took several healing spirit pills from his storage space gathered during past travels. Among them were such treasures as 10,000-year warm jade ointment to nourish the flesh and soul-restoring purple gold pill to stabilize the primordial spirit, and he swallowed them all in one go. In the same breath, he used his divine will to contact the five-needle pine within the Qingshu grotto heaven and drew across the void a pure and overwhelming current of five elements primal vital force, especially the life-bearing Ewood essence and the gentle Wu earth chi, fusing it into himself. The medicinal power of the pills together with the five-needle pine's origin vitality was like charcoal delivered in a snowstorm. It began to slowly nourish his all but exhausted body and primordial spirit, fighting a tug-of-war against the stubborn cold poison of annihilation. The healing was agonizing and slow. Every time he drove back a trace of the cold poison, it was like scraping poison from the bone. Yet through that extremity of pain hovering on the edge of death, Kong Xuan's Tao heart was tempered until it was even more translucent and unyielding. His understanding of the Tao of the water element was undergoing a qualitative transformation. Behind the ice peak, Kong Xuan, like a dormant young dragon, had struggled at the brink of life and death for countless years. The 10,000-year warm jade ointment nourished his nearly shattered physical body. The soul-renewing purple gold pill stabilized the flickering flame of his primordial spirit, and most crucially, the vast primal vital force of the 5 elements transmitted across the void by the 5-needle pine of Qingshu Grotto Heaven. This vital force embodied the nourishment of wood, the solidity of earth, the moisture of water, the warmth of fire, and the resilience of metal, the 5 elements revolving in endless cycles. It was precisely the supreme power to counter the annihilating ice poison of the primordial ice demon. Extreme cold represents death and stillness, while the operation of the 5 elements represents the flourishing and cycle of life. Through this protracted tug-of-war, Kong Xuan not only expelled the stubborn cold poison from his body, but also gained an indelible understanding of the principles that, within the extreme of yin-yang is born, and things turned when they reach their extreme. Although his water attribute divine light had not yet transformed immediately, its core now contained a subtle essence of life arising from death, awaiting only one opportunity for complete ascension. When the last wisp of annihilating cold poison was dissolved by the 5 elements' vital force, Kong Xuan abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze no longer bore the weakness of one just recovered from severe injury. It was like a divine weapon honed through tempering, deeper, more restrained, yet piercingly sharp. His aura was now firmly stabilized at the late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, because of this life and death tribulation, his mana had become even more condensed, and his Dao heart was as firm as rock. The quasi-sage realm is indeed extraordinary. Though I nearly perished this time, it has also let me see clearly the hardships ahead, and made me aware of my own inadequacies. Kong Xuan rose to his full height, stretching his limbs as light crackling sounds emanated from his body. His blood and chi surged like a great river, and his condition was even better than before. I'll remember this North Sea Ice Soul for now. When my cultivation is sufficient, I will certainly return to seek answers. He did not immediately go back to Qingshu Grotto Heaven. Instead, he decided to continue his travels, partly to consolidate his cultivation and partly to observe the recent changes in the primordial world. Mounting the blue lawn, he set off once more. This time his route leaned toward the west. Along the way, the mountains and rivers were magnificent, but Kong Xuan's keen divine sense could detect faint traces of filthy, malevolent, demonic qi lingering in remote corners beyond those spiritually splendid places. Although extremely faint, it clashed with the pure, clear qi of the primordial world. The remnants of the demonic path are indeed staging a resurgence. Kong Xuan frowned slightly. After the great war between Dao and Demon, the demon ancestor Luoho had been defeated and slain, and most demonic clans were wiped out. Yet there were always a few fish that slipped through the net, hiding away and waiting for an opportunity to cause chaos. These demonic qi traces were clear proof. One day, as he flew over a desolate valley, he suddenly heard miserable wails and rampant demonic laughter from below. Sweeping his divine sense over the area, he saw black qi pervading the valley. A group of about 7 or 8 cultivators clad in black robes and radiating sinister demonic aura were encircling a small settlement of the Wood Spirit clan. This place had originally been lush with vegetation, a refuge for the Wood Spirit clan. Now its protective spirit formation had long been broken. Many low-level wood spirits, such as flower and grass spirits, had been eroded by demonic qi and withered away. Dozens of corpses of Wood Spirit clan members who had already achieved transformation lay scattered on the ground, their essence, blood, and souls drained. A tragic sight. The remaining 100-odd Wood Spirits were herded together, trembling and wearing expressions of despair. The leading demonic cultivator at the mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal level held a black banner and was arranging an evil altar. Clearly, he intended to use the blood and souls of these inherently life-bearing Wood Spirits as a catalyst to forcibly open a tiny passage to the demon realm. With the blood and souls of you plant spirits, I sacrifice to the supreme, true demon, helping our demonic path return to the primordial world. The demonic cultivator leader laughed wildly, waving the black banner in his hand. Streams of black qi coiled like venomous snakes toward the terrified Wood Spirits. Wretch! How dare you! A cold shout exploded like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens. Kong Xuan's figure appeared in midair, his face covered in frost, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Though he was no pushover, seeing such brutal acts with karmic sins soaring to the sky, and given his utter disdain for the demonic race, how could he stand by and do nothing? The Wood Spirit clan, gentle and reclusive by nature, had suffered such a catastrophe. Who are you? The demonic leader was alarmed, looking up to see the newcomer's unfathomable aura and faint 5-colored light surrounding him. Instantly, a warning arose in his heart. Who might you be? This is the business of our holy sect. I advise you not to meddle. Meddle? Kong Xuan sneered. You demonic fiends poisoning living beings are unforgivable by heaven and earth. Today, meeting me, you are destined to have both body and spirit destroyed. Before his words faded, the 5-colored divine light behind him had already unfolded, sweeping fiercely toward the ground below. Swish! The black banner in the demonic leader's hand, as well as the magic treasures and weapons of the other demonic cultivators, were like paper in front of the five-colored divine light, instantly swept away without a trace. Even the protective demonic chi swirling around them was mostly scattered. Five-colored divine light. You are Kong Xuan. The demonic leader finally recognized him, scared out of his wits, and turned to flee. Think you can leave now? Too late. Kong Xuan formed a sword gesture with his fingers, and the Nanming Lihua fire danced at his fingertips. This pure white flame, supremely firm and yang, was the absolute nemesis of such sinister demonic chi. Purify. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several streaks of white fire shot out, as if alive, precisely piercing into the bodies of every demonic cultivator. No. Blood-curdling screams resounded through the valley. Once the Nanming Lihua fire entered their bodies, the demonic cultivators were, as if cast into purgatory. Pure white flames burst from inside out. No matter how they struggled or how their demonic arts operated, they could not extinguish this sacred flame that specifically countered evil demons. In the blink of an eye, the 7 or 8 demonic cultivators, along with their leader, were burned into nothingness. Not even a wisp of demonic chi remained, utterly purified. Kong Xuan raised his hand and drew into it the masterless black banner on the ground, a post-heavenly demonic treasure, while simultaneously offering up the newly acquired 4-symbol star cauldron. The small cauldron spun rapidly, emanating power of suppression and refinement, drawing the residual demonic chi in the air and the black banner into its interior. Within the cauldron, star fire blazed up, and in a short moment the demonic chi was completely refined away. The black banner was also returned to its origin, transforming into some pure inattribute energy materials and a pinch of ash. At the very instant when all the demonic cultivators were executed and the demonic chi was completely purified, the heavens seemed to respond. Several wisps of merit, not vast, but extremely pure, the mysterious yellow chi of virtue, descended from the sky, silently merging into Kong Xuan's body. Slaying the remnants of the demonic path and protecting the living beings of the land naturally brought merit. Yet this scale was not enough to influence the grand trends of heaven and earth, so the merit was not great. Still, it was better than nothing. Although only a few strands of merit entered his body, they still brought a moment of clarity and ease to his primordial spirit, somewhat replenishing the mental energy that had been consumed by a severe injury and healing. His comprehension of heavenly merit also deepened by a layer. The wood spirits who survived the calamity were stunned for a moment. An old man who appeared to be an elder tremblingly transformed into human form, and leading the remaining tribesmen, knelt deeply toward Kong Xuan in the air, weeping. This old one, Mu Li, on behalf of the surviving, would spirit clan kowtows in gratitude to the immortal for saving our lives. If not for the immortal's intervention, our clan would surely have faced extinction today. Kong Xuan calmly accepted the bow. He raised a gentle stream of Jia wood vital energy to help the injured wood spirits recover, and said, "The demon fiends have been eliminated. Rest well and rebuild your home." He did not stay long, transforming into a streak of light and departing. After this incident, he continued westward. A few days later, as he was flying above the clouds, he suddenly saw auspicious light ahead. A treasure chariot pulled by 2 divine jade toads radiating cool moonlight slowly crossed the sky, attended by several immortal maidens. Seated upon the chariot was a goddess of peerless beauty with an aloof and noble bearing, surrounded by the chi of the great Een, none other than Shiha, the sovereign of the moon star. Shiha apparently noticed Kong Xuan as well, especially sensing the lingering merit from slaying demons and the pure 5 elements Dao rhyme on him. Her cool gaze rested on him for a moment, then she gave a slight nod as a greeting. Though silent, her eyes carried a hint of approval and goodwill. Kong Xuan knew that this was likely because the recent demon slaying had stirred the heavenly mechanism, and this patrolling moon goddess had taken notice. He likewise halted in the clouds, cupping his hands, and returned with a demeanor neither humble nor overbearing. Shiha did not tarry. The chariot continued forward and disappeared into the depths of the clouds. Sovereign of the moon star Shiha. Kong Xuan looked toward the direction of the departing chariot, understanding in his heart. This demon slaying, though yielding little merit, had unexpectedly forged a favorable connection with the future empress of the demon court. An agreeable surprise. The path of the primordial world is always better when one forges good connections. He calmed his mind, continued his journey of wandering, and his figure vanished into the boundless sea of clouds. After bidding farewell to Shiha, the sovereign of the great Een star, Kong Xuan continued his travels through the western reaches of the Honghuang. Having reached the late stage of the Daoyuo realm, his divine sense had grown ever more refined and perceptive, making him increasingly attuned to the subtle shifts in heaven and earth. He could vaguely sense that since the conclusion of the teachings at Zixiao Palace beneath Honghuang's seemingly tranquil surface, hidden currents were growing ever more turbulent. The friction between the demonic and witch races continued to escalate, while the divine court's expansion showed no signs of abating. Various threads of karma wove together like an invisible net slowly tightening around all things. One day he arrived at a mountain basin lush with vegetation and water. Inhabiting the basin was a modest tribe of stone ape spirits. This race had been born from the spiritual awakening of mountains and stones. Gentle in nature, yet possessing tremendous strength, skilled at manipulating earth and stone. Though not among the mightiest races, they had dwelled peacefully here for many years. The tribe made their home in natural stone caves where a rugged stone altar honored the mountain spirit, lending an air of ancient tranquility to the settlement. Kong Xuan concealed most of his aura, assuming the guise of an ordinary wandering Taoist, descended from his clouds, and walked to the edge of the tribe. He had come without intention to disturb, merely passing through, and hoping to rest briefly, perhaps gathering news of current affairs in Honghuang from the small tribe. Such folk might lack insider knowledge, but their observations often reflected the broader tides of change. The stone ape tribe regarded his arrival with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. An elder with white hair and beard leaning on a cane of woven vines stepped forward with several young burly stone apes at his side. Kong Xuan explained he was merely resting in transit and bore no ill intent, offering several common spirit herbs beneficial for refining the mortal body as a gift. Noticing his noble bearing and friendly manner, the elder relaxed his caution and invited Kong Xuan to sit by the central fire pit of the tribe, serving him sweet mountain spring water. By the fire pit, several tribal elders kept him company, while younger stone apes watched curiously from afar. At first the conversation turned to mundane matters, the mountain climate and hunting yields. Kong Xuan casually asked whether the surrounding lands had been peaceful lately. A loquacious elder sighed and replied, "I shall not conceal it from the Taoist. Recently the mountains and wilds have grown anything but tranquil. Occasionally demon winds sweep through, and witch warriors pursuing ferocious beasts breach our borders. Even a few days past, a chilling presence probed from afar, striking fear into our hearts. Fortunately, blessed by the mountain spirit, it did not draw near." Another elder chimed in, "Indeed. I hear the heart of Honghuang itself has grown even more extraordinary. Some time ago, a profound Taoist resonance swept across the realms. They call it the Zixiao Palace Discourse. Even we in this remote corner could faintly sense it. No doubt all the great powers have gone there." Mentioning Zixiao Palace shifted the conversation, and though these stone apes had not witnessed it firsthand, they had clearly gathered fragments from passing merchants and other sources. Speaking of Zixiao Palace, a tree spirit Taoist who passed through once mentioned something rather remarkable. The white-bearded elder lowered his voice. Even within his own tribe, mentioning such supreme beings still carried a sense of reverence. They say something momentous occurred within the palace concerning two figures of extraordinary standing. "Oh, what happened?" A subtle stirring passed through Kong Xuan's heart, though his expression remained unmoved as he took a gentle sip of spring water. It is said that Hongyun ancestor, known throughout Honghuang as a man of boundless kindness, performed an act of supposed virtue within the palace, and thereby provoked heaven-shaking trouble. The elder's tone carried a note of rueful lament. Hongyun. Kong Xuan recalled the robed Taoist he had encountered recently outside Wuzhuang Temple, whose brows had borne a hint of sorrow, and listened with rapt attention. It is said there are 6 seats of unparalleled significance within that palace, occupied by the 3 pure ones Niuhua and 2 figures from the western regions. Hongyun ancestor originally held one among them, but the Zhuantai Taoist from the west spoke words to him, some say entreaties, and Hongyun ancestor in his compassion yielded his seat to Zhuantai. Yielded his seat, another elder exclaimed in astonishment. That was a seat within Zixiao Palace. I hear it contained tremendous opportunity, and that is precisely where disaster struck. The white-bearded elder slapped his thigh. With Hongyun ancestor stepping aside, Kunpeng the demon preceptor lost his place as well. He was rebuked by another great power as unworthy to sit alongside them, forced to relinquish his seat, which was then granted to Saint Zhunti's senior brother. An immediate silence fell around the fire pit, horror dawning on the faces of the stone ape elders. Even in their remote location, they knew the fearsome reputation of Kunpeng the demon preceptor. Kunpeng, that is a titan among the demon race, vast in divine power and fierce in temperament. An elder's voice quivered. To suffer such a loss of face and miss out on such an opportunity, how could he let it pass? Precisely so, sighed the white-bearded elder. They say Kunpeng now harbors an unquenchable hatred for Hongyun ancestor and seeks vengeance. This thread of karma has grown far too thick. Though Hongyun ancestor is a good man, I fear he may not escape this tribulation. Alas, goodness meeting with retribution. This Honghuang. Another elder shook his head, his words heavy with helplessness before Honghuang's merciless loss. The stone ape's words carried an unadorned worry and reflection, neither loud nor boisterous like market gossip, yet somehow more authentic. Standing from the perspective of the weak, they grasped more keenly the mortal peril that Hongyun's action had brought upon him. Kong Xuan remained silent, gently setting down the stone cup in his hand. He had already learned from Xinyuanzi of Hongyun's troubled spirit, Now hearing this version of events, the cause and effect came into sharper focus. Honghuang's single act of mercy, yielding his seat, was born of good intention, yet it toppled the first domino in a chain of consequences, ultimately forging an unending blood feud with Kunpeng, one of the most vicious beings in existence. A virtuous cause does not always yield virtuous fruit. In this Honghuang, where the strong devour the weak, compassion can sometimes be the very path to disaster. Kong Xuan sighed inwardly. He could clearly perceive that a thread of karma thick with malice and venom was wrapped tightly around Honghuang, constricting further with each passing moment. With his current cultivation at the late stage of the Daluo realm, he possessed no power to alter the fate of someone like Kunpeng, a guest of Zixiao Palace existing at the quasi-saint level. To intervene rashly would only drag himself into an inescapable abyss. He recalled the worry etched between Zenyuanzi's brows, and now that concern had gathered into approaching clouds of tribulation. Honghuang's fate appeared to be sealed, unless a saint intervened, but saints transcended worldly affairs. Who would forcibly champion Honghuang's cause? Power. Only power that transcends all else can sever the bonds of karma, allow one to seize control of their own destiny, and even reverse the tragedies others cannot escape. Kong Xuan's gaze pierced through the bonfire of the stone ape tribe to fix upon the profound night sky, growing ever deeper and resolute. Honghuang's plight sounded like a warning bell within his heart. In this vast Honghuang, splendid, yet fraught with peril, the relentless pursuit of strength remained the eternal theme. Rising to his feet, Kong Xuan thanked the elders of the stone ape tribe and took his leave, leaving behind several vials of common pills to fortify sinews and bones as a token of his gratitude. Among the grateful gazes of the stone apes, he dissolved into a wisp of clear wind and departed in silence. The tribe receded into the darkness behind him, yet the grave warning stemming from Honghuang's misfortune clung to him like a shadow. His journey continued, but his purpose had never been clearer. At any cost, he would cultivate his strength to withstand the cataclysm destined to sweep across heaven and earth, and to face whatever powerful foes might arise. The starry firmament of Honghuang shone as brilliantly as ever, but beneath the illumination of Kong Xuan's Dao heart, an atmosphere of oppression hung like storm clouds before the downpour. On the boundless primordial earth, deep within the ancestral veins of 10,000 mountains, an earth-shaking battle had just subsided. The baleful aura that stretched for millions of miles slowly dispersed, revealing at its core a solitary figure, standing proud and unbowed. Kong Xuan's body was suffused with swirling five-colored Dao light, so substantial that it seemed to still and smooth even the chaotic rifts in the shattered void around him. Beneath his feet lay a colossal corpse like a mountain, a primordial ferocious beast that had once dominated these desolate ancient ranges. Its aura had also reached the Daluo realm, yet now its spirit had been utterly extinguished. The five elements revolve, engendering and overcoming one another, truly profound and inexhaustible. Kong Xuan murmured to himself. A wisp of Nanming Lihua fire flickered at his fingertip, then transformed into a sliver of Gung metal chi, then gave rise to burgeoning green Ewood vitality, then turned into surging dark water, and finally condensed into heavy Wu earth essence. The five fundamental forces shifted into one another in perfect, unobstructed harmony. After a succession of journeys and battles, his comprehension of the five elements' laws had reached the very limit attainable by a Daluo golden immortal. The sharpness of metal, the life-giving vigor of wood, the vastness of water, the ferocity of fire, and the solidity of earth. These five true meanings of the great Tao interwove and resonated within his primordial spirit, forming a perfect cycle. With a slight stir of his will, five divine lights materialized behind his head: azure, yellow, crimson, black, and white. No longer were they merely a divine power that could brush away all things and overcome every obstacle. They now also spawned countless inconceivable wonders. A single sweep of that divine light could create a self-contained five-elements dimension, imprisoning all things within it. Even a Daluo golden immortal trapped inside could hardly break free in a short while. When the light was reversed, it could provoke conflicts among the five elements' natures inherent in an opponent's techniques and mana, causing them to collapse from within. Truly an unsurpassable art of breaking all spells. As for Nanming Lihua, he could now wield it with such mastery that the mere thought could ignite a blaze to burn the sky, boil the seas, and sear souls. With the nine heavens' astral wind escape, he could cross 10,000 miles in an instant, comparable to the Golden Crow's rainbow transformation art. It is time to go back. Kong Xuan glanced over the ravaged battlefield, then his figure transformed into a streak of five-colored light and vanished without a sound. Huangwu Mountain, Qingshu, Grotto Heaven. Unlike his sharp-edged departure, Kong Xuan now returned with a subdued, serene air, a calm that came from having returned to simplicity. He strolled through the familiar blessed grotto, feeling the abundant, innate spiritual energy resonating in a mysterious way with the consummate five elements Tao rhyme within himself. With the five elements perfected, my foundation is already deep. Yet true freedom only begins beyond the Deluo realm. Kong Xuan's heart was thoroughly clear. Although Deluo golden immortals were already top-tier beings in the primordial wilderness, they still faced the peril of falling once the Great Tribulation arose. Only by stepping into the indestructible Honghuang Dao fruit could one truly transcend and seize control of one's own destiny. He arrived at the meditation chamber deep within the grotto, his usual place for secluded cultivation and enlightenment. The natural Dao patterns on the surrounding walls now revealed entirely new meanings to his eyes. The five elements flowed in endless cycles, seeming to echo his Dao heart on a deeper level. Kong Xuan sat down cross-legged and began to sort through the gains of his journey. The combat experience gained from fighting the ferocious beast, the insights from observing the natural laws of heaven and earth, and the understanding gained from discussing the Dao with other great cultivators surged into his mind like a tide, settling and fusing ever further upon his perfected five elements Dao foundation. Time passed silently within his secluded practice. The five-colored Dao light around Kong Xuan sometimes blazed dazzlingly, sometimes receded into unadorned dullness. Through that cycling, his aura grew ever more profound, as deep as an abyss. His cultivation at the late-stage peak of Deluo Golden Immortal was thoroughly consolidated, seamless, and flawless. One day Kong Xuan's heart stirred with sudden insight, and he opened his eyes. Within his eyes, five elements worlds arose and perished, as if he had seen through something. So that is how it is, he murmured. When the five elements are perfected, one can faintly perceive the workings of even deeper laws in heaven and earth. Perhaps the path to quasi-sage lies hidden within this ultimate principle of the world. He reached out and pressed down lightly. Five-colored divine light swirled in his palm, evolving into infinite transformations. At times it condensed into a miniature five elements world, at times it reversed into an image of primordial chaos before creation. His supreme mastery of the five elements great Dao had let him touch the threshold of a higher realm. But those who rush achieve nothing. Kong Xuan withdrew his divine power, his gaze clear and serene. Now is not yet the time to attempt the Honghuang realm. More accumulation and deeper insight are still needed. He closed his eyes once more, no longer striving deliberately for a breakthrough, but sinking instead into the contemplation of the original source of the five elements great Dao. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, engendering and overcoming one another, giving rise to all things. This is one of the most fundamental laws of heaven and earth. Now viewing that source from the ultimate Deluo perspective, he reaped new insights every moment. Within the silent chamber, Dao rhythm flowed. Kong Xuan sat as still as an old monk in meditation, yet he was mysteriously connected to the entire Qingshu grotto heaven, to the spiritual veins of Wangwu Mountain, and even to the vast heaven and earth. After the five elements were perfected, he seemed to become part of the laws of heaven and earth, and yet to stand beyond them. No one knew how many years passed in this manner before Kong Xuan finally awakened from his profound enlightenment. His aura had completely receded, making him appear no different from an ordinary cultivator. But when his eyes opened and closed, visions of worlds being born and perishing, and the five elements in revolution seemed to flash through them. My foundation is already secure, and the road ahead is clear, Kong Xuan said, rising to his feet with his hands clasped behind his back. When the time comes, the Honghuang realm will be reached as naturally as water finds its course. He walked out of the meditation chamber, stood atop the grotto's heights, and looked down at the Dao field that belonged to him. The five elements Dao rhythm naturally flowed and merged perfectly with the blessed grotto, causing the spiritual energy of Qingshu grotto heaven to become even more abundant and its Dao resonance even more profound. Kong Xuan nodded in satisfaction. With such a foundation, no matter how the primordial wilderness shifted in the future, he would have ample confidence to face it. Now all he needed to do was continue to accumulate and wait for the most suitable moment. The next time I emerge from seclusion will be when I probe the mysteries of Honghuang. With a firm gaze, Kong Xuan turned and re-entered the meditation chamber, beginning yet another cycle of closed-door cultivation. Outside Qingshu grotto heaven, clouds drifted and unfurled, sun and moon alternated. Beneath the surface of the primordial wilderness, undercurrents stirred, and the aura of the Great Tribulation grew increasingly dense. And within this blessed grotto, a Deluo golden immortal, whose foundations were extraordinarily profound, was making his final preparations for an even higher path. Deep within the Qingshu grotto heaven, Kong Xuan slowly opened his eyes. Five-colored lights swirled within his gaze, reflecting the profound mysteries of the five elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as they arose and perished in endless cycles. After a period of secluded cultivation, he had fully settled the insights gained from his travels. His cultivation at the late-stage peak of the Grand Luo Golden Immortal Realm stood as firm as a mountain, his Dao rhyme perfectly integrated, resonating subtly with the entire blessed grotto heaven. The Dao of the five elements is indeed vast and profound. These three layers of comprehension have already allowed me to glimpse the wonder of the primordial origins of heaven and earth, Kong Xuan sighed softly. 5 spirit pearls materialized in his palm, the very set of damaged 5 elements spirit pearls. Nourished continuously by the boundless 5-element spiritual energy of the 5-needle pine, the 5 pearls had been fully restored to their former glory. They radiated dazzling innate treasure light, once again manifesting the might of top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. The 5 spirit pearls floated before him, each corresponding to the primordial source of metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. Their vital chi interlinked, cycling endlessly to form a perfect 5-element circulation. Within the pearls, innate restrictions gleamed with flowing light, profound, mysterious, and numerous. There were fully 40 of them, marking these as genuine top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. In the past, these pearls were obscured by dust, and their power incomplete. Today they have finally achieved perfection, destined to be treasures on my path to enlightenment. Kong Xuan's gaze burned brightly as his divine sense surged forth like a tide, beginning to thoroughly refine the innate restrictions within the pearls. With his current cultivation at the late-stage peak of the Grand Luo Golden Immortal Realm, and his profound comprehension of the 3rd layer of the 5 elements Great Dao, the refining process proceeded far more smoothly than before. 5-colored divine light rose from behind his head, intertwining with the 5 elements spirit pearls. Strands of Dao rhyme enveloped the pearls as the divine light permeated their depths, beginning to impact and fuse with the intricate, mysterious, innate restrictions within. The 37th restriction, the 38th. The refining speed was extremely rapid at first, but the further it went, the more complex and profound the restrictions became, involving ever more subtle interactions of generation and conquest among the 5 elements. Kong Xuan's mind was utterly immersed. Relying on his ultimate understanding of the laws of the 5 elements, he unraveled the threads one by one, comprehending and breaking through each restriction in turn. Within the grotto heaven, 5-element spiritual energy converged wildly, forming 5 enormous chi vortexes corresponding to the 5 spirit pearls, endlessly supplying them with power. The 5-needle pine swayed gently, as well, shedding even more refined 5-element essence to aid the refinement. After an unknown span of time, a faint, ethereal chime resounded. The 5-element spirit pearls simultaneously blazed with radiant light, their bodies growing increasingly crystalline and translucent. Faint shadows of mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars swirled within. The 36th innate restriction had finally been completely refined. In that instant, an intimate bond, as if of flesh and blood, of mind and spirit, formed between Kong Xuan and the 5-element spirit pearls. With a mere flicker of thought, the 5 pearls obeyed his will like extensions of his own limbs. They could instantly form the 5 elements grand formation to trap and slay powerful foes, evolve a 5 elements world to shield his person, or summon the most primordial 5-element force of heaven and earth. Their marvels were inexhaustible. Compared to before, his command of the spirit pearls was not merely several times more proficient. Their power was utterly worlds apart. With such a treasure aiding me, my 5 elements Great Dao gains wings. Kong Xuan, deeply satisfied, withdrew the 5-element spirit pearls into his primordial spirit to be nurtured and refined. Refining this treasure not only granted him a formidable guardian artifact, but the deeper process of refining its restrictions also served to comb through and elevate his understanding of the 5-element laws. His grasp of the 3rd layer grew even more stable, and he even vaguely touched upon the edge of a 4th layer. Master, you have emerged from seclusion. A crisp, childish voice came from outside the cave. The 2 boy attendants Kaiyun and Saixia had sensed the calming of spiritual energy within the grotto and hastened to pay their respects. Their cultivation had evidently reached the mid-stage of the true immortal realm. Their aura was condensed, their eyes lively and bright. Clearly they had not neglected their training. Kong Xuan looked at them and gave a slight nod. Not bad. Your foundations are solid and your progress is acceptable. Kaiyun bowed respectfully and presented a jade slip. During your seclusion, Master, all has been well within the grotto heaven. This is the ledger of recent affairs. All the spiritual plants are flourishing vigorously, the 5 elements spirit gathering formation is operating smoothly, and the 5-element fruit tree at the rear mountain is expected to bear its first fruit within 100 years. Kong Xuan swept his divine sense across the jade slip. Its records were detailed and clearly organized, showing that the 2 boy attendants had indeed been conscientious. Even more commendable was that they had managed the grotto heaven in perfect order and had even used their preliminary understanding of the 5-element formation to optimize the flow of several spirit springs, enriching the spiritual energy of several herbal gardens. Your dedication pleases me greatly. Kong Xuan produced 2 bottles of medicinal pills. This is the 5 elements spirit nourishing pill, refined from 5-element essence, supplemented with 5-needle pine leaves. It will benefit your stabilization of cultivation realms and your comprehension of the 5 elements. Thank you for your gracious gift, Master. Kaiyun and Saixia accepted the pills with joy. Saixia even hopped with delight. Master, we recently studied the formation primer you left behind, and made some adjustments to the maze formation on the outer perimeter of the grotto heaven. It seems to be even more effective now. Kong Xuan swept his divine sense outward and indeed found the outer formation more dynamic than before with several additional variations of five-element transformations. Though somewhat immature in execution, it clearly revealed ingenuity. He rarely showed a hint of a smile. Drawing upon the subject of formation, Dao he imparted guidance in simple, profound terms. The two boys listened with rapt fascination, gaining a great deal. After instructing the attendants, Kong Xuan flickered and appeared outside Qing Xian's cultivation chamber. The door stood open. Qing Xian sat within, brows furrowed in deep thought, cyan light around her body flickering uncertainly. She seemed to have encountered a bottleneck. Daoist brother. Seeing Kong Xuan arrive, Qing Xian quickly rose to her feet. Are you encountering obstacles in your cultivation? Kong Xuan perceived at a glance that Qing Xian's cultivation art belonging to the Azure Yuan clan was heavily biased toward the wood element. Though brimming with vitality, it lacked flexibility and resilience. What was too rigid was easily broken, and it also lacked harmonization with the other four elements, hence her difficulty in making progress. Qing Xian nodded. Indeed. I always feel that my mana becomes blocked and difficult to circulate at critical junctures. Kong Xuan pondered briefly, then said, when a tree towers above the forest, the wind will destroy it. A single tree cannot stand alone, it needs water and earth to nourish it, metal and fire to temper it. Your cultivation art focuses too single-mindedly on the extreme of wood, which ironically renders it inferior. As he spoke, a point of spiritual light gathered at his fingertip and touched Qing Xian's brow. This is the Azure Yuan 5 elements transformation I deduced for you based on the principle of mutual generation among the 5 elements. It can draw water and earth to nourish the source of wood, and employ metal and fire to temper wood's nature. Perhaps it can resolve your predicament. Qing Xian received the spiritual light. After a moment of comprehension, her face immediately lit up with sudden understanding. So that's it. Only when the 5 elements generate one another in endless cycles can things endure forever. Thank you, Daoist brother, for bestowing this method. Kong Xuan then produced a resplendent feathered robe. This is the 5-hued rainbow garment, which I refined in my spare time from the plumage of 5-element spirit birds infused with a trace of the primordial aura of the 5 elements spirit pearls. Though it is a postnatal spiritual treasure, its defensive power is considerable, and it can help you balance the 5 elements within your body. I gift it to you for protection and cultivation. Qing Xian accepted the feathered robe. It felt warm and smooth in her hands, with 5-element spiritual energy circulating naturally, subtly resonating with her own cultivation art. Overflowing with gratitude, she bowed deeply. Daoist brother's great kindness Qing Xian will forever hold in her heart. Having attended to these matters, Kong Xuan returned to his cultivation chamber and began devoting himself to deducing a new divine ability based on the principles of 5-element generation and conquest. At his current level of cultivation, ordinary arts were of little use. He needed to create unique means aligned with his own great Dao. The first ability he deduced was the Great 5 Elements Escape. This was not a mere single escape art, but one that fused the 5 elements, allowing him to travel by borrowing all 5-element matter in heaven and earth. With a flicker of thought, he could transform into cyan light, to merge into trees and forests, become yellow light, to sink into the earth, turn into water vapor, to join rivers, shift into firelight, to traverse the void, or materialize as metal and stone to hide within mountains. The 5 elements flowed and cycled, generating and extending one another, granting incredible speed and leaving no trace to follow, far surpassing any single escape art. Next came the 5 elements cosmic canopy. This was a defensive divine ability. It drew upon 5-element spiritual energy to form a protective light barrier. Upon the barrier, 5-colored radiance swirled unceasingly, following the principle of mutual generation. Metal generates water, water generates wood, wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal. The endless cycle layered defense upon defense, rendering it incomparably tough. Moreover, it could automatically activate the principle of mutual conquest according to the attribute of incoming attacks, dissolving them with exquisite subtlety. Finally, he created an offensive secret art, the 5 elements world-breaking sword finger. This finger art condensed the primordial power of the 5 elements into a single finger, specifically designed to shatter all manner of divine abilities, restrictions, and formations. When the finger struck forth, it contained the marvel of reversing 5-element generation and conquest, capable of inducing internal 5-element imbalance in an opponent's divine ability to make it collapse on its own, or forcibly dismantling the 5-element foundation of a restriction structure. Its power was astonishing. The process of creating these arts was not without difficulty. It required repeated deduction and experimentation. Fortunately, Kong Xuan's foundations were deep, his understanding of the 5 elements thorough, and with the aid of the 5-element spirit pearls, he ultimately perfected all these divine abilities. His means of combat thereby became far more versatile, allowing him to handle all manner of situations with greater composure. One day, while he was practicing his newly created divine abilities, he felt a subtle stir in his mind. His gaze pierced through the barriers of the grotto heaven, looking toward the vast Honghuang continent. Though the heavenly omens were obscure and difficult to read, a sensation of the wind sweeping through the tower heralding a storm quietly emerged. The winds of change are about to rise. He murmured softly to himself, yet his gaze grew ever sharper. But no matter how turbulent the outside world becomes, my foundations are deep and my reserves grow day by day. Once I comprehend the 5-element laws to the 4th layer, I will attain the realm of the Honghuang Golden Immortal. At that time, he did not continue, but an aura of peerless confidence filled the entire cultivation chamber. At this moment, after this period of secluded cultivation, Kong Xuan's strength had undergone a qualitative leap compared to when he had first returned from the 10,000 mountain ancestral vein. The 5-element spirit pearls had been fully refined, new divine abilities had been created, his Dao foundation was stable, and his reserves deepened. All was being prepared for that higher realm. He retracted his aura and sat down cross-legged once more. His mind merged with the 5-element spirit pearls as he continued to contemplate the vast, boundless 5 elements great Dao. The 4th layer seemed like a thin veil, apparently within reach, yet profoundly mysterious. But he had patience and he had confidence that he would eventually see through it. Within the Qingshu Grotto heaven, Dao rhymes stretched long, and spiritual energy flourished abundantly, a scene of peace, harmony, and prosperity. And beyond the grotto heaven, the undercurrents of the primordial wilderness had begun to stir silently. This seemingly tranquil, blessed grotto of Kong Xuan was destined to play an important role in the upheavals to come. The vast expanse of the primordial Honghuang stretched boundlessly. Since Dao ancestor Hongjun first preached the Dao and bestowed the Daoyuo Dao fruit, and Dong Wanggong established the orthodox rule of the immortal court, the surface seemed tranquil, yet beneath it undercurrents surged, and the balance of power was quietly shifting. Beneath the 33 heavens, the fortune of the immortal court billowed, like vapor, faintly showing signs of purple qi approaching from the east. Dong Wanggong held the dragon head, Cain, a supreme innate spirit treasure personally bestowed by the Dao ancestor, using it to suppress the court's fortune and recruit wandering immortals and spirits from all directions. That dragonhead cane was formed from a wisp of primal gung metal qi born at the dawn of chaos, fused with the essence of the ancestral dragon. Its power was endless, and it could even regulate fortune. In a short span, the immortal court grew mighty and grand, seeming poised to command all the immortals of Honghuang. Dong Wanggong himself was high-spirited and confident, styling himself as the leader of male immortals with increasing dignity in every word and gesture. Yet the rapid expansion of the immortal court inevitably stirred the rising of another vast power, the demon race. Led by Di Jun and Tai Yi from the Sun Star, countless demons gathered to establish the embryonic heavenly court. Though they had not yet received the Dao ancestors' formal recognition, their momentum was already formed, holding the advantages of time and terrain. Their frictions with the immortal court grew day by day. The two forces vied for sacred mountains, blessed lands, innate spirit veins, and even the allegiance of cultivators with true origins, engaging in endless open and covert conflicts. At the shore of the eastern sea, they fought over a mystical clam, immortal island rich in 10,000-year pearls, at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, over a newly discovered vein of innate refined gold. Even among the ninefold cloud, sea over a patch of clear immortal cloud just beginning to take shape. Skirmishes broke out from time to time. Although no one had completely torn aside all pretense, the smell of gunpowder filled the air, and many great powers of Honghuang could feel the oppressive pressure of an approaching storm. As this tense atmosphere gradually intensified, a rather titillating, yet somewhat absurd piece of news spread like wildfire to every corner of Honghuang. The lord of the immortal court, Dong Wanggong, had dispatched a trusted envoy, bearing lavish gifts, to West Kunlun, intending to become the Dao companion of its sovereign, Shi Wangmu, the leader of female immortals, euphemistically calling it harmonizing yin and yang, jointly governing the immortal court and regulating the way of yin and yang in Honghuang. As soon as the news broke, all of Honghuang was in an uproar. West Kunlun, the celestial fairyland of Yaoqi. This was the source of the ultimate yin of Honghuang, its spiritual energy cold and pure, perfectly matching Shi Wangmu's aloof and noble temperament. When the envoy of the immortal court haughtily presented Dong Wanggong's token and proposal, Shi Wangmu merely sat upright on the jade terrace, her face hidden behind a veil of ethereal, immortal mist, her expression unreadable. She did not even deign to personally accept the dragon-shaped jade pendant imbued with Dong Wanggong's pure yang aura. Instead, the green bird immortal standing beside her spoke on her behalf, her voice crisp, yet carrying an unyielding chill. Her Majesty has spoken. Kunlun's Yaoqi is a place of purity and quietude, untouched by the vulgar dust. Yin and yang, each governing their own domain. This is the Heavenly Dao. We appreciate Dong Wanggong's goodwill, but speak no more of this matter. The rejection was crisp and clean, leaving no room for negotiation. The envoy left utterly humiliated, slinking back in disgrace. Yet how could such an affair be kept secret? Whether it was deliberately spread by West Kunlun or gossiped by someone within the immortal court, or stoked by certain great powers who delighted in watching the fire, the embarrassing tale of Dong Wangong's rejected courtship instantly became the hottest topic in the highest circles of Honghuang. Dong Wangong certainly knows how to scheme, using Shi Wangmu's influence to firmly establish the immortal court's legitimacy. What standing does Shi Wangmu have? Would she ever fancy his little schemes? He's only humiliating himself. I've heard that the dragon-head king, good as it is, can no longer stabilize his increasingly restless fortune. The immortal court. As things stand now, it's nothing more than a joke. Whispers such as these spread quietly among famous mountains and grotto heavens. The prestige of Dong Wangong and the immortal court had undoubtedly suffered a considerable blow. Some rogue cultivators who had been waiting on the sidelines now began to waver in their hearts. Meanwhile, at Wangwu Mountain in the Qingshu Grotto Heaven. Within the grotto, the five-element spiritual energies circulated in endless cycles, brimming with vitality, forming a tranquil world of its own. Compared to the escalating turmoil outside, this place was like a haven of peace, a paradise detached from the world. Kong Xuan, clad in a green robe, sat cross-legged in meditation on a cushion at the center of the quiet chamber. Five-colored Dao lights slowly swirled around him, perfectly merging with the spiritual energy of the entire grotto's veins. Although he was deeply immersed in cultivation, his spirit roamed the void, and his Dao merged with heaven and earth. How could the great events unfolding outside escape his perception? The friction between the immortal court and the demon race, Dong Wangong's courtship of Shi Wangmu, turning into a jest. This information, like ripples spreading across water, naturally reflected in his clear and limpid Dao heart. Yet Kong Xuan's face remained utterly undisturbed. He did not even lift an eyelid. In his eyes, Dong Wangong's actions were merely the display of a man whose ambition exceeded his talent, impulsive and hungry for quick success. Relying on a single innate spirit treasure and a title conferred by the Dao ancestor, he recklessly sought to unify all Honghuang, little knowing that his foundations were shallow and his virtue insufficient to command the masses. The immortal court might appear resplendent, but it was riddled with hidden dangers. How could it contend with the demon race whose heritage was deep and whose experts were as numerous as clouds? Moreover, the Wu race, hidden within the earth, their blood energy surging to the heavens, and not to be underestimated, had not yet truly taken the stage. Struggles for power and influence are nothing but flowers in a mirror and moons in water. Once the culpa arrives, all turn to dust. Kong Xuan's heart was indifferent. Only the great Dao itself is the eternal, undying foundation. He was utterly unmoved by external matters, his mind wholly immersed in his own five elements, great Dao. The liver corresponds to wood, the heart to fire, the spleen to earth, the lungs to metal, and the kidneys to water. The five viscera, matching the five elements, were now radiating a soft gem-like glow, resonating on a profound level with the five elements' laws of heaven and earth. The Dharma power of a Daluo golden immortal at the late-stage peak surged through his meridians, incomparably dense and profound. It was being continuously refined and compressed, steadily advancing toward the state of perfect flawlessness. Within the depths of his primordial spirit, the five-colored divine light was nurtured. As his comprehension of the five elements' laws deepened, the light grew ever more nimble and wondrous. Not only did its power multiply, but it also gave rise to myriad transformations, such as the imprisonment of five-element space and the counterspells of reversed five elements, all containing supreme mysteries. He had a premonition that once he comprehended the five elements' laws to the fourth level, relying on the five-colored divine light and the five-element spirit beads, he would be able to measure himself against even the old established quasi-saint great powers, despite just having entered the Honghuang golden immortal realm. As for the storms outside, whether rumors or conflicts, before his unshakable Dao heart, they were nothing more than a breeze brushing the mountaintop, incapable of stirring even a speck of dust. His goal had always been clear and certain: to continuously elevate his power and comprehend the great Dao until he transcended all things and attained true liberation and absolute freedom. The five elements spirit beads resting before his knees emitted a faint hum, as if sensing their master's firm and pure Dao heart. The innate prohibitions within the beads flowed with radiant light, blending with Kong Xuan's five elements, Dao resonance. This supreme treasure, which had already recovered the might of a top-grade innate spirit treasure, had been meticulously refined by Kong Xuan and become the most powerful assistant on his path to enlightenment. Kong Xuan slowly opened his eyes. Within his pupils it seemed as if five miniature worlds were cycling through birth and death, infinitely profound. He looked up beyond the grotto, his gaze seemingly piercing through endless space, falling upon the distant direction of Zhixiao Palace, which existed beyond the chaos-veiled heavens. The time of the second sermon draws near. The path of Honghuang Golden Immortal is but the starting point. He murmured to himself, then closed his eyes again, his Dao resonance growing even deeper and more restrained. Before that I must adjust my state to the most perfect peak. The Qingshu Grotto heaven returned to silence, only the pure five elements spiritual energy, surging like tides nourishing its soul master. Let the outside world churn with storms, he remained unmoved, devoting himself to the Tao. This composed focus and single-minded dedication were precisely the key to Kong Xuan's relentless advancement and the foundation of his invincibility. The clamor and undercurrents of Honghuang were to him nothing more than background noise along the path to the supreme Tao. Deep within the Qingshu cave, heaven-time seemed to stand still. Kong Xuan sat cross-legged in the void, the five-colored divine light, surrounding his body, no longer flowing continuously, but transforming into five substantial pillars of light that surged heavenward only to converge at the apex of the cave heaven, forming a massive phantom disk of the five elements slowly rotating. With each rotation of the disk's spiritual energy across the entire cave heaven surged and receded like tides, the resonance of the Tao booming through the space. As the date of the second heavenly lecture at Zhixiao Palace drew ever closer, an invisible urgency spread through the hearts of the myriad great powers in the Honghuang. Though Kong Xuan appeared serene on the surface, his consciousness had long since immersed itself in the deepest meditation upon his own path of cultivation. This lecture would prove to be a pivotal moment, the crucial gateway to realms beyond the Daoyuo, and he needed to clarify his own Dao completely beforehand, so he could aim precisely and seize the greatest opportunities when listening to the teachings. The method of severing the three corpses. Kong Xuan's thoughts shifted slightly, and information about the Dao validation techniques that Hong Jundaizu might impart naturally surfaced in his mind. This was the orthodox path of the quasi-saint, profoundly mysterious and intricate. One must seek innate spiritual treasures that resonate with one's benevolent thoughts, malevolent thoughts, and self-obsession, using these as anchors to sever forth three manifestations. Each severed corpse represents a transcendence in one's cultivation, a surge in magical power and divine abilities, a deeper comprehension of the true essence of good, evil, and self, leading to an unobstructed Tao heart. Should one manage to sever all three corpses completely, they would reach the pinnacle of the quasi-saint stage, standing merely a step away from the Honghuang saintly realm that endures through countless kalpas without degradation. This method follows a clear path with discernible traces representing for cultivators who possess suitable spiritual treasures, nothing less than a broad highway leading to strength. Within the Honghuang, countless great powers eagerly await this opportunity. Yet Kong Xuan, basing his deductions on the great Tao of the five elements and pursuing it to its deepest reaches, glimpsed a certain limitation underlying this method. The technique of severing the three corpses ultimately relies on external spiritual treasures to cut away one's own attachments. The quality of the spiritual treasure determines the potential of the manifested form, while how well it aligns with one's consciousness will profoundly affect the difficulty of merging the three corpses in the future. More crucially, a burst of five-colored radiance flashed from his eyes, as though he had penetrated to some fundamental truth. While this path can swiftly lead one to become a quasi-saint, once the three corpses are severed, what appears to be completeness actually binds one's Tao journey to the borrowed spiritual treasure. The chance of achieving sainthood through the primordial purple qi grows exceedingly slim. Without both the purple qi and a spiritual treasure of the same origin and root can the three corpses merge to validate the Honghuang Dao. It is impossible. 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 This path essentially forecloses any possibility of validating the Tao through force or through the laws themselves. The road has ended. Once this realization took root, Kong Xuan's Tao heart trembled with the clarity of parting clouds to reveal sunlight. His very foundation arose from the primordial qi of the five elements. The way of five elements serves as the bedrock of heaven and earth, encompassing all phenomena and giving birth to all things. The sharpness of metal remains uncorrupted and imperishable. Wood pulses with untamed vitality, water expands in boundless breadth, fire drives civilization forward in leaps, and earth bears all things with unfathomable weight. Should these five laws be refined to their ultimate extremity, they themselves form a celestial pathway leading directly to the great Tao of Honghuang. Validating the Tao through the five elements to attain Honghuang golden immortal status, a realm equivalent to the quasi-saint, represents not a shortcut, but rather the most complete and authentic path of law-based cultivation. This method requires no external aids, relying entirely on one's own comprehension of the primordial laws governing heaven and earth. Each step demands incalculable effort, time, and perseverance, with hardships and obstacles far exceeding those of severing the three corpses. Yet upon success, the depth of one's foundation and the magnitude of one's potential become incomparable to any quasi-saint who merely depends on spiritual treasures to sever corpses. In combat at the same level, such a cultivator could effortlessly overwhelm them. Moreover, this path harbors no hidden perils. Should the opportunity of primordial purple chi arise in the future, one may naturally ascend to sainthood. Should it not, one can still rely on absolute mastery over the five elements source to attempt validating the Tao through sheer force, forcibly shattering the barrier to the Honghuang state. Severing the three corpses grants temporary strength, but forfeits the eternal path. Validating Honghuang through the five elements is to excavate one's own primordial source Tao. Though every step proves arduous, the foundation remains unparalleled and the prospects limitless. Kong Xuan's Tao heart grew ever more luminous and clear, the distinction between these two paths becoming as distinct as separate rivers in his mind. He bears the primordial five elements source within himself, possesses the innate divine ability of five-colored divine light, and has the supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, the five elements spirit pearl, already refined as both reference and aid. His comprehension of the five elements laws has reached the pinnacle of the third layer. With such profound foundations to pursue the seemingly expedient path of severing the three corpses, a road that ultimately leads to ruin, would be utterly foolish, abandoning what is fundamental for what is peripheral. My Tao resides precisely within the eternal cycling and ceaseless generation of the five elements. Kong Xuan's gaze suddenly turned incredibly resolute, like divine metal tempered through 10,000 ages, leaving not a trace of hesitation or wavering. A vast and surging conviction rose from within him, resonating powerfully with the five-colored divine light surrounding his body, with the spiritual veins throughout the entire Qingshu cave heaven, and even with the subtle heavenly and earthly laws of the five elements hidden in the shadows. At the very moment he clarified his own Tao path, as though breaking some invisible shackle, the magical power within him, which had already reached the peak of the late Daoyuo stage, began to surge wildly. His internal organs erupted with resplendent five-colored radiance, interplaying brilliantly with the five elements law imprints in his primordial spirit. The five elements spirit pearl spontaneously emerged from his primordial spirit, hovering above his crown, cascading countless streams of pure primordial five elements chi into his skull. A thunderous boom erupted from within Kong Xuan's body, akin to the first rumble of thunder at the dawn of creation. The Daoyuo Dao fruit trembled violently, its five elements Dao patterns becoming clearer and more intricate than ever before. The magical power, which had already reached its limit, underwent forced purification and compression at this moment, then surged like a breached flood toward the barrier of a higher realm. Like water finding its natural channel, everything suddenly fell into place. With no bottlenecks to impede him, his cultivation instantaneously shattered through the boundary of late Daoyuo peak, firmly stepping into an entirely new realm. The perfection of the Daoyuo golden immortal. At this moment Kong Xuan's aura underwent a transformation as profound as heaven meeting earth. If he had previously been like a deep pool, now he became a boundless ocean, profound, vast, and beneath its serene surface a power capable of toppling the heavens and earth. The five-colored divine light surrounding his body retreated inward, appearing even more weighty and substantial. It was as though he stood there as the very embodiment of the five elements' great Tao. Wherever his words went, the laws followed. He slowly raised his hand, five-colored radiance circling at his fingertips, and made a gentle gesture. Before him, the void silently split apart, and at the edges of the rift, the fundamental elements of earth, water, fire, and wind were momentarily thrown into chaos before being forcefully smoothed over by an even greater power of the five elements. Perfection of the Daoyuo, the pinnacle of the third layer of five elements laws. I am but a single step away from the Honghuang golden immortal. Kong Xuan felt the surging flawless power within his body and the deeper comprehension of the five elements laws in his primordial spirit, yet his heart remained as calm as an ancient well. This breakthrough was the natural result of a clear Tao heart and conditions perfectly aligned. It is not an endpoint, but rather a completely new beginning. He knew that on the path to validating Honghuang through the five elements, each subsequent step would grow increasingly arduous. The comprehension of the fourth layer of five elements laws would represent a qualitative leap, requiring a profound understanding of the deeper mysteries governing generation and restriction, creation and destruction. Yet he remained filled with confidence, his Tao heart unbreakable as iron. The lecture at Zixiao Palace will be crucial for me to validate my own path and seek the opportunity for breakthrough. Hongjuan's Tao may offer reference and guidance, but ultimately my own path must be walked by myself. He withdrew his aura completely, returning to an unassuming appearance, yet within those eyes burned and were more brilliant than the stars and harder than divine metal. With the path of validating Honghuang through the five elements now clear, Kong Xuan's journey ahead shone with certainty, free of any lingering fog. Whether facing the storms of the Honghuang or the boundless culpas yet to come, he would trample them all beneath the invincible great Tao of the five elements. Within the Qingshu cave heaven, the spiritual energy agitated by Kong Xuan's breakthrough gradually settled, yet the pervasive resonance of the five elements Tao grew denser and more profound, signaling that its master's strength had ascended to a higher realm, one sufficient to claim a place among the power players in the impending grand transformation of the Honghuang. In the primordial wilds, time knew no years, and within the Qingshu grotto heaven the hours slipped away as silently as water. On this day, Kong Xuan, seated in meditation, slowly opened his eyes. The vision of 5 colors revolving in his pupils gradually receded, replaced by a limpid clarity that saw through the void. His aura was perfectly harmonized and withdrawn, having firmly consolidated the consummate realm of Deluo Golden Immortal. His mind, too, had been attuned to an unprecedented state of ethereal stillness. The time of the second Dao discourse at Zhixiao Palace was drawing near. This journey to the chaos beyond the heavens to listen to the Dao of the Honghuang Golden Immortal Quasi-Sage concerned his future path and brooked no error. Before setting out, his mind stirred slightly, and a trace of concern lingered in his heart. The Busi volcano, ancestral land of the Phoenix clan, and Dapeng, his younger brother, still in the midst of gestation. Without needing to employ any heaven-shaking escape art, Kong Xuan took a single step, and his form merged into the void. When he reappeared, he was already standing silently in the outer reaches of the Busi volcano. Blazing waves of heat rushed to meet him. The air was thick with dense fire attributes, spiritual energy, and a deep oppressive aura of karmic power. As far as the eye could see, scorched earth stretched for 10,000 li. The mountains were dark crimson, and blazing magma burst from time to time through fissures in the ground. And at the far end of his vision, the core region, shrouded in boundless karmic fire, radiated a destructive fluctuation that made one's heart tremble. Even with Kong Xuan's current cultivation at the consummate Deluo realm, when his divine sense probed into it, he felt waves of stabbing pain and obstruction, making it difficult to delve deeper. His gaze swept over the layered, light-circling, innate guardian grand formation surrounding the outer edges of the ancestral land. The formation remained as stable as ever, drawing on the fire of earth veins and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, confining the terrifying energy at the core of Busi volcano within, while also cutting off all outside prying. Within the formation's operation were hidden the mysterious true script of the Phoenix, a means left behind by ancestor Yuanfeng. After countless long years, it remained impenetrable. As on his last visit, no trace of Phoenix clan members could be seen in the outer reaches. Presumably most of the clan were still recuperating under the protection of the core region. This barren, scorching land outside was no place for habitation. Sensing carefully with his divine sense, he could only detect an extremely faint but steady pulse from deep within the earth fire. It was the aura of Yuanfeng in slumber, weak yet not extinguished. This brought some reassurance to Kong Xuan's heart. As long as the ancestor still endured, the Phoenix clan could not be said to have truly perished. He did not attempt to enter the grand formation, lest he disturb the ancestor's slumber or provoke an abnormal reaction from the formation. The main purpose of this visit was Dapeng. His figure flickered again, and he arrived at a hidden valley at some distance from the core of Busi volcano. The formation aura here shared the same origin as the outer grand formation, but was even more exquisite, forming an independent protective space. It was precisely where Dapeng was being nurtured. Kong Xuan stood outside the formation. He did not force his way in, but instead gently sent a wisp of mild, pure divine thought into the formation, like a soft breeze brushing across water. At the formation's core, an enormous divine egg hovered silently above an earth fire spirit spring. Its shell showed a mysterious black and white pattern, slowly revolving like a yin-yang fish, absorbing the essence of earth fire and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The life force within the egg was vast and immense, several times stronger than when he had last seen it. After a brief silence, a ripple of divine thought filled with delight and intimacy emerged from within the egg, resounding clearly in Kong Xuan's mind. "Big brother, you've come." It was indeed Dapeng. His divine thought was condensed and pure, carrying the unique agility and profundity of the innate yin-yang origin. Evidently, he had not been idle during his gestation, and his comprehension of his own origin was growing ever more profound. A rare, gentle smile appeared on Kong Xuan's face. He responded with his divine thought, his voice echoing directly within the space of the egg. "I am about to set out for Zhixiao Palace beyond the 33 heavens to listen to the Dao ancestors' second discourse. Before I leave, I came to see you. Is everything well here? Rest assured, big brother. This place is extremely stable." Dapeng's divine thought radiated joy. "The formation is firm, and no one disturbs me. Nourished by the earth fire spirit spring, I feel my origin growing stronger by the day, and I have gained much more insight into the way of yin and yang." It seemed he wanted to show his elder brother what he had achieved. The black and white radiance on the eggshell accelerated, faintly stirring the surrounding spiritual energy and manifesting a miniature phantom of a yin-yang fish, wondrous in the extreme. Kong Xuan carefully sensed Dapeng's condition and nodded with gratification. Dapeng's foundation had been laid exceptionally well, with a formidable reserve of innate yin-yang qi at his origin. At this rate, once he was born, his roots and potential would not be much inferior to Kong Xuan's own. "Good. Your progress brings me, your elder brother, great comfort. His tone turned solemn as he admonished, "The Zixiao Palace Discourse is a supreme opportunity unprecedented since the creation of heaven and earth. It concerns the path of the Dao above the Deluo realm. Once I go, it may be as short as 1,000 years, or it may be longer than can be known. You must remain here and must not slacken in the slightest because of my departure. You carry within you the innate yin-yang origin, a foundation of the great Dao in no way inferior to the 5 elements. You should devote yourself to contemplating the wondrous principles of yin-yang mutual generation, yin-yang mutual transformation, and yin-yang balance. The way of yin and yang evolves into all things. If you can comprehend it thoroughly, divine powers will naturally be accomplished, and your future attainments will be limitless." After a brief thought, Kong Xuan continued to transmit his message through divine thought. "I see that you have already grasped the true essence of yin-yang circulation. You may try on this basis to deduce protective escape arts. Yang escape is swift as light, yin escape is concealed without a trace. With yin and yang alternating, the subtlety of the art will far surpass the ordinary. You may also comprehend the principle of yin and yang giving birth to thunder. When yin and yang collide, thunder's mechanism is generated. This is the supremely firm and yang force of heaven and earth with boundless might. All of these require your own personal comprehension and the consolidation of your foundation. Only that is the proper path." Daping's divine thought replied earnestly, "Little brother will carefully remember big brother's teachings. I will certainly cultivate diligently without cease, comprehend the wondrous arts of yin and yang, and never disappoint big brother's expectations or my own innate endowment." He could feel the concern and expectation in Kong Xuan's words. Moreover, Kong Xuan's tone grew slightly grave. The situation in the primordial world is becoming more delicate by the day. The immortal court and the demon race are increasingly at odds, and the aura of a culpa tribulation is faintly appearing. Here, although you are protected by the formation, you must also remember, hold your ground, and remain on the defensive above all. Do not out of curiosity or impulse lightly involve yourself in any conflict in the outside world. All that can wait until you are born smoothly and have achieved success in the Dao. Rest assured, big brother. Little brother understands. I will stay safely here, cultivate with a calm mind, and await your return." Daping's divine thought was unwavering. Kong Xuan nodded slightly, and took one last deep look at the divine egg brimming with immense vitality and boundless potential. A glimmer of expectation flashed through his eyes. With this concern settled, his Dao heart became even more clear and harmonious without any remaining obstruction. "Good. When I return, I will discuss the great Dao with you in detail." As his words fell, Kong Xuan's figure gradually faded in the valley, as if dissolving into the surrounding fire attribute spiritual energy, without causing the slightest spatial ripple. The next moment, a streak of 5-colored light shot up from the outer reaches of Busi volcano, tore through the clouds, and sped toward the 9-fold celestial gates at a speed beyond imagination. The Busi volcano remained silent, its karmic fire burning quietly in the core region. In the valley, Daping's divine egg restrained its radiance, black and white, flowing in endless cycles, submerged in an even deeper level of Dao contemplation. Kong Xuan's visit was like a pebble dropped into a tranquil lake. After the ripples faded, what remained was an even more resolute Dao heart and hope for the future. Kong Xuan himself, carrying an unwavering faith in the path of the Dao and lingering concern for his younger brother, set forth, without hesitation, on the journey to Zixiao Palace. Ahead lay chaos, the great Dao, and the starting point of a new cycle of ever-shifting storms in the primordial world. Bidding farewell to the undying fire volcano, Kong Xuan transformed into a barely perceptible 5-colored beam of light and shot straight into the 9 heavens. The higher he ascended, the more his surroundings differed from the primordial wilderness below. The dense primordial spiritual energy gradually thinned, replaced by something far more primitive, a savage, violent force of the void. The celestial gales howled, keen as blades and swords. An ordinary golden immortal caught here, unless shielded by a treasure, would have his immortal physique shredded and his primordial spirit scattered within moments. He pierced through one celestial layer after another, each wreathed in lucid chi and marked by its own phenomenon. Celestial palaces clustered in one, divine beasts racing through another, but Kong Xuan paused before none. His objective was unequivocal: beyond the 33 heavens, within the primordial chaos, the Zixiao Palace. As he climbed ever higher, the void force grew ever more potent until it began to bend light and rend space, giving rise to fleeting void fissures. Ordinary escape arts could hardly make headway here, but Kong Xuan employed the grand 5 elements escape, which held the subtlety of mutual engendering and overcoming among the 5 elements. One moment his form became a wisp of gung metal chi, splitting the wild 9 heavens gales. The next he dissolved into a droplet of Gui water essence, sliding through warped folds of space. At times he borrowed the vitality of Yi Wood to thread through gaps between void fissures. At times he blazed as light of Li fire crossing 10,000 li in a flash. At times he coalesced into the solidity of Wu earth, anchoring himself against the rending pull of the void. The five elements cycled within him, engendering and extending one another, preserving his shocking speed through this extreme domain, like a nimble fish gliding through storm-driven waves, unhurried and composed. Along the way, his towering and irresistible divine sense keenly detected powerful auras from all directions advancing toward the same ineffable destination. Some of these auras blazed like suns, some were as deep as abysses, some as sharp as swords, and some as obscure as mist. Without exception, they belonged to the cream of the Daluo golden immortals, a few even vaguely brushed against the threshold beyond Daluo, murky, inscrutable, and soul-shaking. The pinnacle powers of the primordial wilderness, all vying for the Dao ancestors' path to the Honghuang golden immortal, were now streaming out in force. Just as he traversed a particularly ferocious layer of celestial gales, the void ahead, and to the side violently contorted, releasing an overwhelming tide of baleful blood-soaked chi. It was cold, overbearing, and saturated with boundless slaughter and rancor, making one's primordial spirit quiver as if mired in mountains of corpses and a sea of blood. Wherever it passed, even the frenzied gales seemed to solidify and take on a faint wash of blood. Patriarch Mingi. Kong Xuan's eyes narrowed as he instantly recognized that signature aura. Lord of the netherworld, blood sea born from the foulest, filthiest source of the primordial world, he wielded the twin slaughter swords Abi and Yuantu, and had refined 480 million blood god avatars. He was one of the highest-ranked, most dreaded primordial gods and demons of the wilderness. Evidently, Mingi had sensed Kong Xuan's presence at nearly the same instant. It was not deliberate ostentation. With his cultivation at consummate Daluo, and with the flawless, seamlessly unified five elements Dao resonance radiating from him, he shone like a bright moon in the dark night, impossible to overlook. That Dao resonance, in which the five elements cycled and became a self-contained cosmos, was the diametric opposite of Mingi's blood-sea slaughter path, yet it equally concealed the deepest mysteries of supreme law. Two peerlessly mighty divine senses silently clashed in that domain of raging gales and void turbulence. No sparks flew, no sound was heard, but in that instant the void within 10,000 zhong seemed to freeze solid. The gale stopped, the turbulence settled, only two antithetical, yet equally terrifying intents of the great Dao probed and appraised each other. Kong Xuan's divine sense was upright, serene, and balanced, yet it bore the majestic momentum of the five elements revolving and engendering all creation, stable as a mountain fathoms deep. Mingi's divine sense meanwhile brimmed with the ultimate malignancy of erosion, slaughter, and destruction, treacherous, protean, and nigh impossible to ward against. One touch, and they parted. Both divine senses withdrew in tacit agreement, as if nothing had happened. But that fleeting contact had already given each side a clear measure of the other. Patriarch Mingi's figure, hidden within his baleful blood aura, seemed to cast a glance toward Kong Xuan, a bone-cold stare laced with ineffable wariness and assessment. Then with a flash of crimson light he accelerated abruptly and vanished into the deeper void, clearly unwilling to tangle further. Kong Xuan's face remained calm as still water, while his mind had never been clearer. Patriarch Mingi was indeed unfathomably strong. His aura had already half-stepped into the Honghuang golden immortal realm. With his grotesque and unpredictable blood-sea arts, he was definitely one of the most dangerous adversaries in this assembly at the Zixiao Palace. After this episode, Kong Xuan became even more certain that this journey to the Zixiao Palace was by no means a simple lesson in Dao comprehension. Aside from Mingi, he also vaguely sensed an emanation of purity, tranquility, and non-action from Mount Kunlun, surely the three pure ones. From the western lands came a serene, extinguished meditative aura, no doubt Jane and Zhunti. From the sun star radiated a sovereign majesty so dazzling it could not be looked upon, undoubtedly Dijuan and Tai. Moreover, there were several ancient auras so obscure and yet so disquieting that he could not guess which hidden old monsters of bygone ages they might be. Winds gather, clouds converge, dragons and tigers contend. Kong Xuan mused, a faint curve lifting the corner of his mouth. Far from weighing him down, this spectacle reignited a long-dormant surge of boldness and fighting spirit. To contend on the same stage with these pinnacle existences of the wilderness and prove his own great Dao, was that not a glorious delight? He composed his mind and ceased to pay attention to anything else. The five-colored divine light behind his head glimmered faintly and turned even more inward, yet it protected his aura with seamless perfection. At the same time, the grand five elements escape was driven to its absolute limit. The five-colored radiance carved a mysterious arc through the void, bursting forward, twisting aside, deftly slipping past the most lethal spatial traps and energy currents. His speed had increased by another 30%, leaving many great powers who were also rushing on their way far behind. Such unapologetic swiftness and dominance naturally drew more covert gazes toward him. Some bore curiosity, some scrutiny, some wariness, and some defiance. Kong Xuan ignored them all. In his eyes was only the chaos beyond the 33 heavens, and at its heart the Zixiao Palace, the emblem of the supreme, great Dao. This journey beyond the heavens had already become an invisible battle in itself. And Kong Xuan, with his prodigious might and unique 5 elements great Dao, had already displayed an edge that none could afford to overlook amid the surging tide of heroes. The real upheaval was still waiting inside the Zixiao Palace. Traversing the 33 layers of the great heavens was like going upstream against a raging current. The farther he climbed, the more arduous the road became. Wrapped in 5-colored flowing radiance, Kong Xuan tore through the final curtain of pure celestial aegis and truly stepped beyond the boundary of the 33rd heaven. In that instant, the scene before him underwent an earth-shattering transformation. No more seas of clouds and immortal mountains, no more lucent glows and drifting mists. In their place stretched an infinite expanse of gray nothingness where deathly stillness and savage violence coexisted. This was the edge of chaos, the end of the primeval wasteland, the terminus of all order, and the threshold where all things returned to nothingness. There was no heaven, no earth, no up, no down, no 4 quarters. Even the very concept of time became blurred and twisted here. All that the eye could see was eternal grayness, like a colossal, all-devouring curtain. Against this dead and silent backdrop, however, was absolute dynamic chaos. At times, earth, water, fire, and wind materialized from nothing, collided, annihilated one another, and erupted with terrifying energy enough to shred a Deluo immortal body. At other times, the even more dangerous, intangible currents of chaos rushed by like hidden undercurrents, silently sweeping through everything in their path, shattering and assimilating the tiniest fragments of order back into primal formlessness. The chaotic currents here were primal energy that had existed before the separation of heaven and earth, violent, unruly, and carrying the terrifying ability to decompose and assimilate all things. Anyone below the Deluo golden immortal realm, unless protected by a powerful innate spiritual treasure, would in an instant be ground down, their immortal body destroyed, and primordial spirit dissolved, reduced to the most fundamental chaotic chi, perishing in both body and Dao. Even Kong Xuan, a supreme Deluo elder with 1 foot already across the threshold of Huanyuan, felt a faint stabbing pain across his skin the moment he arrived here, as if countless tiny files were scraping against his Dao body. Even more obvious was the profound suppression and interference weighing on the seamless 5 elements laws flowing within him. Their operation grew sluggish, like a fish stranded out of water or a bird with broken wings. Kong Xuan exhaled a long, murky breath. No sooner had it left his body than it was shredded and devoured by a passing chaotic current. His expression was grave, but his eyes were as sharp as a falcon's as he carefully surveyed this legendary forbidden land. Its danger truly lived up to its name. No perilous ground within the primordial world could compare. Not daring to show the slightest negligence, Kong Xuan activated his will and cried out in a low voice, 5-colored divine light, protect my true body. A hum vibrated through the void. The void behind his head quivered as 5 dazzling divine lights, azure, yellow, crimson, black, and white, burst into radiance. No longer restrained as they had been during travel, they now released with utter abandon the supreme brilliance of a top-grade, innate divine power. Like 5 surging rivers of law, the 5 beams instantly intertwined and coiled into a smooth, translucent, ever-rotating light cocoon that firmly wrapped Kong Xuan's body in protection. Upon this barrier, the Dao patterns of the 5 elements appeared in sharp clarity, following the wonderful logic of mutual generation. Azure, which generated crimson fire, crimson transformed into yellow earth, yellow produced white metal, white nourished black water, and black, in turn, moistened azure wood. The 5 elements cycled continuously, endlessly renewing themselves, forming a stable little world of their own. Boom! A chaotic torrent mixed with shattered earth, fire, water, and wind energy slammed into the 5-colored light barrier with a muffled, thunderous impact. Ripples spread across the barrier's surface as its 5-colored radiance whirled at dizzying speed. The violent energy that could annihilate an ordinary Deluo was broken down, disassembled, and absorbed by the unending cycle of 5 elements' power, ultimately becoming a wisp of faint energy that nourished the barrier itself. It could not budge it in the slightest. Standing within the barrier stable as a boulder, Kong Xuan sensed the bitter clash between the 5-colored divine light and the chaotic currents. In his heart, he praised, the Dao of the 5 elements truly is the foundation of heaven and earth. No matter how disordered the chaos may be, my 5 elements turn and settle earth, water, fire, and wind. As a protective technique, this is supremely ingenious. Yet he was fully aware that the dangers of chaos were far greater than this. If he relied solely on the 5-colored divine light for protection, he could remain safe for a time, but as consumption dragged on, his Dharma power would eventually run out. He had to bring himself to peak condition to face any unexpected development. Inside him, the immense Dharma power at the consummate Deluo golden immortal level began to surge like a mighty river. All the apertures of his body opened at once, frantically absorbing the thin but pure energy that the five-colored divine light extracted from the chaotic currents, replenishing what he had expended. His breathing grew long and rhythmic. With every inhalation, the five elements' spiritual energy across his body resonated. With every exhalation, he expelled the stale qi within and the invasive chill of chaos. At the same time, a wisp of immaculately pure Nanmingli fire rose from his heart aperture and slowly drifted along his meridians. This innate divine fire not only brought warmth and dispelled the cold, withered death sense of universal annihilation that suffused the chaos, but also nourished Kong Xuan's Dao body and primordial spirit with its nirvanic vitality, resisting the intangible erosion aimed at his mind. The mystic runes of the nine heavens astral wind escape technique also glimmered faintly beneath his feet, gathering power for action. Though intended mainly for flight in such a desperate realm, it could also serve as a life-saving skill to shake off pursuit and evade fatal strikes in a critical moment. Like an experienced ferryman steering the sturdy boat of five-colored divine light, Kong Xuan carefully sailed the ocean of chaos where hidden dangers lurked on every side. He did not rush blindly ahead. Instead, he first adapted to the chaotic environment, felt the differences in its laws, and constantly fine-tuned the operation of the five-colored divine light, making his defense more efficient while reducing its consumption. His divine sense extended cautiously outward like feelers, but here it too was heavily suppressed. At best, it could stretch 100 li before being rendered hazy and indistinct by the twisted laws. Beyond 100 li lay pure mystery. Occasionally, he could sense other brilliant glimmers flashing and vanishing at the far edge of perception. Some were hazy cascades of immortal light, shielding their owners like lotus leaves. Some were masses of golden Buddhist radiance, carrying the faint echoes of sutra chanting. Some were blazing sword beams that split the chaos apart. Some were scrolls of painting unfolding mountains, rivers, and lands. They were all mighty figures hurrying toward Zixiao Palace, each displaying their own divine abilities as they struggled onward through the chaos. They all kept a safe distance from one another, neither interfering with nor trusting each other. Kong Xuan withdrew his divine sense and focused on steering his own course. He calmly looked into the depths of the chaos where everything remained a gray blur. But through his faint connection with the primeval world and an obscure profound intuition toward the direction of the great Dao, he knew that Zixiao Palace lay before him. The chaos is dangerous, but it is also the finest place to temper oneself and prove the great Dao. Far from being afraid, Kong Xuan felt a surge of bold pride. He wanted to see whether the chaotic energy was more ferocious or his five elements Dao was more unyielding. His preparations complete and his condition at its peak, Kong Xuan hesitated no longer. With a thought, the protective five-colored light barrier blazed with dazzling radiance, turning into a magnificent meteor that tore through the void, flying unswervingly into the depths of chaos, toward the source of the great Dao. Wherever he passed, chaos retreated, and turbulent currents split apart. In that absolute nothingness, he forcibly opened a temporary passage governed by the laws of the five elements. The true challenge was only beginning. Already his calm and indomitable advance through the edge of chaos proclaimed the unrivaled foundation and power of Kong Xuan. Standing at the edge of chaos, one step ahead, lay the familiar order of the primeval world, one step behind the swallowing unknown void. Kong Xuan stood tall and straight, his azure robe stirring slightly in the invisible force field behind him. His deep gaze pierced through layers of gray haze, locking onto a faint purple spark deep in the chaos that radiated boundless majesty and abundant Dao resonance. Zixiao Palace, the sacred sanctuary of the Dao ancestor Honghuang and the ultimate destination where all the supreme powers of the primeval world were converging. That point of light seemed within reach, yet it was separated by endless chaotic void with countless perils hidden in between. The chaotic energy seethed and boiled, earth, water, fire, and wind erupted in explosions, while the silent, all-annihilating currents of chaos lurked within. Even a Daluo golden immortal appeared here as a flickering candle in the wind, liable to be snuffed out at any moment. However, there was not the slightest hesitation in Kong Xuan's eyes, only an unshakable determination, as firm as rock. This second sermon concerned the path to the Honghuang golden immortal and whether he could truly control his own destiny amid the coming cataclysm of the primeval world, transcending all tribulations. Having turned back time and returned from the future, how could he stop here? The word retreat had never existed in the dictionary of his Dao heart. The road ahead is perilous, but my Dao lies ahead. I shall ascend to the Honghuang realm. An indomitable enterprising will surged from Kong Xuan's heart, resonating powerfully with the five elements Dao fruit deep within his primordial spirit. The five-colored divine light was roused, and the protective halo grew ever more brilliant and dense, flowing without cease. He no longer watched, no longer hesitated. He raised his right foot and with firmness and composure stepped forward into that decisive stride. The instant his figure plunged fully into chaos, it was as though he had passed through an invisible membrane. The surroundings transformed utterly. The last thread connecting him to the primeval world was severed, replaced by omnidirectional, all-encompassing chaotic pressure. The shield formed by the five-colored divine light let out a strained hum, its brilliance flickering wildly as it endured chaotic currents 10 times more ferocious than at the edge. Kong Xuan's expression did not change. The mana within him surged like a mighty ocean, ceaselessly fueling the divine light. He fixed his direction on Zhixiao Palace and pushed the five elements' great escape to its limit. The five-colored stream transformed into an arrow, tearing through layers of gloom and charging forward without deviating. For the initial stretch, though pressured, things remained manageable. Kong Xuan could even devote effort to contemplating the differences between chaos and the laws of the primeval world, testing his own five elements Dao. He evolved chaos through the five elements and stabilized chaos with the five elements. Amid the struggle, his comprehension of the laws subtly improved. Yet the perils of chaos were as unfathomable as an abyss. Just as he had traveled who knows how many miles and already penetrated deep into the belly of chaos, a sudden mutation occurred. The seemingly placid chaotic void ahead collapsed without warning, forming a colossal spinning vortex. This vortex was no ordinary energy disturbance, but a chaos tide, triggered by the imbalance of the most primal laws of chaos. A terrifying force of suction instantly enveloped him, affecting not only physical matter and energy, but directly ensnaring the laws of his primordial spirit, threatening to drag everything into an eternal return to nothingness. Caught unprepared, Kong Xuan's protective five-colored divine light was forcibly twisted and wrenched. Like a bird trapped in a bog, his speed fell sharply and his body was uncontrollably dragged toward the center of the enormous vortex. Not good. Kong Xuan's heart turned cold. The power here far surpassed any disturbance he had faced before. The annihilating aura emanating from the vortex's core made even his Dao-perfected Dao body feel an icy sting. Once fully pulled into the core, even the five-colored divine light might not save him. In this critical moment, Kong Xuan remained unperturbed, his eyes sharp as a blade. Five elements spirit pearls hold the world firm. With a low shout, the five pearls nurtured within his primordial spirit burst with radiance and shot out from the crown of his head. The metal pearl was incomparably sharp, the wood pearl brimmed with vitality, the water pearl was vast and deep, the fire pearl blazed violently, and the earth pearl was solid and sustaining. The five pearls revolved in a mysterious trajectory, instantly forming a small, yet exceedingly stable, primordial five elements grand array. As the array took shape, the five-colored lights merged into one. A power of endless regeneration erupted forcibly, bearing the terrifying tearing might of the chaos vortex. The protective divine light, which had been twisting and nearly dispersing, was reinforced by the primeval power of the pearls, and stabilized at once, its glow burning even more fiercely. But the power of the chaos tide was extraordinary. The vortex's suction continued to strengthen, as though countless invisible hands were trying to crush both the five elements array and its master for daring to defy the order of chaos. Mere chaotic currents dare to block my path. Kong Xuan snorted coldly, his pride unbending. He drove his mana at full power, and the true form of the five-colored divine light manifested behind his head, echoing the outer array of five elements spirit pearls. The divine light lashed at the vortex's rim, seeking to destabilize its structure. With the five elements reversing force, the spirit pearls secured the formation's roots and supplied endless primal power. For a time, five-colored radiance and gray chaos clashed fiercely along the vortex's edge. Laws collided and extinguished, releasing a roar soundless, yet stunning to the spirit. At the eye of the storm, Kong Xuan's face had turned faintly pale, and a strand of golden blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Clearly simultaneously wielding the divine light and the spirit pearls against such vast heavenly power placed an extreme strain on him. He had sustained internal injuries. Yet his gaze remained firm, even carrying a dominating arrogance. My Dao is the five elements, the foundation of heaven and earth. How could your disordered chaos easily erase me? He no longer resisted head-on. Instead, he used the force against itself. The five elements spirit pearl array rotated slightly, channeling part of the vortex's pulling force into momentum to drive himself forward. Meanwhile, the five-colored divine light, like the most dexterous carving knife, kept sweeping at the pivotal nodes of the vortex's energy movement. Though it could not sever them immediately, it introduced a barely perceptible hitch into their operation. Now, Kong Xuan's eyes burst with sharp light. Seizing that fleeting opening, he poured all his mana into the five elements' great escape. Break! The five-colored stream abruptly accelerated to a speed never seen before. Like a five elements divine dragon snapping free of its shackles, it tore a gash at the vortex's rim and by a hair's breadth shot out. The instant he left the vortex's reach, the horrific suction vanished. Kong Xuan steadied his form, took a faint breath, and swiftly examined his condition. His mana had been depleted by nearly half, his internal organs were jolted, and he had taken minor wounds, but nothing severe. The 5 elements spirit pearl's glow was somewhat dim, and would need to be nurtured anew, yet their source remained undamaged. He looked back at the vortex still slowly churning, and exuding a heart-stopping aura, his gaze profound. This encounter had not been a coincidence. Vast as chaos was, a tide of such magnitude had erupted precisely on his path. Is it because I was born of the Phoenix clan with heavy karma that the Heavenly Dao has no fondness for me? Kong Xuan's heart was as clear as a mirror. The Dragon Phoenix and Qilan clans had been the protagonists of the previous Culpa, committing boundless slaughter and becoming entangled in karma. The Heavenly Dao was supremely impartial, yet supremely selfish as well. This variable, who carried Phoenix blood, wishing to defy heaven and change his fate to ascend to the summit of the Dao. Naturally, the Heavenly Dao would send tribulations, or even catastrophes. Or perhaps the very fact that I am a variable who turned back time has already drawn the Heavenly Dao's attention. A deeper thought flashed through his mind. Yet regardless of cause, it only made his Dao heart more unyielding. Heavy karma. I will wash it away with supreme merit. Heavenly Dao's trials. I will break them with absolute might. A variable. I will carve out within this predetermined fate a heaven-reaching path that belongs to me, Kong Xuan. What were these setbacks and minor wounds compared to the Honghuang Dao fruit? He took a deep breath, calmed the churning blood and qi, and activated his mysterious arts to heal the injuries. The 5-colored divine light regained its density, guarding his body. Once more he cast his gaze toward the depths of chaos. The purple point that was Zhixiao Palace seemed a trace clearer than before. Without pausing for even a moment, Kong Xuan moved again, turning into a 5-colored stream and advancing onward. But this time his pace was steadier, his vigilance was at its absolute height, and his insight into chaos had deepened by several measures. Having weathered dangers, his Dao heart was ever stronger. He did not know how much farther he had gone, how many perilous chaos zones he had crossed, how many devouring alien energies he had scattered. At last the purple point ahead grew larger and larger, gradually revealing the contour of an ancient, magnificent palace overflowing with boundless Dao resonance. Zhixiao Palace. He had arrived. The palace doors were shut tight, and in front of them lay a comparatively tranquil plaza of chaos. Several figures with mighty auras had arrived before him, each occupying a corner, silently regulating their breathing while maintaining distance from one another. Kong Xuan suppressed the stirring in his heart and alighted at the plaza's edge. His face was calm, his azure robe spotless. Only through careful perception could one discern in the depths of his aura the composure and restraint born of tribulation, and in his eyes the indomitable resolve and pride. He had successfully traversed the endless chaos and stood at the Dao ancestors' doorstep. A new chapter of the primeval world was about to unfold the moment the palace gate opened, and he, Kong Xuan, was ready to contend with all his strength for that portion of Honghuang destiny. The chaotic qi roiled and howled at the edge of the plaza before the Zhixiao Palace, where an invisible Dao rhythm held the ground in suppression, yet it could not invade even a hair's breadth. This platform suspended in the boundless void was like an island amid monstrous waves, radiating a solemn serenity impervious to all spells. Kong Xuan descended, and when the soles of his feet touched the mirror-smooth ground that was neither metal nor jade, a cool and stabilizing Dao intent spread through his meridians, smoothing away the last trace of restlessness left from crossing the chaos. He steadied himself, his gaze as calm as still water, and slowly swept it across the many figures who had already arrived in the plaza. These were the beings who now towered above all living creatures in the primordial world. At the very front, the 3 streams of pure qi were the most eye-catching. Laozi of grand purity sat cross-legged with eyes closed. His form seemed to merge with the surrounding void, his aura faint and fathomless, as if embodying non-action, yet also holding the ultimate principle of the time before heaven and earth had been separated. To gaze upon him was to be filled with awe. Yuanshi Tianzuan of jade purity wore a solemn expression, faint purple qi curling around him. At the opening and closing of his eyes, a supreme majesty that judged the cosmos and regulated yin and yang emerged. His Dao was nearly order itself. Tongtian Jiaozhu of upper purity was the most assertive. His green robe fluttered, and the keen edge between his brows was impossible to hide. Sword intent lay concealed around him, seeming ready at any moment to split the chaos and open a new heaven. A sharp determination to seize a thread of vitality surged toward onlookers. The 3 pure ones stood side by side, their Dao rhythms connected, yet each distinct, subtly numbering themselves first among all immortals. A little to the side, the goddess Nuwa sat on a cloud dais, noble and graceful beyond compare. The qi of creation ceaselessly revolved around her, as if with a lift of her hand, she could bestow life upon the dead and awaken sentient spirits from dull stones. The aura of compassion and creation lingered about her, deeply moving every heart. A little farther from the 3 pure ones and Nuwa stood Jane and Zhunti, who had come from the west. The Taoist Jain was sallow and gaunt, his brows marked with a sorrow that never dissolved, as if he bore all the world's suffering. His aura was quiet and profound. The Taoist Zhunti was comparatively more active. His eyes flickered as he appraised the arrivals, a seemingly warm smile on his face. Yet behind that smile one always sensed a barely concealed calculation. Dijuan, Lord of the Sun Star, and his brother Donghuang Tai had the most intense sovereign aura. Dijuan was steady as a mountain, his gaze profound, as if all the stars of heaven revolved in his eyes. Tai was more domineering and sharp. The true solar fire within him was restrained, yet his body still radiated scorching waves of heat, like a walking sun that no one dared stare at. The place where the two brothers stood formed a domain of their own, dazzling with brilliant light. Kuanpeng, the demon master, hid within a faint, elusive shadow, his aura cold, sinister, and bizarre, like a colossal beast lurking in the abyss. Only when his eyes occasionally opened did they shoot out a chilling gleam that made hearts tremble. Old ancestor Mingi occupied a corner alone. Although he tried to suppress his towering, bloody, demonic aura, the cold, murderous, hateful intent derived from the netherworld blood sea still twisted the space around him, and the other great powers were unwilling to approach. Dong Wenggong held a dragon-headed staff and strove to maintain the majesty of the Lord of the Immortal Court, but the restlessness in his eyes and the gloom of his earlier rejection were hard to conceal completely. Compared with the magnificent bearing of Dijuan and Tai, the difference was clear at a glance. The great immortal Xinyuanzi and venerable Hongyun sat side by side. One wore an apricot yellow Taoist robe with an ancient unadorned face and an aura tied to the great earth, so heavy and immense that it inspired calm. The other wore red robes and bare feet, smiled with carefree ease, and was surrounded by auspicious clouds, giving off a spirit of untrammeled freedom. Both had calm auras and contended with nothing in the world. Zhuangmu sat alone in a corner, dressed in plain white palace robes. Her face was unmatched in beauty, yet cold as primordial mysterious ice. The unique Taiyin immortal chi of West Kunlun curled around her, solitary and utterly aloof, as if she did not belong in these surroundings. There were also the Taiyin goddesses Shiha and Changxi. The sisters' auras were connected. Shiha was warm and brilliant like the morning sun, while Changxi was clear, cold, and bright like the full moon. Sun and moon shone together, their Dao rhythms blending in a most wondrous manner. To Kong Xuan's slight surprise, even the Wu clan had sent someone, and it was only Hutu, the ancestral witch. She did not sit cross-legged but stood quietly. Her frame was not massive, yet she gave people a feeling of great solidity, as if she were Mount Buzhou holding heaven and earth aloft. Her body emitted no ripples of primordial spirit or dharma power. Only vast and boundless blood chi resonated with the pulse of the earth, giving off the meaning of giving birth to all things and bearing all things. It was utterly different from the Dao rhythms of other cultivators, yet it secretly matched some ultimate principle. Kong Xuan's arrival drew several gazes. The three pure ones merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yua's glance swept over with a hint of goodwill. Dijuan and Tai looked at him with appraising, thoughtful eyes. Mingi and Kuanpeng were indifferent. Dong Wenggong cast a complicated glance. Jane and Zhunti, especially Zhunti, let their gaze rest on him a moment longer, as if pondering something. Kong Xuan's expression remained unchanged. He walked directly towards Xinyuanzi and Hongyun, whom he knew well. Fellow Taoist Xinyuanzi, fellow Taoist Hongyun, I trust all has been well since we last met. Kong Xuan cupped his hands in greeting. Xinyuanzi rose and returned the salute, smiling. Fellow Taoist Kong Xuan, your bearing is even more outstanding than before. It seems this trip through chaos brought you no small gain. His gaze was sharp, perceiving that Kong Xuan's aura had become even more unfathomable. Venerable Hongyun was even more enthusiastic, pulling Kong Xuan along, as he said, Haha, fellow Taoist Kong Xuan, you have finally arrived. This edge of chaos is truly dull. I was just looking for someone to relieve the boredom. Kong Xuan also smiled and said, since you two are well, I am relieved. He then turned to Zhuangmu not far away and gave a slight nod. Fellow Taoist Zhuangmu. Zhuangmu cast her clear, cold gaze at him and gave a slight nod in return, saying nothing, yet there was no rejection in her eyes. At this moment Kong Xuan felt a warm gaze. Turning to look, he saw the Taiyin goddess Shiha. Seeing him turn toward her, Shiha curved the corners of her lips in a friendly smile and nodded lightly. Although Kong Xuan had no deep friendship with Shiha, he knew she was not one to strive with the world, so he returned her greeting with a polite nod. After briefly exchanging pleasantries with a few acquaintances, Kong Xuan did not stay long. He walked straight to a relatively quiet, empty spot at the edge of the plaza, flicked his sleeve, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to rest his mind. His manner was relaxed and at ease, as if the great powers around him, each with surging aura and fame that shook the primordial world, posed not the slightest pressure to him. This composure and detachment, to some who were watching closely, carried even deeper implications. Time flowed in silence. Several more formidable auras arrived one after another, and the figures in the plaza gradually multiplied. They exchanged glances or used divine sense to speak silently, The atmosphere was delicate and solemn. No one knew how much time had passed. It could have been an instant or 10,000 years. A bell note faint yet striking the source of every primordial spirit came from within the tightly shut gates of the Zixiao Palace, solemn, immense, and utterly cleansing. Dong! The bell resounded and silence fell over everything. All the great powers, regardless of what they had been doing, tightened their expressions and rose, fixing their eyes on the ancient massive gate that symbolized the supreme Dao. Creak! Accompanied by waves of indescribable tones of the great Dao that made the Dao hearts of all listeners leap with joy, the gates of the Zixiao Palace slowly opened inward. Behind the gate was no imagined palace hall, but a deep, boundless, chaotic starry sky, where Dao rhythm flowed as tangible light and mist. Countless stars glowed and dimmed, as if holding the ultimate principle of the universe's birth and destruction. Without need of guidance, the great powers restrained their excitement, followed some obscure cosmic order, and stepped slowly one after another through the gate. The three pure ones naturally walked at the front, followed by Nuwa. Jane and Zhunti followed closely, then Dijuan and Tai Mingi Kuanping Dongwengong Xinyuanzi, and Hongyun Zawangmu Huda Shiha and Changxi, all entered in order. Kong Xuan followed among the assembly with steady steps, and stepped into that starry sky of Dao rhythm. The space inside the palace seemed infinitely vast. Countless meditation cushions floated in midair, arranged according to the arcane trajectories of the stars that revolved through the heavens. At the very front were 6 purple cushions, exuding a primordial Dao resonance unlike all the others, the holy seats that symbolized an extraordinary destiny. The 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Jin, and Zhunti, seated themselves on the 6 front cushions without the slightest hesitation. The rest of the assembly likewise found cushions that suited their own Dao resonance or offered acceptable positions. No one made a clamor, perfect order prevailed. Kong Xuan's gaze swept across the hall. He chose a cushion in the middle rear region where the surrounding points of starlight were relatively sparse and settled onto it with ease. Although the seat was not near the front, it offered a broad view and was unlikely to be disturbed. Exactly what suited him. Shortly after all had taken their seats deep within the boundless starry sky of Dao resonance, ahead a blurry figure silently coalesced and appeared. Neither his face nor his garments could be discerned, but one could only sense an unmatched majesty, as if the primordial Heavenly Dao itself had descended, lofty, aloof, impartial, and yet present everywhere. The Dao ancestor Honghuang had arrived. Hongjuan's gaze, like formless flowing water, swept slowly across the 3,000 guests below. When it swept past Kong Xuan's entire body abruptly stiffened. In that instant he felt an indescribably vast will enshroud him, as if all his secrets, all his origins, and even the mystery of reversing time and space hidden in the deepest recesses of his primordial spirit, a mystery even he himself had not fully comprehended, would be stripped bare beneath that gaze. The weight of the entire primordial chaos seemed to press down on his heart and his primordial spirit, making it almost impossible for him to breathe and nearly freezing his thoughts. A fear and sense of insignificance born from life's instinct welled up within him. Was I discovered? Because of the Phoenix clan's karma? Or because I myself am this variable? Kong Xuan's heart churned with monstrous waves. Countless conspiracy theories and speculations about Hongjuan from later generations flashed uncontrollably through his mind, their truth impossible to discern, only adding more terror and unease. He activated the Phoenix dance Hunyuan art with all his might. The 5 elements Dao fruit turned with difficulty within his primordial spirit, resisting the formless pressure. The fingers beneath his Daoist robe curled slightly, and he held even the faintest breath, afraid of drawing more of that gaze. Yet that suffocating sensation of being watched had come abruptly, and it vanished just as cleanly. Hongjuan's gaze did not linger on him. It was as if he had casually swept past an inconsequential object before moving on to the other listeners. The pressure vanished in an instant. Kong Xuan secretly let out a long breath, and only then realized that his Daoist robe was soaked with cold sweat across a patch of his back. His heart was still trembling with lingering fear, yet his Dao heart quickly recovered its clarity as he carefully savored that glance. There was no killing intent and no disgust, either. It felt more like an appraisal. That's right. I carry the Phoenix bloodline, so by all reasoning my karma should be profound. But in my wanderings through the primordial wilderness, I have followed my own code. Not only have I committed no slaughter, I have even gained a little merit by regulating the earth veins and enlightening living beings. Moreover, Mother used a secret art to keep the golden-winged Dapeng and me from being stained by the Phoenix clan's karma. Now pure chi surrounds my body. Perhaps it is precisely this trace of merit and purity that made the Dao ancestor merely a little surprised and unwilling to probe deeper. The rumors of later ages may not be without basis, but neither are they entirely credible. Hongjuan has merged with the Dao. His thoughts and deeds can no longer be fathomed by the likes of us. Perhaps, as the rumors say, his schemes run deep. Perhaps he is truly impartial and selfless. As for the truth, only time will tell. For now, I must be cautious in word and deed and advance step by step. Kong Xuan thought silently to himself, completely suppressing the fright of moments ago. His Dao heart became calm as an ancient well once more, and even more resolute. No matter what, increasing his own strength was the fundamental means of dealing with every change. On the high platform, the Dao ancestor Honghuang made no opening remarks and directly began to expound the great Dao. His voice was not loud, yet it was like the heavenly sound of the Dao itself, ringing straight into the depths of every listener's primordial spirit. It ignored space and pointed directly to the source. Now as for the three corpses, they are the thought of good, the thought of evil, and the thought of attachment. A cultivator who wishes to attain Honghuang must first clearly discern these three thoughts. What he taught this time was none other than the supremely profound method of severing the three corpses to attain quasi-sagehood. Honghuang began with the essence of the three corpses and the methods of recognizing them, then explained in meticulous detail how to seek a congenital spiritual treasure that perfectly matched one's thoughts to serve as the vessel, the inner demon tribulations and mana bottlenecks one might encounter during the severing process, how to nourish and control the three corpses after they had been severed, and even the mystery of ultimately merging the three corpses into one to charge toward the elusive saintly realm. Every word was a pearl bearing the supreme principle. As the sermon continued, extraordinary phenomena appeared one after another within the Zixiao Palace. Golden lotuses surged out of the void, Dao patterns flowing over their petals as they drifted slowly downward. Spiritual energy coalesced into graceful, celestial maiden phantoms carrying flower baskets, scattering a rain of light suffused with Dao resonance. The heavenly sound of the great Dao transformed into countless visible mysterious runes that, as if alive, actively bored into the listener's brows and into their seas of consciousness. Everyone below the platform was immersed in the ocean of the supreme Dao. Taiching Laozi wore a faint smile, seeming to have gained something, and the clear qi around his body grew even more ethereal. Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan looked solemn and nodded continuously. Shangqing Tongtian Jiaozhu's gaze was blazing. At times he appeared suddenly enlightened, at times lost in thought. Empress Nuwa's aura of creation surged, mutually corroborating with the content of the sermon. Jane and Zhunti wore expressions in which suffering and joy were interwoven. Clearly this method had much worth borrowing for their Western path. The imperial aura of Dijuan and Tai resonated with the heavenly sound of the sermon. Mingyi Kuanping and the others also knitted their brows tightly, concentrating all their energy on comprehension. Dong Wanggong seemed to half understand and looked rather anxious. Xinyuanzi Hongyun Zhuangmu Hudu Shiha and Changxi all gained some insight, their expressions varying. Although Kong Xuan had long decided not to walk the path of severing the three corpses, but instead to attain Honghuang through the five elements laws, he deeply understood the principle that stones from other mountains can be used to polish jade. He listened with rapt attention, not daring to be distracted in the slightest, and cross-checked every word and sentence Honghuang spoke. Against the phoenix dance Honghuang art, he cultivated himself. Within the method of severing the corpses, the profound analysis of one's thoughts of good, evil, and attachment, the extreme demand for a pure Dao heart, and an unwavering will, and the exquisite techniques for applying the Dao resonance attributes of congenital spiritual treasures. All of this gave him immense inspiration and deeply stirred his heart. So that is how it is. Severing the corpses is also a process of cutting away one's own flaws, clearly perceiving one's true nature, and making the Dao heart thoroughly transparent. My five elements great Dao may not require external objects to sever the corpses, but I can still borrow the principle of this method to temper my Dao heart and purify the source of my five elements. It will make the five elements cycle more perfectly harmonious and flawless, and my will more resolute and pure, so that I can break through the bottleneck of the laws more smoothly. The five elements correspond to the five viscera. The five viscera store the five emotions. The five emotions can also be compared to the thoughts of good, evil, and attachment. Use the restraining cycle of the five elements to wash away emotional impurities. Use the generating cycle of the five elements to nourish the wisdom root of the Dao heart. Cultivating both inner and outer in this way is the true path. One insight after another flowed through Kong Xuan's heart like clear spring water. He now possessed an unprecedented clarity and grasp of the subsequent cultivation direction of the Phoenix Dance Honghuang art, especially how to push his comprehension of the five elements laws from the peak of the third level to the vital fourth level, and thus break through in one stroke to the early stage of Honghuang Golden Immortal. He even vaguely touched upon the crucial technique of completely forging the power of the five elements together with his essence, qi, and spirit into a single furnace, establishing a supreme Honghuang Dao foundation. This sermon is priceless. Once I return to the Qingshu Grotto Heaven and go into seclusion to digest what I have gained, breaking through to the Honghuang Golden Immortal Realm will naturally follow. Kong Xuan's heart was filled with confidence, and his cultivation silently and imperceptibly advanced another level. His foundation had become even more solid because of this, and the road ahead was even clearer. In this Zixiao palace, though he had not cultivated the method of severing the three corpses, he had found a grand avenue that belonged uniquely to him, one that pointed straight to Honghuang. Within the Zixiao palace, 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye to the assembled immortals who were utterly immersed in the profound mysteries of the great Dao. As Hongjun, the Dao ancestor's heavenly voice expounding the supreme truth of slaying the three corpses ceased abruptly, the vast Dao resonance that had filled the palace receded like a tide, revealing the enraptured figures below, their bodies gleaming with inner divine radiance. The divine manifestations vanished, the golden lotuses sank out of sight, and the celestial maidens disappeared. The mighty beings awakened one after another from their profound state of enlightenment. As their eyes opened and closed, sharp light flashed forth. Both their cultivation and Dao resonance had grown considerably, and their faces bore varying degrees of satisfaction and deep contemplation. Among them, Taiching Laozi was the most striking. The pure qi around him had become even more harmonious, as if he were increasingly in tune with the heavenly Dao, and there were faint signs that a boundary was about to be shattered. He seemed to have fully comprehended the crucial key to corpse severing. All that remained was to return to his dojo, enter seclusion, and attempt to sever his good corpse. His cultivation and Dao attainment had clearly surpassed everyone present. Even Yuan Shi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu appeared half a step inferior. Hongjun, the Dao ancestor, left a decree 10,000 years hence, the third sermon, and the last. Then his indistinct figure dissolved silently from the high platform like a dream or a bubble, as if it had never existed, leaving behind only an inexhaustible lingering resonance of the Dao for all to savor. We respectfully bid the Dao ancestor farewell. Whatever misgivings they harbored, all the mighty beings rose and paid reverent salutes. Afterward, the great doors of the Zixiao palace slowly opened once more, revealing the eternal chaos outside. Bearing the harvest of the supreme Dao, brooding over the future, entangled in the subtle, complicated emotions among themselves, the crowd filed out of the palace gate. The currents of chaos swirled as before, yet every mighty being was enveloped in a thin coating of Zixiao Dao resonance, temporarily warding off the erosion of chaos. On the plaza outside the palace, the atmosphere was no longer as solemn as before. It had grown livelier, seething with undercurrents. Some, like Dijuan and Tai, exchanged knowing glances, and had already formed their plans, clearly impatient to return to the heavenly court and scheme bent on mastering the path of corpse severing at all costs. Others, like Mingyi and Kuanping, wore dark and feral eyes, privately calculating where to seek innate spirit treasures suited to their own obsessions. Dong Weigong's expression was complex, joyful over the sermon's gains, yet even more troubled by the prospects of his immortal court. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun stood side by side, exchanging their insights in low voices. The female immortals, Zhuangmu, Shiha Changxi, and others, clustered together, their pure radiance mingling. Hota, the primordial, which stood alone, gazing into the chaos with deep, unfathomable eyes. Kong Xuan likewise exchanged brief pleasantries and farewells with acquaintances such as Xinyuanzi Hongyun and Zhuangmu. Fellow Taoist Jinyuan, fellow Taoist Hongyun, this discussion of the Dao has yielded great benefits. When I have free time another day, I shall visit Wuzhuangguan and impose on your hospitality. Kong Xuan cupped his hands and smiled. Xinyuanzi returned the salute and said earnestly, fellow Taoist Kong Xuan, your Dao attainment has advanced greatly, truly cause for celebration. I shall await your visit at any time. Hongyun went further, patting Kong Xuan on the shoulder and laughing heartily. Haha, well said, well said. Next time you come, you must taste the spirit fruit from my newly planted immortal roots. Kong Xuan then inclined his head to Zhuangmu. Fellow Taoist Zhuangmu, I take my leave. Zhuangmu replied coolly, fellow Taoist, go safely. Just as Kong Xuan was about to turn and leave for the primordial world, a voice, slightly hurried, yet still striving to remain calm, sounded from behind him. Fellow Taoist Kong Xuan, please stay. Kong Xuan checked his step and slowly turned around. There stood Zhunti, the unmistakable genial smile plastered on his face as he approached quickly. His senior brother Jane followed half a step behind, as silently and mournfully as ever, his expression one of long-standing suffering that betrayed neither joy nor anger. Zhunti made a Taoist salute and spoke with an air of extraordinary sincerity, tinged with somewhat overwrought admiration. Fellow Taoist Kong Xuan, greetings. In the Zixiao Palace, just now I observed the divine radiance within your spirit and the immense depth of your Dao foundation. Truly something I have rarely encountered in all my years. As the essence of the primordial 5 elements incarnate, you are one of the most brilliant talents the primordial world has ever produced. He shifted his tone, pointed toward the boundless chaos, and let his voice take on an alluring cadence. Yet, fellow Taoist, do you know that heaven and earth are vast, and the Dao has endless transformations? Although our Western lands may seem barren now, it is precisely this ultimate emptiness and stillness that has bred wondrous doctrines that transcend appearances and point directly to the source. The truths contained within, nirvana, transcendence, and ultimate bliss, are too profound to be spoken. They are exactly suited for one of your deep roots to explore the ultimate reaches of the great Tao. Zhunti stepped forward, gaze burning as he fixed it on Kong Xuan, and lowered his voice to an even more stirring whisper. My senior brother Jane and I have taken the West as our dojo, wishing to glorify it and deliver all beings from the sea of suffering. But one branch alone cannot support a great tree. Precisely now do we need a great talent like you to lend your strength. If you would condescend to come west and join us, pondering the wondrous teachings side by side and unfolding the great Tao together, we could in time achieve a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering legacy and establish boundless merit. Would that not be far superior to guarding your isolated corner? This is a grand undertaking that accords with the Heavenly Dao and yields immeasurable merit. Fellow Taoist, pray consider it carefully. This speech lowered his posture to the utmost, while painting an incomparably rosy future. If it had been someone of weak resolve or eager for shortcuts, they might well have been swayed. But as Kong Xuan heard this, the disgust rooted in his past life memories abruptly surged upward. Seeing Zhunti's supposedly sincere expression, with scheming and greed hidden deep in his eyes, Kong Xuan was so enraged that he laughed instead. A smirk of undisguised mockery and coldness curved at the corner of his mouth. His clear voice carried across the plaza like knives, drawing the eyes of the mighty beings who had yet to depart. Oh, the wondrous teachings of the West. Are you referring to those so-called supreme doctrines that profess to ferry every living being across the sea of suffering, yet have left even your own patch of land withered of spirit veins, its life dwindling, its myriad creatures languishing? He swept his gaze over Zhunti and Jane, his tone dripping with undisguised contempt. Look around the primordial world. Who does not know the West is impoverished? Resources are so scarce that even a single decent innate spirit root is hard to find, and you still dare to invite me, Kong Xuan, to cultivate side by side with you. And you even want me to devote myself to the West and help you expand it. Kong Xuan paused, then raised his voice with awe-inspiring, overbearing vigor. Truly the most absurd joke under heaven. You want me to abandon my own great Tao and go to your backwater wasteland? Have you both gone senile from closed-door cultivation, sitting there lost in delusions, wishing for farts to eat? Kong Xuan, you, how dare you? Zhunti's smile froze instantly, then flushed red, shifted to green, and finally set into a livid, gloomy mask. As a future saint of the Heavenly Dao, a destiny he had always sensed, when had he ever suffered such face-to-face vulgar humiliation, especially before so many supreme mighty beings of the primordial world? A towering fury mixed with murderous intent exploded from the depths of his heart, and the serene Buddha light around him turned restless and unsteady. Jane, whose haggard face of perpetual suffering had barely changed in 10,000 years, also flashed a hint of anger. He intoned in a low voice, mind your words, mind your words. Fellow Taoist Kong Xuan, karma of the mouth is still karma. Be cautious in speech. The atmosphere on the plaza immediately became charged and confrontational. The brothers Dijuan and Tai looked on, coldly, faint smiles of amusement at their lips, delighted to watch the two Westerners humiliated. Dong Weigong's eyes flickered, no one knowing what he was thinking. Patriarch Mingyi's blood-red pupils betrayed a flash of bloodthirsty excitement. Kuanping smiled with cold malevolence. Xinyuanzi knitted his brows in worry, while Hongyuan was so anxious he kept rubbing his hands together. Zhuangmu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Shiha and Changshi exchanged a look and saw surprise reflected in each other's eyes. Hotu the Primordial, which stood calm and simply watched without expression. Among the three pure ones, Taiching Laozi remained utterly expressionless. In Yuqing Yuanshi's eyes there was a flicker of displeasure. He felt Kong Xuan's words had gone too far. Only Shangqing Tongtian showed a glint of approval, feeling that Kong Xuan's cursing had been wonderfully satisfying. Zhunti trembled with rage, pointing at Kong Xuan, his voice shrill. Kong Xuan, this poor Taoist, mindful of your arduous cultivation, kindly invited you to seek the great Tao together. Yet you repay my goodwill with insolence, spewing vile words to defile our Western sacred land. If I do not settle this with you today, and let you witness the divine powers of the West, what face will the Western religion have left? A face. Kong Xuan smiled with arrogant pride, faint five-colored divine light shimmering around him as an aura of sweeping dominance rose unbidden. You should first grow yourself some face before you speak of face. If you want a battle, then come. Do I look like one who fears you? Good, good, good. Zhunti shouted 3 times in succession, bursting into a furious laugh. Then let it be in this very chaos that you learn how high the heavens are and how deep the earth. Before the words even faded, both figures moved simultaneously, turning into 2 streaks of light that instantly shot beyond the plaza, shrouded by the Tao resonance of Zixiao Palace, plunging into the wilder, more lawless, chaotic void beyond. Taoist Jane heaved a sigh, murmured, fated tribulation, and had no choice but to step forward and follow, covering his junior brother's back. With such a spectacle unfolding, how could anyone miss it? The great powers who had not yet departed, Sanqing Nuwa Dijuan, and Tai Mingyi Kuanping Dongwangong Xinyuanzi, and Hongyun Zhuangmu Huda Shiha, and Changshi, Each unleashed their own divine abilities, riding clouds or light, or tearing open space itself, relocating to a safe distance from which they could observe the battle watching from afar. Outside Zhixiao Palace, a clash of dragons and tigers immediately commenced. Deep within the chaos stripped of the Dao resonance's protection, the violent earth, water, fire, and wind, along with the surging chaotic currents, instantly engulfed the two combatants. Zhunti no longer held anything back. With a furious roar, brilliant golden light of 10,000 zhang exploded from his body. Behind him, a colossal golden-bodied Dharma form, 10,000 zhang tall, solemn, and majestic in bearing, manifested itself. This golden body had 18 arms, each wielding a Dharma instrument, jeweled necklaces, canopies, flower garlands, fishgut, swords, golden bows, silver halberds, divine pestles, and precious phials. Every one of them was condensed from pure vow power and the law of nirvana. Sanskrit chanting rose in waves, meditation hymns surged forth as he sought to convert this very chaos with supreme Dharma power. The immense pressure caused even some of the great powers watching from afar to slightly change color. Kong Xuan, you heretic of evil paths, behold the golden body's demon-subduing divine art. I shall ferry you to ultimate bliss in the Western paradise. Zhunti's golden body roared, its voice shaking the chaos. Simultaneously, the 18 Dharma instruments unleashed immeasurable Buddha light, merging into a golden ocean of Dharma power that swept toward Kong Xuan's position with the might of suppression, redemption, and annihilation. So fierce was its momentum that the chaotic energy for tens of thousands of li churned and boiled, as if everything were to be utterly purified. Confronting this dreadful onslaught, the spectators reacted in distinct ways. Dijuan and Tai wore solemn expressions, as if assessing the golden body's power. Patriarch Mingyi licked his lips, the bloody light in his eyes blazing stronger. Zenyuanzi gripped the earth book, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Hongyun was frantic with anxiety. Tongtian Jiaozhu, in contrast, stood with arms folded and a piercing gaze, as if searching for the flaw in this golden body divine art. Yet Kong Xuan, at the heart of the storm, showed not a trace of fear. Instead, a disdainful sneer curled across his lips, a look of unutterable contempt rooted in absolute confidence in his own great Dao. Does a grain of rice dare to display its luster? A mere golden body conjured from borrowed vow power and external paths. How dare it show off before my innate 5 elements great Dao? Today I shall teach you what it means for the 5 elements to shatter 10,000 dharmas, and what a petty trick looks like. His mind stirred, and he no longer held his aura in check. The vast Dharma power of a fully perfected great Luo golden immortal exploded outward. Behind his head, the 5-colored divine light shot into the heavens, no longer a soft protective shroud, but transformed into 5 terrifying heavenly veils that rent the cosmos and reordered earth, water, fire, and wind. Azure, yellow, crimson, black, and white. 5 shafts of divine light embodying the 5 most primal laws of heaven and earth. Having listened to the Dao at Zhixiao Palace, Kong Xuan's understanding of mutual generation and conquest among the 5 elements of creation and destruction had deepened enormously. The 5-colored divine light he now unleashed was several times, if not more, greater in power and mystery than when he had crossed the chaos. Behold, the 5-colored divine light became 5 awakened chaos gods, roaring and rampaging. Wherever they passed, chaos yielded and the laws scattered. They were no longer simple sweeping forces. They now bore the supreme might to shatter all dharmas, overturn heaven and earth, and rebuild the very order of reality, charging head-on into that golden ocean of Dharma power. There was no imagined thunderous explosion, no cataclysmic collision of laws. Before countless shocked and disbelieving eyes, a breathtaking scene unfolded. The seemingly indestructible golden body Dharma form, containing Zhunti's lifelong cultivation and the fortune of the Western religion, along with the 18 mighty Dharma weapon phantoms, upon the instant of contact with the 5-colored divine light, was like snow under the scorching sun, like a sandcastle swept by a primordial deluge. Crack! Crash! A jarring, teeth-setting sound rang out, as if the very foundations of heaven and earth were breaking apart. The 10,000 zhang golden body was instantly covered with a dense network of cracks, its dazzling light splintering and scattering like shattered glass. Then, before Zhunti's horror-stricken gaze, the golden body Dharma form he had painstakingly cultivated for countless eons, treasuring it, as his very life collapsed with a thunderous roar, bursting into countless fragments that were devoured and annihilated by the surging chaotic currents. PFF. With his golden body forcibly swept into oblivion and their souls tightly bound, Zhunti's main body recoiled, as if struck by heaven's backlash. He violently spat out a huge mouthful of golden blood laced with his primordial essence. In an instant, his aura collapsed like a deflated ball to the depths of desolation. His face was white as paper, and his eyes brimmed with extreme shock, fear, and a tinge of bewilderment. He simply could not accept that his most powerful divine art had been so fragile before Kong Xuan. Junior brother. Daoist Jane's expression changed drastically. Unable to retain his composure, he cried out in alarm. With a flicker of his form, he crossed 10,000 li of chaos in an instant, appearing before Zhunti's primordial spirit, which was on the verge of scattering. He swiftly raised a phantom image radiating faint golden light and boundless merit and auspicious signs. Though not his true body, it still possessed some of its divine mystery, barely managing to shield Zhunti's exceedingly fragile primordial spirit. At the same time, he struck out with a furious palm. In his palm, a colossal mark spun at dizzying speed, emanating terrifying light that could deliver all beings, suppress every evil, and reduce all to nirvana. Bearing a will both merciful toward the world and ruthlessly cold, it surged to meet the five-colored divine light that continued to sweep in with unabated momentum. Boom! This time, it was a true, earth-shaking, heaven-startling collision of laws. The five-colored divine light and the mark of nirvana slammed into each other with fearsome force, exploding in radiance bright enough to illuminate vast tracts of chaos. Terrifying energy shockwaves expanded in concentric rings, scouring hundreds of millions of li of chaotic currents into emptiness and oblivion. The crowd was deeply shaken, never expecting that Jane's cultivation was so profound that he could stand as an equal against Kong Xuan. Within the boundless void, the cataclysmic collision between the five-colored divine light and the imprint was akin to the destructive impact of two primordial stars. The burst of radiance instantly engulfed chaos for 10,000 li, while torrents of violent energy tore at everything, causing even space-time to ripple with distortion. The myriad mighty beings observing from afar all wore grave expressions, each stabilizing their form with their own means to withstand the dreadful aftershock. As the light gradually dispersed, the scene at the epicenter of the collision was revealed. Kong Xuan's figure swayed slightly as he drifted back half a step, the five-colored divine light swirling ceaselessly around him, dissolving all residual destructive energy. Yet his complexion was slightly pallid, making it clear that receiving Jane's wrathful strike had not been entirely effortless. As for Jane the Taoist, he let out a muffled groan. The spiritual treasure phantom beneath him rippled violently, its radiance dimming considerably. His face paled as he slid backward several zhang before regaining his balance. The gaze he fixed upon Kong Xuan was filled with unprecedented solemnity and wariness. A deadlock? No. Strictly speaking, after successively shattering Zhunti's golden body and withstanding Jane's full-force strike, Kong Xuan still managed to match Jane evenly. The strength he displayed had already subtly surpassed Jane in single combat. This scene sent shockwaves through the hearts of all onlookers. The brothers Dijuan and Tai exchanged flickering glances, re-evaluating the level of threat Kong Xuan posed. In the blood-colored eyes of Ancestor Mingyi, excitement burned even brighter, yet was tempered with heightened vigilance. The corners of Dong Wengong's mouth twitched, whether from joy or worry unknown. Zhen Yuanzi breathed a slight sigh of relief, but the earth book in his hand remained unsheathed. Han Yun nearly cried out in elation. A wondrous light shimmered in Queen Mother of the West's beautiful eyes. Shiha and Changshi exchanged glances, each seeing the astonishment in the other's gaze. Put to the ancestral, which remained calm, yet the length of time her gaze lingered on Kong Xuan had noticeably lengthened. Among the three pure ones, Taishang Laozi was serene as an ancient well, Yuqing Yuanshi expressionless. Only Shanqing Tongtian could scarcely contain the admiration spilling from his eyes, and he could not help but murmur a low praise, wonderful divine art. At that moment, sheltered by Jane's pure Dharma power, Zhunti's scattered primordial spirit painstakingly drew in the thin spiritual energy of the void, swiftly recondensing a physical body. Yet this newly condensed body was as pale as paper, its aura feeble and frail, like a candle flickering in the wind. It was diminished by no less than tenfold compared to before. Clearly his origin had suffered grave damage, and without eons of recovery would be utterly impossible. The gaze he cast upon Kong Xuan was steeped in venom, terror, and a trace of incredulous madness. Elder brother. Zhunti's voice was hoarse, laced with bone-deep hatred. This fiend's divine arts are bizarre. He must not be allowed to live. Join our strength and suppress him swiftly, lest he become a grave scourge to our western lands. Jane's countenance grew even more bitter. Did he not know well how terrifying Kong Xuan's potential was? A deep enmity had been forged this day. If allowed to grow, the consequences would be unthinkable. He drew a deep breath, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. For the sake of all beings in the West, and to protect the Dharma, I must resort to these demon-subduing means. As the words fell, the auras of the brothers Jane and Zhunti became instantly interlinked. The spiritual treasure phantom above Jane's head blazed with renewed brilliance, shedding endless light of serenity that concealed the power of forced conversion, enshrouding them both. At the same time, his hands formed seals, and his mouth intoned a Sanskrit chant. Wave after wave of golden imprints surged toward Kong Xuan like a golden tide, carrying an even denser aura of annihilation that threatened to freeze and dissolve even one's primordial spirit. Zhunti, though severely weakened, gritted his teeth and mobilized his residual Dharma power, conjuring countless golden Bodhi flowers. Their petals were razor-sharp, spinning as they sliced through the void, striking at Kong Xuan from the flanks and targeting the weak points of his protective divine light. The two sages of the West had finally cast aside all pretense, joining forces against their foe. Faced with this all-encompassing complementary Western divine art, Kong Xuan instantly felt the pressure redouble. He let out a long howl, battle intent soaring like a rainbow, utterly unafraid. The five-colored divine light behind his head erupted, yet instead of scattering to brush things away, it suddenly condensed into a remarkably solid, slowly rotating phantom of a grand five elements millstone, shielding his entire body. Upon the millstone, the five hues of azure, yellow, red, black, and white shone with ceaseless vitality, evolving into earth, water, fire, and wind that endlessly ground and decomposed the incoming imprints. At the same time, his mind raced as he pushed the great five elements escape to its utmost. His figure conjured countless afterimages within the chaos, evading the ubiquitous attacks of the Bodhi flowers. Yet Jane and Zhunti were no mediocrities. Their cooperation was seamless, and their Buddhist dharma was uniquely effective against many divine arts. How could their combined might be a mere sum of 1 + 1? The light of annihilation seeped in everywhere, ceaselessly eroding the defenses of the five elements millstone. The Bodhi flowers were vicious and cunning, though most were brushed away by the divine light or evaded occasional stragglers, sliced across Kong Xuan's protective Dao light, leaving shallow marks. While not wounding his body, they caused his qi and blood to tremble slightly, and the radiance around him flickered unsteadily. Clearly he had fallen into the disadvantage, managing only to hold on with great effort. Occasionally a lapse occurred. His Dao robe was grazed by the edge of Buddhist light, suffering tears, and a thread of pale golden blood again seeped from the corner of his mouth, marking him with minor injuries. Yet his eyes remained as sharp as an eagle's, his battle intent blazing high, showing not the slightest sign of retreat or panic. The great way of five elements operated at its peak, integrating offense and defense. Though at a disadvantage, he held his ground like an impregnable fortress, and occasional counterstrikes of divine light forced Jane and Zhunti to remain cautious. This resilience, this unyielding and awe-inspiring bearing, even in adversity, moved all who witnessed it. Dijuan and Tai continued to watch coldly from the sidelines, faint traces of mockery tugging at the corners of their mouths, as if they relished the prospect of the Western duo and Kong Xuan crippling each other. Ancestor Mingyi stirred restlessly, seemingly weighing whether to seize the opportunity to meddle. Kuenping's eyes flickered with unknown calculations. Dong Wingong's gaze was complex. Worry deepened on Zenyuanzi's face. Clutching the earth book, faint ochre light began to emanate from beneath his feet. He was already prepared to intervene recklessly in aid of his friend. Hongyan paced about frantically. At this critical moment, a cold, disdainful voice suddenly crashed through the chaotic battlefield like a thunderbolt from the nine heavens. Humph. Two shameless wretches. At Zixiao Palace you already cast aside all dignity to fight over seats. Now you gang up 2 against 1. Do you truly believe the East has no one to stand against you? Do you think the primordial world is a place where you Westerners may run rampant? Before the voice had even faded, a cyan sword light, like the very first ray of light at the dawn of creation, tore through the gray chaos. Bearing a supreme sword intent that severed karma, seized vitality, and shattered all laws, it pierced through space itself at a speed beyond thought, striking directly at the vital point of Jane's back. Where the sword light passed, even the currents of chaos were split in twain, leaving a sword scar that would not heal for ages. It was none other than Shankxing Tongtian who had made his move. His temperament was upright and fierce, hating evil as a mortal enemy. Seeing Jane and Zhunti besiege Kong Xuan so shamelessly, he could no longer suppress the rage blazing in his heart. Moreover, he had never harbored much fondness for the Western pair. Now seeing a talent like Kong Xuan surrounded his sense of righteousness, and his protective determination regarding the very notion of the East surged forth with irresistible force. Xingping's sword. Daoist Jie Yin's soul nearly fled in terror. He knew well the horror of Shankxing Tongtian's sword path. Though only one strike had been unleashed, the Qingping sword was itself a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure of infinite power, imbued with Tongtian's indestructible sword Dao will. Sensing the deathly threat behind him, Jie Yin forgot all about attacking Kong Xuan. With a strange cry, he poured his power into a phantom of his spirit treasure to shield his body and shot sideways in frantic retreat, like a startled rabbit temporarily abandoning even Zhunti. Screech. The sword light grazed Jie Yin's Daoist robe, tearing a massive gash through the pervading radiance of annihilation. Though not a direct hit, the icy sword intent invaded his body, churning his qi and blood so violently that he nearly spat blood. For the first time, fear appeared on his face. With a single strike, Tongtian forced Jie Yin back. Sword in hand, he stood with green robes fluttering, his lightning-like gaze sweeping over the disheveled Western pair as he coldly demanded, "Do you still want to fight?" The pressure on Kong Xuan vanished instantly. Seeing Tongtian intervene for his sake, warmth and gratitude surged in his heart. He knew Tongtian's temperament well. This was genuine righteousness, not some hidden motive. At the same time, he calmed down at once, realizing this was by no means the moment to fight the two Westerners to the death. The great trend of Heaven's Dao was still unclear. Although Dao ancestor Honghuang had merged with the Dao, he would never stand idly by while a sage-level deathmatch unfolded outside Zhixiao Palace. Knowing when to stop, Kong Xuan retracted his five-colored divine light, which condensed into a halo behind his head. He coldly watched the shaken Jie and the venomous Zhunti, who no longer dared to move. Yet he made no move to strike at Zhunti's fragile physical body. Zhunti's newly condensed body trembled beneath Tongtian's sword intent, while Jie expression turned utterly awful, like a man who had swallowed a dead fly. He took several deep breaths, forcing down his churning qi and fury. He knew that with Tongtian stepping in, nothing more could be accomplished today. He shot Kong Xuan a vicious glare, his eyes filled with warning and resentment. Then, glancing warily at Tongtian standing with his sword, he said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Tongtian, this matter is karmic karma between our western side and fellow Taoist Kong Xuan. Why must you force your way in and create needless enmity?" Tongtian let out a disdainful snort and twirled the Qingping sword into a flourish. With overbearing arrogance, he declared, "I couldn't stand it, so I intervened. I do as I please. Why should I explain to you? What will you do about it? If you're dissatisfied, just name your terms, and I'll take on everything." His tone was unyielding, showing not the slightest regard for the two Western sages. Jie was choked, speechless, his face shifting between pale and livid. He knew well that the three pure ones were bound together. If he truly provoked Tongtian, Taiqing and Yuqing would not sit idly by either. If the three pure ones joined forces, the two Westerners would certainly suffer. This anger had to be swallowed. Suppressing his humiliation, he intoned in a low voice, "Very well. Since that is so, the West will remember this day. Junior brother, let's go." With that, he grabbed Zhunti, whose face was full of reluctance and whose eyes were so venomous they nearly dripped blood, and the two turned into hurried streams of golden light, fleeing in sorry disarray deep into the chaos until they vanished. The storm finally subsided, all because of Tongtian's forceful intervention. Only then did Kong Xuan fully relax. Straightening his slightly damaged Taoist robe, he flew before Tongtian and bowed deeply with great solemnity, saying with heartfelt sincerity, "Fellow Taoist Tongtian, thank you for your righteous aid. Kong Xuan will never forget your immense help. My gratitude knows no bounds." Had Tongtian not come, he might not have died today, but he would certainly have paid a far heavier price, perhaps even harmed his very origin. Seeing this, Tongtian quickly stepped forward to raise Kong Xuan up and laughed heartily. "Ha! Fellow Taoist Kong Xuan, there is no need for such formality. I have long found those two insufferable. Always delivering this one and converting that one, as if all the talents of the primordial wilderness ought to belong to their western land. Utterly tiresome. Today you cursed them magnificently, and fought even more so. Fighting two alone, you did not fall behind against Western secret arts. And that final 5 elements divine light was so mysteriously profound that it opened my eyes. Admirable. Admirable." His nature was frank and open, and he made no attempt to conceal his appreciation for Kong Xuan. Seeing Tongtian so bold and straightforward, Kong Xuan's favorable impression of him grew even stronger. Recalling the later legends that sect Lord Tongtian, because of his upright nature and doctrine of teaching all without discrimination, ultimately suffered the tragic fate of having his lineage destroyed and himself sealed away during the investiture of the god's tribulation, Kong Xuan could not help but feel regret, admiration, and a strong desire to befriend him. A man like this should not come to such an end. His mind raced. How could he miss such an opportunity? At once he sincerely invited, "Fellow Taoist Tongtian, you flatter me. Your sword Dao is transcendent. That single stroke just now was what truly turned the chaos formless and pale. Having attended the Dao lectures at Zhixiao Palace, we both gained much, and now we need quiet meditation to comprehend it all. If you do not disdain my crude mountain cave, why not come to my Qingshu Grotto heaven at Wanwu Mountain? There we can sip tea and discuss the Dao, test our insights against one another, and speak freely of the great Dao of heaven and earth. Would that not be far more meaningful than hurrying away?" Hearing this, Tongtian's eyes brightened at once. He had always delighted in exchanging Taoist teachings and despised empty etiquette. Kong Xuan's cultivation was profound, his temperament was to Tongtian's liking, and his 5 elements great Dao was uniquely ingenious and exquisitely subtle. To converse with him in Dao would certainly spark the fire of wisdom and greatly benefit Tongtian's own sword path and understanding of the great Dao. Moreover, the more he looked at Kong Xuan, the more agreeable he seemed. A man truly worth befriending. Excellent. Splendid. Tongtian clapped his hands and laughed. "I have long heard that Wanwu Mountain is one of the foremost grotto heavens of the primordial wilderness, a land of concentrated divine splendor. Today, thanks to you, I shall go and see it. To discuss the Dao with a man like you is the greatest joy of my life. How could I possibly disdain it?" With that, Tong Tian turned and made a cupped fist salute to Taiching Laozi and Yuqing Yuanshi, who had not yet left. Elder brother, second brother, I wish to accompany fellow Taoist Kong Xuan to his dojo and discuss the Tao, comparing what we have gained. I will return to Kunlun Mountain later to share it with you. Taiching Laozi's gaze was calm as it swept over Kong Xuan and Tong Tian. He nodded faintly and raised no objection. Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan, however, frowned slightly, as if he felt Tong Tian's closeness to a wet-born egg-hatched creature like Kong Xuan was beneath their status. But seeing Tong Tian's high spirits and Taiching's agreement, he said no more. He only nodded coolly and said go early and return early. His tone carried a barely perceptible aloofness. The two brothers then transformed into hazy streams of pure immortal light and departed, directly returning to Kunlun Mountain. Seeing that the excitement had completely ended, the others also turned into streaks of multicolored light, vanished into the chaos, and returned to their respective dojos in the primordial wilderness, there to digest what they had learned from the lectures and prepare to go into seclusion, striving for the coveted quasi-sage realm. Before departing, Dijuan and Tai cast a deep glance at Kong Xuan. Mingyi Kunping and the others also had flickering expressions. Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yun stepped forward to exchange a few pleasantries with Kong Xuan, and Tong Tian agreed to meet again another day, and then took their leave. Shi Wangmu, Shihe Changshi, and the others departed one after another as well. Hutu the Ancestral, which took one last look at the chaos, then stepped forward and merged into the void, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, only Kong Xuan and Tong Tian remained outside Zhixiao Palace. Fellow Taoist Tong Tian, after you. Fellow Taoist Kong Xuan, after you. The two exchanged smiles, their spirits perfectly in tune. Kong Xuan's five-colored divine light swirled around him, enveloping his body, while azure sword lotuses bloomed beneath Tong Tian's feet, bearing up his Taoist form. Then a resplendent five-colored stream of light and an incomparably sharp azure sword rainbow merged into one, like a divine dragon woven of rainbow silk and a blue sword edge, tearing through layer upon layer of chaotic currents. Orienting itself, it raced away toward the primordial wilderness, toward Qingshu Grotto Heaven on Wangwu Mountain. This storm in the chaos had come to a temporary end, but the profound friendship and karmic bonds formed between these two figures, both destined to stir the winds and clouds of the primordial wilderness, were like a boulder hurled into the river of fate. The ripples they raised would profoundly influence the future shape of the primordial wilderness. A discourse concerning the great Tao friendship and the choices of the future was about to unfold in Qingshu Grotto Heaven. Having traversed the formless chaos and crossed the boundless void, two world-shaking rainbow lights, one shimmering with five colors, the other bearing a sword aura that pierced the heavens, finally tore through the fetal membrane of the primeval world. Descending from the nine firmaments, they shot straight toward Wangwu Mountain, a mountain of concentrated spiritual essence and towering majesty. Fellow Taoist Tong Tian, ahead lies my Qingshu cave heaven. Pray savor its splendor. Kong Xuan reigned in his cloud and pointed to the mountains below, veiled in swirling immortal mist, their spirit veins winding like dragons, then smiled at Tong Tian beside him. Tong Tian focused his gaze and saw the main peak of Wangwu Mountain looming in majestic height, like a colossal pillar propping up the heavens, while the surrounding peaks stood guard as if in courtly reverence. Ancient trees scraped the sky, spirit springs and flying waterfalls cascaded, exotic flowers and rare herbs covered the ground, and precious birds and mystical beasts appeared and vanished among them. Even more remarkable was the way the mountain's spiritual energy flowed in hidden accord with the marvelous rotation of the five elements, generating endlessly, cycling without cease, thereby forming a vast natural spirit gathering formation. The spiritual energy here was so much denser than the outside world that it nearly turned liquid. With every breath, one could feel one's cultivation subtly advance. What a splendid cave heaven and blessed land! Tong Tian could not help exclaiming in admiration. His gaze was as piercing as a torch, and he discerned at once the extraordinary nature of this place. The spiritual energy is abundant and incomparably pure. The five elements are in harmony. Tao resonance is heaven-made. Yet more precious, the momentum of this whole realm is integrally one, faintly bearing the prototype of a self-contained little world. Fellow Taoist Kong Xuan, to have found such a treasure as your Tao sanctuary, your fortune and affinity are profound indeed. These were no empty pleasantries. Although Kunlun Mountain was one of the primeval world's ancestral veins, the three pure ones dwelt there together, their chi interweaving. It was not as pure and tranquil as this Qingshu cave heaven, which was far better suited for solitary meditation and enlightenment. Kong Xuan smiled softly, a hint of complacency in his heart, and extended his hand in invitation. You flatter me, fellow Taoist. Please follow me. He formed hand seals with both hands and muttered incantations under his breath. The void ahead rippled like water, and an entrance radiating five-colored brilliance slowly emerged. Innate spiritual energy of extreme concentration rushed out from it, instantly refreshing the spirit. Five elements runes swirled around the cave mouth, forming a formidable prohibition. What exquisitely subtle five elements prohibition. Tong Tian praised it once more. Though he was not an expert in the five elements, his discerning eye recognized that this prohibition was not only astonishingly defensive, but also possessed manifold functions of gathering spiritual energy, manifesting illusions, and launching counterattacks, all intertwined with the spiritual veins of the entire Honghuang mountain. Unless its master permitted, even a Deluo golden immortal forcing an entry might not come out the victor. The two stepped through the entrance one after the other. The scene before them opened up with radiant clarity, as if they had entered an entirely different world. The sky was pure five-colored clouds and haze, and the ground was paved with spiritual soil of five hues. Mountains, rivers, forests, and even the spirit birds wheeling through the air all subtly corresponded to the five elements, yet coexisted in harmony, manifesting the mysterious principles of mutual generation and restraint. At the center lay a lake, half of its waters blazing hot, like magma, half bitingly cold like dark ice, the very image of water and fire in mutual harmony. On an isle at the lake's heart stood several elegant bamboo cottages, the place where Kong Xuan practiced his quiet cultivation. The master has returned. Two crisp childlike voices rang out. It was Kai Yun and Cai Xiao who, sensing the cave heaven had opened, hurriedly flew over from the medicine garden and bowed respectfully to Kong Xuan. Seeing Tong Tian standing shoulder to shoulder with their master, his aura sharp and imposing, they knew, though they did not recognize him, that he was a personage of considerable stature, and they hastily bowed to him as well. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Kong Xuan waved his hand and said to the two acolytes, "This is fellow Taoist Tong Tian of Shangqing from Kunlun Mountain, my honored guest. Go fetch the finest five elements spirit fruits to receive him." "Yes, master." The two acolytes bowed and withdrew. Before long they returned with a jade platter bearing several kinds of spirit fruits. There were fruits shaped like agate scarlet as fire, exuding dense fire element essence. Fire spirit fruits, fruits like emeralds, verdant and lush with life. Wood spirit fruits, fruits like congealed yellow jade, heavy and steady. Earth spirit fruits, fruits like white gold, their keen aura faintly discernible. Metal spirit fruits, and fruits like black pearls wreathed in aqueous mist. Water spirit fruits. All were born by a spiritual root within the cave heaven, nourished by the five elements spirit pearl and the five needle pine, and imbued with pure innate five elements qi. Of no small benefit even to a Deluo golden immortal. Fellow Taoist Tong Tian, do taste this specialty of my cave heaven. Though it cannot rival the immortal delicacies of Kunlun, it has a unique flavor of its own. Kong Xuan laughed. Tong Tian did not stand on ceremony. He took a metal spirit fruit and put it in his mouth, feeling an incomparably pure gung metal qi dissolve and spread, nourishing his viscera and subtly stirring the immortal slaying sword intent within him, refining it a trace more condensed. He could not help praising an excellent fruit. It contains primordial metal qi and is of great benefit to a sword cultivator like me. Fellow Taoist, your cave heaven is truly a treasure land. The two sat down on stone stools before the bamboo cottage at the lake's heart, savoring spirit tea and fruits, as they admired the beautiful spectacle of five elements evolution within the cave heaven. At first they shared anecdotes of the primeval age and reports from the chaos, but soon the conversation turned naturally to the cultivation of the great Dao. Tong Tian, by nature straightforward, spoke first. Fellow Taoist Kong Xuan, after 1,000 years of listening to the Dao in the Zixiao Palace, I have gained some modest comprehension of the sword path and the formation path. I have been desiring to find a person to verify them with. Today let me first cast a brick to attract jade. Please offer your appraisal, fellow Taoist. Kong Xuan replied gravely. Please speak, fellow Taoist. Kong Xuan listens with the utmost respect. He knew well that Tong Tian was of the orthodox lineage of Pangu, and that his sword path and formation path were unparalleled in the primeval world. To receive his exposition was an immense blessing. Tong Tian nodded and began to expound his own Dao. He spoke first of the sword. In my view, the sword is not merely an instrument of slaughter, it is a vehicle of the Tao, an extension of the self. His gaze sharp as a blade, invisible sword qi radiated from Tong Tian's body, agitating the metal qi of the cave heaven into joyful dance. The ultimate of the sword path lies in a single mind. Where the mind points, the sword follows. Sever illusion, intercept a thread of life from heaven. Whether divine arts, spells, formations, prohibitions, or even the laws of heaven, all can be broken by a single sword. He brought his fingers together like a sword and casually traced a line in the air. A fine but supremely condensed cyan sword qi shot out, not striking anything, but hovering in space. Yet the meaning it emanated seemed capable of severing causality and annihilating myriad techniques, making Kong Xuan feel a faint prickle on his skin. This is the heaven-intercepting sword intent, derived from intercepting a thread of life from the Heavenly Dao. Once the sword is drawn, there is no regret, only an unyielding advance. Tong Tian then explained his sword path philosophy in detail, from the fundamental condensation of sword qi and cultivation of sword intent to the profound arts of directing the sword with the heart, the union of man and sword, and finally the ultimate pursuit of the realm of no sword, in which everything in heaven and earth may become a sword, and one's very self is the keenest blade. Throughout he unreservedly demonstrated and explained one by one the many sword path divine powers and sword techniques he had comprehended from the fragments of the jade disk of creation. Although Kong Xuan did not cultivate the sword path, the great Tao runs through all things. Tongtian's sword philosophy, pure to the extreme, its edge fully unsheathed, and that will dissever all fetters and pursue absolute freedom, shook him to the core. In particular, the sections on condensing the will and the true meaning of breaking technique struck a profound resonance with the arcana of his own 5 elements Tao, the sharpness of metal, the explosiveness of fire, and the mystery of reversing the 5 elements to shatter all arts. They inspired in him far more and subtler ideas for the application of his own divine powers. Then Tongtian began to discuss the formation path. A formation is a divine art that borrows the power of heaven and earth, unfolds the wonder of the heavenly circuit, and transforms the finite into the infinite. Tongtian's passion for formations seemed even greater than for the sword. I observed the revolutions of the stars of heaven and traced the currents of spiritual energy in the earth's veins, and thereby comprehended a formation named Immortal Slayer. He did not directly teach the method of deploying the immortal slaying sword formation. That was his ultimate trump card. But he expounded its concepts of construction, rune formation, energy guidance, and the subtle transformations of the gate of life and gate of death in a profoundly accessible manner. He even went further, using his own understanding of formations to deduce the operating principles and critical vulnerabilities of many renowned primeval formations, such as the Zhou Tian star formation and the 12 capital god Sha formation. His insights were so deep, his reasoning so ingeniously unorthodox that Kong Xuan could only marvel. Kong Xuan, who had once during his travels chanced upon a portion of the formation heritage of an ancient star lord, the star formation master, already possessed a solid foundation in formations. Now, listening to Tongtian's exposition, many places that had been obscure and impenetrable, where he knew the how but not the why, suddenly dawned in radiant clarity. It was as if a gate to a whole new world had been flung open, an open road stretching before his eyes. He felt the formation runes in his primordial spirit combine, deduce, and sublimate at an unprecedented speed, and his formation path cultivation broke through and advanced at a breathtaking pace. Many formations he had once been unable to set up or understand now assumed clear structures in his mind. And so Tongtian lectured for 500 years. Throughout, Kong Xuan listened with rapt attention, now frowning in thought, now a smile blooming on his face. The Tao resonance around his body unconsciously undulated with Tongtian's discourse, merging with the cave heaven's 5 elements and evolving all manner of strange phenomena. Clearly his gains had been immense. When Tongtian finished speaking and took a sip of the 5 elements spirit tea that Kaiyun had brewed anew, Kong Xuan rose and solemnly bowed to him. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, you are peerless in both sword arrays and Tao arts, with a command of the mystic profundities of the way. Today's discourse has benefited me greatly and opened my eyes. This sentiment I will keep engraved in my heart. Tongtian hastily helped him up, smiling. Fellow Taoist, why be so polite? Exchanging discussions on the Tao is precisely a joy for those who walk this path. I observe the stirring of your aura. You must have gained greatly, and I am glad as well. Now please share your discourse on the mysterious 5 elements great Tao. I have long been itching with anticipation. Kong Xuan nodded with a smile, sat down again, and his expression turned solemn. He did not immediately begin explaining specific 5 elements divine powers. Instead, he first spoke from his own understanding of the 5 elements laws, describing how the 5 elements serve as the foundation of heaven and earth, generate and overcome one another, evolve all things, and balance the cosmos. He spoke of wood's vitality, how it nourishes all things and represents growth and breakthrough, of fire civilization, how it brings light, heat, and transformation, for its violence and destruction are also the beginning of rebirth, of earth's profundity, how it bears and nurtures the mother of all things, of metal's sharpness, how it governs warfare and transformation and likewise stands for order and rules, of water's vastness, how it moistens and embraces the source of life. He then discussed the subtle connections between the 5 elements and time and space, causality and destiny, and unfolded in measured words his own insights into how he used the 5 elements way to temper his body, condense his primordial spirit, and purify his magical power. He even unreservedly displayed and explained the principles of his newly created divine powers, the 5 elements great escape, the 5 elements cosmic canopy, the 5 elements law-breaking sword finger, and others. Tongtian listened as if entranced. Being transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, he was innately close to the great Tao. Although he primarily cultivated the sword formation path, his understanding of the ultimate principles of heaven and earth was already extremely profound. The 5 elements great Tao that Kong Xuan expounded was systematic and profound, and in many places it corroborated Tongtian's own path, refining his comprehension of heaven and earth structure. He felt the great Dao before him broaden even further. Thus another 500 years passed, and Kong Xuan's discourse on the 5 elements way drew near its end. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to speak of some deeper considerations. His gaze turned to Tongtian, and his tone became exceptionally solemn. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, the method of slaying the 3 corpses transmitted by Dao ancestor Hongjun is orthodox and quick to bear fruit, but it has many restrictions and relies on external things, innate spiritual treasures. Moreover, according to my deductions, attaining quasi-sage through this method leaves the future path, likely with a ceiling, to go further and attain the imperishable Honghuang sage realm through countless culpas. Difficult, 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 difficult. He paused then continued. My Phoenix clan's heritage comes down from antiquity. Although its foundation has been greatly damaged by the great tribulations, its core inheritance remains. It records that the quasi-sage realm is also called Honghuang Golden Immortal. Yet Honghuang Golden Immortal is not the end. Above it lie Honghuang Deluo Golden Immortal equivalent to the Heavenly Dao Sage realm, then Honghuang Taiji Golden Immortal, then Honghuang Wuji Golden Immortal, and finally the elusive, unfathomable Great Dao Realm. At these words, Tongtian's pupils contracted sharply, and for the first time an expression of extreme shock appeared on his face. As the orthodox inheritor of Pangu, he naturally had a vague awareness that the Luo Golden Immortal was not the final destination, and that the road to Honghuang was not the sole path transmitted by Hongjun. He had even sensed the realm of Honghuang Deluo Golden Immortal, but he knew little about the realms beyond it, and lacked systematic feasible methods of cultivation and breakthrough. Hearing Kong Xuan speak so plainly now was like a window being opened for him to a higher, vaster world. Honghuang Golden Immortal, Honghuang Deluo, Taiji, Wuji, Great Dao. Tongtian murmured to himself, his eyes growing brighter and brighter in unprecedented thirst and fighting spirit rising from the depths of his heart. He had once thought the peak of quasi-sage, or even sainthood, was the end of the path. Now he knew there were heavens beyond heaven. Kong Xuan watched Tongtian's reaction and thought to himself, just as I expected. The 3 pure ones were transformations of Pangu's primordial spirit. Their origins, blessings, and heritage far surpassed his own, so they could hardly be wholly ignorant of these higher realms. They simply lacked a concrete, inherited method that started from Honghuang Golden Immortal and advanced step by step. The slaying the 3 corpses method passed down by Hongjun looked more like a quick pre-planned shortcut, or rather a path of restriction. Tongtian suddenly raised his head and stared at Kong Xuan with blazing eyes. Fellow Taoist Kong Xuan, since you know this path, could it be? The path you intend to walk is the Honghuang Golden Immortal path, rather than slaying the 3 corpses. Exactly. Kong Xuan admitted openly, his gaze firm. My origin is the innate 5 elements, and it is precisely through these laws that I shall attain the Dao of Honghuang. This path is difficult, requiring profound understanding of the laws and thorns at every step, yet its foundation is deep, its potential endless, and with no future constraints one may look toward even higher realms. My Dao lies in 5 elements Honghuang. Hearing this, Tongtian sank into deep thought. He recalled his own path, the sword path. Was it not the pursuit of ultimate sharpness and freedom? And the formation path? Was it not the pursuit of control and evolution? If he took the road of slaying the 3 corpses, he could indeed gain great power quickly, but would his future truly be restricted? Could he still preserve that purity of the sword path, which cuts through everything? He had always been proud and unwilling to be bound. Now awakened by Kong Xuan, he suddenly felt that the 3 corpses method might not be his best choice. He continuously asked Kong Xuan for details about the Honghuang Golden Immortal path, how to temper the Dao foundation with laws, how to break through realm bottlenecks, and the correspondences and differences between each stage of Honghuang Golden Immortal and Quasi-Sage. Kong Xuan watched the flickering light in Tongtian's eyes and thought of how Tongtian had once been willing to offend the 2 sages of the West, acting out of righteousness to save him from a difficult situation and plant a good karmic seed. He also recalled from his past life memories how Tongtian, because of his forthright nature and his way of teaching all without discrimination, had been besieged by 4 sages during the God-sealing tribulation. In the end, the Jie sect was destroyed, 10,000 immortals were slain, and Tongtian himself was confined by the Dao ancestor in Zixiao Palace. A tragic ending. A hero such as this, the orthodox heir of Pangu. How could he deserve such a fate? In his heart, Kong Xuan had already made his decision. In the primordial world, the tide of fate is overwhelming. A single tree cannot hold it back. If he could befriend an ally such as Tongtian, supporting each other, perhaps they could gain a little more certainty amid the surging tribulation, seizing a thread of life for himself and for this admirable fellow Taoist. With this thought, Kong Xuan's expression became incomparably solemn. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, that day outside Zixiao Palace you acted righteously to rescue me, and I, Kong Xuan, have never forgotten that kindness. Today's Dao discourse has brought me even greater gains. Since you are interested in the Honghuang Golden Immortal path, I am willing to impart to you, without reservation, the Phoenix clan heritage. The methods of attaining Honghuang Golden Immortal through laws along with the cultivation and breakthrough techniques from its early stage to its peak, to repay your aid and fulfill the bond of our Tao discourse. Hearing this, Tongtian's entire body trembled violently, and he looked at Kong Xuan in disbelief. This was a supreme method pointing straight to Honghuang de Luo and even higher realms. Its value was incalculable. Even master and disciple or closest kin might not lightly impart such a thing, and yet Kong Xuan was willing to teach it all. Fellow Taoist, are these words truly spoken? Tongtian's voice had grown a bit dry. There is not a single false word. Kong Xuan was decisive and did not hesitate any longer. He directly used divine thought transmission to pass to Tongtian, without any reservation, the core essence, key, essentials, and cautions of Honghuang Golden Immortal cultivation from the Phoenix Dance Honghuang art, along with the many insights he had gained through his own practice. Naturally, he adjusted the core portions concerning the Phoenix origin, turning them into a universal method of attaining the Tao through laws, but the essence was fully preserved. The volume of information was immeasurable. Even with Tongtian's deep foundation, he spent several days merely completing the initial reception. He closed his eyes to digest it, his expression shifting from sudden comprehension to joy to solemn gravity. After a long while, Tongtian abruptly opened his eyes, brilliant light shooting from them. A purer and keener sword, intense soared into the heavens, causing the metallic chi of the grotto heaven to resound in a long cry. He had already seen his own path ahead. My Tao is achieved. Tongtian rose to his full height and bowed deeply to Kong Xuan with incomparable solemnity. Fellow Taoist Kong Xuan, the grace of imparting the Tao is like granting me a second life. Tongtian will never forget it for all ages. This method has not only shown me the way forward, but has also let me know that my sword Tao can point straight to Honghuang. I shall take the great Tao of the sword as my main path, supplemented by the formation Tao, and walk this Honghuang Golden Immortal road. Its higher ceiling truly accords with my intention of seizing a thread of vitality from fate. His heart searched. The faint thought he had once held toward the three corpses method, while listening to the Tao, was now utterly dispelled. With this method of Honghuang Golden Immortal cultivation, he was confident that by virtue of his own origins and comprehension, his future accomplishments would never be confined to the mere rank of quasi-sage. He even carried the ambition to assail the sage realm through his own strength. Kong Xuan quickly helped Tongtian up and laughed. Fellow Taoist, you speak too seriously. This is the destiny between us, and it is also due to your own spiritual roots. Tongtian shook his head, however, and said earnestly, this kindness is no small matter. In the future, if you ever have a need, so long as it does not violate my conscience, I Tongtian will never refuse. From then on, the relationship between the two advanced even further. They were no longer ordinary acquaintances of Tao discourse. They could be called bosom friends, fellow Taoists, and even shared a half-master bond. That discourse had lasted nearly 3,000 years. Kong Xuan's gains were likewise immeasurable. Not only did his formation Tao cultivation advance by leaps and bounds because of Tongtian's explanations reaching the stage of minor mastery, but through analogy, he also gained a deeper understanding of the operations of the five elements, laws, and the application of divine powers. Although he did not directly break through to Honghuang Golden Immortal, his consummate de Luo Golden Immortal cultivation became more condensed and solid. His Tao foundation thickened by several degrees, and he was not far from the final step. When the 3,000-year term ended, Tongtian, though still reluctant, knew he had to return to Kunlun Mountain to share what he had gained with his elder brothers. Mainly the existence of the Honghuang Golden Immortal path. He would not lightly transmit the specific methods without Kong Xuan's permission, and begin preparing to change his path and consolidate his foundation anew. Fellow Taoist Kong Xuan, this Tao discourse has brought gains far beyond my expectations. I am endlessly grateful. When I have leisure another day, I shall certainly visit and trouble you again. Tongtian clasped his hands in farewell. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, you may come at any time. The gate of the Qingshu Grotto Heaven will forever be open to you. Kong Xuan solemnly returned the salute. Tongtian said no more, transformed into a streak of azure swordlight, broke through the Grotto Heaven's prohibitions, and flew straight toward Kunlun Mountain. After seeing Tongtian off, Kong Xuan stood on the islet at the lake's center and gazed at the water that had returned to calm, yet waves surged in his heart. Whether forging such a deep friendship with Tongtian and transmitting the Honghuang method would prove a blessing or a calamity was still unknown. But since he had already made his choice, he would not regret it. He drew a deep breath and his gaze became resolute again. Next, it is time to enter seclusion. The gains from Hongjuan's second Tao lecture and the harvest from my discourse with Tongtian must be digested as soon as possible. Honghuang Golden Immortal Realm. I am coming. He turned, walked into the depths of the bamboo cottage, activated the innermost restrictions of the Grotto Heaven, and formally entered closed-door cultivation. The Qingshu Grotto Heaven was once again shrouded in a profound Tao resonance, and the spiritual light of the five elements awaiting the moment when its master would break out of seclusion and astonish the primordial world. After bidding farewell to Shangqing Tongtian, the Qingshu Grotto Heaven returned to its former tranquility. Outside the bamboo hermitage at the lake's heart, the five elements' spiritual energy still surged with the regularity of the tides, mirroring the ever-shifting five-colored clouds in the sky. Yet the heart of the Grotto Heaven's master Kong Xuan was calmer and more focused than at any moment before. He knew full well that this coming seclusion would be the final and most critical period of consolidation before he could set foot in the realm of the Honghuang Golden Immortal. Stepping into the meditation chamber at the deepest recess of the bamboo hermitage, he waved his hand and cast down layer upon layer of prohibitions. Not only did he activate the five elements' grand array at the core of the Grotto Heaven, but he also wove into it the insights into formation Dao he had gained from Tongtian, making the defenses all the more impenetrable, utterly sealing off inside from outside, and ensuring that no one could disturb him. Kong Xuan sat cross-legged upon a void cushion. Rather than assailing the next realm at once, he first submerged his mind into the depths of his primordial spirit and began systematically combing through the vast harvest gained from his journey to Zixiao Palace and his Dao discussions with fellow Daoist Tongtian. First and foremost was the art of formation sword bequeathed by Tongtian. The grand and sweeping vision Tongtian had displayed while expounding the formation Dao, his bizarre and ingenious lines of thought, and the exquisite techniques he employed to wield the power of heaven and earth. All of it unfurled before Kong Xuan like a magnificent scroll painting of unprecedented splendor. He closed his eyes and steadied his mind. Countless formation runes lit up like stars within his sea of consciousness, linking and combining with one another, deducing and evolving. From the most fundamental spirit-gathering arrays and illusion arrays, to complex killing arrays, trapping arrays, and even composite grand arrays touching upon time and space, he re-examined, optimized, and even innovated upon them all through the lens of Tongtian's teachings. Fellow Daoist Tongtian wields formations with a sword-hearted mindset, and so his formations are relentlessly sharp, unrivaled in offensive power. I, however, take the five elements Dao as my foundation, and must make equilibrium, evolution, and ceaseless regeneration my core. Kong Xuan's thoughts flashed like lightning as he fused the quintessence of Tongtian's formation Dao with his own five elements roots in perfect unity. Composite formations that had once been difficult to stabilize because of the complex mutual generation and restraint among the five elements now became smooth, harmonious, and twice as formidable in his hands. He even began attempting to use the five element spirit pearls as array eyes, deducing deeper evolutions of his unique primordial five elements grand array, and vaguely touched upon the threshold of deriving a genuine five elements world through formations. Once his formation Dao insights were initially consolidated, he stirred his mind, and the phantom of a jade slip bearing the legacy of the ancient star, sovereign Saint Zhunti, surfaced within his primordial spirit. That legacy had always been vast and profound, containing the mysteries of the revolutions of the heavenly stars. Many of its formerly obscure passages suddenly opened up like clouds parting after he received the key of guidance from Tongtian, a grandmaster of formation Dao. Star power and five elements spiritual energy differ in nature, yet their formation foundations share the same root. Kong Xuan devoured the essence of Saint Zhunti's legacy with unquenchable thirst, cross-referencing it against his own five elements formation Dao, and letting the two complement each other. For a time, the meditation chamber was graced by projections of the heavenly stars dotted with twinkling starlight. At other moments, it evolved into a world of cyclically revolving five elements, dazzling and uncanny. His formation Dao cultivation was ascending at an unprecedented pace toward an entirely new realm. Measured by the standards of the primordial wilderness, he had already firmly stepped into the Deluo level and even caught a glimpse of the shadow of the quasi-sage. After completing the assimilation of formation Dao, Kong Xuan did not pause. He turned instead to the most central and most delicate task of this seclusion, digesting the method of attaining the Dao by severing the three corpses bequeathed by Patriarch Honghuang. What Honghuang had expounded was the orthodox great Dao that points directly to the Honghuang Golden Immortal Quasi-Sage, abstruse in the extreme, imbued with the ultimate principles of the Heavenly Dao. Though Kong Xuan was resolved to walk the Honghuang path of enlightenment through the five elements laws, he would never be so arrogant as to deem Patriarch Honghuang's method utterly worthless. On the contrary, he meant to approach it with a critical, inheriting attitude, discarding the dross, and keeping the essential, transforming the Dao ancestor's method into nourishment for his own path. He carefully savored every detail the Dao ancestor had spoken, dissecting the true nature of the three corpses severing method. Severing the corpse is in essence a process of cutting away one's own obsessions, perceiving one's original nature clearly, and rendering the Dao heart transparent and the will pure. Its forging of the heart-mind and its deepening of one's cognition of the self indeed possess unique merits. Kong Xuan apprehended that the portion of this method dealing with identifying good and evil obsessions and purifying the Dao heart and will was precisely the essence he needed. However, to rely on specific innate spiritual treasures to lodge one's thoughts is to fall to a lower grade. Not only does it shackle future potential, but it also easily falls under the influence of the treasure's own Dao rhythm, losing purity. Kong Xuan's gaze burned like a torch as he discerned the critical juncture. My path to the Honghuang Golden Immortal is rooted in my own comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, condensing the Honghuang Dao fruit, relying on nothing external, forming a world of my own. The core principle of severing thoughts and illuminating the heart within this corpse-severing method can indeed be borrowed to assist me in tempering my Dao heart, so that my comprehension and application of the 5 elements laws align more closely with my original heart, perfect and unobstructed. With this thought, he activated the Phoenix dance of Honghuang art, and began attempting to strip away the outer shell of reliance on spiritual treasures from the essence of severing thoughts and illuminating the heart, extract its marrow, and fuse it into his own cultivation system of the 5 elements great Dao. This was an exceedingly fine and perilous process. Only with absolute confidence in one's own Dao and a profound understanding of the Dao ancestors' method could one take the essence and cast away the dross. Time flowed slowly by in silent cultivation. Within Kong Xuan's primordial spirit, the radiance of the 5 elements Dao fruit swirled, interweaving with the refined essence of illuminating the heart that had been extracted. He seemed to undergo a soundless baptism. The fine dust in his Dao heart accumulated through eons of arduous cultivation, and the karmic entanglements of his race was brushed away, leaving it even more crystalline and translucent. His perception of the 5 elements laws became increasingly clear and keen. The Phoenix dance of Honghuang art inherited from the Phoenix clan seemed to grow even more perfected after absorbing the illuminating the heart essence derived from the Heavenly Dao. It circulated with greater fluency, and the core path pointing toward Honghuang appeared to have been burnished ever brighter. With this, his preparations were complete. Kong Xuan gathered in all stray thoughts and immersed his entire heart-mind into a profound communion with the 5 elements laws, one of the most primordial powers between heaven and earth. Within the meditation chamber, astonishing phenomena erupted. No longer mere evolution of formations. This was the true manifestation of the laws. His body seemed to transform into the very vessel of the Dao laws. On the left half of his body, the phantom of towering ancient trees emerged. He would bursting with vitality, its spreading boughs pregnant with the meaning of limitless growth. On the right half, the form of a roaring white tiger condensed, gung metal chi incomparably sharp, slicing through the void. At his chest, the heart fire danced, Nanmingly fire blazing and resplendent, incinerating all illusion. Behind him, a dark turtle trod the waves, Gui water vast and abyssal, embracing all things. Both feet took root in the void, Wu earth chi heavy and profound, supporting all. 5-colored brilliance, centered upon his body, formed a colossal, slowly revolving vortex. It was no longer a simple cycling of mutual generation and restraint, but a deeper intermingling evolution and even creation and return to nothingness. He saw it now. The vitality of wood was not only growth, but also withering. The cycle of life and death is the great Dao. The brilliance of fire was not only creation, but also destruction. Only through breaking does true knowledge arise. The solidity of earth was not only bearing, but also burial. All things returning to dust is likewise a destination. The sharpness of metal was not only slaughter, but also shaping. 100 refinements forged the true spirit of steel. The vastness of water was not only nourishment, but also freezing. Stillness and sedimentation are what bring clarity. His comprehension of the 5 elements laws deepened at a pace never before achieved. 30%, 35%. Steadily, irresistibly, he advanced toward the pivotal 40% threshold. Within the grotto heaven, his profound awakening stirred sympathetic resonance. The 5 elements' spiritual roots lashed wildly, their efficiency in breathing spiritual energy doubled. The 5-needle pine shed ever more pine needles heavy with Dao rhythm. In the lake, the forces of water and fire became more balanced and active than ever. Beneath the earth, the spiritual veins hummed like awakened dragons, vibrating with exultant song. The entire Qingshu grotto heaven, because of the prelude to its master's breakthrough, blazed with renewed and exuberant vitality. In seclusion, one knows not the passage of months and years. In the primordial chaos, ages go uncounted. When Kong Xuan's seclusion reached its 1500th year, the 5 elements law aura around him abruptly soared to an entirely unprecedented height. The revolving 5-colored vortex suddenly contracted inward, vanishing entirely into his body, then burst outward with a thunderous roar, more condensed and more profound than before, as if forging a far more intimate connection with the inscrutable origin of the 5 elements great Dao. 40% of the 5 elements laws, achieved as naturally as water flows into a channel. The instant his law comprehension broke through 40%, Kong Xuan clearly sensed that the realm barrier between the Deluo Golden Immortal and the Honghuang Golden Immortal, once seemingly indestructible, had now become as thin as a cicada's wing. A single gentle touch would shatter it completely, allowing him to step into an entirely new heaven and earth. His Dharma power surged within him like a vast ocean of stars. His primordial spirit blazed like a five-colored sun. His Honghuang Dao foundation had been tamped down to the absolute limit. Between him and the true realm of the Honghuang Golden Immortal, there truly remained only that last step. One thoroughgoing transformation and sublimation. Kong Xuan slowly opened his eyes. No longer did five-colored radiance swirl within his gaze, instead they had become two profound vortexes of chaos seemingly containing the birth and destruction of the five elements and the cycle of the cosmos. He felt the unprecedented power and completeness within himself, and the corner of his mouth curled into a confident smile. 3,000 years of seclusion. The foundation is fixed, the laws are complete, the road ahead is clear. He murmured to himself, his voice echoing through the meditation chamber with a force that stirred the laws themselves. The Honghuang realm is within reach. But there is no need to hasten. I must yet fuse every gain from this breakthrough into perfect coherence and adjust my state to the most flawless peak. He did not immediately strike against that barrier. Instead, he closed his eyes once more, beginning to consolidate his 40% comprehension of the five elements laws, while nurturing his Dharma power and tempering his primordial spirit, awaiting the most fitting moment. One that would arrive as naturally as water flowing into a channel. Outside the Qingshu Grotto heaven, the primordial wilderness churned with shifting storms. Friction between the sorcerer and demon tribes escalated day by day, and the aura of the imminent great tribulation grew ever denser. And within this transcendent grotto heaven, a mighty figure destined to influence the shape of the ages was completing his final accumulation, about to break his cocoon and take flight, formally joining the ranks of the primordial wilderness's most supreme powerhouses. Deep within the Qingshu Grotto heaven, the tide of five elements Dao resonance that had lasted 3,000 years gradually calmed and returned at last to a profound stillness. In the stillness of the bamboo hut at the heart of the lake, Kong Xuan sat cross-legged in the void, all his radiance drawn inward like a five-colored divine jade tempered by time, warm, moist, and unfathomably deep. He had not, as expected, broken through that barrier in a single surge. At the final juncture, with immense willpower, he forcibly halted the momentum of his breakthrough. He slowly opened his eyes. Five-colored lights swirled in his pupils, more condensed and pure than before, less restless and clearer from the depth of stillness. The Honghuang realm is alluring, to be sure, but the foundation matters more. Kong Xuan murmured to himself, sensing the vast surging magic power within his body, already swollen to its limit, yet forcibly held back, and within his primordial spirit a profound comprehension of the five elements laws that had reached fully 40%. In the final stage of seclusion, he had clearly touched the threshold of the Honghuang Golden Immortal and even felt the tremor of the instant of breaking through. Yet an alarm from the depths of his Dao heart made him stop. He had realized the Dao by the laws of the five elements. What he sought was an unsurpassed foundation and limitless potential. If through overeagerness the slightest flaw were to appear in his Dao foundation, his future path would inevitably be blocked. What he had gained from Hongjuan's Dao lectures, from debating the Dao with Tongtian, and from Xing Jinzi's inheritance, that enormous accumulation still required far more time to be polished and completely merged before the most perfect Honghuang Dao foundation could be forged. To break through now, though, with 80% certainty, is still not perfection. It is better to settle further and wait until the water is full and overflows of itself. That is the true path. Kong Xuan's mind opened and became free. Far from being discouraged by postponing the breakthrough, his Dao heart was even more firm and complete. At this moment, though he remained a consummate Duo Golden Immortal, his strength already far surpassed those of the same realm. Half a foot had firmly stepped into the Honghuang domain. His control of the laws had multiplied, worthy of the name half-step Honghuang. He rose and walked out of the quiet room, his presence as calm and weighty as a mountain. Kaiyun and Saixia felt their master had left seclusion and hurried to pay respects. Though his aura seemed even more unfathomable, they did not feel the awe-inspiring pressure of the legendary Honghuang Golden Immortal. A flicker of doubt remained, yet they still bowed respectfully. Congratulations, master, on coming out of seclusion. Kong Xuan nodded slightly and asked, during my seclusion, has anything major happened in the outside world? Kaiyun replied respectfully, to answer you, master, around 1,000 years ago the Wu tribe and the demon tribe broke into a war that shook heaven and earth, spreading devastation far and wide, and all became colorless. Later I heard that the two sides fought to a draw before the fighting stopped. Now both sides seem to have temporarily sheathed their weapons and withdrawn, but we servants can sense that the baleful aura of the primordial wilderness has become much denser than before. Kong Xuan's gaze narrowed slightly, understanding dawned in his heart. The first great war between the Wu and demon tribes had indeed erupted. This was merely a fleeting equilibrium beneath the prelude of a tribulation. After this war, the shape of the primordial wilderness would enter a new phase. With baleful aura spreading, it was precisely the right time for him to accumulate merit and temper himself. The primordial wilderness after this catastrophe must be covered with scars. Since I have emerged, I should travel a while, first to further consolidate my foundation and comprehend the laws, second to purify the evil baleful aura, sort out the earth veins, and accumulate merit, and third to see with my own eyes the primordial wilderness after the war. His plan fixed. Kong Xuan instructed the two servants to guard the grotto well, then with a flicker of his form vanished from Qingshu Grotto Heaven. When he reappeared, he was already amid the vast world outside Mount Wangwu. The primordial wilderness now was indeed unlike the past. The air carried a faint, somber, killing chill and desolation. Many mountains and rivers bore shocking traces of battle, spiritual veins were snapped, baleful aura festered, and numerous vicious and evil things were born, plunging every living creature into misery and throwing order into chaos. Concealing his aura like an ordinary ascetic, Kong Xuan trekked across this wounded earth on foot. He followed the promptings of his Dao heart, going wherever the baleful aura was thickest and the earth veins most disorderly. One day he came to a land called the Qian Wasteland. This place had once been the node of a gigantic fire-attributed spiritual vein. Now caught up in the war, the earth fire had gone out of control, and the spiritual vein had run wild, turning a million li into scorched earth. Scorching fire balefulness mingled with the resentment of the land, creating a death ground where countless ferocious fire imps were born. Standing at the edge, Kong Xuan sighed lightly and stepped in. Blistering heat waves and baleful fire that could corrode the primordial spirit surged at him, and countless fire imps shrieked as they pounced. His expression was calm. He did not use any great divine power, but only stirred a thought, drawing on his perfected 5 elements Dao resonance to link with the earth beneath his feet and the remnants of water vapor in the void. Still, a word was spoken softly, and with the word came the law. It was not forceful suppression, but a harmonizing and ordering of this place's violent energies, guided by his own Dao resonance. The restless earth gradually became calm. The surging magma slowed. The fire balefulness in the air was soothed and scattered by an invisible force. The charging fire imps seemed to sink into mud, their movements stalled. The vicious aura was washed from them, their bodies crumbled away, and they returned once more to pure baleful qi and resentment. Kong Xuan waved his hand again. The 5-colored divine light behind his head revolved once, and like a whale sucking in water, drew all the stripped, baleful resentment into the space of divine light, where the power of the 5 elements cycle slowly grounded away and purified it. At the same time, the qi of the earth phase sank deep into the ground, and like the most skilled of craftsmen, began to comb the broken and twisted fire vein, guiding it back to its course and re-establishing balance with the surrounding spiritual veins. What was heavy was handled as if it were light, leaving no trace. Before long, the baleful aura in the heart of the Qian wasteland had greatly lessened, the earth fire became gentle, and on the scorched soil dots of green laden with life force stubbornly pushed through. In the sky, a wisp of subtle, yet pure dark yellow merit aura descended and melted into Kong Xuan's body. The merit was small, but it made his mind even clearer, brought him closer to heaven and earth, and his already solid Dao foundation seemed to grow a little thicker. Leaving the Qian wasteland, Kong Xuan continued his wanderings. He passed through the Heishui swamp clogged with filthy baleful aura and drew on the water laws to wash away the contamination and restore limpid ripples. He trod upon the mineral veins where all things withered under an excess of metallic slaughter qi, and by the principle that metal engenders water, drained the violence and nurtured spiritual essences. When he met demons and cultivators who had lost their minds in the Great War and tangled in karmic since slaughtered living beings to cultivate evil arts, he cut them down with thunderous resolve. Under the 5-colored divine light, those with heavy karmic obstacles were destroyed in both form and spirit, returning their energy to heaven and earth. And once again, he gained merit. He was neither a wanton killer nor an inflexible stickler. He had his own standards. To those who could still be redeemed, he occasionally gave guidance. To those beyond all remedy, he showed no mercy. His methods were decisive and his divine powers formidable. The title Divine Lord of the 5 Elements began quietly spreading across the chaotic primordial wilderness, making countless evil creatures wary. Throughout this road, although he had not broken through to Honghuang, his 40% comprehension of the 5 elements laws grew ever more profound and harmonious, and he wielded it as naturally as commanding his own arms. The merit he had accumulated flowed like streams into the sea. Though not yet manifest, it left pure qi lingering around him, tied him more closely to the primordial wilderness, and the Honghuang bottleneck seemed to loosen further with it. After who knows how long, following an unusual resonance with the pulse of the earth, and with the atmosphere of life, death, and reincarnation, he arrived at a region wholly different in aura. The mountains and rivers here were massive and vigorous, brimming with life, and a sense of bearing all things, and embracing all. The race that lived here had blood qi soaring to the heavens. They did not cultivate the primordial spirit, but trained only their physical bodies and battle arts. This was the land of the Wu tribe. And the place where he now stood was the territory of Hutu, one of the 12 ancestral Wu. Kong Xuan halted, gazing at the vast, hazy earth with deep eyes. He could feel that this place did not share the warlike atmosphere of other Wu tribes. There was a faint latent Dao resonance of nourishing accumulation and even a nascent reincarnation. This secretly echoed what he had done all the way, purifying baleful aura, mending earth veins, and dealing with death chi and resentful spirits. Hutu, transforming her body into reincarnation. The thought took clear shape in his mind. Perhaps this journey would not only allow him to accumulate merit, but also verify his own Dao and even catch a glimpse of some future heavenly secret. It is time to meet this compassionate ancestral Wu. His mind was set. Kong Xuan suppressed his aura to the extreme, and like a lost traveler, he walked slowly toward the depths of Hutu's tribe, where the air was thick with weight and the aura of life. Perhaps his arrival would bring a different thread of change to this land. Stepping into the territory of the Hutu tribe, a thick, vast, and ancient aura distinct from other regions of the primordial wilderness rushed toward him. The mountains here were not steep or rugged, but majestic and unbroken like the spine of a sleeping giant. The land, though not fertile, gave an unshakable sense of reliability, as if it could bear all things. The air was thick with a vibrant life force and a peculiar tranquility, as if time itself flowed more slowly and steadily in this place. Along the way, Wu tribesmen, men, women, young and old, were all robust and towering, their blood and chi blazing like furnaces. They honed their bodies or practiced battle techniques, their shouts shaking heaven and earth, exuding a primal sense of power. Unlike the Yao, who cultivated their primordial spirit and comprehended the Heavenly Dao, the Wu worshipped only Pangu, revered neither heaven nor earth, and cultivated neither spirit nor soul. They tempered only their physical bodies and awakened bloodline divine abilities. Though their path seemed singular, they had pushed the power of the body to its extreme. Kong Xuan had not deliberately concealed his arrival. His unique and harmonious 5 elements Dao resonance amidst this land dominated by earth and blood chi stood out like a bright lamp in the night, instantly drawing the attention of the patrolling Wu soldiers. Halt! Who dares trespass into the Hutu tribe? Several soldiers with fierce auras, clad in simple bone armor and wielding giant axes and stone spears, blocked the way, their eyes vigilant and oppressive. Though they lacked magical power fluctuations, their overwhelming blood chi and the faintly drawn power of the earth were enough to trouble an ordinary Tai golden immortal. Kong Xuan stopped, his expression serene. He cupped his hands in a polite salute, his voice clear, yet carrying a calming force. I am Kong Xuan, a wandering cultivator of the primordial wilderness. Passing through this treasured land, I have come specifically to visit the ancestral Witch Hutu. I request you to announce my presence. Kong Xuan. The leader of the soldiers frowned, feeling the name was familiar. Suddenly his eyes widened. Could it be the 5 elements divine Lord Kong Xuan, who outside the Zixiao Palace used his 5-colored divine light to defeat the Western Zhunti and befriended Shanqing Tongtian? Kong Xuan nodded slightly. It is indeed I. The soldiers instantly became reverent. In the primordial wilderness, strength commanded respect. Kong Xuan's feat outside the Zixiao Palace had spread through various channels. His deeds, fighting Zhunti, enduring Jian, and receiving Tongtian's aid, were known to many great powers. Though the Wu did not cultivate the primordial spirit, they held respect for the strong. So it is the great divine Kong Xuan. Forgive our rudeness. The leader's attitude turned extremely respectful. Great divine, please wait a moment. We will immediately report to the ancestral Witch Hutu. Soon a vast, heavy yet gentle will awaken from the depths of the tribe, as if the entire earth had come to life. Then a flash of earthy yellow light appeared. A woman clad in simple linen, not exceptionally beautiful, but extraordinarily dignified and kind, with eyes deep, as if carrying the vicissitudes of eternity, stood before Kong Xuan. She had no dazzling radiance around her, yet she seemed to merge with the boundless earth beneath her feet, inspiring tranquility and awe in all who beheld her. This was the ancestral Witch Hutu, one of the 12 ancestral witches who ruled the laws of earth and soil. Taoist friend Kong Xuan, since we parted at the Zixiao Palace, I never expected to meet you here in the tribe today. Welcome. Hutu's voice was gentle, carrying a hint of a smile. Her gaze fell on Kong Xuan, and a barely perceptible surprise flickered in her eyes. She could sense that Kong Xuan's aura had become deeper and more restrained than at the Zixiao Palace. His harmonious 5 elements Dao resonance gave even her, the ancestral, which ruling the earth, a feeling of endless perfect vitality. Kong Xuan returned the salute with solemnity. Taoist friend Hutu, I have come uninvited, disturbing your peace. I hope you will forgive me. In the Zixiao Palace, your aura was deep and condensed, your Dao resonance unique. I have longed to visit and discuss the Dao with you. Hutu stepped aside to invite him. You are too polite, friend. Please come inside and speak. The two did not enter the bustling tribal settlement, but instead went to a secluded valley behind the tribe. In the valley was a natural stone platform, smooth and flat, surrounded by lush vegetation and vibrant life. A few strands of mysterious yellow earth energy slithered like spiritual snakes. This was Hutu's usual place for quiet meditation and comprehending the Tao of the earth. They took their seats as host and guest on the stone platform. Hutu asked directly, "Friend, what brings you here? Is it related to the baleful energy after the war in the primordial wilderness?" As the ruler of the earth, she was most sensitive to changes in the mountains and veins of the primordial wilderness. Kong Xuan's actions of purifying baleful energy and regulating earth veins, though not deliberately publicized, could not escape her perception. Kong Xuan shook his head and said, "Frankly, purifying baleful energy is a matter of following my heart and accumulating merit. The reason for my visit is actually to seek your guidance on the cultivation of the great Tao." "Oh, please speak, friend." Hutu showed an interested expression. Kong Xuan said seriously, "The Tao I cultivate is the 5 elements great Tao. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Mutually generating and overcoming, they evolve all things. Among the 5 elements, the earth element is the foundation, bearing, nurturing, and transforming. It is of utmost importance. Although I have some understanding of the law of earth, I feel I have not yet reached the state of perfect and thorough comprehension. Taoist friend Hutu, you were born from the essence blood of Pangu, naturally ruling the law of earth, and having reached the quasi-sage realm. No one in the primordial wilderness surpasses you in this understanding. Therefore I have come to seek your advice, hoping you will generously instruct me in the mysteries of the earth element to complete my 5 elements Tao." His attitude was sincere, not a mere polite formality. Hutu was slightly moved upon hearing this. At their level, the Tao of the Great Path was not lightly passed on. Kong Xuan's straightforward request for guidance on her core law showed his pure Tao heart and his deep devotion to the 5 elements Tao. Hutu pondered for a moment, then smiled. "Friend, you are too modest. The 5 elements great Tao encompasses all things, its mysteries endless. I have long heard of it and yearned for it. Discussing the Tao and exchanging insights is the joy of cultivation. How can I call it instruction? Since you have this intention, why don't we sit here and discuss the Tao, inspiring each other?" Kong Xuan was overjoyed. "It is exactly what I wish, though I dared not ask." Immediately the two began a profound discourse on the fundamental laws of heaven and earth in this secluded valley. Kong Xuan spoke, first explaining his understanding of the 5 elements great Tao. He did not hold back. Starting from the fundamental significance of the 5 elements as the framework of heaven and earth, he elaborated on the killing and shaping of metal, the growth and flow of wood, the moisture and containment of water, the flame and civilization of fire, and the harvest and bearing of earth. He also demonstrated the mutual generation and overcoming of the 5 elements, the endless cycle, and even the reversal of laws, all through his own insights. A 5-colored light appeared above his head, evolving into a miniature 5 elements world with birth and death cycles marvelously strange. Huta listened intently, a brilliance shining in her eyes. Though she specialized in the earth element, she could draw analogies. Kong Xuan's overall exposition of the 5 elements, especially the concepts of balance, transformation, and foundation, gave her a deeper understanding of the earth law she ruled. Earth was not only a bearer, but also a hub of transformation, the starting point of all things, returning to stillness and being reborn. After Kong Xuan finished, Hutu began to expound her earth Tao. Her explanation was not as complex as Kong Xuan's evolution, but more primordial, essential, and directly to the core. Earth is the land. With great virtue it bears all things. Sublime is the primal force of Kuan. Hutu's voice was calm, yet it resonated with the will of the entire valley and the broader earth. She spoke of the thickness of earth, how it bears mountains, rivers, and all living beings, the virtue of earth. How it silently gives nourishing everything without claiming credit, the stillness of earth. How it settles through the long river of time, embracing all filth and glory, and the transformation of earth. How it turns fallen leaves and remains into nutrients, guides countless rivers to their return, and is the cornerstone of the cycle of matter and energy. She even reached out and pressed her hand on the ground. Immediately Kong Xuan felt that the earth beneath his feet had a breath and pulse, a deep and vast life force flowing slowly. She could perceive the slightest damage to the earth veins and could guide the earth energy to heal them slowly with her will. This level of control and comprehension, almost being one with the earth, was a realm Kong Xuan could hardly reach through mere law comprehension. It was an authority and instinct rooted in bloodline and derived from Pangu. Kong Xuan listened in ecstasy. The earth source runes in his primordial spirit lit up, combined, and optimized at an unprecedented speed. Hutu's unique insights into bearing, containment, transformation, and returning to stillness were like sweet rain nourishing his comprehension of the earth law. Many previously vague areas became clear. His understanding of the earth element soared, surpassing the other 4 elements and advancing toward a deeper realm. And Hutu, after hearing Kong Xuan's theory of mutual generation, overcoming, and the cyclic balance of the 5 elements, gained new insights into the movement and stillness, gathering and releasing of her own earth law. Earth was not merely silent and static. Within the 5 element cycle, it could erupt with astonishing power and better coordinate with the powers of other ancestral witches. This discourse lasted for several months, and both felt greatly benefited their cultivation advanced. At the end of the discussion, a thought grew clearer in Kong Xuan's mind. He looked at Hutu, and with a solemn expression made a bolder request. Taoist friend Hutu, today's discussion has been immensely fruitful. I am deeply grateful. But the 5 elements Tao requires balanced development. Although the earth element has advanced, the other 4 cannot be neglected. I have a presumptuous request. Hutu looked at him calmly, waiting for him to continue. Kong Xuan continued, could you, Taoist friend Hutu, be so kind as to introduce me, and invite the ancestral witch Ruzhou, who rules the law of metal, the ancestral witch Gomong, who rules the law of wood, the ancestral witch Gonggong, who rules the law of water, and the ancestral witch Zhurong, who rules the law of fire, to meet. I wish to discuss the Tao with all the ancestral witches, exploring the mysteries of the 5 elements laws. At that time, I will present a generous gift. A gift that may concern the future paths of the ancestral witches, and even the fortune of the Wu tribe. The profound implication in his words made Hutu's pupils contract. She looked at him deeply, recalling his exquisite 5 elements great Tao and the unparalleled potential shown by his 5-colored divine light. If they could gather the power of 5 ancestral witches and discuss the Tao with Kong Xuan, who was proficient in the overall framework of the 5 elements, it might bring immeasurable benefits to perfecting their respective laws and even to understanding the Dutian Xinsha formation. As for the generous gift, at their level, something called a generous gift that concerned the Tao path and fortune was certainly no ordinary thing. After a long silence, Hutu slowly nodded, her voice still gentle but decisive. Your request, friend, is somewhat abrupt, but discussing the Tao is indeed beneficial. I trust your ability. Very well, I will send word and invite my 4 elder brothers to come for a meeting. Whether they are willing to discuss the Tao with you, I cannot guarantee. Kong Xuan, relieved, cupped his hands and said, then I thank you, Taoist friend Hutu. Whether it succeeds or not, I will remember this kindness. Outside the valley, the winds would stir again because of this invitation to discuss the Tao. In Kong Xuan's 5 elements, Tao might undergo an unprecedented tempering and elevation in the core land of the Wu tribe. Hutu, the ancestral witch of earth, had always been composed and decisive. Since she had agreed to Kong Xuan's request, she would not delay. She took out a token shaped like primal yellow earth stamped with ancient shamanic runes. Using her own law as a guide, she connected her divine sense to the token and sent the invitation to discuss the Tao along with Kong Xuan's identity and the subtle hint that it might bear on the fortune of their Tao path to her 4 elder brothers in separate directions. Ruzhou, the ancestral witch of metal, Gomeng, the ancestral witch of wood, Gonggong, the ancestral witch of water, and Zhurong, the ancestral witch of fire. Scarcely half a day after the message was sent, the tranquility above the Hutu tribe's territory was shattered by a violent, scorching aura. Huh, little sister, why did you call me in such a hurry? Has some blind fool come to make trouble? Let your elder brother burn him to cinders. His voice was like a great bell, making the valleys echo, and the air itself warped from the blazing heat. At the edge of the sky, a crimson streak of light shot down like a falling star, carrying a majestic might that seemed able to burn through the 8 wilds, and slammed thunderously into the entrance of the valley. As the red light dispersed, a towering, extraordinarily stalwart man was revealed. His crimson hair blazed like a lion's mane, his features were coarse, and his eyes seemed to hold flowing lava whenever they opened and closed. He wore only a rough red leather jerkin, exposing a bronze knotted chest and arms. Visible waves of scorching heat radiated from his body, and the rock beneath his feet instantly turned to sizzling lava. This was none other than Zhurong, the most explosive-tempered of the 12 ancestral witches, the one who governed the myriad fires of heaven and earth. The moment he arrived, his gaze swept over the field like twin torches and locked onto Kong Xuan, whose aura could not have been more alien to the witch clan, yet was as calm and deep as an abyss. Seeing Kong Xuan seated face-to-face with Hutu, Zhurong's blunt mind instantly jumped to the conclusion that this man must be pestering his little sister. Rage surged upward, and without bothering to distinguish right from wrong, he pointed at Kong Xuan with a hand as large as a palm leaf fan and thundered, "You there, Taoist? Who are you? How dare you sit in front of my little sister? Are you bullying her? Looking for death, are you?" Before his voice faded, Zhurong's fiery, baleful aura exploded, violently condensing into a snarling, roaring phantom of a fire dragon. Bearing a terrifying heat that could incinerate mountains and boil seas, it lunged toward Kong Xuan to devour him. That was simply how he conducted himself. His hands moved faster than his mind. The savage flame law and towering battle intent instantly shredded the peaceful atmosphere of the valley. Elder brother Zhurong, stop. Seeing this, Hutu frowned slightly. Her voice remained calm, yet carried an unyielding weighty will that, like the earth, instantly soothed the raging fire. She rose and stepped in front of Kong Xuan. The phantom fire dragon crashed into the invisible earthen yellow halo before her, then immediately died out and dissolved into nothing. This is Taoist friend Kong Xuan, a guest of the Purple Firmament Palace, and a being of vast supernatural powers, not an evil person. It was I who invited him here to discuss the Tao. Elder brother, do not act rashly and offend our guest. Ho-Tu's tone carried a trace of helplessness. She had long since grown accustomed to her elder brother's impetuous temperament. Zhu Rong paused, his momentum faltering. He stared wide-eyed at Kong Xuan, then at Ho-Tu, scratched his fiery red hair, and said in a husky, booming voice, Kong Xuan. The same Kong Xuan who outside the purple firmament palace used 5 streaks of divine light to sweep that bald donkey Zhunti around the ground until his teeth went flying. Although he belonged to the witch clan, he had still heard of the major events among the top powers of the primordial epoch, especially those involving contests of strength that made for excellent conversation. With Kong Xuan's identity known, the hostility in his eyes diminished somewhat, but his blazing eagerness for battle did not fade in the slightest. He sized Kong Xuan up and muttered, "He looks refined and gentle enough, not like someone who can really fight." Just then 3 more mighty auras of entirely different natures descended one after another at the edge of the sky. In the east, a streak of cyan light fell silently like a spring breeze brushing the willows, taking the form of a man clad in a green robe. His features were handsome and mild, and his whole body radiated buoyant vitality, as if he could make withered trees bloom again. His gaze was wise, and his aura merged seamlessly with the surrounding flora. This was none other than Go Mang, the ancestral witch of wood. In the west, a sharp platinum ray tore through the sky, descending with an icy, bone-deep keenness. It revealed a man in platinum war armor, a cold and stern face, eyes like blades, and a bearing so sharp that his very breath seemed to ring with the sword's clang. He merely stood there, exuding a keen aura that seemed able to sever all things. He was Rusho, the ancestral witch of metal. In the north, a dark blue, aqueous light collapsed downward like the heavenly river pouring in reverse, carrying a vast, irresistible force. Amid the churning water vapor, another towering man appeared with disheveled blue hair, savage features, and wild, prideful eyes. Faint roars of surging waves echoed around him. The moment he arrived, his gaze like a frozen deep sea locked onto the most scorching presence on the field, Zhu Rong. This was none other than Gong Gong, the ancestral witch of water. Zhu Rong, when will you ever change that fire-burned temper? I can smell your stench of smoke and char from miles away. The moment Gong Gong opened his mouth, merciless ridicule poured out. He and Zhu Rong were born with opposing elemental natures, and their tempers clashed like flint and steel. If they did not trade barbs upon meeting, that would have been the real anomaly. Gong Gong, you loach from the ditch, how dare you spout nonsense? You want to fight? Zhu Rong reacted like a lit powder keg. His crimson hair stood on end, flames surged around him once more, and he glared back without the slightest weakness. Then fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? A surge of water vapor churned around Gong Gong, and a phantom of towering waves gathered behind him, exuding piercing cold. Seeing water and fire at each other's throats, with war about to break out at any moment, Ho-Tu and Go Mang spoke almost simultaneously. Elder brother Gong Gong, elder brother, Zhu Rong, please calm down. Ho-Tu's voice carried a soothing power like the earth itself. Go Mang also advised gently. Elder brothers, let our little sister finish explaining the reason before you make a scene. There is no hurry. Rusho said not a word. He merely swept his cold, keen gaze across Zhu Rong and Gong Gong with a warning edge. The two restrained themselves a little, but still glared at each other like a pair of fighting cocks. Only then did Ho-Tu concisely explain Kong Xuan's origin, his intentions, and the matter of inviting the 4 elder brothers to discuss the Tao together and explore the wonders of the 5 elements laws. Hearing that Kong Xuan had taken the initiative to invite them for Tao discussion, Go Mang's eyes revealed interest. A flicker of contemplation crossed Rusho's cold face, and Gong Gong raised an eyebrow to size Kong Xuan up anew, as if wondering what ability this Taoist had to dare invite all 4 of them at once. As for Zhu Rong, after listening, the battle intent provoked by Gong Gong did not die down. Instead, it shifted completely onto Kong Xuan. He took a step forward, leaving a deep molten footprint seared into the ground, and said to Kong Xuan in a voice like a great bell, Kong Xuan, right. That was a splendid performance outside the purple firmament palace. Old Zhu admires capable men. Discussing the Tao sounds too bookish. I'm a crude fellow who doesn't understand all those convoluted subtleties. But since you want to discuss the Tao with us, mere lip service won't do. He grinned, baring stark white teeth, his battle intent blazing. Strike first and fight, old Zhu. Let me see whether your 5-colored divine light is truly as mighty as the legends say, and whether you're qualified to sit and discourse with us brothers. Let me see if that 5-colored divine light of yours is really as formidable as legend claims, and whether you are worthy of sitting with us brothers to discuss the Tao. Win, and everything can be settled easily. Lose, then go back where you came from. Gong Gong, standing off to the side with his arms folded, sneered. Zhu Rong's words may be crude, but the principle is sound. Our witch clan respects true strength. Taoist friend Kong Xuan, if you can take Zhu Rong's challenge and prove your strength, then I, Gong Gong, will acknowledge this Tao discourse. Go Mang and Rusho still said nothing, but their eyes showed tacit approval. Such was the custom of the witch clan. Strength was the fastest and most direct way to win respect. Kong Xuan looked at Zhu Rong, whose surging battle intent made him seem like a walking natural disaster, then glanced at Gong Gong, who was glaring eagerly from the side, and clearly wanted to weigh his worth, as well as Go Meng and Ru Shou, who were quietly watching. He could not help but smile wryly inside, yet a swell of heroic pride also rose within him. He had long known that dealings with the ancestral witches would not be too smooth. He simply had not expected Zhu Rong to be so blunt. He rose slowly, brushed the dust from his green robe though there was none, and met Zhu Rong's blazing gaze with calm eyes. The corner of his mouth curved into a faint smile. Since Taoist friend Zhu Rong is so eager, if I continued to decline, I would only seem affected. Very well then. As you suggested, let us first have a bout of friendly sparring. To meet friends through martial means is also a fine thing. His words were composed devoid of the slightest fear, and that calm attitude only intensified Zhu Rong's competitive spirit. Good. How refreshing. Then let's fight beyond the heavens so we don't ruin our little sister's domain. With a mighty roar, Zhu Rong transformed into a streak of crimson fire and shot skyward, first tearing straight through the clouds toward the vast space beyond the 9 heavens, where beings of their caliber could clash without restraint. Kong Xuan nodded slightly to Ho Tu, Go Meng, Ru Shou, and Gong Gong said, "Excuse me," and with a flicker of 5-colored light around him, he soared upward in close pursuit. The remaining 4 ancestral witches exchanged glances. Let's go. Let's watch. Gong Gong was the first to transform into a beam of water and follow. Go Meng and Ru Shou also stirred, then vanished from the valley. Ho Tu gently shook her head and sighed. The power of the earth surged beneath her feet, lifting her as she slowly ascended to observe the battle. A clash of the 5 elements, born from an invitation to discuss the Tao, yet beginning with battle, was about to unfold spectacularly in the void beyond the heavens. Kong Xuan's 5 elements divine light against the ancestral witch's heaven-burning fire, which would prevail. This was not merely about the right to discuss the Tao. It was a collision and contest between 2 fundamentally different systems of the Great Way. Above the 9 heavens, the gale winds howled fiercely, and the void stretched boundless. This place was far from the primordial land with sparse stars, just the perfect spot to let loose and fight to one's heart's content. The ancestral witch Zhu Rong's crimson hair danced wildly as the primordial divine fire blazed around him, casting him as a flame demon descending upon the world. He grinned and laughed, his voice booming across the void. Kong Xuan, beware. My fire is not something ordinary immortal flames can match. Before his words even faded, he suddenly threw a punch. No fancy tricks. Only the purest, most explosive power and laws. Where the fist struck, the void twisted and collapsed under the searing heat. A colossal dragon of primordial divine fire formed from countless runes and colored a dark crimson, seemingly able to burn the very roots of all things, roared toward Kong Xuan. The heat wave swept across, forcing even Ho Tu and the others watching from afar to use their divine powers to resist. Facing this attack that could scorch the heavens and boil the seas, Kong Xuan remained calm, 5-colored radiance swirling in his eyes. Well struck. He shouted sharply, yet did not dodge. The 5-colored divine light behind his head suddenly blazed with the red light, taking dominance, transforming into a crimson barrier. Equally blazing, yet far more agile, containing the subtle mystery of mutual generation among the 5 elements that met the attack head-on. Boom! The crimson divine light and the primordial divine fire dragon collided violently, unleashing a terrifying energy shock capable of annihilating stars. However, the anticipated stalemate did not last long. The crimson barrier seemed alive. Instead of clashing head-on, it continuously churned, separated, and absorbed the violent factors within the primordial divine fire, while feeding some of the fire essence back into itself, making the barrier even more brilliant. The fire of the 5 elements is the fire of civilization, self-renewing and unending. Its virtues differ from the destructive ferocity of the primordial divine fire. Now under Kong Xuan's exquisite control, it seemed to gradually encompass and transform the latter. After several breaths, the fire dragon let out a mournful cry and dissolved into a skyfall of scattered flames. Although Kong Xuan's crimson divine light had dimmed slightly, it remained stable. Taking advantage of the force, he drifted backward 100 li, dissipating the impact with an effortless bearing. Good. You do have some tricks. You took a punch at 70% of my strength. Zhu Rong was not angered. Instead, the fighting spirit in his eyes blazed brighter, and he shouted his praise. He could tell that Kong Xuan had not used his full strength. You're just being clever. Watch this. Before Zhu Rong could strike again, Gong Gong, who was watching from the side, could no longer hold himself back. As his element countered Zhu Rong's, and seeing that Zhu Rong had not achieved his goal, he immediately stepped forward to outshine him. Gong Gong flung open both arms, and dark blue mystic water of Xianming surged forth from the void, instantly transforming into a boundless black ocean. This water was extremely and cold. It could freeze physical bodies, erode primordial spirits, and corrode magical power. Towering waves carrying a chill that froze time itself, and a weight that crushed everything pressed down upon Kong Xuan's head. The ferocity of the water seemed about to turn this entire void into a ruinous abyss. Water comes, earth covers it, but fire and water can also clash. Kong Xuan's mind spun like lightning, and the five-colored divine light shifted accordingly. The black water and white metal divine lights suddenly surged and interwove outward. The white light contained the sharpness of gung metal, forcibly cleaving through the layers of waves. The black light invoked the water law within itself, not to resist directly, but to guide and disperse the impact of the mystic water of Xianming. Meanwhile, following the principles of the five elements, it secretly stirred a trace of fire, qi not in opposition, but as a subtle stimulus, causing slight turbulence within the extreme cold water, weakening its power by 3/10 unseen. SSSS. The mystic water of Xianming and the five-colored divine light clashed and eroded fiercely. The void was frozen and instantly torn apart, a terrifying sight. In the end, the black ocean was forcibly torn open with a massive breach. Kong Xuan glided through it like a fish. Though a thin layer of black ice formed all over him, a single cycle of his mana shattered it instantly, leaving him completely unharmed. You actually managed to break my mystic water of Xianming. A flicker of astonishment crossed Gongong's eyes, and his expression darkened. His water had been neutralized by the other party in such a clever way. 2 elder brothers have had their turns, now it is mine. A cold, sharp voice rang out as Rushu, the ancestral witch of metal, stepped forward. Without a single unnecessary word, he pressed his fingers together like a sword and slashed at Kong Xuan through the air. Clang! A platinum-white blade edge manifested out of thin air, so pure and condensed that it reached the absolute limit. Though not physical, it was sharper than any divine weapon, containing the true metal principle that could sever laws and annihilate all things. Its speed surpassed thought. The moment it appeared, it was already before Kong Xuan, aimed directly at the sea of consciousness between his brows. It was an ultimate point attack, concentrating all power into a single line with destructive force far exceeding the area attacks of Zhurong and Gongong. Facing this unavoidable extreme sharpness, Kong Xuan's pupils constricted as he felt an unprecedented threat. Not daring to be sloppy, he drove his mind to the utmost limit. The five-colored divine light no longer scattered, instead it suddenly converged, rotating rapidly before him and condensing into an immensely solid 5 elements wheel, its 5-colored radiance eternally regenerating. 5 elements revolving, defense. Clang. A piercing sound like divine iron colliding echoed through the void. The platinum blade edge stabbed fiercely into the center of the 5 elements wheel, erupting in dazzling light and violent fluctuations of law. The wheel trembled violently, its 5-colored radiance cycling, countering, and transforming at an astonishing speed, continuously eroding and deflecting the unstoppable blade edge. Metal overcomes wood, but wood generates fire, and fire overcomes metal. Earth generates metal, yet earth can also bury metal. Water drains metal's qi. Under Kong Xuan's exquisite control, the power of the 5 elements formed a perfect dynamic defense system. The stalemate lasted roughly 1 breath before that terrifying platinum blade edge was finally ground down and completely dissolved by the endless revolving power of the 5 elements. The 5 elements wheel also dissipated. Kong Xuan swayed slightly, his complexion somewhat pale. Clearly dispelling this strike had consumed much of his strength, but in the end he had firmly withstood it. For the first time, a look of deep admiration appeared on Rushu's cold face. He gave Kong Xuan a profound look, nodded, and did not attack again. Being able to dissolve his splitting void gold radiance so thoroughly had already proven the other party's strength and terrifying mastery over the way of the 5 elements. Finally, Zhumong, the ancestral witch of wood, smiled gently and said warmly, Taoist Kong Xuan, having fought 3 elder brothers in succession with such vast divine powers, is truly admirable. I also have a move, and I invite you to appreciate it. He did not display any aggression. He simply waved his hand lightly. In an instant, countless emerald vines and towering ancient tree phantoms sprouted from the void with boundless wood vitality spreading abroad, as if a forest world had been created in a single breath. These plants were not corporeal, yet they contained immense power of binding and draining, like a gentle swamp, entangling Kong Xuan from all directions, not only to imprison his movements, but also to silently siphon away his mana and life force, nourishing the process in a whisper. Kong Xuan sensed the slight drain on his mana and the sluggishness in his movements, silently praising Zhumong's skill. He took a deep breath, activated the 5 elements Dao fruit within him, and the green wood and yellow earth divine lights blazed. The green light invoked his own wood element law, resonating with Zhumong's wood vitality, not to resist, but to merge and guide, making it difficult for the latter to effectively drain his power. The yellow light represented the depth of Wu Earth, stabilizing himself, anchoring the void, and resisting the invisible binding force. He was like a reef amid rushing currents. No matter how the vibrant forest tried to entangle and seep in he stood unshakable, his 5 elements cycling to form a world of their own, impervious to external forces. After a moment, Zhumong voluntarily dispelled his divine power, his face full of sincere admiration. Taoist, your 5 elements are perfectly harmonious and self-regenerating. You have grasped its true essence. Zhumong respects you. By this point, the 4 ancestral witches had taken turns unleashing the ultimate divine abilities of water, fire, metal, and wood. Yet all had been received by Kong Xuan one by one through his unfathomable 5-colored divine light and profound cultivation in the 5 elements. Although no winner was decided, the strength, resilience, and exquisitely brilliant application of the great way of the 5 elements that Kong Xuan exhibited had already won the recognition and respect of the 4 proud ancestral witches. Zhurong withdrew the flames covering his body, stepped forward, and gave Kong Xuan a hearty slap on the shoulder. Though the 5-colored light naturally slid it aside, he did not mind, laughing loudly. Excellent. What a thrill. Taoist Kong Xuan, you truly have real skill. I, old Zhu, am convinced. As for my earlier words of offense, don't take them to heart. Gong also set aside his arrogance, nodding. Having received the divine powers of all 4 of us without defeat, you are indeed qualified to discuss the Tao with us. Rushu did not speak, but most of the coldness in his eyes had melted away. Zhumong, with his warm smile, clearly held great goodwill toward Kong Xuan. Seeing this, Hutu revealed a gratified smile and stepped forward, saying, since several elder brothers have all recognized Taoist Kong Xuan's strength, why don't we return to my dojo and formally begin our discourse on the Tao? After this exchange, we should all have a more intuitive understanding of each other's Tao, so the discussion will surely be more fruitful. Exactly so. Zhurong was the first to respond. The other 3 ancestral witches also nodded in succession. Kong Xuan felt a sense of relief in his heart along with a surge of pride and anticipation. Being able to discuss the Tao with the 4 ancestral witches who held command over primordial laws would be of immeasurable help to perfecting his way of the 5 elements. With a cupped fist salute, he smiled. It is exactly my desire, I hardly dare to ask for it. All fellow Taoists, please. Then, with Hutu leading the way, the 4 ancestral witches and Kong Xuan transformed into several streaks of light, departing this void that had just witnessed a fierce battle and returning to the tranquil, harmonious valley dojo of the Hutu tribe. A summit discourse gathering the primordial forces of the 5 elements was about to formally commence in this sacred ground of the Wu tribe. And Kong Xuan's great way of the 5 elements was destined to seize this opportunity to ascend to an entirely new height. Returning to the tranquil and secluded valley retreat of Hutu, the fierce aura of their earlier contest had already dissipated, replaced by a devout reverence and eager anticipation for the ultimate truths of the great Tao. The 5 ancestral witches and Kong Xuan each found a stone platform and sat down. Their auras intermingled, subtly resonating with this realm and the elusive will of Pangu in the void. Without excessive pleasantries, the Tao discourse began at once. The first to speak was Rushu, the ancestral witch of metal. His countenance was stern, yet his voice carried a metallic, clanging resonance that struck at the heart of the matter. Metal is called following reform. Its nature is firm, its substance sharp. It governs austerity and wields transformation. Rushu's words were concise. He pointed with his fingers like blades and lightly traced a line in the void. The platinum trajectory lingered long, not as killing intent, but as a pure essence of severing clutter and clarifying order. The metal I comprehend is not merely the sharpness of weapons, but the shaper of all form and principle throughout heaven and earth. The stars revolve along their tracks, mountains and rivers stand in their shapes. Even the laws governing the birth and extinction of all beings require the power of metal to define and restrain them. Utmost firmness and sharpness can break all methods. Utmost purity and clarity can mirror the true heart. The ultimate realm of metal is immortality and singularity. As he spoke, countless tiny platinum runes emerged naturally in the void, combining into geometric forms. Now peerless sword blades, now eternal solid bulwarks, expounding the true meanings of metal: austerity, shaping order, and imperishability. Kong Xuan concentrated his perception, feeling the origin rune of metal within his primordial spirit tremble violently, greedily absorbing this ancient wisdom from Pangu. His previous one-sided understanding of metal's sharpness and hardness was broadened and deepened. He gained a brand new insight into metal's role of destruction before renewal in the 5-element cycle. His metal comprehension soared, reaching the utter pinnacle of the great Luo realm. Next, Gomong, the ancestral witch of wood, smiled gently. Green light flowed around him, and the plants of the entire valley seemed to sway gracefully, emitting even denser vitality. Wood is called bending and straightening. Its nature is benevolent, its substance supple. It governs growth and directs unblocking. Gomong's voice was like a spring breeze turning into rain. The wood I command is the origin of life and the source of hope. It represents not only growth and flourishing, but also adaptation and flexibility. Wood can bend and stretch so it can reach the heavens or bow to the earth. Wood can clear blockages, so rivers flow freely and vital energy circulates smoothly. The power of wood lies in connection and transformation, connecting the energies of heaven and earth, transforming deathly stillness into vitality. The ultimate realm of wood is boundlessness and compassion. He reached out and pointed, and winding green Dao marks grew in the void, interweaving into a net that connected the energies of heaven and earth, manifesting scenes of withered trees reviving and spring seeds breaking through soil and the nurturing of all things. That surging vitality caused the wood origin within Kong Xuan's primordial spirit to feel like parched earth receiving sweet rain. His understanding of wood's essence, vitality, unblocking, and benevolence became even more thorough, and his wood comprehension also reached the ultimate pinnacle of the great Luo realm. Then came Gong, the ancestral witch of water. Though arrogant by nature when discussing his own great Dao, his expression turned solemn. Deep blue water light surged around him as if boundless waves were appearing and vanishing in the void. Water is called moistening and descending. Its nature is wisdom, its substance cold. It governs nourishment and directs concealment. Gong's voice was deep, carrying the weight of surging waves. My Xianming, true water is the essence of all waters, supreme yin and supreme cold. Yet the virtue of water is not merely destruction and freezing. The highest good is like water. Water benefits all things without contending, dwells where all others disdain. Thus it comes nearest to the Tao. Water can wash away filth and purify the soul. A water can gather into the sea and embrace all things. A water can take myriad forms and change without end. The wonder of water lies in suppleness and wisdom. The ultimate realm of water is boundlessness and equality. He held up a ball of deep blue water in his palm, within which visions of the birth and death of all things and rivers returning to the sea seemed to rise and sink. That essence of supreme gentleness and supreme firmness, supreme stillness and supreme motion gave Kong Xuan a revolutionary understanding of water's moistening, inclusion, wisdom, and concealment. His water comprehension instantly shattered all shackles and reached the ultimate pinnacle of the great Luo realm. Zhurong, the ancestral witch of fire, could no longer restrain himself. He laughed heartily, his voice like thunder, crimson divine flames leaping around him, radiating light and heat. Fire is called flaring upward. Its nature is propriety, its substance fierce. It governs civilization and directs destruction and establishment. Zhurong's voice boomed like a great bell. My Dutian divine fire can burn all things to ashes, yet it can also bring light and warmth. Fire is the power of transformation, the light of civilization. Dispelling darkness, bringing cooked food, forging metals and stones. All rely on fire. The power of fire is violent and direct, symbolizing vitality, passion, and rebirth after destruction. The ultimate realm of fire is radiance and innovation. He flicked his finger, and a wisp of Dutian divine fire transformed into a fire phoenix soaring skyward. With a clear cry, it dispelled the gloom, bringing endless light and heat, enacting the true meaning of destruction and creation coexisting. Kong Xuan felt his heart fire resonate, comprehending fire's essence of flaring upward, civilization, propriety, and destruction establishment more deeply. His fire comprehension also rose to the ultimate pinnacle of the great Luo realm. Finally, Hotu spoke gently, her voice carrying the steadiness and compassion of the earth. She offered the final supplement and summary for her 4 elder brothers, focusing on the earth element. Earth is called sowing and reaping. Its nature is sincerity, its substance thick. It governs bearing and directs transformation. Hotu's gaze swept over the crowd and finally rested on Kong Xuan. What my 5 elder brothers have spoken of are the wonders of each single extreme of the 5 elements. Yet the operation of the 5 elements is rooted in earth. Earth with its thick virtue bears all things, and is sincere and unwavering. It bears metal's sharpness, nurtures wood's vitality, contains water's vastness, and supports fire's civilization. All things are born from earth, and ultimately return to earth. The way of earth lies in harmony and faithfulness, balancing the other 4 elements and nurturing all beings. This is earth's duty, and also earth's merit. The ultimate realm of earth is boundless and compassion. The Tao marks on the ground beneath her spread outward, as if connecting to the entire primordial wilderness, revealing an incomparable power of inclusion, bearing, and transformation. Kong Xuan's earth comprehension had already been profound from the earlier discourse, and now it became completely perfected, matching the other 4 elements and reaching the ultimate great Luo realm. The 5 ancestral witches were born from Panga's essence, blood naturally attuned to the primal laws. Their understanding of their respective laws had long delved into the level of near authority, far deeper and purer than what Kong Xuan could achieve through acquired cultivation. This unreserved exposition surged into Kong Xuan's 5 elements Tao system like 5 torrents, scouring, broadening, and solidifying his original cognition. His comprehension of the 5 fundamental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth had thoroughly reached the theoretical and practical pinnacle possible for a great Luo golden immortal. Although he did not immediately trigger a breakthrough out of consideration for his Honghuang Dao foundation, the depth of his foundation was already unprecedented. Then it was Kong Xuan's turn to expound the Dao. He did not hoard his gains. Rising, he bowed solemnly to the 5 ancestral witches and began to expound the comprehensive framework of the 5 elements that he had integrated. Dear fellow Taoist, your expositions were exquisite. I have benefited immensely. What I cultivate is the unification of the 5 elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth do not exist in isolation, but form a dynamic, balanced, endlessly cycling whole. The 5-colored radiance reappeared atop Kong Xuan's head, but this time it was not for defense or attack. Instead, it evolved into a more real and more perfect minor world of the 5 elements. Metal generates water, water generates wood, wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal. This is mutual generation, the engine of creation, the chain of life cycling without end, power never ceasing. Metal overcomes wood, wood overcomes earth, earth overcomes water, water overcomes fire, fire overcomes metal. This is mutual overcoming. The principle of restraint, the foundation of order, preventing any one element from overexpanding and maintaining the balance of heaven and earth. Yet within generation there is overcoming, and within overcoming there is generation. Metal too rigid is easily broken. It requires fire to refine it. Fire overcomes metal, yet fire's refining also makes metal pure generation. Water too abundant becomes a flood. Earth must restrain it. Earth overcomes water, yet earth also needs water to moisten it. Generation. Such are the subtleties of mutual insult and mutual restraint among the 5 elements, the wonder of yin-yang transformation residing entirely in the mind. He expounded the intricate relationships of generation, overcoming, regulation, victory, recovery, and yin-yang balance within the 5 elements, using examples from his own travels, battles, and enlightenment. Profound, yet accessible, narrated with ease. He further integrated the 5 elements with time-space causality and even a trace of the reincarnation insight he had grasped, explaining how the 5 elements form the cornerstone of the world and how they evolve the rise and fall of all things. What he spoke of was not the extreme of a single law, but how to make 5 extreme laws coexist harmoniously, forming a majestic power far greater than the sum of its parts. For the ancestral witches who had always focused solely on the extremes of their own laws, and occasionally fused power through the Dutian divine evil formation, this was undoubtedly opening the door to an entirely new world. Rushu fell into thought, feeling that his application of metal could perhaps be more flexible, no longer single-mindedly pursuing ultimate sharpness. Gomong's eyes sparkled with wisdom, gaining new ideas about wood's role in harmonizing and transforming the power of the other elements. Gonggong set aside his arrogance, pondering how to let his Xianming true water better integrate into the whole while maintaining its essence. Zhurong scratched his head, feeling that his flames could perhaps possess more spirit rather than being purely explosive. Huta nodded with satisfaction. Kong Xuan's theory of 5 elements balance resonated with the path of Earth's inclusion and transformation. She pursued, deepening her understanding of her own duty. As Kong Xuan's exposition deepened, the law aura of the 5 ancestral witches involuntarily rippled, adjusted, and optimized with his words. Their auras all elevated to varying degrees. Though they could not immediately break through to mid-stage quasi-sage, their Dao progress was refined, their path ahead clearer, and their strength unquestionably ascended to a new level. The Dao discourse lasted for an unknowable span of time. When Kong Xuan's final word fell, the valley was saturated with lingering Dao rhythms and extraordinary phenomena. 5-colored radiance, and the ancestral witch's origin auras blended seamlessly, no longer separated by any barrier. Zhurong was the first to laugh heartily, slapping the stone platform hard this time, controlling his strength. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Taoist Kong Xuan, after hearing your words, old Zhu feels he can play with fire far more skillfully. From now on you are a true friend of mine. Gonggong also for once did not contradict him. He nodded and said, these words are true. Your discourse also brings great benefit to our Wu clan. Rushu and Gomong did not say much, but the recognition and closeness in their eyes were already clear. Huta smiled and said, Taoist Kong Xuan, this discourse has benefited us all greatly. Not only is your strength extraordinary, but your magnanimity is also admirable. To discuss the Dao with you is truly a fortunate affair. Thus the relationship between Kong Xuan and the 5 ancestral witches had completely transformed from initial probing and sparring into a profound bond of mutual admiration and recognition. This discourse on the origins of the 5 elements not only solidified Kong Xuan's foundation to the extreme, but also revealed to the 5 ancestral witches more possibilities of law fusion, planting a wondrous seed for the future development of the Wu clan. Within the valley the atmosphere was harmonious and the friendship of the Dao ran deep and long. Within the valley the rhythmic resonance of the 5 elements gradually subsided, and the myriad anomalies stirred by the earlier discourse on the Dao slowly dispersed, leaving only the ever-thickening bond of Dao fellowship in the air and the tacit mutual sense of profound gain. The 5 ancestral witches and Kong Xuan remained immersed in the lingering resonance of the great Dao, each comprehending the subtle refinement of their own laws. After a long while, Kong Xuan was the first to open his eyes. Within his gaze, 5-colored radiance was concealed, and his aura grew ever more harmonious and profound. His gaze shifted to Hutu, the ancestral witch whose temperament was the most serene and weighty, and his expression turned solemn. He rose and, cupping one hand in the other, bowed to Hutu and to the 4 ancestral witches who had not yet departed, Rushu, Gomong, Gonggong, and Zhurong. Fellow Taoists, the gains from this discourse have far exceeded what Kong Xuan anticipated. I am deeply grateful. His tone was sincere, then his words took a slight turn as his gaze fell upon Hutu. Taoist Hutu, I mentioned earlier that after our discourse there was a matter I wish to tell you. This matter is of great importance and may well be bound up with the future fortune of the Wu clan. As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 ancestral witches who had been lingering in the afterglow of the discourse instantly grew alert. The smile on Zhurong's face faded, Gonggong's arrogant eyes turned sharp, Gomong's gentle countenance took on a contemplative look, and Rushu's cold stern gaze also focused squarely on Kong Xuan. Matters of fortune were the foremost concern for any race, and after the brutal Great War against the Demon Clan, the Wu clan was especially sensitive to them. Hutu straightened her back, as well a grave note emerging amidst her gentle gaze. Taoist, please speak. I am all ears. She knew full well that Kong Xuan was not a man of reckless words. The subtlety of his 5 elements, great Dao, and the breadth of his knowledge had already won her trust. Kong Xuan, however, shook his head slightly and lowered his voice with an unassailable caution. This matter has far-reaching implications involving heavenly secrets and karmic consequences. Nothing ordinary. Speaking of it here may be inadvisable. I take the liberty of asking you, Taoist Hutu, to introduce me to ancestral witches Dijiang and Zhulongyin. Only with the first among the Wu clan and its sage deliberating together can a decision be made. Dijiang, the ancestral witch of space and speed, was the foremost of the 12 ancestral witches commanding the entire Wu clan. Zhulongyin, the ancestral witch of time, stood at the pinnacle of Wu clan wisdom. He could peer into the long river of time and discern every minute detail with perfect clarity. Only with the endorsement of these 2 could the words Kong Xuan was about to speak truly be valued by the Wu clan's high echelons and potentially influence decisions that would shape the future. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise passed through Hutu's eyes. She had not expected that the matter Kong Xuan spoke of would require summoning her eldest and second elder brothers. But seeing the unprecedented gravity in his expression, she knew it was no pretense. She mused for a moment, recalling the strength and magnanimity Kong Xuan had displayed earlier, as well as the promise of the heavy gift. Her mind was already made up. Since you are so prudent, Taoist, this matter must be anything but trivial. Hutu rose slowly and nodded to Kong Xuan. Very well, I shall send word to my eldest and second elder brothers at once. Without further hesitation, she took out a token far more archaic than the one before, emanating an aura of primal chaos. This was the token used for urgent communication among the 12 ancestral witches. Infusing her own law mixed with a trace of the earth's primordial power into the token, she clearly transmitted the message. Kong Xuan had come to visit, the discourse had been fruitful, and there was a grave secret concerning the future fortune of the Wu clan that needed to be reported to Dijiang and Zhulongyin in person. After the message was sent, Hutu said to her 4 elder brothers Rushu, Gomong, Gonggong, and Zhurong, elder brothers, since eldest brother and second brother are on their way, this place can be left to me and Taoist Kong Xuan. The matter is grave and too many voices may cause trouble. Please return to your respective tribes for now. If your assistance is needed, this little sister will send word. Though Zhurong was burning with curiosity, he knew the gravity of the situation. He scratched his head and said, fine. We trust you to handle things, little sister. If anything happens, call me anytime. With that, he transformed into a blaze and departed first. Gonggong glanced at Kong Xuan, gave a snort, and without another word dissolved into a deep sapphire water light and vanished. Gomong and Rushu also nodded slightly to Hutu and Kong Xuan before transforming into a green radiance and a white gold sharp light respectively, and taking their leave. In the blink of an eye, only Hutu and Kong Xuan remained in the valley. Taoist, please follow me. We shall go to eldest brother Dijiang's tribe and wait there, Hutu said to Kong Xuan. Kong Xuan nodded and followed closely behind. The 2 left that tranquil valley. Hutu did not employ any earth-shattering divine ability. Rather, the power of the earth surged naturally beneath her feet, bearing them along at a pace that seemed slow, yet covered 1,000 li in an instant, heading toward the core tribe ruled by Ancestral, which Dijiang at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Along the way, the Wu clan's tribes grew increasingly imposing in spirit. Powerful warriors could be seen everywhere, their vital blood and qi converging into a single mass that soared straight into the heavens, revealing the majestic and flourishing spectacle of the Wu clan at its peak. Before long, an immense and ancient tribe appeared before them. Nestled at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, it was constructed from colossal stones and the bones of primeval beasts. The aura here was even more ancient and vast, with space faintly rippling. It was the tribe of Dijiang, the ancestral witch of space. As soon as the two descended at the tribe's entrance, the void ahead began to undulate like water. The next moment, two figures stepped out from the void almost simultaneously. The one on the left was not the tallest in stature, yet he gave the impression of being the center of the universe. He wore simple animal hides, his features ancient and unadorned, his eyes deep, as if containing endless starry skies. The laws of space flowed naturally around him, as if his very presence defined the existence and position of this place. This was Dijiang, the foremost of the 12 ancestral witches, the ancestral witch of space and speed. The one on the right was somewhat gaunt, clad in a dark robe, his face indistinct as if shrouded in the mists of time. His most striking feature was his eyes. The left eye was clear as a newborn's, reflecting all things of the present. The right eye was turbid as an abyss in numerous ages deep, as if capable of reflecting the endless lights and shadows of past and future. He simply stood there quietly, yet gave one the illusion that time itself was flowing slowly. This was Zhulong Yin, the ancestral witch of time, the sage of the Wu clan. Little sister, what is so urgent? Dijiang's voice was calm, yet carried unshakable authority. His gaze swept across Hutu, then settled on Kong Xuan. A gaze that seemed able to pierce through all falsehood and see directly into the essence. Hutu stepped forward and said respectfully, "Eldest brother, second brother, this is Taoist Kong Xuan, a guest of the Zixiao Palace, profoundly versed in the great Tao of the 5 elements. Earlier he discoursed with me and our 4 elder brothers, and we gained immensely from it. Taoist Kong Xuan says there is a grave secret concerning the future fortune of our clan that must be discussed with you both in person. Hence this little sister took the liberty of inviting you here." Kong Xuan dared not be negligent. He stepped forward and bowed solemnly to Dijiang and Zhulong Yin. "I am Kong Xuan. Greetings, Taoist Dijiang, Taoist Zhulong Yin. I have presumed to invite you because the matter is truly momentous. I hope both of you will forgive my boldness." Dijiang nodded slightly in return, but his gaze continued to weigh Kong Xuan. Meanwhile, a faint knowing expression seemed to flicker across Zhulong Yin's indistinct features. His peculiar eyes lingered on Kong Xuan for a moment, as if he had already glimpsed certain indistinct trajectories. With a voice carrying the weathered vicissitudes of time, he said slowly, "Karmic entanglements ripples upon the river of fate. Taoist Kong Xuan, you bear the light of the variable upon you. Since you have come, let us go inside and speak in detail." With that, he turned first and walked toward the most magnificent building deep within the tribe, the Pango Hall, which emanated an aura of primordial chaos. Dijiang motioned to Hutu and Kong Xuan, then turned and followed. Kong Xuan's heart stirred slightly. Zhulong Yin truly lived up to his reputation. It seemed he had already sensed something. He exchanged a glance with Hutu, and both saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. Without further words, they followed the 2 ancestral witches into the Pangu Hall, the symbol of the Wu clan's authority and the heart of its heritage. The hall was spacious and ancient, filled with the primitive aura of Pangu's separation of heaven and earth. The 4 seated themselves as hosts and guests on enormous stone chairs, and the hall's doors closed silently, isolating the interior from the outside. A solemn and weighty atmosphere spread through the hall, heralding that the matter about to be discussed might truly affect the future direction of the primordial wilderness. Kong Xuan knew that the crucial moment was only just beginning. Within the Pangu Hall, chaotic energy pervaded the air as 4 figures sat in a circle, the atmosphere so heavy it seemed as if water could be wrung from it. The ancient murals of Pangu's creation on the stone walls flickered in the dim light, as if silently listening to this conversation concerning the survival of their race. Dijiang's gaze as eternal as the starry sky settled steadily on Kong Xuan, breaking the silence. "Taoist friend Kong Xuan, you invited us here speaking of a matter that concerns the destiny of our Wu clan. Now that we are gathered, please speak plainly." His voice echoed through the empty hall, carrying a resonance unique to spatial energy. The sound of his voice reverberated through the vast hall, carrying a spatial resonance. Zhu Jiuyin's eyes, which contained the river of time, gazed steadily at Kong Xuan. His indistinct face revealed no emotion, yet in the right eye an abyss of antiquity seemed to hold countless fragments of light and shadows spinning at great speed. He was deducing, capturing the faint trajectory of the variable brought by Kong Xuan. Hutu sat beside Kong Xuan, her eyes carrying trust and a subtle trace of worry. Kong Xuan took a deep breath, knowing that the most critical moment had arrived. He swept his gaze over the 3 ancestral witches, and his voice, though not loud, was clear as a hammer striking the mind. "Taoist friends Dijiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and Hutu. I came here today because I have observed the grand trends of the primordial world and felt a stirring in my heart. I cannot bear to see the orthodox descendants of Pangu repeat the mistakes of the past. May I ask, how stands the current conflict between the Wu and Yao clans?" I, this poor priest, have come rashly, because I have felt a stirring in my heart upon observing the grand trends of the primordial world, and I cannot bear to see the orthodox lineage of Pangu tread the same path to ruin. May I ask you three, what is the current situation of the conflict between the Wu and Yao clans? Dijiang frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, the Yao clan has usurped the heavenly court, and there have been frequent skirmishes with our earthborn warriors. Though a battle thousands of years ago ended inconclusively, our Wu warriors are fierce and brave, in no way inferior to the Yao. In time we will surely drive them out of the primordial world and restore the glory of our Father God. His words brimmed with the confidence and battle spirit befitting the lord of the Wu clan. With time we will surely expel them from the primordial world and restore the glory of our Father God. His words brimmed with the confidence and battle spirit befitting the lord of the Wu clan. Kong Xuan shook his head gently at these words, a look of compassion and gravity appearing on his face. Your ambition is indeed noble, but throughout the ages of the primordial world, do you know, my friend, what has ultimately become of all those who sought to rule the primordial world, those whose fortune blazed to its zenith? He paused, then spoke in a tone of ancient sorrow, each word heavy with the weight of history. He did not wait for the three ancestral witches to reply, but began to speak in a voice that seemed to reach back through the ages, each word bearing the weight of history. In the distant time before chaos was divided, the great god Pangu wielded his axe to break the primordial mist, slaying 3,000 primordial demons and splitting heaven and earth. This was a supreme feat, yet most of the demons perished and a small part either hid or survived. This was a supreme achievement, yet most of the demons perished while a small number either hid or survived. Kong Xuan paused here, his gaze seeming to sweep deliberately over the roof of the hall. He pointed upward with a finger but said nothing directly, yet the invisible pressure made Dijiang and Zhu Jiuyin's eyes contract sharply. They understood what Kong Xuan referred to, an existence even the ancestral witches dared not speak of openly. The great god Pangu exhausted his strength and fell his body, transforming into the primordial world, blessing all living beings. Yet in the early days of the primordial world, the beast emperor Sheni commanded countless ferocious beasts ravaging heaven and earth. How invincible they seemed. And what was their end? On the eve of the Dragon Han first calamity, they were wiped out by the ancient three clans, Dragon Phoenix and Shilin, and Sheni himself fell. Yet the primordial world was barely settled when the beast emperor Sheni, commanding countless ferocious beasts, ravaged heaven and earth. How supremely arrogant. And what was his end? On the eve of the Dragon Han first calamity, he was annihilated by the ancient three clans, Dragon Phoenix and Shilin, and Sheni himself fell. Thereafter the Dragon Phoenix and Shilin clans rose to power, dominating the primordial world, dividing heaven, earth, and seas. How magnificent their fortune. They were the true lords of the primordial world. Yet the Dragon Han calamity arose. The demon ancestor Luoho secretly stirred up discord, igniting the accumulated grievances of the three clans, leading to a bloody war that swept across the primordial world. The final outcome you three should know. Then the Dragon Han calamity arose. The demon ancestor Luoho secretly sowed discord, igniting the accumulated grievances of the three clans, leading to a brutal war that engulfed the primordial world. The final result you three must know. The elites of the three clans were utterly wiped out. Their clan leaders either fell into deep slumber, burdened with karma, sealed forever in one realm, forced from the stage of the primordial world, never to recover, and to this day they have not regained their former glory. Kong Xuan's voice echoed through the hall, recounting the sealed, blood-soaked history of destruction. With each word he spoke, the faces of the three ancestral witches grew more solemn. They were naturally aware of this history, but no one had ever before connected the rise and fall of these overlords so clearly and coherently, linking them tightly to ruling the primordial world and peak fortune. At the end of the Dragon Han calamity, the Wei and the demon contended. The Dao ancestor Hongjun defeated the demon ancestor Luoho on Mount Sumeru in the west, establishing the orthodox path of the Xin sect. From then on, the Heavenly Dao fully awakened and operated in order. The Dao ancestor Hongjun became the first saint under the Heavenly Dao, lecturing on the Great Way in the Zixiao Palace of Primal Chaos. The Dao ancestor Hongjun also became the first saint under the Heavenly Dao, preaching the Great Way in the Zixiao Palace of Primal Chaos. Kong Xuan changed his tone, his gaze sharp as he looked at the three ancestral witches. In the Zixiao Palace, the 6 purple cushions at the very front. What do they represent? Given your abilities, you must have some speculation. That is the opportunity for sainthood, the number ordained by heaven. He paused, then posed the most central and cruel question. And now the Wu clan rules the earth of the primordial world, while the Yao clan governs the heavenly court. The two clans have essentially divided and ruled the entire primordial world, with fortune surpassing even that of the ancient three clans. Then, in your esteemed opinion, following this eternal law of the primordial world, what will be the final outcome of the Wu and Yao clans? That is the opportunity for sainthood, the number ordained by heaven. He paused, then posed the most central and cruel question. And now the Wu clan rules the earth of the primordial world, while the Yao clan governs the heavenly court. The two clans have essentially divided and ruled the entire primordial world with fortune surpassing even that of the ancient three clans. Then in your esteemed opinion, following this eternal law of the primordial world, what will be the final outcome of the Wu and Yao clans? The Wu and Yao clans have essentially divided and ruled the entire primordial world with fortune surpassing even that of the ancient three clans. Then in your esteemed opinion, following this eternal law of the primordial world, what will be the final outcome of the Wu and Yao clans? The reaction of the three ancestral witches opposite him was even more intense. The first to be affected was Zhu Juyin. He was already skilled in the way of time and space, probing the secrets of heaven, and was most sensitive to cause and effect and fate. As Kong Xuan began to link the history, the abyss of antiquity in his right eye began to boil. When Kong Xuan's final heart-piercing question fell, Zhu Juyin seemed to see a branch of time originally shrouded in mist, but now becoming clear, a branch filled with blood and destruction. He saw countless Wu warriors falling with whales under falling stars and splitting earth. He saw Dijiang Zhurong Gonggong, each of his brothers and sisters fighting in a sea of blood, eventually their bodies shattering, blood staining the sky. He saw the Dutian divine evil array wailing in collapse, saw the Yao Zhoutian star array also dimming and falling, saw the primordial world breaking apart, all things withering. It was an apocalyptic scene. He saw countless Wu warriors falling with whales under falling stars and splitting earth. He saw Dijiang Zhurong Gonggong, each of his brothers and sisters fighting in a sea of blood, eventually their bodies shattering, blood staining the sky. He saw the Dutian divine evil array wailing in collapse, saw the Yao Zhoutian star array also dimming and falling, saw the primordial world breaking apart, all things withering. It was an apocalyptic scene. He saw countless Wu warriors falling with whales under falling stars and splitting earth. He saw Dijiang Zhurong Gonggong, each of his brothers and sisters fighting in a sea of blood, eventually their bodies shattering, blood staining the sky. He saw the Dutian divine evil array wailing in collapse, saw the Yao Zhoutian star array also dimming and falling, saw the primordial world breaking apart, all things withering. It was an apocalyptic scene. It was the end of the Wu clan and also the tomb of the Yao clan. And all of this was driven by an invisible but irresistible calamity chi. All those within the calamity were bewitched in mind, knowing only to kill and fight until they marched together toward destruction. Zhu Juyin suddenly spat out a mouthful of pale golden blood, his body trembling violently. His indistinct face became clear for an instant, revealing extreme terror and shock. The time Dao around him was in chaos. The present reflected in his left eye became blurred, and the future glimpsed by his right eye was shattered, filled with great terror. His body trembled violently, and his indistinct face became clear for an instant, revealing extreme terror and shock. The time Dao around him was in chaos. The present reflected in his left eye became blurred, and the future glimpsed by his right eye was shattered, filled with great terror. He understood. He finally understood why his previous calculations of the clan's fate were always shrouded in mist, why the war with the Yao clan was always to the death. It was not merely a racial conflict, but a calamity. It was the boundless calamity under the operation of the Heavenly Dao, cleansing heaven and earth and reshaping order. And their Wu clan and the Yao clan were the protagonists of this calamity, destined to ascend the altar. He understood. He finally understood why his previous calculations of the clan's fate were always shrouded in mist, why the war with the Yao clan was always to the death. It was not merely a racial conflict, but a calamity. It was the boundless calamity under the operation of the Heavenly Dao, cleansing heaven and earth and reshaping order. And their Wu clan and the Yao clan were the protagonists of this calamity, destined to ascend the altar. Second brother, Hutu exclaimed quickly, supporting the swaying Zhu Juyin. Although she was not skilled in the way of time and space as the earth ancestral, which she was deeply connected to the essence of the primordial world. At this moment she could clearly feel the deep mourning and fear transmitted from the earth beneath her feet, and the invisible yet omnipresent calamity chi that pervaded heaven and earth, constantly eroding minds and amplifying violence. She recalled the many conflicts with the Yao clan, the uncontrollable rage and murderous intent, and the increasingly belligerent state of her brothers, who were hard to persuade. Everything fit. Huta's face turned pale, her eyes filled with compassion and lingering fear. She tightly gripped Zhu Juin's arm, her body trembling slightly, now awakened. She recalled the many conflicts with the Yao clan, the uncontrollable rage and murderous intent, and the increasingly belligerent state of her brothers, who were hard to persuade. Everything fit. Huta's face turned pale, her eyes filled with compassion and lingering fear. She tightly gripped Zhu Juin's arm, her body trembling slightly, now awakened. Huta's face was ashen, her eyes filled with compassion and lingering fear. She tightly gripped Zhu Juin's arm, her body trembling slightly, now awakened. Although Dijiang did not have Zhu Juin's direct vision, nor Hutu's deep resonance with the earth. As the leader of the Wu clan, he commanded the overall situation and possessed extraordinary wisdom. Kong Xuan's clear logic, Zhu Juin's violent reaction, Hutu's terror, and the tangible pressure of the Heavenly Dao, all struck like thunderbolts, shattering the spiritual platform that had been subtly obscured by the calamity Qi due to his presence within it. Kong Xuan's clear logic, Zhu Juin's violent reaction, Hutu's terror, and the tangible pressure of the Heavenly Dao, all struck like thunderbolts, shattering the spiritual platform that had been subtly obscured by the calamity Qi due to his presence within it. Yes, those who dominate the primordial world come to no good end. This is an iron law. So it was for the ferocious beasts, so it was for the three clans. Why should the Wu and Yao clans be an exception? The 6 purple cushions in the Zixiao Palace, the saint positions, are already fixed. The Wu clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit, does not worship the Heavenly Dao, and is destined to have no share. Without the protection of a saint, how can they contend with the ordained trend in this boundless calamity? The so-called restoring the glory of Father God will likely only lead to the complete destruction of the heaven and earth that Father God transformed and the extinction of his bloodline. The 6 purple cushions in the Zixiao Palace, the saint positions, are already fixed. The Wu clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit, does not worship the Heavenly Dao, and is destined to have no share. Without the protection of a saint, how can they contend with the ordained trend in this boundless calamity? The so-called restoring the glory of Father God will likely only lead to the complete destruction of the heaven and earth that Father God transformed and the extinction of his bloodline. The so-called restoring the glory of Father God will likely only lead to the complete destruction of the heaven and earth that Father God transformed and the extinction of his bloodline. Dijiang slowly closed his eyes, and for the first time his starry, deep gaze revealed an expression of immense heaviness and fatigue. The large hand resting on the stone armrest of his chair turned white at the knuckles from strain. The entire Pango Hall fell into a dead silence, broken only by the invisible pressure of the Heavenly Dao and Zhu Juin's slightly rapid breathing. The entire Pango Hall fell into a dead silence, broken only by the invisible pressure of the Heavenly Dao and Zhu Juin's slightly rapid breathing. After a long while, Dijiang slowly opened his eyes, the battle spirit and sharpness replaced by a deep worry. He looked at Kong Xuan and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Taoist friend, your words are like a morning bell, an evening drum awakening the dreamer." He acknowledged the cruel possibility that Kong Xuan had revealed. Hutu also raised her head, her eyes carrying a hint of hope and supplication as she looked at Kong Xuan. "Taoist friend Kong Xuan, since you have pointed out the crisis, do you know where the Wu clan can find a way out? Please guide us." Her voice trembled with deep concern for the future of her clan. Zhu Juin also barely suppressed his surging energy and blood, his strange eyes fixed on Kong Xuan, waiting for an answer. Facing the hopeful, heavy, even desperate gazes of the 3 ancestral witches, Kong Xuan sighed inwardly. He knew that the wheels of history rolled forward, and the momentum of a calamity could not be easily reversed by a single person. He was silent for a moment before speaking slowly, his voice carrying a profound meaning. "Taoist friends Hutu, Dijiang, and Zhu Juin. The secrets of heaven cannot be fully revealed, nor is the great trend immutable. What I have said today already goes against heaven and bears great karma. As for the specific way out, the time is not yet ripe, and I cannot say everything." He was silent for a moment before speaking slowly, his voice carrying a profound meaning. "Taoist friends Hutu, Dijiang, and Zhu Juin. The secrets of heaven cannot be fully revealed, nor is the great trend immutable. What I have said today already goes against heaven and bears great karma. As for the specific way out, the time is not yet ripe, and I cannot say everything." He was silent for a moment before speaking slowly, his voice carrying a profound meaning. "Taoist friends Hutu, Dijiang, and Zhu Juin. The secrets of heaven cannot be fully revealed, nor is the great trend immutable. What I have said today already goes against heaven and bears great karma. As for the specific way out, the time is not yet ripe, and I cannot say everything." He especially fixed his gaze on Hutu and said meaningfully, "Taoist friend Hutu, you have a compassionate heart, and you bear great opportunity and great perseverance. After the next 3rd lecture in the Zixiao Palace, you will feel something, gain some insight. At that time, perhaps you can find a ray of hope for the Wu clan and for all living beings of the primordial world. Remember, compassion is not weakness, and sacrifice is not an end. Sometimes renunciation leads to gain, and stillness contains new life." He did not explicitly say, "transform into the cycle of reincarnation," but the guidance in his words was already very clear. He especially fixed his gaze on Hutu and said meaningfully, "Taoist friend Hutu, you have a compassionate heart, and you bear great opportunity and great perseverance. After the next 3rd lecture in the Zixiao Palace, you will feel something, gain some insight. At that time, perhaps you can find a ray of hope for the Wu clan and for all living beings of the primordial world. Remember, compassion is not weakness, and sacrifice is not an end. Sometimes renunciation leads to gain, and stillness contains new life." Remember, compassion is not weakness and sacrifice is not an end. Sometimes renunciation leads to gain and stillness contains new life. He did not explicitly say, transform into the cycle of reincarnation, but the guidance in his words was already very clear. Hutu's delicate body trembled slightly at these words, a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes, then turning into contemplation as if something important had begun to sprout in her heart. She seemed to understand, but not fully, yet she etched Kong Xuan's words deeply in her mind. After the next lecture, Hutu murmured to herself, then said solemnly to Kong Xuan, I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Taoist friend. This kindness and this sentiment Hutu and the Wu clan will remember in our hearts. When I gain insight, I will seek your advice again. Kong Xuan nodded, knowing that his words today had achieved the desired effect. He stood up, cupped his hands toward the three ancestral witches who were still immersed in the great shock and heavy thoughts. Three friends, I have said all I can. I must not stay longer, I take my leave. Kong Xuan nodded, knowing that his words today had achieved the desired effect. He stood up, cupped his hands toward the three ancestral witches who were still immersed in the great shock and heavy thoughts. Three friends, I have said all I can. I must not stay longer, I take my leave. Dijiang and Zhu Juyin also came back from their heavy thoughts, stood up together, and returned the gesture solemnly to Kong Xuan. At this moment, when they looked at Kong Xuan again, their eyes no longer held the initial scrutiny and indifference, but were replaced by deep gratitude and respect. Regardless of Kong Xuan's motives, his warning words today were nothing less than a life-saving grace for the Wu clan. Go slowly, friend. We Dijiang Zhu Juyin will remember what you have said today, the two ancestral witches said in deep voices. Kong Xuan said no more. He turned and walked steadily toward the door of the Panga Hall. When he pushed open the heavy doors, the light from outside streamed in, as if bringing a new hope and variable. He stepped out and disappeared into the light, leaving the sacred core of the Wu clan. Kong Xuan said no more. He turned and walked steadily toward the door of the Panga Hall. When he pushed open the heavy doors, the light from outside streamed in, as if bringing a new hope and variable. He stepped out and disappeared into the light, leaving the sacred core of the Wu clan. Within the Pangu Hall, silence reigned, once more broken only by the heavy heartbeats of the three ancestral witches and the lingering worries and thoughts about the survival of their clan. Kong Xuan's arrival was like a pebble cast into the river of fate. Though it could not change the final direction of the current, it had already allowed certain beings at the riverbed to glimpse the coming destructive waterfall in advance. Would the fate of the Wu clan take a subtle shift because of this? All of this would be slowly revealed in the years to come. Leaving the land of the Wu clan, which was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere of awakening, Kong Xuan transformed into an almost ethereal five-colored streak of light racing through the clouds and mountains. His heart, however, was as clear and serene as the sky after rain. This journey to the Wu clan had yielded far more than anticipated. Engaging in discourse with the five primordial Wu who governed the origins was akin to five torrents born from the primordial creation, which scoured, broadened, and solidified his understanding of the fundamental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, pushing them to the theoretical and practical limits achievable by a Deluo golden immortal. The five elements revolved in perfect harmony, smooth and unobstructed. Moreover, the profound warnings delivered within the Panga Hall regarding the grand trends of the primordial world and the truth of the tribulation not only forged a deep karmic bond with the Wu clan, but also purified his very Dao heart, eliminating the last traces of subtle arrogance born from reversing time and possessing foreknowledge, rendering it utterly flawless and indestructible. The foundation of the five elements is as solid as a rock. Comprehension of the laws has reached the ultimate limit. The Dao heart is now crystal clear and complete. The time has come, there is no reason to delay any longer. Kong Xuan looked inward, feeling the vast mana surging through his meridians, yet unable to grow further due to the limitations of his realm, and the five law runes deep within his primordial spirit that shone like eternal suns, interweaving and resonating with the very essence of heaven and earth. His mind was utterly clear. The realm of Honghuang golden immortal, that supreme state beyond Deluo, where one truly begins to touch the authority of heaven and earth and establish a personal domain of the Dao. The tightly closed door had already cracked open a sliver for him. All he needed to do was gather all his strength and push it open. Thinking of the turbulent undercurrents in the primordial world, the escalating friction between the Wu and demon clans, and the miasma of tribulation pervading the heavens, Kong Xuan felt the urgency of time. Only by swiftly advancing his power could he not only protect himself amidst the impending cataclysm, but also seize the chance to transcend. He hesitated no longer. Changing direction, he accelerated like a falling five-colored star, diving straight toward the Qingshu cave, heaven deep within Wangwu Mountain. Moments later, the familiar majestic mountain range came into view. Outside the Qingshu cave, heaven, clouds and mist swirled, guarding lights flickering faintly. Everything was safe. Evidently, during his absence, no external enemy had dared to disturb this sanctum he had cultivated. Kong Xuan silently descended, appearing directly before the barrier of light, inscribed with 5 elements runes at the cave's entrance. The 2 young attendants Kaiyun and Saixia, who had already sensed his arrival, immediately formed hand seals, respectfully opened the portal, and joyfully rushed forward to greet him. "Greetings, master, on your return." Kong Xuan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 2 youths. He noticed their auras were more condensed than before, their cultivation steadily improving, and the cave heaven was well managed. He felt a touch of relief. His expression turned to unprecedented solemnity, and he directly gave orders. "Your master will enter a closed-door death meditation on this return to break through a critical barrier that concerns the future path of the Dao. From today onward, the cave heaven shall be completely sealed, isolating inside from outside, and all visitors are to be declined. You too must guard the gate with utmost care, fully activate all outer protective arrays and formations, extend your divine sense outward, be vigilant of every stir, and ensure that no person or matter disturbs me. Can you do this?" His tone was heavy and full of authority, making Kaiyun and Saixia realize the gravity of the matter. They immediately cast aside all distracting thoughts, bowed deeply, and replied with firm voices, "We shall obey your decree. We will do our utmost, merging our minds with the formations. Even if we are reduced to ashes, we will not allow anything to disturb your cultivation. Rest assured, master." "Excellent." Kong Xuan said no more. With one step, his figure vanished into the 5-colored flowing light curtain. The cave entrance slowly closed, the radiance withdrew, and it returned to resemble an ordinary cliff face, yet the invisible protective field had been elevated to its highest level. Returning to the Qingshu cave heaven, the dense pure 5 elements spiritual energy, perfectly attuned to his own Dao rhythm, rushed toward him, causing every pore of his body to instinctively open. He took a deep breath, as if drawing all the spiritual essence and Dao rhythm of this place into his chest, sweeping away the last specks of dust stirred by the outside world. He did not linger, but walked straight to the most central area of the cave heaven. Beneath the innate spiritual root, 5-needle pine, which after years of nourishment was now deeply intertwined with the cave heaven's origin and the 5 elements spirit beads, becoming the hub of the 5 elements and the source of spiritual energy. Sensing the return of its master and the vast restrained aura, the 5-needle pine's leaves rustled without wind, emitting a whispering Dao sound, and scattered countless crystalline light points containing pure 5 elements essence, which danced like joyful sprites around Kong Xuan. This place was where the laws of the Qingshu cave heaven were clearest, the spiritual energy most abundant and most attuned to his Dao path. To attempt the breakthrough to Honghuang here was a confluence of heaven, earth, and human advantage. Kong Xuan stood beneath the 5-needle pine, but did not immediately begin the breakthrough. Instead, he first set about arranging various auxiliary formations for the closed-door meditation. This breakthrough was a critical step from mortal immortal path to the Honghuang Dao, a leap in the essence of life. The ripples of heaven and earth's spiritual energy and laws it would stir would be vast as an ocean. It must be foolproof, isolating all external observation and interference. First, he arranged the core spirit gathering formation. With a flick of his sleeve, countless carefully selected high-quality 5 elements, spirit stones, spirit jades, and even a few pieces of void crystal obtained from the edge of chaos flew out like a guided river of stars, following a profound trajectory, embodying the movement of the stars and the cycle of the 5 elements. They formed a Zhou Tian 5 elements returned to origin grand array covering 100 zhang in radius surrounding the 5-needle pine and the spot where he would sit. This array not only madly absorbed the almost liquefied 5 elements spiritual energy within the cave heaven, but its core also subtly connected to the invisible network of spiritual veins in the primordial world outside. Above Wangwu Mountain, it formed a giant, invisible, yet real vortex of spiritual energy funnel, ensuring that during the critical moment of breakthrough, an endless stream of heaven and earth spiritual energy would pour in to sustain the terrifying energy consumption of the transformation. Compared to before he went to Zixiao Palace to listen to the Dao, his formation methods had undergone a qualitative leap. His actions were smooth and effortless as if by instinct. Countless complex and profound formation runes guided by his divine will naturally condensed and imprinted from the void, accurate, without error. The exquisite structure of the formations and the efficiency of energy guidance were many times better than before. This was due to his complete digestion and absorption of Xingzhenzi's ancient stellar formation inheritance, and the perfect integration of the profound meanings of formations he had obtained from hearing the Dao at Zixiao Palace, especially the essence from the exhilarating debate with Tongtian Zhaozhu into his own 5-element system. Many advanced or even top-tier formations that previously required extensive mental calculation and careful arrangement could now be formed almost at the flicker of a thought. Efficiency and precision had increased by more than 10 times. The spirit gathering formation was complete light flowing, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to hum in low vibration. But this was only the beginning. Next came the top priority for ensuring absolute safety during the closed-door meditation, the defensive formations. With a solemn expression, Kong Xuan began to layer one after another a total of 9 defensive grand arrays, each of different attributes, complementary functions, and interlocking around the core spirit gathering area. The first layer used the projection of the 5 elements spirit beads as the array, deploying the innate 5 elements reincarnation array. 5 colored light transformed into solid barriers. The 5 elements power cycled, creating a stable heaven and earth of its own with astonishing defensive power. It could also convert and absorb part of the incoming attack energy, nourishing the array. The second layer drew upon the power of the earth vein core deep within the cave heaven, combined with his own perfect comprehension of the earth element to deploy the Hutu bearing heaven barrier. A yellow haze rose, carrying the weight and bearing of the primordial earth, stabilizing space and dissipating shocks. No force, however mighty, could shake it. The third layer condensed his own gung metal sharpness to deploy the Tai-Bai demon-slaying sword domain. Countless fine hair like unparalleled sharp platinum sword chi flickered within the void, interwoven into a net. Those who trespassed would suffer endless sword chi grinding, annihilating body and spirit. The fourth layer operated the essence of Xianming true water to deploy the 9 nether-frozen ice illusory realm. Cold mist spread space, seemed frozen, and it also had a confounding effect, trapping enemies formlessly and eroding their mana and will. The fifth layer evolved the principle of Wood's endless life to deploy the spirit life guardian. Emerald light contained vast vitality, not only defending, but also skillfully converting part of the attack energy into life essence, replenishing the array's consumption and even repairing damage, making this array extremely resilient. The sixth layer drove the essence of southern bright fire to deploy the sky-scorching, sea-boiling sun array. Blazing flames soared supremely young and strong, specifically countering dark and evil forces, burning everything. Any being daring to approach would suffer the burning of true sun fire. The seventh layer integrated his deeper understanding of space laws to deploy the void-layered labyrinth array. Warping and folding space, creating countless real and false fault zones and phantoms, making it difficult for the outside to lock onto his true location and forcing intruders into a boundless maze. The eighth layer even more incorporated the sword array principles he had learned from Tontian Jiaozhu, the art of seizing a thread of life and aggressive attack, to deploy the cutting heaven protecting Dao absolute array. This array not only had astonishing defensive power, but also carried a fierce intent to cut off and annihilate all methods. It could keenly find weak points in external divine abilities or attacks, and deliver a sharp counterattack, making it a perfect integration of offense and defense. The ninth layer, the final and most core barrier. Kong Xuan forced out 9 drops of his essence blood, which contained his Deluo perfection cultivation and 5 elements origin, mixed with a trace of Dao insight into the return to void of the 5 elements and the end of all things. He carved countless dense, intricate, chaotic or emitting innate 5 elements return to void Dao patterns into the void, forming the final 5 elements return to void forbidden seal. This forbidden seal was no ordinary thing. It was not simply defensive, but contained a terrifying artistic conception of the end of heaven and earth and the silence of all laws. It could forcibly decompose and assimilate most forms of attack energy, reducing them to the most primordial chaotic chi, which then dissipated into nothingness. It could be said to be the culmination of his defensive methods at present. 9 grand arrays, from outer to inner, from physical to law-based, from defense to counterattack, and even return to void, layered and nested, brilliant and light, humming with Dao rhythm, their auras interconnected, forming a perfect and terrifying composite defense system. They guarded the 5-needle pine and its surrounding area like an iron bucket, impenetrable. Not to mention ordinary Deluo golden immortals. Even if a quasi-sage of the early stage personally arrived, breaking through would be no easy task in a short time and would certainly come at an extremely heavy cost. After spending several days carefully checking and debugging each array to perfection, confirming no oversight or flaw, Kong Xuan finally let out a long breath, a satisfied expression on his face. With a wave of his hand at the very core of the arrays where he was about to sit, he laid out a meditation cushion made from myriad-year warm spirit jade star, core fragments, innate earth mother essence, and other rare materials that were hard to find in the world. This cushion could not only calm the mind and concentrate the spirit, but also enhance enlightenment and slightly accelerate the comprehension of laws, making it an excellent aid for closed-door breakthroughs. Thus, all external preparations had reached the utmost perfection he could currently achieve. Kong Xuan slowly sat cross-legged on the marvelous cushion, his posture natural and in harmony with the Dao. He first began to adjust his own state, harmonizing his essence, energy, and spirit to the most perfect and integrated realm. His breathing became faint in tune with the rhythm of heaven and earth. The vast mana within his body no longer surged, but lay dormant like an ancient dragon of chaos, containing the power to destroy the world, awaiting the moment of awakening. His primordial spirit was clear as crystal, suspended in the void of his sea of consciousness. The 5 runes representing the perfect 5 elements laws shone inwardly, emitting a terrifying Tao rhythm that was held back, yet ready to shake the heavens. Then with a thought the 5 elements spirit beads which were life and death intertwined with him and long refined into his being emerged from the depths of his primordial spirit spinning gently and floating 3 feet above his head arranged in the innate 5 elements orientation. They showered down billions of pure substantial rays of innate 5 elements origin chi. This origin chi blended with the spiritual energy inhaled through his pores and combined with the vast spiritual energy gathered by the Zhou Tian 5 elements return to origin grand array, forming a massive stable colorful cocoon of 5 elements spiritual energy that enveloped him securely. He also took out several tightly sealed jade bottles and jade boxes from his spatial treasure. Inside were rare 5 elements essences he had collected during his travels through countless dangerous secret realms in the primordial world, or 5 elements spiritual fruits that the 5-needle pine had condensed over long ages containing a trace of innate Tao rhythm. These were precious resources prepared to deal with unexpected situations like mana insufficiency or mental exhaustion during the breakthrough and were placed within easy reach. Everything was ready, only awaiting the final moment to impact the Honghuang and inquire of the Tao. Kong Xuan slowly closed his eyes watching nose watching heart watching the Tao. All distracting thoughts, all external affairs, all karma, all were cast out of his mind. His entire will and all perception sank deeply into the sensation and invocation of the origin of the 5 elements Tao, which formed the foundation of the primordial world. Within his body, the ultimate chapter of the Phoenix Dance Honghuang art, which had long been deduced to perfection, began to circulate slowly in a mysterious and unfathomable trajectory. Inside the Qingshu cave heaven, it was utterly silent, only the low hum of the formations and the rustling sound of the 5-needle pine's leaves intertwined. And within the heavily guarded core, a transformation concerning the ultimate leap of life's level was quietly accumulating power that could shake heaven and earth. Outside the cave heaven above Wanwu Mountain, the invisible spiritual energy vortex spun faster and faster, causing subtle changes in the celestial phenomena for tens of thousands of li. Winds and clouds gathered, spiritual energy surged. Kong Xuan's Tao path was about to face the most critical and glorious leap. All preparations, all accumulations would at this moment be transformed into the majestic power to impact the supreme Honghuang Tao realm. In the core area of Qingshu Cave Heaven beneath the 5-needle pine, Kong Xuan's mind completely sank into the mysterious world within his body constructed by the 5 elements law. The ultimate chapter of the Phoenix Dance Primordial Chaos art roared into operation deep within his primordial spirit. Every syllable, every rune stirred the deepest resonance of his bloodline. As the direct disciple of the primordial phoenix and the phoenix prince, this supreme art originating from his bloodline and directly pointing to the Honghuang Great Tao was not obscure text to him, but a heritage memory long imprinted in the origin of life, now fully awakened, flowing naturally, like mercury pouring on the ground. His consciousness seemed to transcend endless ages, reliving his own path of the Tao. From being conceived by the innate 5 elements, Qi gaining initial intelligence at the immortal volcano, receiving the name Kong Xuan, to the end of the Dragon Han catastrophe, when the Phoenix clan declined, he bore the remnant fortune and karma of the clan struggling to survive, to reversing time, and returning, establishing the Tao field Qingshu Cave Heaven at Wanwu Mountain, painstakingly managing it, to listening to the Tao for the first time in the Zhixiao Palace, clarifying his own path. Not cultivating the 3 corpses, but only seeking Honghuang, to fighting the 2 sages of the West at the edge of chaos, receiving aid from Tongtian, to debating the Tao with the 5 primordial Wus in the Wu clan lands, perfecting the 5 elements law, to De Luo perfection, to awakening the Wu clan of the calamity danger in the Panga Hall. Scenes passed like a revolving lantern through his Tao heart, not as distractions, but as the most thorough review and confirmation of his own Tao. All experiences, all insights, all divine abilities. The 5-colored divine light sweeping all things, evolving space, reversing techniques, the southern bright Lihua burning heaven and boiling seas, rebirth vitality, the 9 heavens astral wind escape, covering 10,000 miles in an instant, the 5 elements great escape merging into all things, and the newly realized 5 elements universe, cover 5 elements technique breaking sword finger. All transformed into the purest nourishment, fully integrated. In the Zhixiao Palace, the marvel of the 3 corpses slaying expounded by Tao ancestor Hongjuan, though not practiced, its analysis of good and evil attachments, and the pursuit of pure Tao heart reflected, like a mirror on himself, making his will firmer and his thoughts more unobstructed. In the Tao debate with the Wu clan, Ruju's metal sternness and immortality, Gomong's wood's growth and unblocking Gongong's water's moisture, and return Zhurong's fire's blaze and destruction creation, Huda's earth's bearing and nurturing. These 5 primal insights originating from Pangu nearly authority were like the final, and most crucial cornerstones, completely filling the last gaps and flaws of his five elements great Tao, causing the comprehension of the five elements law to truly break through that invisible boundary and stabilize at the mysterious fourth level. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The five laws were no longer independent entities, but began an unprecedented deep fusion and transformation under the governance of the Phoenix Dance primordial chaos art. Within his primordial spirit, the five brilliant law runes grew brighter, their boundaries blurring. The five-colored radiance spun wildly, gradually converging toward the center, about to condense into a new Dao fruit, representing Honghuang unity and encompassing all. The Honghuang five elements Dao fruit. The five elements spirit pearl floating above his head, sensing its master's transformation, emitted clear hums in unison. The cascading innate five elements origin chi surged abruptly, like five waterfalls descending from the sky, crazily pouring into Kong Xuan's body. Around him, this circular five elements return to origin grand array, operated to its extreme, forcibly compressing and purifying the vast spiritual energy gathered from within and outside the cave heaven, transforming it into nearly liquid spiritual fluid enveloping him. With a thought from Kong Xuan, the five elements spirit fruits exuding tempting Tao resonance, and the pure five elements essences placed beside him flew up on their own, plunging into the spiritual energy vortex, instantly refined into the purest energy and Tao fragments, replenishing the terrifying consumption needed to condense the Honghuang Tao fruit. Because he had settled long enough at the peak of Deluo golden immortal, built an incomparably solid foundation, and his comprehension of the five elements law had reached an unprecedented fourth level, everything now fell into place naturally. The Honghuang bottleneck that had hindered countless great beings for eons suddenly seemed not insurmountable before him. Five elements revolve, laws converge. Honghuang Dao fruit, if not condensed now, and a Dao roar as if from the beginning of creation exploded from the deepest part of Kong Xuan's primordial spirit. Boom! The entire Qingshu cave heaven trembled violently, not from external force, but from the law resonance triggered by the life essence leap at its core. The five needle pines swayed wildly, scattering light rain everywhere. The cave heaven's spiritual veins, into which its roots were deeply embedded, awakened like a dragon, emitting joyful and earth-shaking roars. Within Kong Xuan's body, the wildly spinning five-colored radiance suddenly collapsed inward. All light, all laws, all insights, all power at this moment gathered at the chaotic point in his dantian into an extreme singularity. The next moment, an indescribably brilliant light burst forth from that singularity. A round, translucent, mysterious Dao fruit, as if containing a complete five elements world with countless innate Dao patterns emerging and perishing on its surface, slowly condensed and appeared. The Honghuang five elements Dao fruit was formed. At the exact moment of its formation, Kong Xuan's aura underwent an earth-shattering transformation. A supreme Dao resonance surpassing Deluo golden immortal, able to converse equally with the laws of the primordial heaven and earth, and even faintly transcending them, burst forth. The quality of his magical power within underwent an essential leap, vast as the ocean, incomparably pure, with a trace of Honghuang unity. With a thought, he could draw the five elements law for millions of miles around to follow. Early stage Honghuang golden immortal. Moreover, relying on the accumulation of extreme solidity and the fourth-level comprehension of the five elements law, his realm did not stop ascending at the moment of breakthrough. It directly leaped over the initial unstable stage and stabilized unstoppably at the peak of early stage Honghuang golden immortal. It seemed only a step away from the mid-stage. Chirp! A clear, impassioned phoenix cry piercing the nine heavens, as if from the ancient primordial times, suddenly rang out from Kong Xuan's body, then penetrated the numerous restrictions of Qingshu cave heaven, resounding over the entire Wangwu mountain. Accompanied by this phoenix cry, the huge vortex originally formed by the convergence of spiritual energy above Qingshu cave heaven was suddenly dispersed by an invisible force, replaced by an enormous phoenix phantom that almost covered the entire Wangwu mountain range. This phoenix's body flowed with cyan, yellow, red, black, and white five-colored divine light. The every feather seemed condensed from the most primal five elements law. Its eyes were like five-colored stars, and in its glance, boundless majesty and natural Dao resonance. The phantom raised its head to cry, slightly spread its wings, and shed endless five-colored light rain. Wherever the light rain fell, withered trees, revived spiritual springs, surged earth veins rejoiced, as if celebrating the birth of a Honghuang golden immortal who had proven Dao through the five elements. This earth-shattering phenomenon instantly alarmed countless great beings in the primordial world. In Kunlun Mountain, inside Yushu Palace, the meditating primordial heavenly lord suddenly opened his eyes, looking eastward, frowning slightly, proving Dao through five elements to reach Honghuang. It's actually that Kong Xuan, a creature born of damp and egg-laying, yet with some fortune. Although his tone was cold, a trace of gravity flashed in the depths of his eyes. In Buying Palace, Taiching Laozi's expression was calm. He merely lifted his eyelids slightly, as if expecting it, then closed them again, merging with the Heavenly Dao non-action and natural. In Shanqing Palace, the Heavenly Lord Tantian was practicing his sword array. Sensing the familiar 5 elements, Dao resonance and Phoenix cry, he was first startled, then clapped his hands and laughed. Excellent. Fellow Taoist Kong Xuan has indeed succeeded, proving Honghuang through 5 elements with unparalleled foundation. I must drink a toast. It seems I too must hasten to comprehend the Honghuang method. His eyes were full of joy and admiration. In the west on Mount Ling, the Taoist Jain's face grew even more sorrowful, softly chanting Buddha's name. The Taoist Zhunti, however, had a dark expression with a flash of jealousy and fear in his eyes. Kong Xuan. He actually took the lead to prove Dao Honghuang, and with the 5 elements law. This child will surely become a great enemy of our West. On the sun star at the center of the heavenly court, Dijuan and Donghuang Tai simultaneously looked toward Wangwu Mountain, their expressions serious. Dijuan said in a deep voice, Kong Xuan has actually stepped into this realm before us. Issue orders to intensify the practice of the Zhoutian Star Do Grand Array. The demon race must not fall behind. In the northern nether, the blood sea churned. Ancestor Mingi licked his lips, his blood-red eyes flashing with excitement and greed. Honghuang Golden Immortal. He another interesting opponent. In Wuzhuang Temple, Xinyuanzi and Hongyun exchanged glances, both seeing comfort and emotion in each other's eyes. Hongyun smiled. Fellow Taoist Kong Xuan is indeed extraordinary to actually let him succeed on this path. In West Kunlun, the Yaoqi fairyland, Queen Mother of the West gazed at the 5-colored phoenix phantom, a ripple in her cold eyes. The various Wu clan tribes, especially the Hutu tribe, the primordial Wu Hutu, felt the 5 elements Dao resonance similar to when she debated with him, becoming so vast and majestic. A knowing smile appeared on her face, and she believed even more in what Kong Xuan had said that day. Countless reclusive great beings, ancient monsters and seclusion, were all awakened at this moment, their divine thoughts interlaced, and they realized that above the primordial world, after the Dao ancestor, another existence had been born who, relying on his own power, without borrowing the slaying of corpses, had proven Dao as a Honghuang Golden Immortal. And it was by the 5 elements great Dao the most solid foundation. His name was Kong Xuan. This phoenix cry, this phantom like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirred huge waves in the top circles of the primordial world. An invisible sense of urgency spread among many great beings. The great calamity was approaching, and the birth of a new Honghuang powerhouse meant the future landscape would be even more complex and changeable. For a time, in all parts of the primordial world, the radiance of seclusion caves grew stronger, the momentum of cultivation surged more fiercely. Almost all great beings with aspirations for the Dao and qualified to compete for the future doubled their efforts in cultivation and breakthrough. The winds and clouds of the primordial world, due to Kong Xuan's breakthrough, quietly accelerated their changes. At this moment, at the core of Qingshu Cave Heaven, the huge phoenix phantom slowly retracted, finally condensing into a focused 5-colored light pillar that re-entered Kong Xuan's body. He still sat cross-legged under the 5-needle pine, his aura completely restrained like a mortal. Only the occasional 5-colored chaos vortex flowing in his slowly opening eyes revealed that he had stepped into a new, infinitely vast realm. Peak of early stage Honghuang Golden Immortal achieved. Under the 5-pine tree, Kong Xuan slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, it seemed as if 5 miniature chaos worlds were undergoing cycles of birth and destruction, reflecting the supreme mysteries of the evolution of the 5 elements and the return of all things to nothingness. He gently raised his hand palm, facing upward. With a slight movement of his mind, he did not deliberately activate any magical power or divine ability, but naturally invoked the 5 elements laws within his surrounding Dao domain. In an instant, the void above his palm seemed to come alive. A trace of gung metal chi spontaneously emerged, instantly transforming into a miniature blade radiating cold light. Beside the blade, a wisp of E-wood azure light entwined, sprouting tender shoots and blooming with spiritual flowers. Beneath the flowers, dark, Xian water vapor condensed into dew, refracting countless rays of splendor. Above the dew, crimson flames leaped and rose, exuding warmth and radiance. Finally, all the phenomena slowly settled into a thick, harmonious Wu earth yellow light, which embraced and bore everything preceding it, forming a perfect miniature cycle of the 5 elements worlds, silently floating, arising and perishing upon his palm. A single thought gives birth to a world. Such is the power of a Honghuang Golden Immortal. It is not merely a surge in magical power, but a mastery of the Heavenly Dao laws that has reached an entirely new level. Where the heart goes, the laws follow, words become reality. This is no longer an exaggerated description, but a tangible divine ability. He felt as if he had become the embodiment of the 5 elements laws of the primordial world in a certain region, where every movement could invoke the vast celestial might. Power. So this is the power of the Honghuang realm. Kong Xuan murmured to himself, sensing the surging, boundless mana within him, far surpassing its previous quality, bearing a trace of the unified Honghuang characteristic, and the unshakable Honghuang 5 elements Dao fruit in his primordial spirit, which was deeply connected to the origin of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Compared to his time as a Daoyuo golden immortal, the difference was like that between clouds and mud. If he were to face the same Jain Daoist who had already reached the early quasi-saint stage outside the Zhixiao Palace back then, with his current state. A flash of 5-colored light flickered in Kong Xuan's eyes as his power of deduction naturally operated. He would not even need to use his 5-colored divine light. A single glance imbued with his Honghuang will and the oppressive force of his 5 elements Dao domain would be enough to disrupt the laws around Jain dim his Buddha light, shake his Dao heart, and cause him to lose instantly. This was not an absolute crushing of power, but an essential gap in realm and Dao level. He had attained the Dao with the perfect 5 elements laws, his foundation was profound, and his Dao fruit was mysterious far beyond what Jain, who had achieved quasi-saint swiftly by relying on spiritual treasures to sever corpses, could compare to. However, Kong Xuan's gaze pierced the void as if traversing endless distances, seeing the western Lingshan, the Kunlun immortal realm, the Sun heavenly court, the Biming blood sea. 3,000 years of seclusion have been a breakthrough to the Honghuang realm for me, but for them it is also a critical period to digest the gains from Hongjuan's second sermon. His thoughts raced as he deduced the celestial secrets. The Western Jain and Zhunti, burdened with the great vow of revitalizing the West, were connected with fate and possessed extraordinary talent. After 3,000 years of arduous cultivation and their own accumulation, it was highly probable that they had broken through to the early quasi-saint stage. Moreover, with the uniqueness of their nirvana dharma, their combat power might be even stronger than that of an ordinary early quasi-saint. The 3 pure ones of Kunlun Mountain, the orthodox descendants of Pangu, possessed the deepest roots and blessings in the primordial world. Taiching Laozi, with his non-action and purity, had a clear and bright Dao heart. He had likely already severed his good corpse, firmly established himself at the early quasi-saint stage, and might even have touched the threshold of the middle stage. Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan, adhering to the order of the Heavenly Dao, would sever his corpse in accordance with heaven and man, and his progress would surely not be slow. Shangxing Tongtian Jiaozhu, though fierce-tempered, possessed extraordinary talent, mastering both formations and swords. With the reference of the Honghuang golden immortal concept that Kong Xuan had imparted, his progress might be even more astonishing. Perhaps he had already succeeded in breaking through to the Honghuang realm, or even followed the path of law-based Dao attainment. On the Sun Star, Dijuan and Tai, as the sovereigns of the demon race, wielded the innate supreme treasure chaos spell Donghuang Tai and possessed overwhelming fate. Under their command, the demon master Kunpeng was also an exceptionally brilliant figure. Over these 3,000 years, they had undoubtedly poured all resources into breaking through, making it inevitable that they had stepped into the early quasi-saint stage. The prototype of the all-seeing star formation had likely been practiced to greater proficiency. Mingyi Laozu of the Biming blood sea, creator of the Azura race and founder of the Netherworld sect, wielded the twin-killing swords Yuantu and Abi, and had refined 480 million blood god clones. His foundation was unfathomably deep. After 3,000 years of seclusion, with his ruthless and decisive nature, breaking through to the early quasi-saint stage was almost a foregone conclusion. And then there was Zhun Yuanzi of the Wuzhuang Temple, the Earth Immortal Ancestor, who held the Earth Book and possessed unparalleled defense. Honyun Laozu of the Fire Cloud Cave, though free-spirited, was blessed with deep fortune. Ushi Wangmu of the Western Kunlun, who commanded the female immortals with an unknown foundation. Among these top-tier primordial powers, who could be considered an easy opponent? 3,000 years were enough to bring earth-shattering changes to their Dao cultivation. Most of them had likely already firmly stood at the early quasi-saint, early Honghuang golden immortal stage. The waters of the primordial world grow deeper and deeper. Kong Xuan felt no fear in his heart, but instead a vigorous fighting spirit and anticipation arose, competing for the great Dao with these top-tier contemporaries and verifying his own path. This was itself a supreme joy and tempering. He gathered his mind and focused back on himself. Having just broken through, his realm had directly reached the peak of the early stage due to his profound accumulation. However, he still needed time to carefully comprehend the various mysteries of the Honghuang realm, fully control the surging power, master the application of the Honghuang Dao domain, and further deduce and optimize the subsequent Huanyuan level techniques of the Phoenix dance Honghuang art. In particular, the application of the 4th layer of the 5 elements laws still had much potential to be tapped. Consolidating the realm and familiarizing myself with the power are the urgent tasks at hand. Kong Xuan closed his eyes again, not rushing to emerge from seclusion. His Honghuang Dao domain naturally expanded, covering a radius of 100 li. Within it, the five elements laws moved as if they were part of his own limbs, evolving into all kinds of mysterious scenes, sometimes spring breeze, turning into rain, sometimes chariots and horses of war, sometimes blazing wildfire, sweeping the plains, sometimes the heavy earth bearing all things, sometimes the freezing cold sealing the sky. In this Dao domain, he carefully savored every subtle change of the Honghuang realm in its interaction with heaven and earth, and the mobilization of laws thoroughly solidifying the peak of the early stage. At the same time, he separated a thread of divine sense, sensing the direction of the Zixiao Palace beyond the chaos of the heavens. An invisible call, clearer and more urgent than before, resonated within him. The time for the third sermon is approaching. Kong Xuan understood in his heart. The three sermons of Dao ancestor Hongzhun were the key to setting the pattern of the future immeasurable kulpas of the primordial world. The first sermon taught the Dao of Daoyuo, the second taught the Dao of Quasi-Saint Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, and this third sermon would inevitably teach the supreme Dao of sainthood. It concerned the primordial purple qi and the heavenly Dao sage positions. It could be predicted that when the time came, the Zixiao Palace would be a gathering of storms, a dragon and tiger struggle. The various great powers who had just broken through to the Quasi-Saint Hunyuan Golden Immortal level would surely display their divine abilities for the faint chance of attaining sainthood, even willing to tear off all pretenses. The ownership of those 6 purple cushions would likely stir up waves once more. The Western duo's desire for the sage seats, the 3 pure ones' insistence on the orthodox lineage of Panga Dijuan, and Taiyi's plans for the future of the demon race, Mingyi's obsession with the path of slaughter. All of these would reveal their final trump cards in this ultimate sermon. Strength is the foundation for contending for everything. Kong Xuan's Dao heart was firm. He cast aside all distracting thoughts and devoted himself entirely to the seclusion of consolidating his cultivation and familiarizing himself with the power of the Honghuang realm. 5-colored radiance swirled around him without cease, resonating with the 5 elements' origin of the entire Qingshu grotto heaven, his aura growing increasingly profound and restrained. Outside the Qingshu grotto heaven, the celestial phenomena caused by his breakthrough had long since subsided, but the intangible Dao resonance of a newly born Honghuang Golden Immortal, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, continued to spread its ripples in the top circles of the primordial world, urging every ambitious great power to make their final sprint. The heaven and earth of the primordial world seemed to grow oppressive, as if due to the imminent emergence of these many powerful beings and the approaching third sermon at the Zixiao Palace. A tense atmosphere, like a storm brewing before a mountain, quietly permeated the world. A final contest concerning the future protagonists of heaven and earth and the positions of the saints was about to begin in the Zixiao Palace, deep within the chaos. And Kong Xuan, having consolidated his cultivation at the peak of the early Honghuang Golden Immortal stage, was already prepared to venture into the center of the vortex and fight for the Dao fate that belonged to him. Within the Qingshu cave, heaven time flowed like a river. When Kong Xuan opened his eyes again, the 5-colored chaotic vortex in the depths of his pupils had completely vanished, leaving only a gentle and serene gaze, as if holding the profound depth of the infinite starry sky. The initial peak of the Honghuang Golden Immortal Realm had been thoroughly consolidated, with vast power restrained within and flowing with ease, devoid of any trace of instability. The myriad subtleties of the 4th layer of the 5 elements law had been refined through secluded cultivation, weaving a more harmonious and unpredictable aura into his combat prowess beyond the initial breakthrough. He rose to his full height, his body naturally radiating Dao resonance that harmonized with the entire Qingshu cave heaven. With a subtle movement of his divine sense, he perceived the increasingly clear summoning from the purple firmament palace beyond the chaotic heavens, realizing that the third sermon was imminent. Although my cultivation has stabilized after long seclusion, the great Dao is boundless. Engaging in solitary study is ultimately inferior. With a little leisure before the sermon, I may as well venture out to seek insights that could illuminate other paths and yield new gains. With his mind set, Kong Xuan hesitated no longer. He instructed Kaiyun and Caixia to guard the cave heaven diligently, then stepped forward, his figure appearing in the sea of clouds outside Wangwu Mountain. After a moment of contemplation, his first thought turned to Wanshou Mountain and the Wuzhuang Temple. Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yuan were among his few close friends in the primordial wilderness, bound by shared temperament and profound Dao bonds. His journey there served both to reconnect with old friends and to harbor a deeper intention. The Earth Book, in Zhen Yuanzi's possession, inherited from the primordial source of the wild continent, might offer further enlightenment on his already perfected Earth law. With a thought, he activated the 5 elements' great escape. Now at the Honghuang Golden Immortal Realm, his use of this escape technique was supremely mysterious. His form merged into the void's 5 elements, becoming part of the law itself, moving at a speed far beyond before. In just a moment, the lofty, picturesque, and spiritually vibrant Wanshou Mountain came into view. The Wuzhuang Temple was nestled in the deep clouds halfway up the mountain. Its ancient gate, veiled in drifting rosy light, exuded an air of timelessness. Kong Xuan did not force his way in. Instead, he restrained most of his aura, revealing only a peaceful Dao resonance akin to a Deluo golden immortal. He landed before the temple and declared in a clear voice, Shen, Yuanzi Hongyun Kong Xuan has come to visit. His voice, though not loud, echoed clearly within the temple. Almost as the sound faded, the temple's gate creaked open and two figures emerged together. On the left stood a man in an apricot yellow Taoist robe with an ancient countenance holding a jade whisk. His aura was deeply connected to the earth beneath, heavy and profound, the earthly immortal ancestor Jin Yuanzi. On the right was the ever unrestrained figure clad in red robes with bare feet, a cheerful smile on his face. The primordial red, Cloud Hongyun. Both showed visible delight upon seeing Kong Xuan, especially when they sensed the subtle yet oppressive depth of his Dao resonance. Even though restrained, their eyes flickered with astonishment and understanding. Kong Xuan, haha, what wind blows you here? Please come in. Hongyun warmly stepped forward, taking Kong Xuan's arm to lead him inside. Jin Yuanzi also clasped his hands with a smile. Your visit honors our humble abode. Your aura is harmonious and your cultivation has greatly advanced. You must have broken through the Honghuang threshold. Truly cause for celebration. His keen eyes could not see through Kong Xuan's depth, but the aura distinct from Deluo, along with the earlier phoenix phenomenon across the primordial wilderness, was enough to form his judgment. Kong Xuan returned the greeting with a smile. You flatter me, friends. Both of you have a concentrated aura and a radiant Dao body. It seems the 3,000 years of seclusion have brought great gains, allowing you to step into the quasi-saint realm. Congratulations to us all. The three exchanged smiles, the atmosphere perfectly harmonious. Entering the temple, they saw the familiar scenery, the lush ginseng fruit tree radiating dense life essence. They took their proper seats in the quiet chamber, and the young attendants Qing Feng and Mingwei served fragrant tea and spiritual fruits. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the conversation naturally turned to Dao cultivation. Both Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun, being open-minded and fond of exchange, immediately expressed their willingness to discuss the Dao with Kong Xuan to mutually verify the insights gained over 3,000 years. Kong Xuan naturally agreed. He first briefly expounded his new understandings of the 5 elements Great Dao, balanced circulation, and the transformation of generation and inhibition. Though he did not touch upon the core secrets of Huan Yuan, his words made Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun's eyes sparkle repeatedly, as many previously perplexing obstacles suddenly seemed to offer new paths. Then Jin Yuanzi began to share his insights on comprehending the Earth Law through the Earth Book and his experiences in organizing the wild continent's earthly veins. His Dao centered on bearing nourishing and stability. The Earth Book in his hands was not merely a defensive treasure, but a bridge linking the veins of the primordial wilderness. He spoke of perceiving the breathing of earth veins, guiding earthly energy to heal wounds, and using the power of the thick earth to resolve calamities. His insights were unique, filled with deep affection for the primordial land. Hongyun, as always, was free-spirited. He described the ever-changing nature of clouds, their gathering and dispersing at will, expounding the Dao of carefree spontaneity and unrestraint. His Dao, seemingly scattered, actually aligned with the natural way of heaven, revealing truth in subtle details and often providing unexpected inspiration. Their 3 paths were different, yet they collided here, sparking wisdom. From Jin Yuanzi's thick earth bearing all things, Kong Xuan gained a deeper understanding of the virtue and trust within the Earth Law. From Hongyun's carefree gathering and dispersing, he attained insights into the change and flow of the 5 elements transformation. Meanwhile, Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun, through Kong Xuan's 5 elements framework, obtained a more macroscopic view of their own Dao's positioning and future development. This Dao discussion lasted several days, during which all 3 felt immensely benefited and their friendship deepened. At the end of the discussion, Kong Xuan paused for a moment, looked at Jin Yuanzi, and said with sincere earnestness, Brother Jin Yuanzi, I have an imprudent request that I hope you will grant. Jin Yuanzi set down his teacup, his expression serious. Speak freely, brother. There is no need for formality between us. Kong Xuan said, You know, brother, that my cultivation is based on the 5 elements Great Dao. Among the 5, earth is the foundation, bearing and transforming, of utmost importance. Though I have some insights into the Earth Law, I feel I have not yet glimpsed its entirety. You hold the Earth Book, a manifestation of the Earth Law containing the primordial mysteries of the wild continent's thick earth. I wonder, could I borrow the Earth Book for a period of contemplation? I seek only to perfect my own Earth Law with no other intention. I will return it immediately after my study. At these words, the attendants Qing Feng and Mingwei widened their eyes. The Earth Book was their master's lifeblood, the treasure guarding the temple's destiny. Hongyun also restrained his smile, looking at Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi did not answer immediately. Instead, he gazed deeply at Kong Xuan, his eyes carrying both scrutiny and the memory of past friendship and trust. He was silent for a moment, the atmosphere in the room growing somewhat tense. After a long pause, Jin Yuanzi suddenly broke into a smile, the smile brimming with openness and trust. I thought it was something serious. The Earth Book is precious, but compared to our Dao friendship, it is nothing. I trust your character, brother. Moreover, if you can perfect the earth law through the 5 elements to prove Huan Yuan, it would be a blessing to the Tao itself. With that, he reached out without hesitation, and a flash of light appeared in his palm. A seemingly ancient, unadorned scroll emerged, radiating boundless heaviness and the aura of ages. The primordial spirit treasure, the earth book, formed from the earth's membrane. Brother, please. Zhen Yuanzi handed the earth book to Kong Xuan. Big brother. Han Yun could not help but exclaim, clearly feeling this was too risky. Kong Xuan was also deeply moved. He had not expected Zhen Yuanzi to trust him so much as to lend such a treasure crucial to his own Tao path and destiny. He stood up, accepted the earth book with both hands in solemn reverence, feeling the boundless, overwhelming meaning within the scroll, as if it bore the weight and history of the entire primordial continent. He said in a low, firm voice, Brother Zhen Yuanzi, this kindness. Kong Xuan will remember it forever. I will not betray your trust. He did not leave. Right there in the quiet chamber of Honghuang Temple, under the protection of Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun, he held the earth book and sank his mind into it. The moment his consciousness touched it, Kong Xuan felt his primordial spirit tremble violently. In an instant, his will connected with the entire primordial continent. It was no longer the living earth full of life and vitality as from the earth which Hudu, but a more primal, more ancient, more silent root and foundation. He saw the veins of the primordial continent intricate like the meridians of a human body, yet containing the supreme order. He felt the heavy power dormant in the deep earth for eons. The stillness after all things returned to nothingness, the accumulation before new life burgeons. He comprehended the true meaning of bearing. Not only bearing mountains, rivers, and all living beings, but also bearing the history, karma, and even the joys, sorrows, merits, and sins of countless culpas. The earth is silent, yet it embraces all, digests all, and settles all. The earth law contained in the earth book leans more toward foundation, history, sedimentation, and returning to the hidden. This formed a perfect complement to the earth law of the earth, which tended toward nurturing and transformation. Kong Xuan eagerly absorbed this unique insight. The yellow rune representing earth in his primordial spirit became increasingly complex and profound at an unprecedented speed, its glow more introverted yet denser. Previously vague and untouched corners of his earth understanding were now illuminated, filled, and perfected by the earth book's primordial resonance. He felt as if he had transformed into a billion-zhang giant standing on the primordial continent, sensing the silent, majestic power that had existed since the beginning of creation. The myriad subtleties of the 4th layer of the earth law through this deep resonance were rapidly assimilated and fused more perfectly with the other 4 elements. This brief period of contemplation, though only about 10 days, yielded gains comparable to centuries of bitter cultivation. When Kong Xuan slowly withdrew his mind from the earth book, the earth law resonance flowing around him had acquired a touch of timelessness, vastness, and the meaning of bearing the ages becoming flawlessly complete. He returned the earth book to Zhen Yuanzi with solemnity and bowed deeply. Thank you for your grace, brother. I will never forget this kindness. Zhen Yuanzi received the earth book, sensing that its aura had become slightly more vibrant. He knew Kong Xuan had not harmed the book's essence, and might even have subtly benefited it through the infusion of Honghuang resonance. He was deeply gratified, and smiled. You are too polite, brother. I am delighted that it could aid your Tao. Seeing the matter settled, Han Yun also broke into a smile, and teased, enough, you two stop thanking each other. Kong Xuan, your cultivation has advanced greatly. Our Honghuang temple has nothing special to offer, but how about tasting my ginseng fruits again? Though they cannot compare to your 5 elements spiritual fruits, they have a unique flavor. The 3 of them laughed together, the previous solemn atmosphere dissipating, leaving only genuine Tao friendship flowing in the quiet chamber. Kong Xuan knew that from this event the bond between him, Zhen Yuanzi, and Han Yun had transcended ordinary friendship, reaching a level of trust that could withstand life and death. And this deeper understanding of the earth law further solidified his Honghuang Dao foundation. Bidding farewell to his 2 close friends, Kong Xuan's heart was clear, and he faced the upcoming 3rd sermon at the Purple Firmament Palace with greater composure and confidence. Departing from the Honghuang temple steeped in the profound earth's essence and the warmth of a cherished friendship, Kong Xuan paused briefly atop the clouds, his gaze fixed upon the Taiyin star hanging high in the 9 heavens, its cold and pure radiance echoing the blazing sun. Taiyin star, Shihi Changshi. Kong Xuan's heart stirred slightly. Though he had only met these 2 Taiyin goddesses in passing at the Purple Cloud Palace, exchanging mere nods, their demeanor was elegant, and their Tao aura pure, not like those with devious minds. Moreover, Taiyin and the sun represent the extremes of yin and yang. The 5 elements Tao he cultivated, though not directly corresponding to yin and yang, gave rise to all things, with yin and yang being the ultimate principles within. If he could grasp the subtlety of the Taiyin law, it might inspire new insights into the water element within his 5 elements, and even the balance among them. With this thought, he hesitated no longer. His form transformed into a beam of clear radiance, merging with the moonlight, soaring upward straight toward the cold and solitary lunar palace. The closer he drew to the Taiyin star, the richer and purer the innate Taiyin energy around him became. This power was supreme in and extreme cold, yet not the dead and filthy aura of the netherworld blood sea. It bore a pure chilling clarity that seemed to cleanse the soul and purify the Dao heart. Passing through an invisible barrier formed of pure Taiyin, forced the view before him suddenly opened up. Unlike the vibrant life of the primordial land, the Taiyin star was clad in silver. The vast, boundless lunar soil gleamed with a cold silver gray, and the rolling mountains were shrouded in a hazy, clear radiance. At the star's center, an immense divine tree stood towering, its trunk the color of mystic jade, its branches and leaves formed of the purest ice crystals and moonlight. Each leaf flowed with Dao rhythm, exuding a heart-penetrating chill and fragrance. The innate spiritual root, the moon laurel tree. The moon laurel tree rustled without wind, shedding crystalline fragments of moonlight, like starry rain, nourishing the entire Taiyin star. Beneath the moon laurel tree, a palace built entirely of cold jade and moon crystals stood silently. Its plaque bore the immortal characters Honghuang Palace, inscribed with innate Dao rhythm. The palace was cold, but not desolate. Instead, it possessed a tranquil elegance that stood apart from the world. Kong Xuan landed on the square paved with 10,000-year cold jade before Honghuang Palace. He suppressed most of his Honghuang aura and spoke in a clear voice that echoed through the silent moon palace. Taoist friends, Shihi and Chang, Shi Kong Xuan have come uninvited. I humbly request an audience. The voice drifted into the palace, and moments later the tightly shut doors slid open silently. Two graceful figures bathed in the cool moonlight stepped out unhurriedly. The one on the left wore a golden white palace robe, dignified and elegant, with a radiant and noble countenance. Her brows held a gentle yet unyielding authority, and a faint warmth radiated from her, seemingly at odds with the Taiyin brilliance, yet strangely harmonious. She was the sun goddess Shihi. The one on the right was draped in a simple white gauze dress, ethereally beautiful, with a pure and transparent aura like a spirit condensed from the moonlight. Her eyes were clear and held a trace of curiosity. She was the moon goddess Changxi. Seeing Kong Xuan, both showed a flicker of surprise, which quickly turned into graceful smiles. They could sense the unfathomable Dao rhythm on Kong Xuan, so different from what they had perceived at the Purple Cloud Palace, and knew that this master of the five elements had entered the Honghuang realm. So it is Taoist friend Kong Xuan who graces us with his presence. The Taiyin star is honored. Welcome. She stepped forward, her voice warm, carrying the sun's radiance that dispelled the moon palace's chill. Shangxi also nodded slightly, her voice ethereal, as jade striking. Jade, Taoist friend Kong Xuan, please enter for a conversation. Kong Xuan returned the greeting with a cupped hand. You are too kind. I have come without invitation, disturbing your peace. I hope you will forgive me. Stepping into Honghuang Palace, the furnishings were simple, yet elegant, mostly made of cold jade and moon crystals. The touch was icy, yet unexpectedly it calmed the mind. After taking their seats as host and guest, a jade rabbit transformed into a spirit served fragrant tea. The tea was brewed from moon laurel dew and Taiyin essence. Its taste crisp and refreshing, penetrating the soul with the marvelous effect of calming the mind. Shihi's gaze fell on Kong Xuan, tinged with inquiry, and she smiled. Since our parting at the Purple Cloud Palace, your demeanor has surpassed the past. You have attained the Honghuang Dao, truly a cause for celebration. My sister and I have been in seclusion for thousands of years, and have been fortunate enough to gain something, barely stepping through the door of the quasi-sage. Though her words were modest, her stable early-stage quasi-sage aura was undeniable. Changxi nodded beside her, her aura of the same origin, but more cold and pure. Kong Xuan smiled. Both of you have deep foundations. Breaking through was only a matter of course. Congratulations to you as well. The reason for my visit is that I deeply admire the subtlety of your Taiyin law. I have come especially to seek a discussion, to exchange insights and mutually verify our attainments. Would that be acceptable? Shihi and Changxi exchanged glances, seeing the interest in each other's eyes. Kong Xuan had attained Honghuang through the five elements. His Dao must have unique aspects. To discuss Dao with such a figure was an opportunity for them. Since you have such an interest, my sisters, and I will gladly accompany you. Shihi agreed readily, then gave a few instructions to the jade rabbit attendant. Before long, the jade rabbit brought a jade plate containing several moon laurel leaves carved like ice crystals, exuding a rich Taiyin rhythm and fragrance, along with 2 cups of solidified moon essence. These are the divine moon laurel leaves and the primal Taiyin essence. Though not rare treasures, they are specialties of the Taiyin star, effective in nourishing the soul and purifying the Dao heart. Please accept them as a token of our regard. Kong Xuan thanked her and took them. The moon laurel leaf felt icy in his hand, its Dao rhythm flowing. Truly extraordinary. He drank the primal Taiyin essence, and a cool sensation flowed through his body, his primordial spirit feeling cleansed and clearer. The Dao discussion then began. Shihi and Changxi held nothing back. Changxi took the lead, expounding the essence of the Taiyin law. Taiyin is the ultimate in and stillness, governing both destruction and nourishment. Changxi's voice was ethereal. She extended her slender hand, and a point of clear radiance lit up on her fingertip, evolving the subtlety of tying. Its nature is like ice, cold, solitary, able to freeze all things and cleanse filth. Its substance is like water, moistening without sound, nurturing life in silence. The light of Tying is not the scorching of the sun, but the bath of clear radiance, able to soothe agitation and clarify the true heart. She spoke of Tying's stillness, how it reveals truth in utter silence, of Tying's cold, not destruction, but extreme purity and protection, preserving the most original form under ice, of Tying's tide, how it moves the water elements of the primordial land, concerning the rhythm of life, and even the destination of souls. Her Tying law emphasized purification, protection, tranquility, and guiding reincarnation, differing from the Queen Mother of the West's more cold, aloof, and commanding female, immortal's Tying aura, drawing closer to the origin of the Tying star itself. As she spoke, Honghuang Palace seemed to transform into a domain of Tying law. Clear radiance flowed, coldness was contained within, and time and space appeared to slow into stillness. In the void, ice crystal Tao patterns condensed, evolving the waxing and waning of the moon, the rise and fall of tides, and the mysteries of how the Tying star's power silently affected the primordial water elements and the souls of all beings. Kong Xuan listened intently, his primordial spirit's black rune of the water element trembling, slightly resonating with this ultimate in and pure Tying rhythm. He gained a deeper understanding of the aspects of water, moistening, downward, cold, and storing. The Tying law seemed like an extreme sublimation and expansion of the water law, allowing him to see beyond water's vastness, inclusiveness, and wisdom, its purest, almost primordial face. This was indescribably beneficial for perfecting the water element of his 5 elements and balancing their power. After Chang, he finished, he supplemented insights on the complementary and opposing harmony of the sun and Tying. Though not her main focus, her perspectives were elevated, giving Kong Xuan a clearer understanding of the relationship between yin-yang and the 5 elements. Then it was Kong Xuan's turn to speak. He did not underestimate them because they were women or slightly lower in cultivation. He explained the core essence of the 5 elements: Dao, mutual generation and restraint, ceaseless cycling, balance, centrality, and the evolution of all things, in a deep yet accessible manner. Especially combining his own insights from the Honghuang Dao fruit, he described how the 5 elements form the stable foundation of the world, how they flow between heaven and earth, maintaining macro and micro balance. His Dao was grand and inclusive, full of vitality and creative power. The 5-colored Dao rhythm flowed through Honghuang Palace, interweaving with the Tying radiance in an unexpectedly harmonious manner, as if yin-yang and the 5 elements had achieved a subtle resonance at that moment. In the phantom of the 5 elements world he evolved, even the faint moon and warm sunlight appeared, making that world more real and complete. He and Chang, she listened with sparkling eyes. Though they specialized in Tying and were not unfamiliar with the 5 elements, they had never understood so systematically and profoundly the vastness and subtlety of the 5 elements as the foundation of heaven and earth. Kong Xuan's explanation opened a door to a broader world for them, helping them understand the position and significance of their own Tying Dao within the overall system of primordial laws. Many doubts in their cultivation were resolved, and their Dao rank advanced noticeably as they listened. The Dao discussion lasted a long time, and both sides felt they had gained immensely, far exceeding expectations. After the discussion, the atmosphere among the 3 became even more harmonious. They began exchanging insights from their seclusion and travels, talking happily. However, when the topic inadvertently touched on the current situation of the primordial land, Kong Xuan keenly noticed a flicker of complex emotion in Shi's eyes, the inevitable connection of the sun goddess to the celestial court of the demon race. He sighed inwardly, thinking of the increasingly thick, calamitous aura between the Wu and demon tribes, the power of a great tribulation that could even cloud the minds of mighty beings. After a moment of deliberation, he gave a subtle hint: the primordial land seems calm now, but the calamitous aura is surging beneath the surface beyond ordinary measure. The 2 of you reside on this pure Tying star with clear Dao hearts, truly a blessing. Some whirlpools, if you can avoid being drawn into them, are a great fortune. He did not explicitly mention the Wu demon tribulation, but with he, and Chang, she's wisdom, they naturally understood the warning. Shi's expression froze slightly. She glanced at her still pure sister Chang. She then slowly nodded. Thank you for the reminder, Taoist friend. We understand. Seeing that his purpose was achieved and the discussion was complete, Kong Xuan rose to take his leave. Today's discussion has been greatly rewarding. Thank you both for your hospitality and generous teachings. The 3rd lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace is imminent. I need to make some preparations. I take my leave now. He and Chang, she also rose to see him off. Go slowly, Taoist friend. If you have time in the future, you are welcome to return to the Tying star for further discussion. He said sincerely. Chang, she also nodded gently. May your Dao advance. Kong Xuan cupped his hands in farewell, his form transforming into a 5-colored streak of light, merging into the endless starry sky, leaving the cold and beautiful Tying Star. Before Guanghan Palace, Shi and Chang, she gazed at the direction of Kong Xian's departure. After a long silence, Shi sighed softly. Kong Xuan is no ordinary man. His words may not be false. Her gaze turned to the distant primordial land below, a trace of worry in her eyes. Changshi, however, remained immersed in the gains from the discussion with Kong Xuan, her aura flowing with clear radiance, her Dao rhythm pure and more ethereal. Kong Xuan's visit was like a stone cast into the calm surface of the Tying Lake. Though the ripples would gradually fade, the imprint of the Dao and the calamity had been quietly left behind. Leaving the eternally clear and cold Tying Star, where the Dao resonance was serene and pure, Kong Xuan did not hasten to return to his abode, using his divine powers. Instead, he deliberately slowed his pace, strolling leisurely through the endless starry sky and the primordial mountains and rivers like a wandering scholar in the mortal world. His Honghuang Dao domain naturally expanded, though not deliberately manifested. It resonated mysteriously with the surrounding heavens and earth. With each step, a five-colored lotus shadow emerged beneath his feet in the void, then vanished like fleeting imprints of the great Dao. He was immersed in the insights gained from the recent discussions with Zhun Yuanzi Shiha and Changshi. Within the Wuzhuang Temple, the profound essence of the primordial land, as revealed by the Earth Book, carrying eternity and precipitating karma, intertwined with the earthly meaning of Hutu the primordial, which who nurtured and nourished all beings with compassion and tolerance. This fusion deepened the ancient patterns of the earth element in his primordial spirit, making them more profound and restrained, seemingly capable of suppressing all heavens. On the Tying Star, the pure and cleansing Dao resonance of extreme Yin, as expounded by Changshi, deepened his understanding of the aspects of cold, stillness, and purity within the water element. The water of the five elements was not only vast and boundless, but could also be supremely pure, like 10,000-year-old black ice, freezing time, and reflecting the true heart. These insights, like trickling streams, converged into the vast ocean of his Honghuang five elements, Dao fruit, continuously solidifying his foundation and broadening the boundaries of his understanding of the great Dao. At times he paused atop the clouds to observe the rivers flowing below, contemplating the movement and stillness of water. At other times, he descended to a mountain peak, feeling the rise and fall of the earth's veins, confirming the thickness and virtue of the earth. He also drew a strand of the nine heavens gale, analyzing the subtle interplay of metal and fire within it. The Honghuang realm allowed him to observe all things in the universe on an unprecedented level, both microcosmic and macrocosmic, where even ordinary scenes could stir ripples in his Dao heart. One day he arrived at a desolate place called the Black Fiend Marsh. This place was a remnant of an ancient battlefield where malevolent energies surged and resentful spirits lingered, fostering many evil beings that cultivated by devouring the energies of death and blood, turning the entire region into a lifeless, demonic land. As soon as Kong Xuan ascended above this land, he felt a wave of filthy karma mingled with bloodthirst, resentment, and greed rushing toward him, attempting to corrode his Dao body and primordial spirit. He frowned slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Such beings burdened with heavy karma and poisoning all life were a stain upon the primordial world. At that moment, from the depths of the swamp, three figures, shrouded in thick black mist, burst forth. The leader was a nine-headed poisonous Jiao at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, while the other two were a bone demon and a corpse king at the Golden Immortal level. Sensing Kong Xuan's pure and majestic life aura like sharks smelling blood, they greedily lunged forward, intending to devour this great tonic. Such pure flesh and blood and primordial spirit. Today this ancestor's fortune has come. The nine-headed poisonous Jiao's 18 eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty red light, spitting out venomous miasma that corroded the void. Kong Xuan did not even deign to look at them directly, he merely flicked his sleeve lightly. No radiance appeared, no sound was heard, but the three charging demons suddenly froze. Then, like sand sculptures crushed by an invisible force, they began to disintegrate and annihilate from the most subtle particle level. The overwhelming malevolent energy and karma around them, under the envelopment of the Honghuang Dao domain, melted away like snow under the scorching sun, instantly purified, leaving not a trace. With a mere gesture, the demons were cleansed, restoring clarity to the land. The foul energy in the sky vanished, and long-lost sunlight fell upon the dead swamp, though it could not revive life, immediately marking the beginning of purification. A wisp of imperceptible merit gently merged into Kong Xuan's body. He did not linger, continuing on his way as if he had merely done a trivial thing. Thus, on his return journey, he casually cleared several more such evil layers, and slew a few demons heavily burdened with karma and steeped in sin. For Kong Xuan, who had already attained the Honghuang realm, these were merely specks of dust along the path, brushed away with a gesture. Traveling slowly, organizing his insights, and cleansing the dust, by the time he returned to Wangwu Mountain and entered the Qingshu cave, heaven shrouded in ethereal immortal qi and five elements, Dao resonance, his mind had reached an unprecedented state of clarity and perfection. Master has returned. Kaiyun and Saixia, sensing the opening of the cave heaven, joyfully greeted him. When they saw Kong Xuan, they felt that his aura was even deeper and more unfathomable than before, as if he had merged with the entire universe, inspiring awe yet also a profound sense of peace. Looking at these two attendants who had faithfully followed him since he established his abode and diligently managed the cave heaven, while cultivating with unwavering effort, Kong Xuan felt a warmth in his heart. They had been with him for a long time, and though their origins were ordinary, their hearts were pure and worthy of nurturing. You two come with me. Kong Xuan led the two attendants to the five-needle pine, the place in the cave heaven where spiritual energy was most abundant and the Tao resonance most distinct. You have been with me for many years, diligent and devoted. Today I will preach the Tao for 100 years. How much you comprehend depends on your own fortune. The two attendants, overjoyed, quickly knelt respectfully before him, holding their breath and concentrating. Kong Xuan did not expound on the profound mysteries of the Honghuang realm, but began with the most basic absorption and refinement of 5 elements, spiritual energy progressing from the simple to the profound. He systematically explained the principles of mutual generation and restraint among the 5 elements, how to refine the physical body, condense magical power, and nourish the soul using the 5 elements. His voice was calm, yet every word contained the true essence of the Tao, causing the surrounding 5 elements' spiritual energy to dance and manifest various mysterious phenomena. He spoke of the vitality of wood, how it stimulates the growth of plants and internally nourishes the liver soul. The civilization of fire, how it purifies impurities and ignites the heart lamp. The stability of earth, how it solidifies foundations and nurtures the spleen's intention. The sharpness of metal, how it breaks through obstacles and condenses the lung's spirit. The nourishment of water, how it moistens all things and fosters the kidney's essence. 100 years slipped away in the gentle flow of his discourse. Kaiyun and Saixia listened with rapt attention, their auras fluctuating, condensing, and elevating in harmony with the teachings. Their previously somewhat shaky foundations were re-solidified, many perplexities encountered in cultivation were resolved, and they gained a preliminary, yet systematic understanding of the 5 elements Tao. When Kong Xuan's final word fell, the two attendants' bodies trembled with surging spiritual energy, and they both broke through a minor realm. From the mid-stage of true immortal, they advanced to the late stage of true immortal. Though it was only a minor realm breakthrough, it was a remarkable achievement for them, and more importantly, it solidified their Tao foundation and clarified their future path. Thank you, Master, for imparting the Tao. The two attendants, deeply moved, prostrated themselves in gratitude, their eyes filled with thankfulness and reverence. Kong Xuan nodded slightly. The Tao has been bestowed, you must diligently cultivate and not slacken. You two go into seclusion and fully digest what you have gained. Yes, Master. The attendants respectfully acknowledged, filled with joy and motivation, each finding a quiet chamber to begin their seclusion. After dismissing the attendants, Kong Xuan sat quietly for a moment, his mind stirring slightly, as he sensed the summoning force from the depths of chaos, now clear and urgent like a resonant bell tolling in the hearts of all great beings qualified to hear the great Tao. The time is near. He raised his eyes, his gaze piercing through the barriers of the cave heaven, looking toward the boundless void and the depths of chaos. The third sermon of Tao ancestor Honghuang, the final chapter concerning the grand Tao of sages, the Hongmeng purple chi, and the future patterns of the primordial kulpas, was about to begin. He stood up tall, his aura no longer restrained. The majestic Tao resonance of the early peak of the Honghuang golden immortal realm naturally flowed, causing the entire Qingshu cave heaven to tremble slightly, and the 5-needle pines scattered a rain of light to bid him farewell. With a single step, his figure vanished from the Qingshu cave heaven. When he reappeared, he was above the 9 heavens, transforming into a magnificent rainbow that traversed the universe, flowing with 5 colors and resolutely speeding toward the Zhixiao Palace in the boundless chaos beyond the 33rd heaven. A new round of gathering forces and contending for the great Tao was about to begin, shaking the heavens in the Zhixiao Palace. Leaving the Qingshu cave heaven, Kong Xuan's form transformed into a formless, intangible stream of Tao resonance, soaring straight into the 9 heavens, without pause, directly crashing through the membrane of heaven and earth that separated the primordial world from the endless void. Entering chaos once more, the sensation was worlds apart from before. In the past, when he was at the peak of Daluo, though he could traverse it with his 5-colored divine light and formidable power, he still had to be constantly vigilant, cautious, as if walking on thin ice, viewing the chaotic currents as primordial beasts, fearing erosion and assimilation. But now he was at the peak of the early Honghuang golden immortal stage, possessing the Honghuang 5 elements Tao fruit. He himself was a walking source of laws, and his relationship with chaos had shifted from resistance to understanding and coexistence. The moment he stepped into the gray, murky chaos teeming with the primitive, violent energies of earth, water, fire, and wind, Kong Xuan did not even immediately raise his 5-colored divine light for protection. He allowed the chaotic currents enough to tear apart the Tao body of an ordinary Thuo golden immortal to wash over his form. Hiss! The currents touched his azure robe, producing faint sounds, yet not even a ripple stirred. His skin was lustrous, faintly shimmering, with five-colored precious light, the Honghuang Tao body tempered to the extreme by the five elements' laws. The decomposing and assimilating nature of the chaotic currents acted upon him like a gentle breeze passing over a mountain ridge, not only failing to inflict any harm, but instead being smoothed and organized by the Honghuang resonance naturally emanating from his Tao body, transforming into pure chaotic energy that seeped into him strand by strand, nourishing his Tao fruit. He even actively guided a thread of chaotic energy into his body, meticulously comprehending the fragments of laws contained within, the most primitive, violent, yet also infinitely vital and potential from before the separation of heaven and earth. It was a state of extreme chaos, yet subtly concealing the origin of all order. The way of five elements was the foundation of the primordial world's order, while chaos was the source and destination of order. Comprehending chaos brought indescribable benefits to perfecting his own five elements' great Tao and glimpsing higher realms. The Honghuang realm alone qualifies one to initially face the scene of heaven and earth, not yet opened. Kong Xuan understood in his heart, stepping calmly and strolling through the violent chaotic currents. He no longer needed to rely on the five elements' escape to deliberately seek safe paths. Wherever his mind went, the Tao domain around him naturally expanded, and the surging earth, water, fire, wind, and chaotic fragments of time and space were all pushed aside and smoothed by an invisible force, clearing a broad path for him. His speed was more than 10 times faster than last time. The journey was without any surprises or dangers, even comfortable. The chaotic journey that made countless great beings pale in fear had become a unique enlightenment trip for him. After an unknown time deep within the gray chaos, ahead a familiar purple light point gradually grew larger, emitting a solemn, vast, and supreme Tao resonance that anchored all laws. The Zixiao Palace had arrived. Before the palace gate, on the platform stabilized by the Tao ancestors, mighty power figures were already numerous, their auras mixed and powerful. The top great beings of the primordial world had almost all gathered here. Kong Xuan restrained the slightly outward Tao resonance from comprehending chaos, quietly landed at the edge of the platform, his aura calm, not causing much stir. Yet his appearance still drew the gazes of several like a stone thrown into a lake. He swept his gaze and saw many familiar figures. Zhuangmu, the leader of the female immortals of West Kunlun, still stood aloof and solitary, surrounded by Taiyin immortal energy. When she saw him looking, she nodded slightly. Xinyuanzi of Wuzhuang Temple at Wanshou Mountain and Honyun Laozu of Huang Cave stood side by side, their auras heavier and more condensed than before, clearly stabilized at the early quasi-saint stage. Seeing Kong Xuan, they showed sincere smiles and cupped their hands from afar. Shiha and Changshi, the sisters of Taiyin Star, stood at a distance. Shiha remained dignified, Changshi ethereal as ever. Sensing Kong Xuan's gaze, they turned and looked back, their eyes carrying goodwill and a hint of respect for a Honghuang powerhouse. Kong Xuan returned each greeting with a smile, then his gaze fell on the sharpest and most flamboyant figure, Shanqing Tongtian Jiaozhu. At this moment, Tongtian's sword aura was completely restrained, but the supreme sword intent of cutting through heaven and earth and seizing vitality had become even purer and deeper. Unlike the other two of the three pure ones who kept their distance from the many great beings, he stood alone with arms crossed, his azure robe fluttering, a sharp edge visible in his brow. Feeling Kong Xuan's gaze, Tongtian abruptly turned his head, his eyes bursting with remarkable brilliance, a joy and pride of meeting a fellow traveler and a worthy opponent. Their gazes met in the air, and both saw the Honghuang Tao resonance in each other's eyes. Tongtian had indeed walked his own path, proving the Honghuang golden immortal Tao fruit through the law of the sword. Kong Xuan was sincerely happy for him and nodded slightly. Tongtian also grinned, not stepping forward for small talk. Everything was understood without words. They both understood that in this place some exchanges required no words. Kong Xuan continued to observe coldly, letting his divine sense sweep through the whole scene like a breeze, sensing the changes in the auras of the great beings. Among the three pure ones of Kunlun Mountain, Taiching Laozi remained the most unfathomable, his aura vague and indistinct, as if merging with the Heavenly Dao. He was already close to discarding the second corpse, the evil corpse, and his cultivation was at the peak of the early quasi-saint stage. Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan's face was solemn, surrounded by the power of Heavenly Dao order, also stabilized at the early quasi-saint stage. The Western figures Jane and Zhunti still wore expressions of suffering, but the Nirvana Buddha light around them was denser and purer, clearly having successfully discarded their corpses and entered the early quasi-saint stage. Dijuan and Dongwang, Taiyin masters of the Sun Star, had an even more blazing kingly aura, like two walking suns. Their auras had also reached the peak of the early quasi-saint stage, on par with Taiching, clearly not slackening in the past 3,000 years. The demon master Kuanpeng of Baiming lurked in the shadows, his aura cold and eerie also at the early quasi-saint stage. Mingi Laozu of the Netherblood Sea had his blood fiend aura restrained, yet appeared even more dangerous. To Kong Xuan's slight surprise, Hutu the ancestral witch of the Wu tribe still came. She stood alone, her earth-like heavy aura incongruous with other cultivators, yet self-contained. He exchanged glances with Tongtian and Hutu again, nodding slightly as a greeting. With Tongtian, it was the tacit understanding of a Dao companion. With Hutu, it was a special connection after the awakening of karmic ties. Then Kong Xuan found a relatively secluded spot, flicked his sleeve, crossed his legs, and sat cross-legged in the air, closing his eyes to rest. He did not engage in much conversation with anyone at this moment. Before the Zixiao Palace, the atmosphere was delicate, and the various factions had different thoughts. Too many words might lead to mistakes. His heart was like a clear mirror reflecting everything around him, waiting for the moment the palace gates would open. In his heart, he was full of anticipation for the saintly way that Dao ancestor Hongjun was about to preach. That would be the key to illuminating the path ahead, clarifying the distinction and connection between the Honghuang Daiyuo Golden Immortal and the Heavenly Dao Saint. His Dao path would surely become clearer and more defined after this sermon. Just as Kong Xuan was immersed in the deduction of his own Dao path, a melodious chime, as if originating from the dawn of eternity, yet echoing in his ears, emanated from within the tightly shut gates of the Zixiao Palace. Dong! The bell sound purified the mind, washing away all restlessness and stray thoughts. All the great cultivators on the platform, regardless of what they had been doing, instantly straightened their expressions, rose solemnly, and fixed their gazes upon the ancient heavy palace gate that symbolized the source of the supreme Dao. Creak. The gate slowly swung inward, revealing not a hall, but a deeper, chaotic, starry expanse, where Dao principles materialized into flowing luminous mist. Countless stars flickered into and out of existence, as if holding the ultimate secrets of the cosmos. Without guidance, they followed an invisible order and stepped inside one by one. The three pure ones led the way, followed by Nuwa, then Jian and Zhuni, with Dijuan and Tai Xinyuanzi, and Hongyan, Queen Mother of the West Shiha, and Changshi Mingi, and Kuanping Hutu, and others entering in sequence. Kong Xuan walked among the crowd, his steps steady, his aura restrained. He exchanged brief, knowing glances with Tongtian and Hutu. The interior of the palace resembled that of the second lecture, with countless meditation cushions suspended beneath the starry sky of Dao principles. The 6 purple cushions at the front remained conspicuous. The 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Jian, and Zhunti, settled down gracefully. Kong Xuan chose the same cushion as before, located in the middle rear area with a broad view, and sat down awaiting the arrival of the Dao ancestor. In an instant, a blurry figure silently coalesced on the high platform ahead. Its face was indistinguishable, its attire unclear, but the overwhelming presence of the Heavenly Dao, lofty, indifferent, just, and omnipresent, filled the entire Zixiao Palace. The Dao ancestor Hongjuan had arrived. His gaze, like an invisible current, slowly swept over the 3,000 guests below. When it passed over Tongtian and Kong Xuan, it seemed to pause for an imperceptible moment. Kong Xuan immediately felt a will far more profound and closer to the essence of the Dao sweep over him, as if all his secrets, the traces of reverse time, the mystery of the primordial 5 elements Dao fruit, were laid bare before that gaze. Yet there was no scrutiny or inquiry in that look. It was more like a pure seeing, a confirmation of existence. Then the gaze moved on, lingering no longer. Without any opening remarks, Hongjun directly began to expound the supreme path of the saint. The great Dao is nameless, forced to name it we call it Dao. The saint is actionless, yet nothing is left undone. His voice, though not loud, resonated like the celestial music of the Dao directly in the deepest primordial spirit of every listener, transcending cultivation levels and origins, pointing straight to the mysteries of the saint realm, transcending heaven and earth unblemished through countless kalpas. He first elaborated on the ultimate secret of the method of slaying 3 corpses, the unity of the 3 corpses, how to reforge the severed incarnations of virtue, vice, and self-attachment into a single furnace, return to the original self, and achieve a perfect, flawless Dao heart. This involved supreme mysteries such as the purification of thoughts, the fusion of essences, and the severance of karmic ties, far more profound and obscure than the previous 2 lectures. Many great cultivators below furrowed their brows, wearing expressions of deep contemplation. Next, Hongjun began to explain the saint realm that transcends the quasi-saint primordial golden immortal level. He described how a saint entrusts their primordial spirit to the Heavenly Dao, enduring countless kalpas without decay, touched by karma, yet undefiled. How with a single thought they perceive past and future, viewing the vast universe like patterns on their palm. How their words become law, their utterances carry celestial decrees, defining the very rules of existence. The celestial phenomena within the palace were even more magnificent than during the previous 2 lectures. Not only did golden lotuses spring from the ground, and celestial maidens scatter flowers, but the Dao music also transformed into countless tangible chaotic runes. These runes were no longer mere condensations of Dao principles. They contained threads of primordial purple chi significance actively merging into the listener's consciousness to aid their comprehension of the inconceivable mysteries of the Saint Realm. Kong Xuan focused his mind and listened intently, not daring to be distracted for a moment. Although he did not follow the path of slaying 3 corpses, the concept of uniting the 3 corpses and returning to the origin greatly inspired his refining of the Dao heart and purification of will. And the description of the Saint Realm clearly pointed the way forward, the primordial Dao immortal. He carefully analyzed every detail Hongjuan spoke, cross-referencing it with the subsequent deductions of his own Phoenix dance primordial art, continuously perfecting his own system of the primordial Dao. Many previously vague notions about how to further advance the 5 elements law and how to touch the realm of indestructibility through countless kalpas gradually became clear. Just as everyone was deeply immersed in the mysteries of the sacred path, the lecture abruptly ceased. Taishang Laozi stood up first, bowed respectfully, and asked, "Master, is there a difference between a saint and a primordial Dao immortal?" Hongjuan replied calmly, "The primordial Dao immortal is the saint. Their divine powers, supernatural abilities, realm, and status are identical." Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan immediately followed. "Master, how does one attain sainthood?" Hongjuan said, "Slay the 3 corpses, return to the origin, then use the primordial purple chi as a guide to entrust your Dao fruit to the void of the Heavenly Dao, and you shall become a saint." As soon as the words fell, Tontian Jiazhu rose abruptly, his eyes blazing with determination, his voice carrying a sharp edge that cut through all obstacles. "Master, without slaying the 3 corpses, how does one attain the primordial Dao immortal?" This question instantly captured the attention of all great cultivators who followed the path of laws or were interested in it. Kong Xian's spirit surged, and he listened intently. Hongjuan's gaze fell upon Tongtian, and he said slowly, "Rely on no external objects, depend on no corpse slaying, only on oneself. Cultivate the law you follow to the state of perfect flawlessness, evoke the resonance of the great Dao, form the primordial Dao fruit on your own, and you can also achieve the primordial Dao immortal indestructible through countless kalpas." These words exploded like thunder in the hearts of Kong Xuan and a few other great cultivators inclined toward the path of laws such as Tai and Mingi. It was clear, completely clear. Slaying the 3 corpses and fusing with the primordial purple chi was one path to sainthood. Cultivating one's own law to the utmost perfection was another path that could also reach the sacred realm of the primordial Dao. Kong Xian's Dao heart instantly became translucent, with no trace of confusion left. His 5 elements great Dao was his ladder to the heavens. There was no need to compete for the limited primordial purple chi. He only needed to deepen his understanding of the essence of the 5 elements layer by layer until the 4th, 5th, until perfection. His Dao heart grew even firmer, and the primordial Dao aura around him seemed to condense even more. Subsequently, Jane Zhuni, Dijuan Taiyin Yua, and others also posed questions, some about the opportunity of achieving sainthood through merit, some about the connection between luck and the sacred positions. Hongjuan answered each one, analyzing and clarifying the several paths to sainthood. Finally, the silent Hutu, the ancestral witch, rose. Her gaze as if carrying the weight of all things fixed on Hongjuan, and her voice carried a hint of gravity and anticipation. "Master, our witch clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit nor comprehend the Heavenly Dao. May I ask, where lies our path? Can we become saints?" The entire Zixiao palace fell silent. Everyone knew the peculiarity of the witch clan and wondered how the Dao ancestor would answer. Hongjuan's gaze rested on Hutu, still as aloof and distant. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly, his voice carrying a sense of fate. "The path of the witch clan lies not in the primordial spirit, nor in this assembly. But under the Heavenly Dao there is always a thread of life. Your opportunity lies not in the Zixiao palace, but in the vast lands of the primordial wilderness. When the time comes it shall be revealed." "Another opportunity." Hutu murmured, a complex expression flashing in her eyes, and she slowly sat down. Kong Xuan, hearing this, clearly sighed inwardly. He knew how heavy and great that opportunity of Hutu's was. It was to transform her body into the cycle of reincarnation, to complete the Heavenly Dao, exchanging immense merit and another form of eternity for great compassion and perseverance. Yet it also meant abandoning the body of an ancestral witch and ceasing to be a free individual. The gains and losses therein were beyond words. Having answered all questions, Hongjuan spoke no more. The figure on the high platform gradually blurred and finally dissipated into nothingness. The main part of the 3rd lecture had concluded, but the lingering Dao charm within the palace remained dense. Everyone was immersed in the shock and reflection concerning the sacred path and their own future Dao journeys. Kong Xuan knew that what followed would truly determine the future pattern of the primordial wilderness, the distribution of the sacred positions, and the granting of the purple chi. and his path to the Primordial Dao through this lecture had become utterly clear and unshakable. Within the Zhixiao Palace, the lingering echoes of the sage's path had not yet fully dissipated, and the vast Daoic sound seemed to still reverberate faintly among the stars. The mighty cultivators were still immersed in the shock of the path to sainthood and deep contemplation of their own Dao journeys. Yet on the high platform, the blurred figure of Dao ancestor Honghuang did not vanish as usual. A will even more majestic, closer to the essence of the Heavenly Dao, spread like an invisible tide, suppressing all whispers and fluctuations of mind within the palace. All eyes instinctively focused once more upon the high platform. Dao ancestor Honghuang slowly spoke, his voice still indifferent, yet carrying a supreme authority that commanded the world and stabilized the cosmos, resonating deep within every grand cultivator's mind. The Heavenly Dao operates yin and yang, complement each other, cause and effect cycle. Now the grand trends of the primordial world gradually become clear. The cataclysm is about to arise. To stabilize the order of heaven and earth, to maintain the principles of Dao and law beneath, the Heavenly Dao sages shall emerge to educate all beings and preserve the cosmos. The moment the words "sages emerge" were uttered, the atmosphere within the entire Zhixiao Palace tightened to an extreme. All the mighty cultivators, regardless of their previous thoughts, held their breath, their eyes burning as they gazed at the high platform, at the 6 purple cushions at the very front. The opportunity for sainthood, the Hongmeng purple chi, was right before them. Hongjuan's gaze first fell upon Taiching Laozi, whose aura was the most ethereal and profound. Taiching, you are the incarnate of Pangu's primordial spirit, bearing the merit of heaven creation, upholding the Dao of non-action and purity. You may inherit my great Dao. Henceforth I accept you as my direct disciple, bestow upon you a strand of Hongmeng purple chi, and hope you will contemplate it well and attain the primordial unity early. As the words fell, a purple stream as thin as a hair, yet radiating supreme and eternal authority, flew from Hongjuan's sleeve, and as if alive lightly merged into Taiching Laozi's brow. Laozi's body trembled slightly, and the pure energy around him instantly mingled with the purple chi, his aura becoming unfathomably deep. He bowed respectfully. Disciple Taiching, thanks to the teacher for his grace. Next, Hongjuan's gaze shifted to Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuqing, you too are of Pangu's orthodox lineage, revering the Heavenly Dao, establishing order, and may inherit my Dao. I accept you as my direct disciple, bestow upon you a strand of Hongmeng purple chi. Another strand of Hongmeng purple chi flew out and merged into Yuanshi Tianzuan's brow. Yuanshi Tianzuan's face lit up with excitement, and he also bowed respectfully. Disciple Yuanshi, thanks to the teacher. Then came Shangqing Tongtian Jiaozhu. Shangqing, though your temperament is upright and resolute, your Dao heart is pure, and your actions decisive in killing, which also aligns with the thread of life in the Heavenly Dao. I accept you as my direct disciple, bestow upon you a strand of Hongmeng purple chi. The third strand of purple chi merged into Tongtian's brow. Tongtian's eyes blazed with divine light, and the sword aura around him faintly resonated with the purple chi. Suppressing his excitement, he bowed and said, Disciple Tongtian, thanks to the teacher. Direct disciples, 3 strands of Hongmeng purple chi, all belonging to the 3 pure ones. The myriad cultivators below the platform were filled with mixed emotions: envy, jealousy, helplessness, yet none dared to voice a query. The orthodox lineage of Pangu, favored by heaven, was the decree of fate. Hongjuan's gaze then shifted to Nuwa. Nuwa, you are born of creation, and in the future you shall perform a great deed of merit concerning the evolution of all beings in the primordial world. Now I accept you as my final disciple, bestow upon you a strand of Hongmeng purple chi. The 4th strand of purple chi merged into Nuwa's brow. Nuwa's face showed joy and solemnity, and she bowed. Disciple Nuwa, thanks to the teacher. Final disciple. For strands of Hongmeng purple chi had found their owners. The 6 cushions at the front seemed to have already confirmed their sacred significance. At that moment, the Western monks Jane and Zhunti exchanged a glance, and their faces instantly filled with boundless sorrow and misery. Jane wept before speaking, and Zhunti even threw himself to the ground, his voice mournful and tearful, resounding through the hall. Teacher, teacher, have mercy. Zhunti pressed his forehead to the ground and cried, Think of our Western lands. Since demon ancestor Luoho detonated the spirit veins, everything has withered, all beings have suffered, and the land has remained barren to this day. My fellow disciple and I have made great vows to revitalize the West and deliver all beings from the sea of suffering, but one cannot support a single tree, and the Dao path is arduous. Today we see that all fellow Taoists have received the teacher's favor and been granted the opportunity of sagehood, yet only we in the West. What would teacher? I implore the teacher to have pity on the billions of suffering beings in the West and grant us a thread of hope. Jane also cooperated by softly chanting a Buddhist name, his face so bitter it seemed to drip water, and the nirvana light around him dimmed, as if bearing all the suffering of the West. This lamentation, seemingly sincere at least on the surface, stirred some compassion in the listeners. On the high platform, Dao ancestor Hongjun was silent for a moment, as if deducing the heavenly secrets and tracing the cause and effect. After a long while he sighed, enough. In the past, the conflict between immortals and demons, Lao's devastation of the West causing the spirit veins to shatter, I too bear a part of the cause and effect. With that, two slightly thinner, yet equally extraordinary strands of Hongmeng purple chi flew from his sleeve, merging into the brows of Jane and Zhunti respectively. Now I bestow upon each of you a strand of Hongmeng purple chi, accepting you as my nominal disciples. I hope you will remember your great vows, manage the West well, and not disappoint this opportunity. Jane and Zhunti were overjoyed, repeatedly kowtowing, their voices choked with emotion. Disciple Jianjuni, thanks to the teacher's compassion. We will not fail the teacher's trust. We shall revitalize the West. Thus the 6 strands of Hongmeng purple chi were distributed. The 3 pure ones were direct disciples. Nuwa was the final disciple, and the 2 Western monks were nominal disciples. The last strand of Hongmeng purple chi hovered above everyone's heads before finally flying toward Hongyuan. Below the platform, mighty cultivators such as Dijuan Tai, Mingi Kunping, and Xinyuanzi, though unwilling, knew this was the decree of the Dao ancestor and the will of heaven, so they could only suppress their feelings. Kong Xuan observed all this coldly, his heart unruffled. This scene matched exactly what he had known in his past life. The Hongmeng purple chi, the foundation of sagehood, was also the beginning of cause and effect. He walked the path of attaining the Tao of primordial unity through the understanding of laws, and this object was neither necessary for him, nor might it even be a shackle. He watched the 6 strands of purple chi merge into the brows of the 6 individuals, as if seeing the future establishment of the 6 sages and the entangled karmic destiny among them. With the sagehoods fixed, Hongjun did not stop, but began to distribute spiritual treasures. Taiching, I bestow upon you the primordial supreme treasure Taiji diagram, which can stabilize earth, water, fire, and wind, and evolve the path of yin and yang. Yuqing, I bestow upon you the primordial supreme treasure Panga banner, which can shatter chaos when waved and reset time and space. Shanqing, I bestow upon you the primordial supreme treasure 4 immortal slaying swords, and the array diagram, setting up the sword formation. It cannot be broken except by 4 sages. Nuwa, I bestow upon you the top-grade primordial spirit treasure red embroidered ball, which governs the 3 marriages of heaven, earth, and humanity, and the mountain and river diagram, which contains a vast inner world. One by one, the top-tier spiritual treasures heard of only in legends turned into flowing light and flew toward their respective owners as Hongjun spoke. The Taiji diagram's yin-yang fish revolved the Panga banner's baleful aura, soared to the heavens. The 4 immortal slaying swords emitted chilling light. The red embroidered ball's threads of fate shimmered faintly, and the mountain and river diagram unfolded a corner to reveal myriad scenes. Each treasure stirred the resonance of the laws, making the cultivators below dry-mouthed and envious. Seeing this, Jane and Zhunti would not let the opportunity slip. They stepped forward again, lamenting the poverty of the West and the lack of treasures to suppress its fortune. Hongjuan, seemingly helpless, bestowed upon them the top-grade primordial spirit treasures, the 12-ranked golden lotus of merit, and the Jane banner, which though not supreme treasures were peerless in defense and excellent for guiding beings. Kong Xuan watched all this quietly, as if observing a play long rehearsed. The distribution of treasures continued, but he knew the real highlight was yet to come. Indeed, after the disciples' treasures were distributed, Hongjuan's gaze swept over the eager crowd below and said calmly, "Outside the Zixiao Palace in the chaos, there is a treasure distribution rock upon which some spiritual treasures remain. You may go there by yourselves and obtain them according to your own opportunities." These words were like dropping cold water into a boiling pot of oil. Treasure distribution rock. There are still spiritual treasures. In an instant, almost all the mighty cultivators' eyes turned red. They had been unable to intervene in the earlier struggle for sagehood, but the treasures on the treasure distribution rock were a tangible opportunity. The some spiritual treasures mentioned by Dao ancestor Hongjun could not possibly be ordinary items. Boom. The crowd instantly became restless. No one knew who moved first, but streaks of light shot like arrows from a bowstring, rushing toward the gate of the Zixiao Palace, afraid that if they were a step slower the treasures would be snatched by others. The 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Jane, and Zhuni, also moved their figures. Although they had already obtained heavy treasures, who would ever have too many spiritual treasures? Kong Xuan remained seated on his cushion, not hurried to rise. He looked at the Zixiao Palace, which had quickly become half empty, and a faint, almost imperceptible arc curled at the corner of his mouth. The treasure distribution rock. Perhaps there too was a portion of his fortune. He slowly rose his steps, still unhurried, and followed the last few streaks of light toward the treasure distribution rock in the chaos outside the palace. The true, each according to their own opportunity, was just beginning. Outside the gates of Zixiao Palace, the chaotic currents still raged, yet no one paid them heed. All the great powerhouses fixed their gazes upon the colossal rock suspended in the chaotic void, the Fenbao Rock. The rock was entirely of a profound yellow hue, its surface rough and riddled with cavities appearing unremarkable, yet it exuded a dense primordial Dao resonance, and a peculiar force field that encompassed and bore all treasures spread around it. At that moment, hundreds of beams of treasure light, each of a different color and varying in intensity of aura, burst forth from the cavities like volcanic lava, painting dazzling trajectories through the chaos, causing the void to tremble and the laws of nature to become disordered. In an instant, the scene descended into utter chaos. "Seize it. That's mine. Get out of the way." Roars, reprimands, and the clashing of divine abilities filled the air. The great powerhouses who usually appeared as immortals discussing the Dao now shed all pretense of dignity and restraint in their struggle for the magical treasures, each unleashing their full array of divine arts and means. See how Taishang Laozi, with the Xianhuang exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth above his head, emitted 10,000 strands of Xianhuang qi, rendering him impervious to all techniques. He did not act hastily, but with a mere sweep of his gaze, the golden bridge phantom formed by the Taiji diagram quivered slightly, freezing 7 or 8 beams of the most radiant and powerful treasure light. Then with a flick of his sleeve, he effortlessly stored them away, including notable treasures like the 9 dragons' golden staff and the 8 scenic palace lantern. Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan wore a solemn expression. He unfolded the celestial celebration clouds adorned with tassels and hanging pearls, 10,000 golden lamps protecting his body. Although the Pango banner in his hand was not fully swung, the aura of destruction it emanated made the surrounding great powerhouses wary, daring not to approach and contend with him. His divine sense locked onto targets, and he cast techniques for collecting treasures one after another. The Wuji apricot yellow flag, the Yushu glass lamp, the Yinyang mirror, and over 20 other high-quality spiritual treasures flew into his sleeve in succession. The most eye-catching was undoubtedly Shanqing Tongtian Jiaozhu. He let out a long laugh and directly deployed a simplified phantom of the Zhuxian sword formation. For incredibly sharp sword intents, like 4 heavenly pillars momentarily cordoned off a large area. Within the sword domain, the treasure light was the densest. The Honghuang golden dipper, 24 Dinghai pearls, the heart-piercing lock, the fish drum, the purple lightning hammer. Hundreds of spiritual treasures as if summoned swarmed in, and he swept them all into his Qinkuan pouch. His harvest was so abundant that it left others stunned and envious. Niwa Empress raised the red embroidered ball and the map of mountains and rivers, the 2 treasures interweaving, also encircling over a dozen beams of highly spiritual treasure light, calmly collecting them. Jane and Zhunti. One raised the Jane treasure canopy, shedding the Buddha light of salvation, while the other activated the 12-pin merit golden lotus to defend themselves. Murmuring incantations, they employed Western secret arts and barely managed to collect a few decent spiritual treasures from the periphery. Though far inferior to the 3 pure ones, and Niwa, they were content. The brothers Dijuan and Tai, with the river map and the Luo book alongside the Chaos Bell, unleashed an imperial aura and also reaped a bountiful harvest. Mingi Patriarch, with his Yuan slaying and Abi twin swords, swept through with the Blood Sea divine ability, seizing treasures ruthlessly. Kuanpeng transformed into a giant Kuan, devouring the void. Zenyuanzi unfolded his earth book, offering unparalleled defense. Honyun Patriarch navigated with his escape technique. Each great power struggled fiercely, the scene reaching its pinnacle of chaos. But Kong Xuan did not rush into the fiercest battle circle like the others. His Honyuan Dao domain naturally expanded effortlessly, dissolving the surging chaotic currents and the occasional stray waves of divine abilities. He stood at the periphery of the battle, his gaze calmly sweeping over the dazzling river of treasure light that filled the sky. His divine sense, like the most precise net, meticulously perceived the law, attributes, and spiritual strength contained within each beam of light. It was not that he sought nothing, but that his goal was clear. Ordinary acquired spiritual treasures, and even some innate spiritual treasures whose attributes did not align with his, were no longer worthy of his attention. What he needed were treasures that could supplement his own 5 elements great Dao, or prove uniquely effective in specific situations. Suddenly his mind stirred. Amid the chaotic and mixed torrent of treasure light, a beam of red flame-like, extraordinarily agile, yet carrying a strange sense of calm stability, caught his attention. At the core of that treasure light, the form of a small triangular flag was faintly visible. On its surface, it seemed 10,000 sparks danced and leaped, yet it contained the true meaning of immovability. It resonated subtly with his southern bright Lihua essence and the earth elements bearing Dao. The Lidi flame flag. A glint of sharp light flashed in Kong Xuan's eyes. This treasure was a supreme grade innate spiritual treasure capable of confusing yin and yang, reversing the 5 elements, repelling all evils, and rendering all techniques ineffective. It was extremely compatible with his 5 elements Dao, especially the fire element. In the trajectory of his past life, this flag had been obtained by Taishang Laozi, but at this moment Taishang was focused on collecting other treasures with grander auras and had not yet locked onto this flag. Opportunities are fleeting. Kong Xuan hesitated no more. Without moving his body, he simply pointed his finger like a sword toward that red treasure light from afar. A beam of 5-colored divine light, incredibly condensed and imbued with his Honghuang will and 5 elements, Dao resonance, shot forth, arriving after the fact, but before the moment. It nimbly circumvented several contending divine abilities and figures, precisely brushing against the leady flame flag. Hum! The flame flag emitted a joyful chirp. The 10,000 sparks on its surface suddenly flared up, then the light converged inward. The resistance was instantly dissolved by the mysterious power of the 5-colored divine light, and the flag transformed into a docile red stream of light, obediently flying into Kong Xuan's sleeve. The entire process was as swift as lightning and occurred on the chaotic fringes of the battle, drawing little attention. Only Taishang Laozi, who had been keeping an eye on the whole scene, especially the few Hunyuan-level existences, seemed to sense something. He glanced toward Kong Xuan. Seeing that he had collected the leady flame flag, his gaze flickered slightly, but he said nothing and continued to collect the treasures before him. In this era, opportunities shift. Treasures choose their own masters, and one cannot force them. Feeling the warmth and spirituality of the small flag in his sleeve, Kong Xuan felt a quiet joy. With this treasure, he had both offense and defense, and it could help him comprehend the mysteries of fire and yin-yang. This journey was not in vain. He did not continue to participate in the scramble, but stood still, watching the top-tier treasure hunt of the primordial era gradually come to an end. More and more beams of treasure light were collected, and the jets of light from the Funbao rock grew sparse and dim. Finally, the last beam of light was snatched by a lucky demon grand sage. The Funbao rock fell completely silent, leaving only the bare, seemingly worthless colossal rock itself suspended in the chaos. Most of the great powerhouses were immersed in counting their gains or regretting missed opportunities, preparing to leave. However, Kong Xuan's gaze once again fell upon the body of the Funbao rock. His Honghuang divine sense perceived that this rock, after being nurtured by countless spiritual treasures, had undergone a transformation in its material. It also contained a peculiar Dao resonance of containment and storage. Though not a treasure for offense or defense, if refined it would be a peerless rarity, whether as a vessel for bearing things, for cultivating spiritual roots, or even as a foundation for formations. Its value was no less than that of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Just as the crowd was about to turn away, not yet fully realizing the rock's worth, Kong Xuan moved. He appeared beside the Funbao rock in a flash, extending his sleeve and wrapping it with his Honghuang mana to store it away. Moi. Taishang Laozi, who was about to leave, was the first to notice a trace of surprise in his eyes. That rock. Yuqing Yuanshi also frowned slightly. Tongtian Zhaozhu's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. Daoist Kong Xuan has a keen eye. Niwa Saint Zhunti and the others also cast their gazes. Diju and Tai Mingyi and the rest instantly realized, their eyes flashing with regret and greed. They had been so focused on grabbing the flying treasures that they had overlooked the mother body that had nurtured them all. However, Kong Xuan had acted too swiftly, and his Honghuang mana was remarkably profound. By the time they reacted, and some even subconsciously tried to stop him, the enormous Funbao rock had already transformed into a stream of light, rapidly shrinking, and was stored into Kong Xuan's own 5-element space. Daoist Kong Xuan, you are indeed fortunate, Taishang Laozi said flatly, his tone unreadable. Yuqing Yuanshi snorted coldly, clearly feeling that Kong Xuan had taken advantage of the situation. Tongtian, however, clapped his hands and laughed. It was destined to be yours. The rest of the great powerhouses, though unwilling, had to suppress their thoughts since the treasure had been collected, and Kong Xuan's Honghuang cultivation level made them wary. Their gazes toward Kong Xuan, however, grew more complicated. Kong Xuan's expression remained calm. He ignored the stares, nodded to Tongtian and the others, and then, without lingering, his body transformed into a 5-colored stream of light, heading toward the primordial land. Thus ended the struggle for the Funbao rock. On this journey, he had gained a supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure, the leady flame flag, which was both offensive and defensive, as well as the Funbao rock itself. His harvest far exceeded expectations, adding a profound foundation to his future path. The radiance of Funbao rock faded, and the frenzy of treasure grabbing that had swept nearly all the great powers listening to the Dao at Zixiao Palace finally came to an end. Some were overjoyed, caressing their newly acquired spiritual treasures with affection. Others sighed in regret, lamenting the missed opportunity. Still others flickered their eyes covertly, sizing up. Others gained their thoughts unknown. The chaotic currents remained, yet seemed tinged with a restless worldly air from the fierce contest. One by one, the great powers returned from the chaotic region of Funbao rock to the relatively calm platform outside Zixiao Palace. After this event, the atmosphere differed from the early days of the sermon. It lost some of its pure Taoist fellowship, gaining more worldly considerations and subtle calculations among them. Kong Xuan did not hasten to leave. Concealed in his sleeve were the newly acquired earth-departing flame banner and the massive Funbao rock, yet his heart remained utterly clear. He stood at the edge of the platform, his Honghuang Dao rhythm flowing naturally, quietly, separating the surrounding chaotic qi and restless intentions as if standing apart from the clamor. The first to approach were Jin Yuanzi and Patriarch Hongyan. Jin Yuanzi, his face ruddy, clearly had a good harvest. Holding a jade whisk, he smiled at Kong Xuan. Congratulations, Taoist Kong Xuan, on finding such a fine treasure. That earth-departing flame banner complements your 5 elements, Dao, perfectly. His tone was sincere, without a trace of jealousy, only joy for his friend. Patriarch Hongyun, even more direct, patted Kong Xuan on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Haha, brother Kong Xuan is truly formidable. That big rock looked unremarkable, but who knew it was also a treasure? Sharp eyes, I admire you, old brother. His carefree nature meant he did not mind his own modest gains. Kong Xuan smiled in reply. You flatter me, fellow Taoists. It was merely a timely encounter. I see from your auras that your journey has not been in vain. He could tell that although Zhun Yuanzi and Hong Yuan had not obtained the supreme treasures, the spiritual treasures they did acquire were beneficial to their Dao paths, enhancing their foundations and fortune. The 3 sermons at Zhixiao Palace have concluded. The pattern of the primordial world will shift. If you have leisure in the future, I hope you will often visit Wuzhuang Temple. Jin Yuanzi sincerely invited. Hong Yuan nodded repeatedly. Certainly. Kong Xuan cupped his hands. Take care, fellow Taoists. After bidding farewell to Zhun Yuanzi, and Hongyun, Queen Mother of the West, also approached gracefully. She remained as aloof and lofty as ever, surrounded by the immortal qi of the great Yin. She nodded slightly to Kong Xuan. Taoist Kong Xuan, congratulations. Her words were concise, yet carried a detached, ethereal bearing. You also gained something, Taoist Queen Mother of the West. My congratulations to you as well. Kong Xuan returned the greeting. Though their acquaintance was not deep, they respected each other. In these turbulent times, a good connection was rare. Next, Shiha and Changshi, sisters of the great Yin star, arrived together. Shiha remained as dignified as ever, her gaze resting on Kong Xuan for a moment with a hint of complexity. As the sun goddess, she was closely tied to the demon court, and her mood must have been uneasy. She maintained basic courtesy. Taoist Kong Xuan, farewell. Changshi, however, remained ethereal and clear, seemingly unaffected by the outside world. She gave Kong Xuan a gentle smile. May your Dao advance. Pure and beautiful. Kong Xuan returned the greeting. Fellow Taoists, go slowly. The great Yin star is peaceful, suitable for cultivation. The implication in his words was not lost on Shiha, who pursed her lips slightly, then transformed with Changshi into moonlight and departed. Just then a hearty laugh rang out, carrying the sharp edge of cutting through the void. Taoist Kong Xuan. Lord Tontian of Shangqing strode over his green robe, billowing, his brows filled with exhilaration and pride. He had gained the most this time, acquiring hundreds of spiritual treasures, including the ultimate killing formation, the immortal slaying sword array. He was at the height of his satisfaction. Yet his gaze at Kong Xuan held no boastfulness, only the joy and fighting spirit of encountering a kindred spirit. Taoist Tongtian. Kong Xuan smiled in reply. After listening to the Dao this time, I see clearly. The Honghuang Great Luo is what we seek. Tongtian's eyes blazed, and he firmly patted Kong Xuan's shoulder, which was naturally deflected by the 5-colored light. If you have leisure in the future, you must come to my Shangqing Palace on Kunlun Mountain. We'll drink and discuss, swords, talk freely about the great Dao. Wouldn't that be wonderful? I'll have my immortal slaying sword array for you to appreciate. His straightforward nature showed no concealment of his admiration and invitation. Kunlun Mountain was the Dao field of the 3 pure ones. His direct invitation to Shangqing Palace showed that he regarded Kong Xuan as an extremely important fellow Taoist. Kong Xuan could feel Tongtian's sincerity and boldness, and his heart stirred. Discussing the Dao and sparring with someone like Tongtian would greatly benefit his own cultivation. He immediately agreed. Taoist Tongtian's invitation is my great honor. After I return to my mountain and make some arrangements, I will personally visit Kunlun Mountain to discuss the Dao and appreciate your swordsmanship. Good. It's a deal. I'll prepare my humble abode in Shangqing Palace to welcome you. Tongtian was overjoyed. After a few more exchanges, he said he needed to return to his mountain to organize his gains and digest the essence of the sage's Dao, then transformed into a sharp sword light, breaking through the chaos first. Kong Xuan's gaze swept the platform. He saw that the other 2 of the 3 pure ones, Taiqing and Yuqing, had long since quietly departed, presumably following the Dao ancestor back to the palace for the final 300 years of teaching unknown to outsiders. Jane and Zhunti also left hastily, faces full of satisfaction and urgency, presumably eager to return to the west to refine the Hongmeng purple qi. Dijuan and Tai led the demon clan members with a grand presence, clearly having important matters to discuss. Mingi, Kunping, and others all hurried away, disappearing into the chaos. The primordial witch Hutu was among the last to leave. She came alone, her steps steady to stand before Kong Xuan. Her eyes, as if bearing all things, held a trace of gratitude and deeper contemplation. Taoist Kong Xuan, thank you for your help both inside and outside Zhixiao Palace. Her words were laden with meaning, referring both to Kong Xuan's earlier enlightenment in Panga Temple and to Hongjuan's response about her other opportunity during the sermon. Though she did not obtain the Hongmeng purple chi, she seemed undaunted, instead more resolute in some conviction. You are too kind, fellow Taoist. The path is under your feet, the opportunity in your heart. Kong Xuan replied with a cryptic remark. Huda gave him a profound look, nodded, said no more, turned, and stepped out. Her form merged into the Tao rhythm of the earth's pulse and vanished. At this point, all the acquaintances outside Zixiao Palace had taken their leave. Kong Xuan stood alone in the chaos, looking back at Zixiao Palace, its gates still closed, emitting a faint purple glow. Within the palace gates, the Tao rhythm was concealed, but not absent, a deeper, more primordial sound of teaching closer to the source of the Heavenly Dao echoed in silence. He knew well that Tao ancestor Hongjuan had not truly ended the sermon. The final 300 years were a special session for the three pure ones, Nuwa, and even Jane and Zhunti, those who carried the Hongmeng purple chi. It concerned the core secrets of the sage's Tao, how to entrust one's primordial spirit, how to wield the Hongmeng purple chi, and even deeper authority over the Heavenly Dao. These matters were no longer relevant to an outsider, like him, who had not obtained the purple chi and was determined to prove the Tao through principles. He felt no regret, instead his mind was clear. His path was from the very beginning destined to differ from those Heavenly Dao sages. The Honghuang Great Luo Golden Immortal relies on one's own ultimate comprehension and mastery of the Tao's principles without needing to entrust oneself to the Heavenly Dao. One forms a personal Tao domain, free and unfettered, though equally indestructible, through countless kalpas, yet with far fewer constraints from the Heavenly Dao. Each seeks what they desire, each relies on their own opportunity. Kong Xuan smiled faintly, no longer lingering, and turned resolutely. The five-colored divine light around him flickered faintly, transforming into a magnificent rainbow that spanned the chaos. Orienting himself, he sped toward the primordial world, toward his Tao field, the Qingshu Cave, heaven on Wangwu Mountain. This journey to Zixiao Palace had yielded far more than expected. Not only had he heard the complete teachings of the sage's Tao and clarified the path of the Honghuang Great Luo, but he had also obtained the earth-departing flame banner and the Funbao rock, two considerable fortunes. He urgently needed to return to his Tao field, go into seclusion, and thoroughly digest and integrate these gains, transforming them into a solid foundation and strength. The winds of change would rise in the primordial world. Only strength was the foundation for dealing with all upheavals. His Honghuang Tao would, after this seclusion, ascend to a more solid level. A five-colored rainbow pierced through the chaos, tore through the void, and steadily landed within the Qingshu Cave heaven of Mount Wangwu. As the light dissipated, Kong Xuan's figure materialized, his feet treading upon the familiar spiritual soil, suffused with the Tao rhythm of the five elements. It had only been a few thousand years since he left home, but this journey to the Zixiao Palace had brought him insights and experiences that rivaled 10,000 years of bitter cultivation. Master Kaiyun and Caixia sensed the commotion, startled from their cultivation, and swiftly flew over to pay their respects. Though they did not know the specifics of their master's journey, they could clearly feel that the aura surrounding him was far more profound and vast than when he had left, as if he had merged with the entirety of heaven and earth, inspiring awe and making them dare not look directly at him. Kong Xuan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the cave heaven. The five-needle pine, sensing its master's return and the overwhelming yet restrained Tao rhythm of primordial chaos, joyfully swayed, its branches scattering even more essence-rich light points imbued with primordial origin. The entire Qingshu Cave heaven, due to his return, seemed to have its spiritual energy circulation become more vibrant and smooth. I have returned this time to enter a death seclusion, to break through to a higher realm. During this period, the cave heaven shall be completely sealed, isolating inside from outside. Even if the heavens collapse and the earth splits, no one shall disturb me. Kong Xuan's voice was calm, yet carried an unquestionable authority. You too must guard your minds, fully activate all the peripheral formations and restrictions, and at the same time, take this opportunity to deeply comprehend the Tao rhythm of this cave heaven and refine your own cultivation. We humbly obey your decree. The two used their minds, startled, fully aware of the gravity of the matter, hastily and respectfully assented, daring not the slightest negligence. Having given his instructions, Kong Xuan took a single step and arrived at the core of the cave heaven beneath the five-needle pine. He did not immediately begin his seclusion. Instead, he first used his divine sense to meticulously inspect the ninefold defensive grand array he had laid before leaving the palace. Confirming it was flawless, he waved his hand and inscribed several even more profound five-element runes, merging them into the array's core, elevating the entire defensive system's resilience and counterattack capability to a higher level. In particular, he connected a trace of the newly acquired Ledi Flame Light Banner's aura to the grand array, endowing its operation with a subtle mystery of confusing yin and yang and inverting the five elements, greatly enhancing its protective power. With preparations complete, he slowly sat cross-legged on the Tao Enlightenment Piyuan cushion, forged from 10,000-year soul-warming jade and other rare materials. As his mind sank into stillness, the first thing to emerge was the vast scene of the Tao ancestor Honghuang expounding the path of sainthood within the Zixiao Palace. The profound tones that described a sage's primordial spirit entrusting itself to the Heavenly Dao immune to the wear of countless culpas, and the depiction of a primordial chaos golden immortal with perfected laws forming its own Dao domain. These were etched like the clearest imprints deep within his Dao heart. Sages are immortal, yet great thieves do not cease. However, the path of transcendence is not limited to entrusting oneself to the Heavenly Dao. Kong Xuan's heart was crystal clear. What Honghuang had taught pointed out the pinnacle form of power, but Kong Xuan understood deeply that the seemingly shortcut path of the Heavenly Dao sage also came with invisible shackles. His Dao was the primordial chaos 5 elements great Dao, the pursuit of the ultimate perfection of his own laws, the self-sufficiency and infinite potential of an inner universe. The greatest gain from this sermon was not the specific cultivation methods, but the clearing of the fog ahead and the strengthening of his own Dao heart. He began to carefully sort through the gains of this journey. His divine sense sank into his primordial spirit, where the primordial chaos 5 elements, Dao fruit, slowly rotated, its 5-colored radiance flowing, without cease, more condensed than before and closer to the origin of the Dao. He extracted the essence of the sacred path that Honghuang had expounded, especially the parts concerning the application of laws, the stabilization of the Dao fruit, and the intent of transcendence, and cross-verified and fused them with his own Phoenix Dance primordial chaos art. The Phoenix Dance primordial chaos art flowed through his mind. Many passages that had once seemed obscure or had reached the end of his deductions now under the illumination of the sacred path's essence became suddenly clear. He continuously optimized the operation route of the technique, adjusted the proportions and flow patterns of the 5 elements power within the primordial chaos Dao fruit, making it more efficient and more aligned with the ultimate goal of reaching the primordial chaos golden immortal. At the same time, he also took into account the 2 new opportunities he had obtained. With a thought, the phantom of the crimson flame-like, triangular leady flame light banner emerged from his primordial spirit space. The banner fluttered without wind, 10,000 flames leaping, emitting a profound Dao rhythm that confuses yin and yang, inverts the 5 elements, and repels all evils. Kong Xuan communicated with it using his divine sense, deeply comprehending its essence. He gradually integrated the subtleties of the fire element origin it contained along with the stable intent of flame light leaving the earth, and immune to myriad laws, into his own understanding of fire element law and even the balance of the 5 elements. This precious banner was not only a powerful defensive and offensive treasure, but also a supreme mirror reflecting the Tao of fire and even yin and yang. Next, his attention fell upon the treasure-splitting rock which had been collected and now quietly floated in a corner of the cave heaven, slowly absorbing spiritual energy and shrinking on its own. The rock appeared unremarkable, but Kong Xuan's primordial chaos divine sense could clearly perceive the peculiar, containing and storing Dao rhythm it had nurtured through the long-term nurturing of countless treasures, as well as the extraordinary nature of its material. He separated a strand of his spiritual sense, slowly penetrating it, and comprehended the intent of embracing all things and containing a universe within. This treasure-splitting rock could potentially be refined into a unique cave heaven treasure, a supreme storage artifact, or even the foundation for evolving into a 5 elements world. Its potential was boundless. As he continuously digested and absorbed the gains from the sermon and the 2 opportunities, Kong Xuan clearly felt that his own fortune seemed to have solidified and thickened, and his connection with the primordial world became even closer. The thread of fate in the unseen due to his choices and gains also appeared to become clearer. After an unknown span of time, when all insights and all gains had been sorted, absorbed, and thoroughly integrated, Kong Xuan's Dao heart reached an unprecedented state of completeness and transparency. The light of the primordial chaos 5 elements Dao fruit within his primordial spirit had condensed to its extreme, as if it had transformed into 5 chaotic seeds quietly floating in the chaotic sea of his Dantian, awaiting germination and rebirth to nurture even greater power. Within his body, the already vast and overwhelming primordial chaos mana now roared like a suppressed primordial river of stars surging with a desperate desire for a complete release and sublimation. The moment had arrived. Kong Xuan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was no longer 5-colored radiance, but 2 bottomless chaotic whirlpools seemingly capable of swallowing all light and perception. He took a deep breath, and the 5 elements spiritual energy of the entire Qingshu cave heaven rippled violently, converging toward him like subjects paying homage to their sovereign. The 5 elements revolve unified as primordial chaos. The Dao fruit undergoes nirvana, and the middle stage is attainable. A low Dao rhythm-filled voice resounded within his heart, like the primordial Dao tone of creation, triggering a violent resonance between his own being and the external laws. He no longer suppressed himself and began to fully operate the optimized Phoenix Dance primordial chaos art. Deep within his primordial spirit, the 5 chaotic Dao fruit seeds suddenly erupted with an indescribably dazzling brilliance. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 perfected laws of force interwove, collided, and fused at an unprecedented speed. Rumble. Within his body it felt as if thousands of worlds were being created and annihilated. His meridians were scoured and widened by a purer, more destructive, yet creative newborn mana. The chaotic sea of energy in his dantian spun madly, and the phantom of the primordial chaos Dao fruit at its center began to grow more complex and solid, its surface covered with even more intricate and profound primordial Dao patterns. The Dao rhythm it emitted started to transcend the bounds of the initial stage, climbing toward a far more mysterious level. The gate to the middle stage of the primordial chaos golden immortal had been blasted wide open by the torrent of his accumulated foundations, refined by the sacred baptism. A transformation concerning the leap of life essence itself officially began within the core of the Qingshu cave, heaven guarded by layers of restrictions. Kong Xuan's path of Dao was about to step into a brand new, infinitely broader realm. Deep within the Qingshu cave, heaven beneath the 5-needle pine, the surging Dao rhythm from the breakthrough finally subsided like retreating tides, leaving behind a sea even more profound and vast. Kong Xuan slowly opened his eyes. No longer was there a radiant play of light in his pupils, instead they had transformed into 2 deep, tranquil, ancient wells reflecting the principles of the 5 elements' birth and demise and the cycle of the cosmos. The realm of the midstage Honghuang golden immortal was now fully stabilized. Power was gathered within, perfect and flawless, and with a mere thought he could draw upon the laws of heaven and earth on a broader scale. The midstage of Honghuang truly reveals a different realm. Kong Xuan felt the vast dharmic power within him, both in quality and quantity, far surpassing the early stage, along with a more exquisite control over the 5 elements' laws. His heart was filled with clarity. At this level, mere seclusion and bitter cultivation yielded diminishing returns. He needed to venture into the world to verify the great Dao through the myriad of mortal affairs, mountains, rivers, and all things, in order to continue advancing. He rose, his gaze sweeping over this blessed land he had long cultivated. The 5-needle pine sensed his intention, its branches gently swaying, scattering blessings of light. It was time to roam outside. With one step his form had already left the cave heaven. Without disturbing Kaiyun and Saixia, who were deeply immersed in cultivation, he merely sent a divine thought to instruct them to guard the gate, well then transformed into an intangible Dao rhythm merging into the primordial wilderness. He did not use any extreme speed technique, but walked like a true ascetic, measuring the vast and boundless world with his own steps. His divine sense spread like liquid mercury, perceiving the breath of the mountain veins and the pulse of all living beings. Soon he discovered that the present primordial world, compared to the time before the teachings at Zixiao Palace, carried more restlessness and less tranquility. Many regions, due to battles over spiritual veins, clashes of great powers, or destruction by ancient beasts, exhibited chaotic spiritual energy and hidden baleful qi. One day he arrived at a region called the Qian Mountain Range. This area was once rich in fire element spiritual energy, nurturing many fire spirits and mineral deposits. But now, because a main fire vein had been forcibly extracted to refine a treasure, it had become violent and unstable. Earth fire erupted frequently, lava flowed everywhere, and the scorching heat carried a destructive, deathly stillness, leaving thousands of miles of scorched earth devoid of life. Kong Xuan stood on a cloud, frowning slightly. As one bearing the phoenix bloodline, though not purely of fire, he had an innate affinity and responsibility to regulate fire veins and calm raging flames. Moreover, the great Dao of the 5 elements emphasized balance. The imbalance of fire here would inevitably lead to calamity, affecting a wider area. He descended from the cloud, landing beside a volcano crater, still spewing black smoke and magma. He did not employ any earth-shattering supernatural power. Instead, he slowly extended his right hand palm down and gently pressed it onto the scorching ground. In an instant, a gentle yet vast will mixed with the pure and exquisite Dao rhythm of the Honghuang 5 elements probed into the depths of the violent earth vein like the most dexterous fingers. The earth fire power, originally raging and nearly collapsing under the guidance and pacification of this higher-level Dao rhythm, became gradually docile, like a wild horse tamed. The broken veins were reconnected, the blocked passages were silently cleared, and the violent, baleful fire qi was stripped away and purified. In half a day, the agitation in the core area of the Qian mountain range had mostly subsided. Magma no longer flowed wantonly, earth fire returned to the deep underground to slowly nourish the earth. The suffocating heat and destructive aura in the air also faded significantly. Though it was difficult to restore its former state in the short term, a foundation for self-repair had been established. From the sky, a faint wisp of merit energy descended quietly, merging into Kong Xuan's body. He continued forward, acting in the same manner. Where water veins were blocked, he dredged them. Where metal baleful chi was excessive, he dissolved it. Where wood spirits withered, he nourished them. Where earth essence was lost, he stabilized it. He did not deliberately seek merit, but followed his true heart, maintaining the balance and vitality that this world deserved. At the same time, his divine sense, like the most precise net, swept over the mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, cave heavens, and secret realms. He passed searching for any spiritual roots, herbs, or materials. The Phoenix clan's foundation had suffered heavy losses. To revive it, resources were indispensable. Thinking of the Phoenix clan, Kong Xuan's heart sank slightly. In his mind appeared the desolate scene of the undying volcano and the memories of his scattered clansmen who had gone into hiding in the primordial world, their circumstances presumably dire. As the crown prince of the Phoenix clan, blessed with the opportunity to reverse time, revitalizing the clan was his inescapable duty. A sense of urgency surged within him. As he was brooding, from a sinister valley ahead came violent fluctuations of dermic power and miserable screams. Two auras filled with brutality, greed, and heavy karma were besieging several much weaker lights. Kong Xuan's divine sense swept over, and he understood the situation. Two cultivators at the early Deluo golden immortal stage, with karma as deep as ink, were massacring a small spirit tribe that occupied the valley, aiming to seize a spiritual herb guarded by them for generations, along with the tribe's meager resources. The two demonic